Chapter 1. In the resplendent karaoke hall, high concentrations of alcohol filled every inch of the air, winding around the intoxicated crowd like a tendril, while the deafening top-notch sound system pounded like a hammer, tormenting the few who were still somewhat sober in the large private room. Xiao Bei shook his collar, lowered his head to catch his breath, then stood up from the sofa and walked out, avoiding the writhing crowd. As soon as he pushed open the door, he finally escaped the suffocating atmosphere and hurried toward the restroom. Once he closed the stall door, he leaned against it, gasping for air as if he had finally been rescued. Broken bottles, fierce fists, bright red blood, dirty deals. The boy's resentful gaze, he tightened his grip on his collar, his brows furrowing tightly. The memories he thought had faded began to resurface as he found himself in this environment again. Cold sweat gradually crawled up his back, and his breathing quickened to an abnormal speed. He hadn't brought his medication. Suddenly, the door was slammed open with a loud bang, sounding like a body being pushed. Immediately, a charming female voice called out, "President Fu, President Fu." Xiao Bei pressed down hard on his chest, trying to suppress the tremors that he was surprised that, amidst his extreme palpitations, he still had the mood to pay attention to the commotion next door. But the next second, he heard the sound of the door opening next door, followed by a slightly tipsy yet gentle voice saying, "Go back. Someone will be looking for you soon." The woman seemed to pause for a few seconds, and then Xiao Bei heard the sound of her high heels walking out, as if wrapping her arms around Fu Yuanshan's waist, saying, "President Fu, let's go out." The man patted her hand and said, "You go back first. We'll take a call and go in later." The woman, experienced in reading people, saw his gentle yet unyielding demeanor, felt it was a pity but decided not to make a fuss, and twisted her waist, openly leaving through the men's restroom. After this brief episode, Xiao Bei had slowly calmed down. Sitting on the toilet seat, he was trying to settle himself, feeling a bit embarrassed to go out after witnessing that scene. After the woman left, the man seemed to curse a few times, annoyed by the fragrance lingering on him. He was talking on the phone outside the door, sounding like a friend, his tone casual, with a hint of drunken impatience. Seeing that he was still on the phone, Xiao Bei figured he couldn't even step out for a drink of water, so he simply stood up and opened the door to leave. As he stepped out, his gaze met the man's just as he turned around. That IT was a striking face, with slightly tipsy eyes that appeared indifferent, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he had just casually glanced at him. His features were exquisite and three-dimensional, but not in the trendy way. Instead, they had a hint of aggression that he leaned against a marble sink, his long legs stretched out, holding a phone, glancing at Xiao Bei before shifting his gaze away. Xiao Bei washed his hands and casually walked out. As he passed by the man, he couldn't shake the feeling that the man had looked at him again, his gaze following him until he left. This dinner party was organized by his university counselor, who had been quite fond of him. Even though he didn't want to come to such a place, it was hard to refuse. But he had an interview tomorrow, and all he wanted now was to go home, take some medicine, and sleep. But he greeted his counselor and then left. Beijing time, early 7 o'clock. A cold, mechanical female voice sounded in the bedroom, and the next moment, in the future, so much sorrow, so much desolation. Only I can withstand it. No more direction, no more illusions. I will guard until the end of time. With a bang, the howling alarm clock was violently slapped by a long, pale hand that emerged from under the blanket, hitting the bedside table with such force that it rolled onto the floor several times before stopping. The person under the blanket muttered a couple of curses and finally, as if afraid of regretting it, sat up in a rush. His thin face bore the irritation of still being half asleep, his delicate brows knitted together, and his eyes still unable to open, with long eyelashes that slightly curled at the corners, suggesting he had very charming eyes. Xiao Bei mentally urged himself that today he had an interview. It was not the time to be lazy in bed. Be good, sleep when I come back tonight. Yes, be good, sleep when I come back tonight. Then he opened his eyes, but when he opened them, his gaze revealed a calmness and indifference that didn't match his appearance. He picked up the alarm clock and set it right, quickly washed up, tidied the new stubble that had sprouted, and took out a long and used hair gel to style his hair. The hangover from last night left him with faint dark circles under his eyes. He frowned at his reflection for a moment before those long-buried memories inevitably resurfaced in his mind. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Caller ID. Han Jiechi. Hello. Speak that I broke up? Xiao Bei rubbed his brow. Drinking, clubbing. Why are you calling me so early? A sorrowful laugh came from the other end. Is it early? It seemed she glanced at the time. Oh, it's past 8. The sun is up. Past 8? What had he done? I didn't sleep last night. That I have an interview at 9. It's pretty urgent. How about I call you tonight? Xiao Bei tentatively suggested. Oh, okay, you're busy. Xiao Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to hang up, she continued, don't pay attention to me. Don't want me anymore. I'm just superfluous. Call me tonight. Wait for me to collect. Huh? Tonight. Hey, babe, do you remember that fitness coach I told you about? I showed him your photo, and he was quite satisfied. He told me the day before yesterday that he wanted to invite you to dinner tonight. I forgot to tell you yesterday. So, how about tonight? Han Jiechi's tone changed from despair to excitement. Xiao Bei was already used to it and continued with her words. Tonight should be impossible. I have an interview soon. How about this Saturday? I'm free then. Saturday, okay, I'll ask him. Hey, you two haven't added each other on WeChat, right? I'll give him your WeChat. Yeah, do as you see fit. I'll hang up now. Xiao Bei just wanted to get off the phone quickly. He was pressed for time. It sounded like Han Jiechi was already sending the WeChat message. Bye. Xiao Bei hung up the phone. Han Jiechi was his university classmate, a wealthy second generation, enthusiastic about changing boyfriends and helping friends change boyfriends. Xiao Bei quickly finished breakfast, took out the outfit he had prepared the night before from the floor-to-ceiling wardrobe that he fastened his cufflinks, tied his tie, and stood in front of the mirror. Looking sharp, Xiao Bei thought. He picked up his briefcase and stepped out of the house. Today was the interview. With this outfit and hairstyle, he couldn't take the subway. He took out his phone and started calling for a ride in the elevator. By the time he walked out of the community, the car had already arrived. Driver, Rongshin Capital. Hey, young man, a successful person, huh? The driver chuckled as he glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Xiao Bei smiled. Going for an interview. Oh, the driver nodded. That's impressive. Huh. Good luck. Thanks. The taxi stopped amidst the towering buildings of the financial district. Xiao Bei opened the car door and got out. The air was filled with a scent called money. The skyscrapers rose into the clouds, and the elites filtered through, their chests held high, women wearing sky-high heels and exquisite makeup, men impeccably dressed from their leather shoes to their hair, exuding an air that screamed, I am elite. He steadied his mind and stepped into the building. The lobby of this office building features a minimalist design with polished steel, tall and tidy. A massive chandelier hangs above, its soft, warm light reflected by layers of fragmented glass surrounding it, complementing the Nordic-style flooring. The overall style is a balance of cool and warm tones, creating a harmonious atmosphere, though it's unclear whose design it is. Though he doesn't understand design, he can't help but feel even more fond of the place. On the left, there are no less than 10 elevators. Xiao Bei naturally assumes they are separated by odd and even numbers and stages, so he chooses the elevator with the fewest people on his floor. There is only one person. He stands properly with his briefcase and begins to wait for the elevator, feeling somewhat nervous. Suddenly, he senses someone next to him, sizing him up. He turns his head slightly to look and meets a pair of eyes that are smiling. Upon closer inspection, he realizes this person is the same one he saw in the restroom yesterday. The man is tall, with his hands in his pockets, and when he turns to look at Xiao Bei, he has to slightly lower his head. The smile on his lips also carries a hint of amusement. Xiao Bei is puzzled. The man only glanced at him yesterday while inebriated, and now he recognizes him. Out of politeness, he smiles back at the man. The man seems to find his polite smile even more amusing, chuckling twice, then straightening up. Once inside the elevator, Xiao Bei still feels a bit dazed. It isn't until the door closes that he realizes this elevator only has buttons for 2 floors, meaning it only stops at 2 levels. Looking up, he sees the sign that reads, President's Exclusive Elevator. This is a bit awkward. Did you take the wrong elevator? The man's sexy and pleasant voice echoes in the small space. Chapter 2. Xiao Bei turns to look at him, giving a dry laugh. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention when I came in. The man laughs as well, saying, It's fine, it happens all the time. Xiao Bei thinks, how could that be? Such a foolish mistake. His previous company was small, and the office building wasn't tall, so he never encountered such a situation. It simply didn't occur to him about the president's exclusive elevator. It seems the man's earlier smile was not due to recognition, but rather amusement at his mistake. The man continues, Which floor are you getting off at? 29th floor, Xiao Bei snaps back to reality.Ah from Rongxin. He thinks for a moment and smiles, saying 29th floor, here for an interview. Rongxin rents floors 25 to 37 in this office building, and the 29th floor had specifically emptied 2 conference rooms and a cubicle today for Rongxin to filter future talents. Xiao Bei nods, suddenly realizing that since this is the president's exclusive elevator and the man pressed the button for the 35th floor, he must be the president of Rongxin. He finally realizes this and feels a bit flustered. Xiao Bei knows he should take the initiative to greet him, but feeling shy, he hears another voice in his mind, that of his therapist. When meeting a leader, you should present yourself appropriately. You can't be timid in such situations in reality. The doctor never said this, it's just something he unconsciously substitutes with the doctor's voice whenever he reasons with himself. He turns his head, extends his hand, and puts on a smile, saying, "Hello, I'm Xiao Bei, here for an interview at Rongxin." "And you are?" The man looks at Xiao Bei, who seems slightly shy but is trying hard to maintain a proper smile, and thinks to himself, how naive. After a while, he slowly extends his hand, shakes Xiao Bei's, and cheerfully replies, "My surname is Fu." Xiao Bei feels a bit uneasy being looked at like that, but fortunately, just then the elevator arrives, and the doors open to reveal a woman. Seeing Mr. Fu, she seems taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, "Mr. Fu, I was just about to go down to get you." Just now, Mr. Wang's secretary from Tuo Lin called and said, "Mr. Fu." Exits the elevator and, remembering Xiao Bei, turns back and says, "By the way, you can wait for the elevator on the lower floor or just walk down." Then he leaves with his secretary. Xiao Bei belatedly responds with an "Oh," thinking Mr. Fu seems quite approachable, but he glances at his watch, it's getting late. So he steps into the stairwell and quickly descends to the 29th floor. When he exits Rongxin, it's already noon. The interview at a large company is quite cumbersome, going through various stages, and it took almost 3 hours. Now, he has to wait for the notification. Xiao Bei has been busy with this for over half a month, and now he can finally take a breather. His phone rings, and the screen displays just one character, Yang. Xiao Bei smiles and answers the call. "Hello, Xiao Bei. The interview is over, right?" A cheerful male voice comes through. "Yes, it's over." The voice chuckles twice. "I timed my call perfectly." "So how do you feel?" Xiao Bei replies with a smile. "It's hard to say. Let's wait for the result." "Yeah, that makes sense." The person clicks his tongue. "Don't think about that anymore. You can relax for a while." "Any plans?" Xiao Bei looks at the seams of the marble tiles on the ground, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I want to hang out with you." He knows the purpose of Song Yang's call. "Oh, that's great." "Ha, I was just wondering how to bring it up." The tone becomes even more cheerful, and he asks, "Hey, why are you so agreeable this time?" "Because." Xiao Bei exhales, looking up at the sky. "I also have a positive outlook on life." Xiao Bei is 23 years old. During his junior year, he signed an internship contract with a foreign company, and after graduating, he went directly to that company. The reason he didn't choose to pursue a master's degree isn't that he doesn't want a higher platform, but simply because he has no money and no one to support his education. He is an orphan. His parents reportedly died in a car accident when he was 1 year old, and other relatives either didn't want him or didn't exist, so he grew up in an orphanage. It's hard to say whether his life was good or not since he has no comparisons. Most of the children there have physical or mental illnesses, abandoned by their parents at birth, and sent to the orphanage by the hospital. As a result, he has hardly had any friends growing up. His personality isn't as lively and cheerful as his peers, but he's not extreme, just somewhat reserved. Even due to his appearance, he has had admirers of both genders since childhood. As he grew older, he discovered his interest in boys was greater than in girls. But he didn't panic after all. He had no one to come out to. During high school and college, he tried dating a few boys, but it ultimately led to nothing. Love is something that can come and go, but money is tangible. He started working part-time in high school, comparing prices everywhere, doing whatever made quick cash tutoring, bartending to save up for college. After graduation, he went to that company, and once his internship ended, he was transferred to the HR department. The HR manager is someone who values looks, and when selecting people, appearance is part of the decision-making process. Once Xiao Bei arrived, the manager frequently tried to get close to him. At first, Xiao Bei didn't realize what was happening, but later, even a fool could see the manager's intentions. When a manager even showed up at his home, Xiao Bei could no longer tolerate it. And since no one was willing to transfer him to another position, he ultimately had to resign. The company he interviewed with this time was unexpected. He had simply cast a wide net with his resumes, not expecting to receive an interview notification from Rongshin and even passing the written test. It's not that he lacked confidence in his abilities, it's just that Rongshin is the largest venture capital company in the Bohai region, and the headquarters is located in Q City. The financial sector is filled with hidden talents, and he had heard that stepping into venture capital is akin to stepping into the realm of high earners. Regardless of how exaggerated that might be, Xiao Bei is quite pleased and takes this interview very seriously. Song Yang is his therapist. There was a period in college when he became so withdrawn that he almost completely cut off social interactions and even showed signs of social anxiety. His counselor noticed the problem and insisted on taking him to see a psychologist. Xiao Bei's mood at that time was very complicated. He felt as if he was trapped in a cage, unable to get out, and no one outside would come in. Yet he had personally erected one sharp thorn after another outside the cage. While he felt he shouldn't do this, he couldn't stop himself. Sometimes he would be so scared that he didn't know what to do. Then his counselor extended the first helping hand to him, firm and strong. Meeting Dr. Song Yang, Xiao Bei once thought was the luckiest thing in his life. Song Yang was like a stubborn pioneer, unafraid of the layer of indifference that masked Xiao Bei, chipping away bit by bit for 4 years, bringing him back to the path of a normal person. However, like most patients, Xiao Bei instinctively resisted seeing doctors. Especially after his condition improved significantly, he visited less frequently. Song Yang often joked loudly that he had fallen out of favor, but their relationship had long transcended that of doctor and patient. It was more appropriate to call them friends. During this period, Xiao Bei had been busy looking for a job, and it had been 3 months since he last visited Song Yang. Song Yang wanted to treat him to a meal, but he only wanted to go home and rest. So they set a date for their next meeting and hung up the phone. Then Xiao Bei hurried to the nearest subway station and smoothly made his way home. The first thing he did when he got home was to take off the suit that cost 2 months of his salary, hang it up, and then change into slippers to wash his hands. Today, he was going to cook a fish for himself. He took the fish he had bought yesterday out of the fridge, cleaned and prepared it, placed it on the cutting board, and made several diagonal cuts on both sides. He poured oil into the pan, waited for it to smoke, then added spices, some yellow soybean paste, and dried chili peppers. He took a can of beer out of the fridge, poured it in, and mixed it. The smell was so stimulating that it made Xiao Bei cough a couple of times, prompting him to open the window a bit. After stewing the fish, he suddenly remembered he hadn't ordered rice in the morning, and it was too late to make some, so he had to call for takeout. When the takeout arrived, the fish was also ready, and he brought the meal to the table. The plate for the fish was a set of Mediterranean ceramic fish plates that Song Yang had given him last year, purchased at a craft auction held by several companies in Q City, and it was quite expensive. Knowing that he loved fish, Song Yang insisted on giving it to him, and Xiao Bei, feeling inexplicably unable to refuse, ended up keeping it at home. However, he didn't have much appreciation for art, and felt that having this plate at home was a waste. He had thought several times about returning it to Song Yang, but Song Yang ignored him. Later, he made up his mind that since Song Yang dared to give him a plate for fish, he would dare to use it. The deep-sea blue plate, beautified with ceramic patterns resembling sea waves, had elegantly shaped seaweed extending outward. A fish with a mottled sauce lay within, its flesh glistening white, with clear lines and a bit of sauce seeping into it. The air was filled with the bitter malt scent of chili and beer, stimulating Xiao Bei's taste buds. Song Yang had always encouraged him to share any interesting or fun things he encountered, or any sad or troubling matters, with others. Over the years, he hadn't fixed his relationships with others, but whenever something interesting came up, he would share it with Song Yang. He took out his phone and sent a photo of the fish to him. After a while, he received a reply. Strong, 2 thumbs up. Xiao Bei couldn't help but smile and began to eat. In the following days, Xiao Bei lounged around at home, living a seemingly idyllic life. He woke up naturally every day, sometimes at 5, sometimes at 10, sometimes at 2 in the afternoon. When he woke up, he would check his email for notifications, then check his phone for messages and news. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, he would go downstairs to sit in the pavilion of the community and look at the lotus flowers. However, it was evident that the local aunties and their grandchildren, who had just come back from kindergarten, also liked this spot. When the auntie saw a handsome young man sitting alone, they naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass. One hand pulling her unfortunate grandson who was about to catch frog in the river, the aunties would chatter, stretching their necks to ask him, "Hey, young man, do you have a girlfriend? Hey, young man, you're so young, you must not be married yet. Hey, young man, you look so spirited, how much do you earn a month?" After being forcefully set up with their unmarried daughters and nieces several times, Xiao Bei never went back to that pavilion. In the evenings, he would make 2 small dishes by himself, sometimes cooking porridge, sometimes pairing it with cold beer, watching the news and weather forecast. As dusk fell, the clouds at the horizon spread out like waves of the sea, layer upon layer of bright orange and red colors blending into the night, fading into indigo, then deep blue-black, enveloping all the light of the world. House lights slowly lit up, and Q-City's lights began to glow. The seaside barbecue stalls bustled with noise, bars were filled with revelry, and top clubs spent lavishly, yet none of this had anything to do with the young man at that moment. He didn't turn on the lights instead. He used the light from the bustling world outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, to find a movie, The World in Your Eyes. At the end, as the male and female protagonists kissed on a speeding train, he had already fallen asleep on the sofa, covered by a light gray cashmere blanket. He had a dream where he also possessed the superpowers of the 2 protagonists in the movie, seeing another world through someone else's eyes. But that world was not his. It felt like another parallel universe. It was bizarre, like a Marvel movie, with mechas, spaceships, and layers of sky roads. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear, very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, saying, "Do you like it? Today is Saturday, and there are people everywhere." So Xiao Bei decided to stay home all day. In the morning, he was bored scrolling through his phone when suddenly a WeChat friend request popped up. "Your coach Jean." He thought it must be a female. But the profile picture was of a set of abs, neatly arranged 8-pack abs, each one full and bursting with potential. Xiao Bei remembered that it was the fitness coach Han Jiaxian had recommended to him a few days ago, mentioning they would meet on a certain weekday, which seemed to be Saturday. Today, looking at that picture of abs, Xiao Bei thought that only muscular black men or exceptionally protein-rich white men suited such exaggerated abs and biceps it didn't look good on. Asians.He clicked to agree, and soon a message came through. "Are you there?" The first sentence left him unsure how to respond. "Yes." "Ha, JPG, I heard from Jiaxian that you've been busy looking for a job. How's it going? Any suitable ones?" "There's one I'm waiting for the interview results. That's great. You'll definitely do well. You graduated from S University." The person sent another message. "Why does your moments only show the last 3 days? I want to know more about you." Xiao Bei thought to himself that this person had a very straightforward style. As expected, the person sent another message. "Do you have any selfies? Send me one, or you could take a new one." "Ha ha ha. JPG. Did Han Jiaxian not show you my photos?" "She did, but just a few. To be honest, you look quite to my taste." "Ha ha. A few more wouldn't hurt." Xiao Bei felt a bit speechless, as if he were being harassed by someone nearby while playing Penguin in elementary school. He opened the front camera, took a quick shot of his unwashed face, and sent it over. Then he tossed his phone on the sofa and went to take a shower. 20 minutes later, after finishing his shower, Xiao Bei came out. He was only wearing a pair of shorts with a towel around his neck. Water droplets still clung to his forehead and neck, flowing down his narrow, attractive eyes, his handsome nose, and slightly pink lips, finally pooling at his pointed chin before. Dripping down, he had a great body proportion, with a narrow waist and perky hips, long and slender legs, and a slim figure that didn't look weak. That moment, he carried a pot of flower tea to the window, looking out at the bright sun. Feeling inexplicably tired, he thought he was getting too idle. He picked up his phone and was startled to see that the person had sent over 20 messages in one go. "Makeup free, really good looking. Are you not eating well? You look so thin. Are you free today? Let's go have a meal together. Are you there? Why aren't you talking? Are you there? Where did you go? Can we have lunch together? Are you there? Blah, blah, blah." He replied, "Sorry, I just lost the internet connection." "Hey, it's okay. I was just wondering why we suddenly lost sound while chatting so well." The person replied quickly again, "Let me treat you to lunch. I've already chosen a place." Since it was already agreed upon, going out for a meal also counts as giving Han Jiechi an explanation. He also wanted to go out to soak up some energy and get some sunlight. He felt like mushrooms were about to grow on him. He agreed, and they settled on the time and place. It was almost noon now, so Xiao Bei quickly tidied himself up, grabbed his phone and keys, and set off. In Chapter 3, when Xiao Bei arrived at the agreed place, he found that it was actually a couple-themed restaurant. Surely, this person wouldn't be so unreliable. Although he hadn't deliberately concealed his sexual orientation, it didn't mean he liked being pointed at by others. The person hadn't arrived yet. So he sent a message from the doorway. "Is this a couple's restaurant?" After a while, he received a reply. "Did you arrive so quickly?" "Yes." "The environment is quite nice." It seemed that he suddenly understood what the other person was concerned about, and another message came. "But it's not all couples. Look, I remember there are quite a few students and entrepreneurs who like to come here." He looked through the glass and indeed saw that not all tables were for couples. There were many groups of friends as well. He felt a bit relieved and went inside. The air conditioning was quite strong, with a rose-purple theme. As soon as he entered, a sweet-smiling waitress came up to him and asked, "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, "My friend's last name is Jin." "Oh, Mr. Jin's friend, please follow me this way." Xiao Bei was led to a semi-enclosed small private room. On the left side was a pile of flowers surrounded by a wooden railing. He observed that they were real flowers. Warm yellow light enveloped him, and in the distance, the melodious sound of a piano could be heard. The waitress asked him, "Would you like something to drink?" "A glass of plain water, thank you." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waitress walked away. Xiao Bei glanced at the time. 10 minutes had already passed since their agreed time. Before he could think much about it, he looked up and saw a youthful and energetic boy walking towards him with a beaming smile. He was wearing a red jersey, black baggy shorts that reached just above the knee, and a black Jordan headband, revealing his smooth forehead. He wasn't particularly handsome. At least he wasn't as good-looking as the photo that Han Jiechi sent him. But when he smiled, it somehow gave off an illusion of lighting up the world. He looked younger than me, like a high school student, Xiao Bei thought. The boy extended his hand and tilted his head, saying, "Jin Kong." Xiao Bei also stood up and shook his hand, "Xiao Bei." Jin Kong took off his blue shoulder bag and placed it aside, smiling as he said, "You look even better in person than in the photos." "You don't look as good as in the photos," Xiao Bei replied. "You too." The boy didn't mention his tardiness, probably thinking it wasn't a big deal. Looking at his outfit from head to toe, it seemed like he had put thought into it at home. He must have sprayed quite a bit of hair gel, and the boy's cologne was a bit overwhelming. Xiao Bei even suspected he had drawn his eyebrows. Xiao Bei could basically conclude that Jin Kang's decent looks were the only reason Han Jiechi recommended him to himself. While chatting, Jin Kong called the waitress to order. He elegantly ordered a 7-point doneness steak rice bowl, with the egg fried on one side, and a glass of Bailey's. Then he handed the menu to Xiao Bei, gently saying, "Order whatever you want, don't worry about the cost. I'll pay." After saying that, he slicked back his hair, styled to perfection with hair gel. Xiao Bei was taken aback and almost couldn't hide his look of disbelief, quickly lowering his head to look at the menu. "A sirloin, well done, and a cup of this." He pointed to the lemonade on the menu. "Thank you." The waitress left, and Jin Kong tousled his hair again, smiling as he asked Xiao Bei, "Do you work out regularly? I see you're so slim." "I haven't really been to the gym." He was just tall, which made him look slim. In fact, he was quite normal. Compared to the muscular guy in front of him, anyone would look weak. "Then you really should go more often. Working out is great, especially for men. It helps maintain your figure and keeps your mood pleasant throughout the day." Xiao Bei replied, "Your profession is nice, but for someone like me who works, just dealing with overtime is enough. If I don't have to work on weekends, I just want to stay home and lie in bed." Jin Kong chuckled and winked at him, saying, "When you're not so tired one day, come to my place, and I'll get you a card and teach you step by step. There are many exercises that can relieve fatigue." The two chatted back and forth, and soon the food was ready. Jin Kong was very ceremonious and insisted on clinking glasses before the meal. Xiao Bei watched as his long-stemmed glass filled with sweet wine clinked against his short, stout whiskey glass filled with lemonade, and he immediately felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of Balzac's The Human Comedy. However, through their conversation, he soon realized that Jin Kang's choice of half-cooked dishes wasn't just for show. His muscles needed protein to maintain themselves. He even mentioned that when he was younger, he only ate beef cooked to medium and even ate raw eggs. "You must have good teeth. Can you chew meat that's medium rare?" Xiao Bei laughed. "No need to chew." Jin Kong said with a smile, "That stuff, you can't even cut it with a knife. At home, I use scissors to cut it into pieces, close my eyes, and just gulp it down." Ha ha ha. During the meal, Xiao Bei had a pretty enjoyable time. Jin Kong didn't have the steel-like discomfort he had felt earlier. On the contrary, He was quite humorous, though sometimes his humor had a hint of silliness. He told Xiao Bei a story from his childhood, boasting, "I either wouldn't die, or I die for my country." Then his mother scolded him, "Aren't you just living like a turtle?" He also recounted how in high school, to prove he wasn't gay in front of the boy he liked, he wrote a novel on the back of a draft paper titled The Mature White-He, which became popular in the whole class. In the end, he actually ended up with that boy by graduation. The meal was good, and, at the end, Jean Kong took a taxi to drop him off at home, stopping politely downstairs and exchanging a few words before leaving. Back home, Xiao Bei changed into his pajamas, washed his face, and lit a cigarette as he went to the balcony, reflecting on the events of the past 2 years. He had never been short of romantic interests since childhood. When he was young, he loved novelty and fun, and when he had fewer friends, he turned to boyfriends to fill the gap, at least having someone to talk to and care for, regardless of the sincerity involved. But as he lived longer, he got to know himself better. He had a face that attracted romance, looking soft and easy to deceive, but only he knew he wasn't a good person. Coming out of an orphanage without a father or mother-esque love, no one could make him innocent and kind. Although he was tall in school, he was thin and had been bullied by a group of people twice, learning that the more timid you appear, the more others like to bully you. The last time, he led someone to a corner where the surveillance cameras couldn't see. When a boy approached, he suddenly swung a fist and hit the person hard on the nose, taking advantage of the pain to kick him hard, sending him sprawling on the ground. Others quickly reacted, but before they could be surprised, they swarmed in. Xiao Bei pulled out a brick from behind his back and swung it at one person's head, then kicked another away, raining punches on that person's face. Just then, someone grabbed him from behind and dragged him back, while another person lunged at him from the front. He took 2 punches to the face, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, but using the force from the person behind him, he jumped and kicked that person to the ground. After landing, he quickly elbowed the person behind him in the ribs, making that person gasp in pain and let him go. 1 against 5 from that day on, he became famous in the school, and no one dared to trouble him again. However, many wanted to form cliques and have him as their leader. Although he didn't pay much attention, he occasionally went out with them. After all, it was nice to have some warmth around. He learned to smoke and drink during that time. Until the college entrance examination, he was quite immersed in that phase. After entering university, the first-class division was made. He parted ways with those people. He transformed into a respectable person. Only at night, when working in bars, did his darker side quietly grow as he immersed himself in the darkness. In his junior year, he had a serious boyfriend, but this was actually defined as serious only after their breakup. The person is called Tanyu, and he is the top student of their department. He is warm and gentle in his dealings with others, upright in character, and has the demeanor of clear moonlight and fresh breeze. In the world of Jin Yang's novels, he is like Duanyu, blinded by love. He falls for Xiao Bei, who willingly accepts him. Tanyu doesn't often go to places like bars, but since Xiao Bei works there, he visits occasionally. Every time he arrives, Xiao Bei stops serving drinks and sits quietly at the bar. Tanyu orders a drink, and the two of them can chat all night long. Later, Xiao Bei switched to another bar due to pay issues, which was a bit farther from the school, so Tanyu didn't come as often. However, after a while, he unexpectedly found out that the boss was involved in pimping. One day, while standing outside the bar with a tray of drinks, a colleague told him the manager wanted to see him in the champagne room. This was the most luxurious booth in their bar, and he didn't understand why, so he put down the drinks and went in. The manager was waiting outside, and as soon as he saw Xiao Bei, he enthusiastically put an arm around his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Xiao Bei, do you know who is inside?" Xiao Bei frowned at him, and the manager continued, "It's a leader from the provincial government, transferred to our city to oversee land approvals. You know how fast housing prices are rising. Every inch of land is precious. If you want to grow our business, we first need to expand our space." The manager patted his shoulder warmly and handed him a drink, saying, "Here's the deal. You go in later and toast to Wang. This is also the boss's wish." The manager winked at him and said, "Wang has some special preferences, you know what I mean." Xiao Bei was shocked and understood the manager's implication, but he didn't show it on his face. The manager laughed and continued, "I don't know how, but when I saw you coming in just now, I just took a liking to you, haha. So the boss knows you're in a tight spot. There's 50,000 yuan inside, and here's a card. You keep it for now. If this deal ends up in our hands, you'll definitely benefit. Xiao Bei's expression darkened, and he was overwhelmed with thoughts. 50,000 yuan. He worked tirelessly for a month and only earned a little over 4,000 after tax. This was equivalent to his annual salary. No way. He instinctively refused. The manager intensified his tone. Xiao Bei, don't be naive. You're young and have capital. Someone my age would be eager to do this, and they wouldn't even want it. The older you get, the more you'll realize how hard it is to make money. While you're young, you should take advantage of your youth. Okay? Xiao Bei's mind was in chaos. He had never experienced anything like this. He didn't have strong principles. All he ever wanted was to have enough to eat, make a living, and not be bullied or looked down upon. It didn't matter who he worked with. This wasn't his first time, and he wasn't a woman, so he didn't have to care. But then there was Tan Yu, his current boyfriend. The manager, seeing Xiao Bei hesitate, grew impatient. Are you going or not? Have you ever heard of 50,000 yuan for a night? You could hire a supermodel for less. Don't be ungrateful. If you go, there's more money for you. If you don't come back tomorrow. I'll go. Xiao Bei clenched the card in his hand, downed the drink in one go, and turned to the manager, forcing a smile while exhaling the alcohol, saying, I'll go. The manager was overjoyed, quickly handing him another drink and opening the booth door to send him in. After that, Xiao Bei couldn't remember much. Perhaps it was selective amnesia for being drunk. He only remembered that the booth was crowded that day, and their boss was there. He was seated next to Wang and was pressured to drink a lot by the crowd, later being taken to a room. That night, he bled a lot and couldn't get out of bed the next day. He endured the pain, left the hotel, bought some medicine, and lay in his dorm for a day. He had sold himself, Xiao Bei thought as he lay on the bed, and smiled. But somehow, this incident reached Tan Yu. When Xiao Bei went to the bar that night, he saw that usually gentle and charming young man, who was dressed in a white shirt and smiled with eyes that curved like crescent moons, frantically fighting with the manager. It was clear he had never fought before. He was bruised all over, yet fueled by madness. He threw punches and kicks at the manager, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Others seized the opportunity to pull them apart. But Tan Yu landed a hard kick that knocked the manager down, who hit his head heavily on the edge of the table and fell unconscious. The onlookers were terrified and quickly called an ambulance. Tan Yu stood by, panting, with a lingering anger in his brows, and his gaze found Xiao Bei. The two locked eyes through the dim lights of the bar and the surrounding noise. Tan Yu could see the worried and distressed expression on the face of the boy he liked. But he didn't want to meet that gaze directly. Since seeing the video someone had sent him that afternoon, hearing Xiao Bei say, I'll go, he felt he had gone mad. And only now was he regaining a bit of himself. Xiao Bei didn't expect things to escalate like this. He originally thought he could find an excuse to part amicably with Tan Yu, but it turned into this. If the manager really got hurt, what would he do for the rest of his life? He couldn't care about his own discomfort anymore and walked towards Tan Yu. But when Tan Yu saw him coming, he turned and walked away. The police arrived faster than the ambulance, and they took him away along with several bystanders. Xiao Bei stumbled as he was bumped by an officer, and by the time he looked for Tan Yu, he had already gone far. He shouted, Tan Yu. The police glanced back at him, but Tan Yu didn't. A few days later, the manager was diagnosed with a moderate concussion and multiple soft tissue injuries, constituting a minor injury. Tan Yu was sentenced to 6 months in prison. On the day the court ruling was announced, Tan Yu's parents were devastated. Tan Yu had always been a good child in the eyes of his parents and teachers, filial, understanding, humble, and academically outstanding. Having been admitted to a prestigious university and already received internship offers from 3 companies. His parents never expected their child would ruin such a bright future for a man. It was fair to say that Xiao Bei had ruined his life. During those days, Xiao Bei couldn't sleep. He knew what it meant if Tan Yu went to prison. He contacted Tan Yu's parents and explained the situation, but his mother pointed at him, accusing him of being self-indulgent and shameless. Xiao Bei understood that Tan Yu had said nothing to protect his reputation, neither to the police nor to his parents. And the bar wouldn't rush to confess to their involvement in pimping. Therefore, he felt he had nothing to lose. He couldn't ruin Tan Yu. He used all his savings to contact a lawyer for an appeal, but he didn't touch the 30,000 yuan. That was evidence. However, the Tan family didn't want him involved and didn't even want to see him. Auntie, I know you hate me, but you can't do without me. Even if you hire a lawyer yourself, I will still testify in court. I have a lot of evidence, and I promise we won't lose. Tan Yu's mother understood that if this child appealed, he was throwing away his own reputation. If he won, he would be implicated in prostitution, which would lead him to prison as well, sacrificing his future. No matter how much resentment she had towards him at that moment, it turned into a complex mix of emotions, and she waved her hand to let him go. In the end, the appeal was successful, and Tan Yu's sentence was reduced to 3 months, with the nature of the crime changed. The bar and Wang worked hard to suppress the matter. Involved parties included government officials, and Wang didn't even show his face, directly finding a scapegoat. Xiao Bei's crime didn't warrant a sentence, and he spent half a month in jail. After he got out, the Tan family told him not to have any further contact with Tan Yu. He knew he had no right to, but he still wanted to know Tan Yu's feelings. He applied for a visit. Tan Yu's meaning was clear to him. Tan Yu did not see him, but sent a letter instead. In the letter, in Tan Yu's elegant handwriting, it read, Xiao Bei, I don't mean to blame you. I just don't know what more we could say if we met, so I might as well put it down on paper. After spending so much time together, I've come to realize that I have never really understood you. You once said that I'm not a true gay. I was just momentarily taken in by my feelings. Since then, I have felt that you are with me not out of love, but simply indulging me. I started to wonder, why would you indulge me when we are neither relatives nor friends? Gradually, I realized that you were not indulging me. You were indulging yourself. I don't want to see you like this. There is suffering happening in the world every moment. Some of it is sharp and clean, while some is prolonged. I understand that one cannot fully empathize with suffering, but there are always those who can face it lightly. Do not live in the shadows of the past. It's never too late to start anew. Xiao Bei, let go of the burdens in your heart. As long as you are willing, the world can be gentle and beautiful. You cannot punish yourself for the mistakes of others during your childhood throughout your life. In life, no one can escape unscathed, but I hope you can forgive yourself. Live boldly. Find someone you truly love. Do not underestimate yourself, and love yourself well. Do not care about what others say. You are always worthy of the best in this world. In the future, I wish you peace, health, and happiness. Tan Yu, after reading the letter, Xiao Bei fell silent, resting his head on his arms, sitting on an empty bench outside the prison for a while. Tan Yu did not mention the embarrassing incident, focusing instead on his childhood experiences, being abandoned and growing up in an orphanage. What Tan Yu understood boiled down to just these 2 words. Xiao Bei had never told him anything else. Yet, from these 2 words, Tan Yu could imagine the painful growth experiences that Xiao Bei had gone through. This 21-year-old boy paid a heavy price to learn this lesson. Since then, he had not set foot in a bar again, completely severing ties with a life of indulgence. He also worked hard to hide his inherent flaws, forcing himself to fit into a normal college life, participating in clubs, internships, securing job offers, and working for big companies after graduation. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and everything seemed to fall into place. However, he still could not face his emotional issues. He had never proactively liked anyone before, but during periods of being single, he would basically accept anyone who came along. He felt dirty doing so, and a sense of self-loathing often arose deep within him, which he would then try to close his eyes to and shake off. After that incident, he never agreed to anyone's feelings again, finding it meaningless and feeling unworthy. Xiao Bei extinguished the last puff of his cigarette in the ashtray, which was already half full of butts. He exhaled and thought, as for Jean Kong, if we can be friends, then great. If not, let's cut ties early. He walked back to his room and opened his computer to check his email out of habit, discovering a new document, the long-awaited onboarding notice from Rongxin. Outside the 21st floor window, the sky was a brilliant blue with fluffy white clouds, and occasionally flocks of birds would fly over the city. He tapped a small pot of succulents on his desk and smiled, saying, I got a job. On the day of his onboarding, Xiao Bei was honored to learn that his position was the coveted role of executive assistant to the president, rather than his highlighted accounting background. He knew he was not good at dealing with superiors. A new challenge in life was upon him. So, after preparing his things, He walked into the president's office under the envious gazes of his tall female colleagues. Opening the heavy wooden door led to his small workspace, separated by glass from the fabled president's office. The administrative staff had just introduced him to the president, whose surname was Fu, and his name was Fu Yuanshan. He had a somewhat unpleasant temperament and was hard to please. Previous female assistants had not been able to handle the pressure and had left quickly. Although the president had a face that could easily make it to the center stage, his demanding nature overshadowed all his strengths, causing those female assistants to flee. Xiao Bei was not afraid. His bottom line was already very low. As long as there was no sexual harassment, no forcing him into compromising situations, and no physical violence, he could tolerate everything else. At that moment, looking through the glass, he recognized President Fu as the person he had seen in the elevator a few days ago, sitting in a leather swivel chair with his back to him, talking on the phone, only the top of his head and his long, strong fingers tapping on the armrest visible. Xiao Bei quietly walked in just as Fu Yuanshan finished his call, turning his chair around with a cheerful expression. Good, good, good. President Wang, all right, ha ha. Then it's settled. Little brother will wait for your news. After hanging up, he had one leg casually crossed over the other, only then noticing Xiao Bei, who was holding a pile of things. He frowned and asked, what are you doing? President Fu, I am Xiao Bei, your newly hired assistant. He was unsure if Fu Yuanshan remembered him, so he decided not to mention it for now. Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow and looked at him, saying assistant. This time he got a male one, huh? He looked him up and down, non-committal. He picked up the coffee beside him and took a sip, then started busying himself with his own work. Xiao Bei continued to stand there, waiting for further instructions. Wasn't there supposed to be a step for this? What was he supposed to do now? Fu Yuanshan, noticing that Xiao Bei was still standing there, said without looking up, why are you just standing there? Don't you have any work to do? Xiao Bei responded with an "oh," as if realizing something, and stepped out. His workspace was neatly organized, and he put his things away, planning to ask the administrative staff what he should do next. Just then, Fu Yuanshan called out to him from inside Xiao. What was it again? Come here. He went back in and said, Xiao Bei. Oh, Xiao Bei. Well, wash this cup, then go to the top floor's general office, to the southeast corner coffee machine, and bring me a cup of coffee. He handed him the empty coffee cup he had just finished. Okay. Xiao Bei took the cup, found a place to wash it, and then took the elevator to the top floor. After a bit of wandering, he found a coffee machine in the corner, which was surprisingly a hand-cranked one, looking quite vintage and likely expensive. However, he didn't know how to use a hand-crank machine, so he asked a passing female colleague. The woman, probably in her 30s, found him cute and casually asked, which department are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. I'm new, Fu's assistant. Xiao Bei replied. The vice president. Which vice president? Xiao Bei was taken aback and said, Fu Yuanshan. Oh ha, the female colleague realized, President Fu? Why has he started drinking coffee from that machine? Xiao Bei was puzzled. When the coffee was ready, he thanked her and took it back downstairs. Respectfully placing it on Fu Yuanshan's desk, he saw the president glance up from his computer, frowning. Why is there no milk foam? Xiao Bei immediately became flustered. I didn't know, I'm sorry, I'll go add some. Fu Yuanshan coldly interrupted him. Then go at it. So, he covered the cup again, picked it up, and went to add milk foam before returning. When he placed it back on Fu Yuanshan's desk, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. The president probably didn't have any specific requirements for the shape of the milk foam, right? He had made the simplest strip shape. Sure enough, when Fu Yuanshan saw it, he frowned again, but perhaps he held back and said nothing. Seeing that he did not react further, Xiao Bei stepped out. Before he could sit down, he heard a thud as the president slammed the cup down heavily on the desk. Xiao Bei broke into a cold sweat, unsure if it was because of the coffee or if the president had some work issue. He stiffly turned his head to take a glance and found Fu Yuanshan staring directly at him. He quickly got up, pushed the door open, and looked awkwardly at Fu Zong, asking, what's wrong, Mr. Fu? Fu Yuanshan looked at him and asked, which machine did you grind it on? The one on the top floor. Which one on the top floor? Fu Yuanshan pressed, his anger rising. Today, one of his project managers had a problem, and he had just spent a long time appeasing the partner CEO. Now, a new assistant who looked like a vase and seemed brainless had come in, and even making a cup of coffee was a disaster. Xiao Bei realized there might be more than one coffee machine on the top floor. Did you know there are 3 machines on the top floor? I mean, the one in the southeast corner, remember? Yeah, I remember, Xiao Bei nodded. Fu Yuanshan gestured with his chin towards the cup go. Xiao Bei went out and specifically asked Fu Yuanshan's secretary what shape of milk foam he preferred. The secretary was a very enthusiastic young girl who even asked him to come back later with the coffee to discuss some tips. When Xiao Bei appeared in front of Fu Yuanshan for the 3rd time with the coffee cup, the proud Mr. Fu saw the rabbit-shaped milk foam, took a sip, and tasted the familiar flavor before waving his hand. Xiao Bei felt relieved and left. He thought he might not want to drink coffee for the next month. He went to the secretary, who printed out a booklet for him, and it was really a booklet with a colored paper cover that had bold letters saying important notes from Mr. Fu's assistant. The secretary happily handed it to Xiao Bei, saying, "These are valuable experiences left by those before you, and I've added a bit of my own summary. I've been preparing this for you." Then she seriously said, "Our Mr. Fu has a cold exterior but a warm heart. He's actually a very good person. You need to figure out his temper and go along with him. He's not hard to get along with. You see, I've been involved a lot in work matters, and while you are the general assistant, you're more inclined to life matters. The previous ones were all girls. They might be more meticulous, but some things were not very convenient. You're different. You're a guy, and between men, it's definitely more convenient," the secretary said with an understanding look. "Don't listen to the administration's nonsense about scaring off several assistants. Those little girls were all delicate, dressed in a way that looked rich, probably sent by their families to get close to Mr. Fu for some reason. It was the previous HR's problem. Haha. Mr. Fu being handsome is also a downside." She laughed and patted Xiao Bei, continuing, "You're a guy, it's different. You must have been recruited based on your abilities, so there won't be so many issues. Just do well. This job is easy to say, but hard to do. Don't be too ambitious when you first come. Doing your job well and getting along with the boss will give you plenty of room for advancement in the future." The secretary gave him an encouraging look. Back at his workstation, he flipped through the booklet of notes, thinking, how come a man has so many issues? Chapter 5. In the meantime, he was called back to the general office to fetch coffee again. The notes also mentioned that Mr. Fu drinks coffee continuously throughout the day, so he should time it right and refill the cup himself without waiting for him to call. He only drinks 2 types, the one from the home machine and the one from the southeast corner machine in the general office. No sugar is allowed. And he must draw a rabbit-shaped milk foam, practice recommended. Soon it was lunchtime, and he thought he should go in and ask the president if he needed to order food. He turned to see the president on a call, wearing a clean, well-fitted white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing healthy, sexy skin and sharp, natural muscle lines that weren't exaggerated. He smiled, the curve of his lips looking nice. He was probably on the phone with a friend. Then he stood up from his seat, walked over to the coat rack, took down a black suit jacket, draped it over his arm, and walked out while still on the phone. This man was really tall. Xiao Bei at 183 centimeter. Wasn't short in this northern city, but when he passed in front of Xiao Bei, it was clear he was a head taller, probably around 190 centimeters. Xiao Bei stood up to see him off, which meant he didn't need to help him order food anymore. He casually ordered takeout on his phone and then went downstairs, planning to buy a kettle so he wouldn't have to run upstairs 8 times a day. At a high-end restaurant in the city center, at a corner table for 2, Fu Yuanshan was twirling a champagne glass with his fingers. Opposite him, Joye took a puff from his e-cigarette and asked, "Are you really not planning to go back?" "It's not that I'm not going back. It's just not the right time yet." "Why rush?" Fu Yuanshan lazily replied, "You are doing the best among us in this world. Staying a few more years is no big deal," Joye said, shaking his collar. "I can't stand this traffic. A distance that would take a blink of an eye back home takes me 3 hours in the second ring here." He grunted. "Just experiencing life, right? Who can stand living here for 10 years? He glanced at Fu Yuanshan, "Except for you. If you hate the traffic, just leave quickly." Fu Yuanshan took a sip of wine. "You complain about this and that. But who insisted on coming here in the first place? Fu Yelaft. Do I still need to rush to work? Isn't buying a big car a waste?" He certainly knew the good things about this world. Mountains, rivers, lakes, oceans, starry skies, delicious food, and people with different but still beautiful styles, especially the slow pace of life, all of which he initially loved. He just pretended to complain. But after leaving for so many years, it was time to go back. At some point, the Earth had divided into two parallel worlds, each existing in a different dimension. But the discovery of this phenomenon was made by the ancestors of their world. By convention, their world was called the I realm, and this world was called the A realm. The ancestors of the I realm discovered this world and found a way to get here, sending a large number of talented individuals to the A realm for study over the millennia. Although there are many similarities in the appearance, language, and many other aspects of humanity in both worlds, there are still essential differences. People in the A realm are generally less capable. They can't move quickly, can't transmit sound, can't empathize, and lack many other abilities. Their physical qualities are also poorer, being more sensitive to cold, heat, and hunger, among other things. Additionally, the world structure and some lifestyles are significantly different, with a higher level of civilization and more advanced technology. However, for thousands of years, despite the large flow of personnel, the I realm has never attacked the A realm, as this would involve a war between the two worlds, and no small group on either side could remain unscathed. They haven't even finished fighting among themselves, and can't pay attention to the outside world. Moreover, if one race is seen as superior to another, achieving conquest would lead to annihilation, raising ethical and moral issues. Furthermore, there's a very direct obstacle. Almost no one from the I realm can stay in the A realm for over 10 years. They project themselves here in a ray-like manner, using natural and technological powers to survive in the A realm, which is also closely related to their physical qualities. Not everyone can come. They are sent to this world during their university years through applications and screenings for study and experience. The number is not large. Actually, most people are unwilling to come. Life is not as convenient as in their own world. Habits are very different, and they have to be separated from family and friends. Those willing to come are filtered out significantly by strict physical selections and moral evaluations. So the annual sending ratio is fixed at 1 in a million. Of course, this ratio is still too strict for those who want to come. Those sent can return anytime after staying for 3 years, with a maximum stay of 10 years. As 10 years is the longest limit for their physical projection, a small number of people can immigrate. And the reason for this group is quite simple. They have found their beloved ones here, and there are people they cannot be separated from. However, the success rate of immigration is not high. They work and live in this world like ordinary people, hiding their abilities because no one wants to disrupt this balance. The only difference is reflected in their interactions with others. Ordinary people will feel a slight electric shock when making physical contact with them, and further physical contact could be fatal. Zhou changed the topic, saying, "Isn't your project still unfinished?" "Yeah." Yuanshan put down his wine glass, leaned back in his chair, and said, "I've submitted several papers, but the professor is not satisfied." When he came here, the professor assigned the topic of studying the emotions of humans from other worlds. In their 10-person group, some were assigned topics like familial love and friendship, while he was assigned romantic love, which he scoffed at. He had grown up without knowing how to even write the words falling in love. The reason was simple. He was a domineering CEO, handsome and wealthy, with so many advantages that they could not be counted in 3 days and nights. No one in this world could match him. Zhou did not notice his inner monologue and said, "It's been 7 years. You can stay at most 3 more before going back. We've already submitted our papers. Aren't you feeling a bit anxious?" "What is the use of being anxious? I have to write about something I've never encountered before. I can only keep observing, learning, researching, and finding similarities with what I am familiar with. Then refine it with language to write a paper that satisfies the professor. This requires the right timing, location, and people. Forcing it often just pushes the truth further away." "Ha! The dishes are coming out," Zhou said, picking up a peanut and throwing it into his mouth. "I almost want to applaud you. I never realized you could be so zen." Yuanshan kicked him under the table, picked up his chopsticks, and said while eating, "You don't understand anything. Those topics of yours are easy to write about." "What about mine, love?" He chuckled twice. "It's true. I've never seen you in a relationship from childhood to now. I don't even know if you like boys or girls." Zhou suddenly remembered something and laughed, saying, "Do you remember back in college the beauty of our department? Oh, Sue, and Mo, your goddess? That day, that guy finally gathered enough courage to take a whole bunch of us to the girls' dormitory to confess his feelings. But she came running down and went straight for you. Asking, he confessed to me, what do you think? You didn't even react? Not even a little bit. You're so cruel. You have no heart. You have no heart. Ha ha, crack me up. Zhouya vividly reenacted the scene, laughing so hard that he almost snorted out of his nose. Fu Yuanshan disdainfully handed him a tissue and said, I don't remember anything like that. Zhouya calmed down and continued, listen to me. I'm not done. The girl said that, and the meaning was clear. She obviously liked you. And what did you say? Ha ha. You said, wipe your nose clean and stabilize your emotions before talking. You have no idea what Sumo's expression was like at that time. Ha ha. And that little girl. I heard she cried, almost to the point of fainting after going back to the dorm. How do you remember this so clearly? I have no recollection at all. Zhouya exclaimed, you've experienced this kind of thing so many times that you naturally wouldn't remember such minor ups and downs. But we were seeing it for the first time, discussing it for half a year. Fu Yuanshan chuckled and said, it's not that exaggerated. The two exchanged a few more jokes, and shortly after, the soup arrived. Zhouya served him a bowl, while saying, the shrimp paste here tastes good, and the loofah is especially refreshing. I'll get another pot for you to take to the company later. Don't drink coffee all day like it's water. Fu Yuanshan didn't respond, but lowered his head to taste it with a small spoon and nodded. Zhouya served himself another bowl, and, seeing his expression, worriedly said, hey, Yuanshan, I'm leaving at the end of the month. Who is going to take care of you after that? Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. Am I a 3-year-old? Do I need someone to take care of me? Zhouya ignored him and continued. How old are you now? 27, right? You haven't even been in a relationship once. It's a waste to have that face. Fu Yuanshan disagreed and lifted his head, just about to retort when Zhouya stopped him with a hand, saying, stop, stop, stop. Don't give me that great view of love you have. If your view were correct, why haven't you passed your papers for so many years? I know, your argument boiled down is that you have to meet true love. But true love doesn't come with the words true love stamped on your forehead. You say you can flirt and play. Why don't you think about finding someone to settle down with? That's not flirting or playing. Fu Yuanshan served himself another bowl of soup. That's just playing along. Zhouya wanted to say something more, but Fu Yuanshan impatiently said, all right, you're just like my mom now. Besides, I can't find someone in world.A. Interdimensional relationships lead to no good outcomes. That's true, but Zhouya still reluctantly spoke up again. After finishing their meal and returning to the company during the lunch break, employees of the family business were resting in the office, and many were already asleep in their cubicles outside. Fu Yuanshan pushed open the solid wooden door of his office and saw his newly hired assistant, Xiao Bei, seriously reading a thick document that looked like it was printed. She was clearly startled when he suddenly opened the door and stood up, saying, President Fu, you're back. Oh, he didn't stop walking and casually asked, aren't you taking a break? No, I'm not tired, Xiao Bei replied. She didn't have the habit of taking lunch breaks. Fu Yuanshan paused while pushing open the glass door, hesitating before turning around to ask, have you eaten lunch? Xiao Bei didn't expect the president to show concern for her and replied, yes. Have you had soup? Without waiting for Xiao Bei to answer, he placed a box of loofah shrimp soup he was holding on her desk, saying, I brought back an extra box from the restaurant. You could try it. It tastes all right. After saying that, he pushed the door and went in. Fu Yuanshan sat down at his desk, still a bit dazed. He didn't know what had happened. It seemed that when he entered earlier and saw the assistant with her head bowed, focused on reading, something suddenly stirred in his heart. Then he saw her startled expression as she looked up at him with a pair of phoenix eyes, quickly standing up to greet him. And he suddenly felt like a mountain king returning to find his captive wife shyly making his shoes. Without thinking much, he sent out the soup he was holding. What a mess. He thought his imagination was a bit strange. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the assistant looking at him. He also glanced at her as if nothing had happened, and she quickly turned her face away. Fu Yuanshan needed to rest during lunch, otherwise, his brain would be too active throughout the day, and his efficiency would drop in the afternoon. He changed out of his suit and went to sleep in the rest area, separated by screens. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Bei had no further thoughts. It was just a little tactic to win people over. However, when she opened the box and saw the shrimp, she felt a bit regretful because she was allergic to shrimp. She closed the lid and took it out to throw it away. After spending a few days together, Xiao Bei found that President Fu was not as difficult to please as she had imagined. Although he had a few more demands, her temper was gentle, she learned quickly, and with that notebook of notes, she felt that their interaction over the past few days had been quite pleasant. She also learned a lot, such as how to use a hand coffee maker, draw rabbit milk foam, and arrange flowers. The notes also mentioned that every week, fresh and dried flowers would be airlifted from Yunnan, and she needed to sort them into suitable vases and then showcase her flower arrangement skills to create a shape that would satisfy the president, placing it in the appropriate position. Today was her first time handling this work. The flowers were delivered to the company around 5 p.m. Normally, they were delivered on Sundays. But this time, because they were changing suppliers, the remaining stock was sent in advance. As soon as the flowers arrived, he started to get busy. Various vases and small flower baskets were spread out at his feet. I have to say, he thinks Fu Yuanshan is someone who knows how to live. In him, rigor and poetry coexist. Every day is meticulous from the tips of his hair to the soles of his shoes, attentive to every aspect, both up and down, inside and out, appearing smooth and adaptable. In the business and social scenes, this should make one feel he is a person well-versed in the ways of the world. Yet, in the details, one can see a completely different side of him, such as his obsession with rabbit-shaped milk foam, his careful decoration of his office with flowers, and his insistence on logging into various gaming accounts on his phone every day to check in for points and coins. Moreover, he often shows his little temper in this small space of the office. It's truly contradictory, but also seems very harmonious. What are you daydreaming about? Fu Yuanshan suddenly pushed open the glass door, leaned against the glass, and looked at him with a bored expression. Chapter 6. Xiao Bei came back to his senses and smiled, raising the flowers in his hand. The flowers for this week have arrived. Why did it take so long? Fu Yuanshan pushed the door open, walked over, and took the flowers from his hand. Let me take a look. Fu Yuanshan examined the flowers with a professional eye, first looking, then touching, and finally smelling them. He nodded and said, not bad, but there are some small bugs. Quite fresh. Then he added, I was wondering why your room smells so good. He walked over and opened the glass door to let in some air. Next to Xiao Bei was a flower rack that was the same height as his chair, filled with colorful fresh flowers. As a big man, he didn't know how to arrange flowers. He awkwardly cut them while looking at a tutorial on Baidu on his phone. Fu Yuanshan sat down at the edge of his desk, arms crossed, his handmade leather shoes resting on the floor. The tailor trousers, due to his posture, appeared a bit short, exposing his black knee-high socks. Xiao Bei discreetly sized him up and thought that this boss, purely in terms of appearance, was truly a rare gem. Just casually sitting at the edge of his desk, the hormones filled the room. However, apart from admiration, he had no other interests. It was impossible for a CEO to have any. He quickly stood up. Let me get you a chair. No need, you sit. Fu Yuanshan pushed him back down, watching him cut the flowers with a smile at the corner of his lips. You've never raised flowers before, have you? No, Xiao Bei ansviat honestly. Their essay saying that goes something like, just living is already exhausting enough. He had no leisure to raise flowers. As Fu Yuanshan was about to finish work, he seemed quite relaxed and started chatting with him. Raising flowers actually contains a certain mood. Some people like to raise orchids, pothos, or lucky bamboo. Those are easy to take care of and don't require much thought, suitable for patient people. Do you know why I raise fresh flowers? It's not you who raises them. It's me. Xiao Bei still obediently shook his head, because fresh flowers have a kind of vitality. Although their blooming period is short, they remind you every day that each day is new. With rain and sunlight, they can grow to the best of their ability. Even if their objective conditions cannot change, they will bloom passionately until the last day. Oh, that's on Sunday, and then new ones will replace them, repeating the cycle. You yourself will feel like you are living passionately every day. Xiao Bei nodded as if deep in thought, thinking to himself, for someone of his age, he was quite naive and carefree. Fu Yuanshan looked at him and felt that this assistant, despite being young, had a kind of heaviness he couldn't quite describe. Fu Yuanshan, let me give you a bouquet. There are so many. Saying this, he went to the flower rack beside Xiao Bei to pick some. Xiao Bei watched the man suddenly bend down beside him to pick flowers and quickly refused. No need, Mr. Fu. I won't be able to take care of them. It would be a waste. Fu Yuanshan had already picked a bunch without paying him any mind. Take this one. He unexpectedly brought out a bouquet of roses. Actually, common flowers like this are the easiest to take care of for a first-time flower keeper. The scent is also quite rich, suitable for indoor care. Or do you prefer something a bit more exotic, like jasmine or sweet osmanthus? Seeing Fu Yuanshan's expression remain unchanged while holding a bouquet of roses, it felt as if he was casually asking whether one preferred carrots or cabbage. He said, "Then let's go with this one." Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow at his reserved demeanor. "What's the matter? Is this your first time receiving flowers from someone?" That was impossible. His assistant had only been here for less than a week, and many female colleagues were already talking about him. Just the times he heard about it were several. Xiao Bei laughed a couple of times and said, "It's my first time receiving flowers from a boss." That's not true. Fu Yuanshan saw him smile. In a not-so-spacious cubicle, the two were somewhat close, the warm yellow light casting on the rose petals and reflecting on Xiao Bei's smiling face. Fu Yuanshan felt a slight itch in his nose, unsure if it was due to too much pollen, and then, almost unconsciously and with a hint of testing, asked, "If you take the roses home, your girlfriend won't misunderstand, right?" Xiao Bei smiled even wider. "I don't have a girlfriend. I can't even support myself with my salary." Fu Yuanshan unconsciously let out a sigh of relief and switched to a purely joking tone. "You think Rongxin's salary is still too low? How much can you spend alone? Are you a Russian bear? I can't eat that much, but I have to pay rent and bills. You, a person at the top of the pyramid, wouldn't he understand? In Q City, my class can hardly save any money." Fu Yuanshan nodded seriously, listening to him and feeling it was quite tragic. "So, the burden of life for you people at the bottom is so heavy." Xiao Bei was taken aback, realizing he was joking, and then nodded with a tight-lipped smile. Fu Yuanshan continued, "I'm not at the top of the pyramid either. I'm just a worker. We're of the same class." He stood up and turned down the air conditioning a bit. "You're off to a good start. Many people your age are still buried in studying for graduate exams to find jobs, while you've already become a CEO's assistant." Xiao Bei was surprised that he was actually comforting him, and then heard him say proudly, "Do you think just anyone could be my assistant? So many people are trying their hardest to become my assistant. Just those people in the cubicles outside. The men want to be promoted, and the women, I don't know what they're thinking. All of them want to take over this small cubicle. They think I don't know, but I'm very clear about it." Xiao Bei didn't know whether Fu Yuanshan was comforting him, bragging about himself, or complaining about the employees. Fu Yuanshan felt hot and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, then said, "But people always strive for higher ground, and water flows to lower ground. Having ambition is always a good thing, but it has to be used in the right way. Relying solely on connections won't work in the long run." Why is it so hot? Xiao Bei thought he should know about the previous assistants who had used connections, and this was a subtle hint to him. "Hot. It's fine. 26 degrees. He glanced at the control panel. "I just set it to 22 degrees, didn't I?" Fu Yuanshan said while adjusting the temperature. 26 degrees is what my grandma liked to set the air conditioning to at home." Xiao Bei said softly, "This room is small. Mr. Fu, it's raining." Fu Yuanshan looked outside through the 2 layers of glass and saw that it was indeed raining. No wonder it felt a bit muggy. The rain had started falling at some point. The entire city was now shrouded in a heavy downpour, washing away the glare for the high-rise buildings that had been sunbaked during the day. Large raindrops hit the glass and quickly fell, leaving trails that looked like shooting stars. People with umbrellas hurried along below, while those without had already started to jog lightly. Xiao Bei was among those who hadn't brought an umbrella, and he felt a bit worried. Fu Yuanshan raised his hand to check the time. It was past 7. "Aren't you leaving?" This implied that the CEO was about to leave. "Go ahead, I'll finish cutting these flowers and then leave." Fu Yuanshan nodded, stood up, and returned to his office. Before long, he came out with his things packed, casually saying to him, "Don't stay too late, go home early." And then he left. Xiao Bei calculated the time and thought Fu Yuanshan should have left, so he packed his things and went downstairs. Only when he reached the ground floor did he realize that the rain was indeed very heavy, with no signs of stopping. He wanted to call a taxi, but after waiting for a long time, not a single person accepted his request. "Sigh, forget it. I'll go back and continue trimming the flowers until the rain stops. He turned to walk back inside, but just as he did, a Maybach drove up from the underground garage. It was moving at a speed that didn't seem like it had just started, but rather like it had rushed out of the garage. It was Fu Yuanshan's car. He thought, the CEO drives with such flair as well. The car sped past him, and he could only catch a glimpse of Fu Yuanshan's fleeting handsome face in silhouette. He continued walking, but unexpectedly, the Maybach screeched to a halt ahead. Chapter 7, he turned to look and saw Fu Yuanshan leaning out of the driver's window, calling, Xiao Bei, but was quickly beaten back inside by the heavy rain. Huh? Xiao Bei was a bit surprised. A voice came from the car, come over. He ran along the edge of the building, taking small steps, and made eye contact with Fu Yuanshan through the rain curtain that separated them by several meters. Only then did he notice that there was a woman in the passenger seat with very pretty features, wearing light makeup that made her look somewhat youthful. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly as she looked at him, seemingly puzzled by Fu Yuanshan's action. Why haven't you left yet? Fu Yuanshan leaned slightly forward over the woman to look at him, one hand on the steering wheel. How should he say this? If he said he didn't bring an umbrella, how would that make Fu Yuanshan feel? It's impossible for him to give him a ride. You didn't bring an umbrella, did you? TCH, at this hour, that's quite unsafe. Fu Yuanshan continued, whether it's one person or two, it's the same for me. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride back. Fu Yuanshan waved him over. Xiao Bei was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped, and he took a long time to respond. Hurry up. Fu Yuanshan tapped the steering wheel. Oh, he could only lower his head and quickly run over, opening the door and sitting inside. The temperature inside the car was quite low, and the comfortable leather seats felt cool. The interior decor was all black, both dim and bright, understated yet luxurious. It was Xiao Bei's first time sitting in such an expensive car, and he didn't know where to put his hands. However, he was more curious about what Fu Yuanshan was planning. Unless he had taken the wrong medicine, why would he be so kind as to give him a ride home? Cough, Xiao Bei, this is Anna, the daughter of General Manager and from Kane Group. Anna, this is my assistant, Xiao Bei. Fu Yuanshan was always mature and elegant in front of outsiders, and his tone was different from how he usually spoke to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei quickly smiled, missing. Anna in the front seat slightly turned her head and gave an awkward smile. She really couldn't figure out why her brother Fu would bring a third wheel along for the ride. The Maybach drove slowly on the street, and the enclosed space isolated them from all the external noise. Inside the car, only Fu Yuanshan's voice could be heard. Xiao Bei, you must know Kane Group, but when it comes to its growth history, not many people know it better than I do. I remember back in the day, I was drinking all night with brother, and we talked about this period. Hey, Anna, back then you were still in middle school, and we were talking about this. It was truly legendary. Fu Yuanshan went on and on, throwing around terms like brother and buddy, effectively making himself and Anna seemed to have a generational gap. Anna wasn't foolish. The more she listened, the worse her expression became. She had known Fu Yuanshan for nearly half a year, having first met him at her father's dinner party, where there were greasy middle-aged men, as well as a few young talents. She had almost instantly taken a liking to this exceptionally handsome, tall man. He was completely at ease at the dinner table, smoothly navigating through conversations and making several big bosses smile. He downed glasses of liquor without showing any signs of drunkenness and was very considerate towards her, a girl he had just met, displaying the demeanor of a mature man. Then she hopelessly fell for Fu Yuanshan. While still in college, she found out everything her father knew about him, got his contact information, and began bombarding him with messages every day. The young girl had only ever been pursued, never having pursued anyone herself, and had no strategy whatsoever. Even though Fu Yuanshan had chatted with her for a while out of respect for her father, as time went on, the girl became increasingly obsessed, making General Manager and feel quite embarrassed to bring this up with Fu Yuanshan. However, her father's stance was that he originally didn't want to interfere in the affairs of young people and couldn't control his daughter. It was best if both parties had mutual feelings, and if not, then Fu Yuanshan could at least show her some respect. It had been half a year, and Fu Yuanshan felt it was time to cut the cord. Anna braved the rain to find him today, and he just wanted to end things quickly. Fu Yuanshan spoke directly to Xiao Bei, But the topic never strayed from Anna and her family, ensuring that Anna didn't feel neglected while also preventing her from interjecting. The young girl finally couldn't take it anymore, her face turning pale as she blurted out the first complete sentence since Xiao Bei got in the car. Brother Fu. I call you brother, you call my dad brother. What generation are we in? Fu Yuanshan was abruptly interrupted, and with a twist of his tongue, he continued, Isn't this a habit? When I first joined Rongxin, I did business with your father. You were still young then. Your father took great care of me, just like. I'm not small anymore. The girl exploded, turning to look at Fu Yuanshan. You're only 6 years older than me. Can you stop talking like you're a decade older? She snorted and turned her head back, tears beginning to stream down her face. Xiao Bei felt quite bored, watching them from the back, trying to appear as if he didn't dare to breathe. Fu Yuanshan was a bit taken aback. He hadn't said anything too out of line, had he? After Anna managed to suppress her sobs, she continued to whimper, Brother Fu, stop avoiding the issue. It's been so long. You know what I'm thinking. It's meaningless for us to continue like this. Can you give me a clear answer today? What do you really think of me? Do you like me? After saying this, Anna wiped her tears, lowering her head like an ostrich. Xiao Bei instinctively felt he shouldn't be listening to his boss's personal matters, and since Fu Yuanshan wasn't paying attention to him, he simply turned his head aside. Looking indifferently out the window, Fu Yuanshan felt a surge of joy, nearly laughing out loud. After half a year, this girl had finally articulated her feelings, and he could now formally refuse her. He carefully chose his words and said in a deep voice, Anna, first of all, I appreciate your admiration. I respect every girl who likes me, but I'm just someone who works for others. You are different. You are the daughter of Cain Group, and there will be many excellent men of equal standing for you to choose from. You? What equal standing? Anna looked at him in disbelief. Do you think I care about those so-called equal standing men you think I would like? Xiao Bei noticed the dark clouds. The young lady had really lost her temper. You're still young, and there are many things you can't consider. Moreover, we have a 6-year age gap. 3 years is a generation gap, and we will have entirely different understandings in many aspects. You should pay more attention to young people your age. You'll have more common topics to discuss. Anna, you're a wonderful girl, and Brother Fu hopes you can recognize your own feelings and find someone you truly like. The person I like is you, Anna said through tear-filled eyes. Fu Yuanshan took a tissue, turned his head, and glanced at her to help wipe her tears. What you feel isn't love. It's just novelty and dependency. Most of your peers are immature, and you haven't encounter mature men. So your feelings for Brother Fu have become a sense of novelty. Over time, it evolves into dependency, leading to the illusion that you like me. No, it's not like that. Anna shook her head vigorously. Fu Yuanshan ignored him and continued. There's nothing strange about this. Little sisters often have this ambiguous feeling towards big brothers. Nana, I've known your dad for many years and feel very close to you. I consider you a little sister. You can tell Big Brother Fu anything, and you can also treat me like an older brother, but it can only be like this. You will find a boy you truly like. Do you understand, Nana? Anna was already in tears, but she stifled all her tears in a tissue, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Fu Yuanshan drove with one hand while silently comforting her with the other. The car finally arrived at Anna's community, which is a high-end villa area. The car slowly stopped by the roadside, and Anna lifted her red, swollen eyes. She looked at Fu Yuanshan and said, Big Brother Fu, please don't think I'm embarrassing. I'm crying because I'm just so upset. I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't hang myself on one tree. I will try more trees, haha. The little girl forced a smile, making people feel heartbroken. She continued, but you said one thing wrong. I'm not just someone who relies on novelty. I really like you. I've lived for 20 years, and if I can't even tell whether I like someone, then I might as well have not lived. As she spoke, her voice broke again. She quickly stopped herself, opened the car door, waved, and said, All right, I'm leaving now. Come to my house for dinner another day. The moment she turned her head, tears burst out. Fu Yuanshan watched the small, departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. After watching Anna until she was out of sight, Fu Yuanshan restarted the car, and the Maybach sped onto the road. He drove silently, with Xiao Bei sitting in the back, not daring to speak. But the more he looked, the more he felt something was off. He had noticed that Fu Yuanshan had pulled him into the car to cut ties with Miss Anna. But now where was he heading? He couldn't help but call out, "President Fu." Fu Yuanshan was startled and looked at him in the rearview mirror, as if just remembering he was in the car. Xiao Bei saw the look in his eyes and felt his heart sink. "Oh, you cough, where's your home?" "No need for president. My home is in the opposite direction," Xiao Bei replied wisely, lowering his head. "Just drop me off at that intersection ahead. I'll take the subway back." Fu Yuanshan looked at him in the rearview mirror and nodded after a while. The car stopped at the intersection, and Xiao Bei rushed out into the heavy rain. Fu Yuanshan remained expressionless, continuing to watch him through the mirror. Without even an umbrella, Xiao Bei took off his suit jacket and draped it over his head as he got out, shouting back, "President Fu, you go back." Then he slammed the door shut. A wave of unnamed anger surged in Fu Yuanshan, and he stepped on the gas, roaring onto the street. Xiao Bei thought to himself, why bother? After all the trouble, he still has to get soaked and take the subway. He took off his jacket and draped it over his arm, hurrying towards the nearest subway station. Dark clouds enveloped the entire city, with rain pouring down on him, running down his scalp and mixing with the rain in his eyes. There weren't many pedestrians around, just a few groups with umbrellas, while he was completely soaked, his white shirt clinging to his body, revealing the outline of his muscles. His eyes were nearly shut, and he kept his head down, wanting to reach the subway station quickly. A car had been following him slowly for some time, but he hadn't noticed until it started honking wildly. He frowned and turned to look, only to find it was a Maybach. The window rolled down, revealing Fu Yuanshan's eyes, which were filled with suppressed anger. Xiao Bei was stunned, never expecting Fu Yuanshan to come back. Fu Yuanshan parked the car, got out, slammed the door, and strode towards him without an umbrella, quickly getting soaked in the heavy rain. He stopped in front of Xiao Bei and, with a voice filled with suppressed anger, asked, "Xiao Bei, do you have a problem being polite to others? Is this how you go home? Are you comfortable being drenched? In your eyes, what am I? A cold-blooded, unfeeling boss, or a heartless leech who doesn't care about his subordinates?" Xiao Bei found his words nonsensical. It was just an outlet for his frustration from earlier with Anna. He lowered his head and remained silent. Fu Yuanshan became even angrier. "What's so difficult about asking me for help? Do you think you can't let your boss take you home? How old are you that you can read people so well?" Xiao Bei's face turned pale. "How old are you that you can read people so well?" He couldn't do it, could he? A person without parents would have died 1,000 times over if he couldn't learn this. His expression turned cold, and he looked up at Fu Yuanshan. "President Fu, is there a problem with me wanting to go home by myself? My home is far from here and completely in the opposite direction. With the rain and bad road conditions, who knows what time you would get me home? And do you think a newcomer like me should make such requests of my boss? Anyone not foolish would do what I'm doing." Fu Yuanshan looked at him, his chest heaving more and more. He grabbed Xiao Bei's arm and pulled him into the car, then returned to the front to drive. "President Fu, Xiao Bei was also anxious. What are you doing? It's fine for a leader to take you home, but it's okay for a leader to take you back to his own home, right?" "Huh?" Xiao Bei frowned. "Why would I go to your house?" "Shut up," Fu Yuanshan said fiercely. Chapter 8. Xiao Bei was so angry his head was spinning, cursing him in his heart, and he didn't want to say anything. The two of them drove into a high-end community in a tense atmosphere. The car stopped in the underground garage, and Xiao Bei followed Fu Yuanshan out of the car. Fu Yuanshan kept a cold face, not speaking a word. Xiao Bei tried to speak several times, but held back. After a while, Fu Yuanshan had actually calmed down and realized he shouldn't have acted like that earlier. His principle was never to transfer anger onto others. After Anna left, he wasn't angry. He just felt a bit melancholy, reflecting on his recent work and interactions. He had momentarily overlooked his little assistant. As a result, this person seemed distant and didn't know what to think, despite being treated well for a week. Their earlier eye contact and tone had reverted back to the time when he first started working. He had always been generous to his subordinates, especially since he considered his assistants part of his inner circle. Watching Xiao Bei being polite all the time made him even angrier. Although his anger had subsided, he still didn't know what to say at that moment. This was the first time he had brought someone outside to his home. Upon entering, Xiao Bei saw a beautiful duplex filled with a modern light luxury style. Fu Yuanshan bent down and took out a pair of spare slippers from the shoe cabinet. Xiao Bei looked at him, wanting an explanation. What exactly was he trying to achieve by silently dragging him back home? Fu Yuanshan didn't look at him, just lowered his head to change shoes. All right, since you're here, change your shoes and go take a hot shower. Why did I come to your house? Xiao Bei clenched his fist and asked softly. Fu Yuanshan clicked his tongue. What's wrong with you? It's pouring rain. Do you think a leader can just watch you get drenched on your way home? Fine, I was wrong to lose my temper just now. Don't hold a grudge. Go take a shower. You're all wet. I'll heat up some water for you. Fu Yuanshan went upstairs to the bathroom to heat water and turned back to urge. Hurry up and change your shoes. Xiao Bei frowned as he watched him go upstairs, not knowing what to say. There was no sign that the rain would stop anytime soon. How would he get home later? When Fu Yuanshan finished heating the water and came downstairs, he saw his little assistant had obediently changed his shoes and was standing there, soaked, not moving, just looking up at him as he came down. The itchy feeling in his nose from earlier in the afternoon returned, and he rubbed it. Go on, take off your clothes and put them on the rack. The clean ones are over there, Fu Yuanshan said, clearing his throat. Xiao Bei hesitated for a moment and went upstairs. After a while, Xiao Bei finished a shower and went downstairs. Fu Yuanshan was on the phone in the living room, probably dealing with work matters. When he turned around and saw Xiao Bei with wet hair dripping, he frowned and mouthed, Go dry your hair. Xiao Bei had used hairdryers at the barber shop since he was a child, and he found drying his hair cumbersome. He waved his hand and mouthed back, No need. Fu Yuanshan hung up after a couple of sentences and came over to guide him upstairs. For just a moment when their skin touched, Xiao Bei felt a slight numbness in his arm, like a tiny electric current had passed through him, but Fu Yuanshan quickly let go, and he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Fu Yuanshan said, If you don't dry your hair, do you want to catch a cold tomorrow? I made ginger soup in the kitchen. Let us both have some. I'll have someone take your clothes for washing, and you can wear mine tomorrow. The hairdryer was hanging in the bathroom, and Fu Yuanshan went to the door to get the clothes Xiao Bei had changed out of. Mr. Fu, am I not going home tonight? He asked, somewhat uncertain. Fu Yuanshan stopped in his tracks, raised an eyebrow at him, and said, How do you plan to get home? Xiao Bei hesitated. I could take a taxi. Do you think there will be cars in this traffic? He being pretentious. He knew his own issues well enough, and he wasn't someone who could sleep anywhere. I should just go back. I need to get some work-related things tomorrow. He always found it hard to refuse other people's kindness. Fu Yuanshan looked at him for a while and said, All right, go dry your hair first. After you finish the ginger soup, I'll drive you back. No need to drive me, he said. I can take a taxi. I'll say it again. I'm driving you. Fu Yuanshan pointed at him and turned to go to the kitchen. Xiao Bei looked at his back with a complex expression and took a while to dry his hair. When he went downstairs, there were 2 bowls of ginger soup on the coffee table. Fu Yuanshan was stirring one with a small spoon. When he saw Xiao Bei come down, he nodded toward the other bowl. Come over and drink. Xiao Bei walked over and slowly began to drink from a bowl. It was very hot, with plenty of ginger, and the steam rose slowly from the bowl, wafting to his nose, feeling very warm. Drinking it down to his stomach was indeed refreshing. No wonder many people liked it. Xiao Bei, you've been with us for a week, and we haven't had a proper chat yet, Fu Yuanshan said while drinking. The boss wanted to talk to him. I remember you graduated from S University. Fu Yuanshan put down his bowl and turned to look at him. Right? Fu Yuanshan casually picked up a cushion and leaned back on the sofa. Rongshin has quite a few employees from S University now, and they're all doing well, including you. Thank you, Mr. Fu. The reason they chose Rongshin was simply because they believed it could provide them with a platform, whether to showcase their talents or as a stepping stone for the future. I don't know how much you knew about Rongshin before joining, but you should know about its leading position. A company is built by people. It's certainly isn't just one person. It includes all the employees from top to bottom. The leadership needs to have a long-term vision and plan the future direction of the company, while the middle management makes decisions and communicates up and down, and the grassroots employees diligently do their jobs. This is a process of mutual achievement between employees and the company. Do you feel uncomfortable with what I'm saying? Fu Yuanshan suddenly asked. No, I'm listening. Xiao Bei's heartbeat quickened, and his lips trembled slightly. He knew his face must have lost all color. Then can you tell me about your vision for Rongshin's future before you joined, or about yourself? What's wrong? Fu Yuanshan noticed something was off. Xiao Bei clenched his fist tightly, suppressing his discomfort, and try to speak calmly. Mr. Fu, I might not be feeling well. Can I go home first? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? He saw that Xiao Bei indeed seemed a bit abnormal. No need, his voice trembled slightly, but he firmly stated, I'm going home. Fu Yuanshan frowned. What is wrong with you? Take me home, please. Xiao Bei looked at him, Mr. Fu. Fu Yuanshan felt a jolt in his heart. Xiao Bei looked at him with wet eyes, breathing a bit heavily, and there was an unconscious plea in his voice. I need to know what is wrong with you. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? I'm fine. I have medicine at home. Xiao Bei was dropped off by Fu Yuanshan. He insisted that Fu Yuanshan not accompany him upstairs, only apologizing before quickly going inside. It was just past 8 when he got home, and he felt much better in the car. Now he was basically fine. He hadn't eaten dinner. If he wanted to, he could make himself a full meal. If he didn't want to, he could skip it or just eat instant noodles. Most of the time, he didn't want to, and today was one of those days. He entered his room without turning on the light, took off all his clothes, crawled into bed, covered his head, and started to sleep. He had intermittent insomnia and usually didn't take medication. Tonight, he couldn't sleep. He stared at the darkness, his mind blank, and his fingertips gripping the blanket turned pale from the pressure. Cold sweat crawled down his back, and he pressed his lips together, a sudden fear spreading from the tips of his nerves. It started again. No, stop, it has to stop. He threw off the blanket, rolled out of bed, and tremblingly pulled open the drawer of the bedside table, feeling for the medicine bottle at the back. He poured out a few pills, swallowed them dry, and then started looking for sleeping pills. He couldn't remember where he had put them. He turned on the bedside lamp and nervously opened each drawer, searching impatiently for the medicine. Found it, that white bottle. He took the pills, and then he started to feel cold. He curled up, slowly falling to the floor. His teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Cold, too cold, I can't take it anymore. His fingertips brushed against the blanket hanging from the edge of the bed. He pulled it down with force, wrapping himself in it. Not cold anymore. Not cold anymore. Sleep, sleep. You finally made it. I thought you were going to stand me up again. Song Yang, dressed in a clean white coat, placed a bottle of gum on the table in front of Xiao Bei and said cheerfully, You always like to make yourself sound so pitiful. Xiao Bei took out 2 pieces and put them in his mouth. He had asked Song Yang why he always had to eat gum first. Song Yang said it was a secret of psychologists and wouldn't tell him. He didn't bother to search online. You have so much to do every day. How could you always be thinking about me? He asked with a smile. Song Yang pulled out a chair and sat across from him. My daily business is to think about you guys. You are my bread and butter. Song Yang took a sip of coffee. How is it going lately? Busy? I just started, and I have to learn everything. You're the president's assistant, right? How is the president? Easy to get along with? Just like that. No witties. Tell me about it, Song Yang said, noticing Xiao Bei didn't seem willing to talk. How old is he? Not yet 30. That is quite young. Young people tend to be more aggressive and less compliant, Song Yang said with a hint of probing. Every time they met, his initial task was to open up the patient's heart. Actually, it's fine. Xiao Bei chewed on the gum. He is very capable, and his eloquence is good. It's because of me. Song Yang rested his chin on his crossed hands, adopting a listening posture, waiting for more. Xiao Bei briefly recounted what had happened in the week since he started, revealing many details he himself didn't even remember after a few casual inquiries from Song Yang. After listening, Song Yang laughed and said, Your boss seems quite adorable. Then he added, Have you analyzed his psychological state from last night, like why he did that? Probably because he just severed his emotional ties and was feeling awkward, which made him look at me unfavorably, Xiao Bei said nonchalantly. That is indeed part of the reason. But, Song Yang sighed with a smile. What? You have a bad temper. Do you know how to get along with your boss? Xiao Bei leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. What do you think? Chapter 9 Song Yang shook his head. Xiao Bei shrugged regretfully and asked, Do you think it's my problem? Song Yang pondered for a moment and said, Actually, you can try to rely on him a bit. After all, he is a leader. Just like how boys like their girlfriends to rely on them to some extent, it satisfies a certain vanity. Sometimes, this principle also applies between superiors and subordinates. Xiao Bei rubbed his forehead and said, But I don't know when he's being polite and when he's sincere. If Xiao Bei were to show his true self, revealing his genuine emotions, and asking questions he wouldn't dare to in front of others. That person would be Song Yang. He is a psychologist and the person who knows him best. There is no need for Xiao Bei to maintain any facade in front of Song Yang. He had little conversation as a child, and gradually, he stopped talking altogether. He never thought of it as a psychological illness. It wasn't until high school when he forgot what had happened with someone, which hit him hard, that he suddenly felt panicked and short of breath, collapsing and starting to convulse, scaring the teachers and classmates. He was sent to the hospital, but nothing was found, and they suggested seeing a psychiatrist. After tests, it was diagnosed as depression accompanied by anxiety. He didn't take it seriously, and no one was concerned for him, so he didn't undergo any systematic treatment, only taking some medication. It wasn't until his junior year that he began regular consultations with a psychologist and started to improve. Song Yang had encountered many similar patients, but Xiao Bei was different. Because he started treatment late, his condition had gradually worsened over the years, especially given his external environment, which was hardly conducive to his recovery. The events Xiao Bei experienced during his sophomore year were a fatal blow. However, it was precisely because of that event that his condition finally became serious enough for the counselor to notice and refer him to Song Yang. Such illnesses are inherently difficult to cure, and Song Yang felt even less optimistic about Xiao Bei's situation. During that time, Xiao Bei underwent intensive hypnosis and medication treatment, just enough to suppress his suicidal thoughts. Throughout the long treatment process, Song Yang only felt that they were treating the symptoms, not the root cause. It seemed as if something inside this young man had died, even though his condition appeared to improve over the years, allowing him to integrate into society and interact with people. The increasingly desolate aura occasionally leaking from his eyes still weighed heavily on Song Yang's heart. He knew that after the optimal treatment period, it would be difficult for psychological illnesses to recover or to recover completely. What he could do now was to treat the symptoms for Xiao Bei without setting long-term goals, ensuring he could meet the standards of a normal person as much as possible in the short term. Seeing Xiao Bei now distressed by not knowing how to interact with his leader, Song Yang felt both relieved and pained. He thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you go to a bookstore and look for a book on this topic to ponder?" Xiao Bei frowned and replied, troublesome, "Hey, everyone is struggling these days. Who isn't just trying to survive? If you don't know something, learn it. There is plenty of time ahead to use it." Song Yang winked at him. Xiao Bei took a sip of water and crossed his legs again. Song Yang noticed he was a bit impatient, so he changed the subject last night. He definitely wanted to have a serious talk with you, but before he could say much, you were like that, which must have scared him. He annoyed me quite a bit, Xiao Bei said, glancing sideways at Song Yang, scared him to death. His long eyelashes curled slightly, and his phoenix eyes unintentionally revealed an indescribable charm. Song Yang wanted to laugh and said, "Why don't you become an actor?" Xiao Bei looked at him in confusion. Song Yang chuckled and continued the previous topic. "You're annoyed, mainly because you feel like he used you and didn't send you home, then got angry and dawdled, right?" Xiao Bei nodded, quite satisfied with Song Yang's description. "Silly boy, how could you be a silly boy?" Song Yang suddenly thought to say, "Silly boy, what if you change your perspective? After he rejected that girl, it doesn't mean he forgot about you. He was just thinking things through. Then, when you reminded him, he intended to send you home, but you just got out of the car in the rain. What about your boss? Isn't that putting him in a difficult position? He brought you home to take a hot shower, made you ginger soup, and even put aside his stature to talk to you, but you just shut him out with a door. Huh?" Song Yang tilted his chin to look at him, finally unable to hold back. "Silly boy, how could you be a silly boy?" Xiao Bei fell silent for a moment and said softly, "Damn, it's my fault again." "Ha ha ha." Song Yang burst into laughter. "It's my fault, all my fault. You're my silly boy. Your fault is my fault." Xiao Bei looked at him with a hint of grievance. "What should I do then? Go buy a book and study it." Song Yang continued to laugh. "Or you can make some pastries or something to give him on Monday, just to soften your stance and admit your mistake." Song Yang liked to chat with Xiao Bei in this relaxed, friend-like, joking tone. He didn't want Xiao Bei to feel that this was a treatment that would give him a psychological burden. Besides, what Xiao Bei lacked was this kind of normal conversation among friends. The two chatted for a while longer before proceeding to hypnosis treatment. Before leaving, Song Yang reminded him to take his medication on time. If Xiao Bei had any joy, it was cooking. He had been able to cook since he was young and had developed excellent culinary skills, often rewarding himself during his free time. On a Sunday afternoon, he woke up from a nap and quickly made a batch of molten toast, then put some effort into packaging it and froze it in the fridge, preparing to give it to Yuanshan the next day. Just as he closed the fridge door, his phone rang. It was Bai Yao calling, his secretary's sister. After a few casual exchanges, Bai Yao got to the point. Xiao Bei, about the flowers sent last Friday. Have you taken care of them? Xiao Bei suddenly remembered he had planned to work overtime over the weekend to handle the flowers. But after falling ill and seeing the doctor, he had forgotten. Sorry. Sister Bai, I didn't get to it. I'll go take care of it in a bit. Thanks for the reminder. Is there a lot? Do you need me to help you? Not much. You should rest well. Bai Yao reminded him a couple more times before hanging up. It was already past dinner time. He didn't know if he would be able to come back after working overtime. He took the batch of molten toast, dressed, and went out. The elevator stopped on the 37th floor, where there were quite a few lights in the cubicles, all people working overtime. When Xiao Bei unlocked the door to the president's office, he found it surprisingly unlocked. As he pushed the door open, he unexpectedly met Yuanshan's gaze just as he turned around. Both were a bit surprised. Yuanshan was sitting in Xiao Bei's usual spot, one hand holding scissors and the other a bouquet of magnolias that had been trimmed into shape. Next to him, several types of flower arrangements were neatly stacked on the flower stand, clearly already prepared. President Fu. Xiao Bei spoke first. Oh, coming into work overtime? Yuanshan said, raising the flowers in his hand. Xiao Bei had no choice but to nod. Then he added, what are you doing here? You're not here to help me with the flowers, are you? Yuanshan pointed his chin at his own desk, saying, I'm also here to work overtime. Xiao Bei felt a bit awkward. It was unusual for a boss to take on his tasks. Good thing you came early. Otherwise, I would have finished cutting them all. Yuanshan said, not wanting to tease him further, and asked, how have you felt since you went back that night? Nothing much. Xiao Bei didn't want to talk about that topic, hurriedly walking over and saying, President Fu, you should get back to work. I'll take care of these. Yuanshan looked at him meaningfully, twirling the scissors in his hand, and said, all right, then I'll go. He then got up from the chair. Noticing the package in Xiao Bei's hand, casually asking, haven't you had dinner? I have. Xiao Bei hesitated for a moment. This is for you. For me? Yuanshan raised his eyebrows, stopping in his tracks. That night, I troubled General Fu. I had some things I didn't do right. Please don't be angry. This time, it was Yuanshan's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Bei to apologize for what happened that night. He had always felt that it was his fault for not handling things well, and after a few words, he made Xiao Bei feel that way. He had always felt a bit guilty, but he also thought that this assistant was too difficult to get along with, and he had considered whether to replace her. But at this moment, watching Xiao Bei open the packaging box to reveal delicately arranged pastries, even drawing a pair of rabbit ears with jam on each pastry, he never imagined that one day he would be moved by a box of pastries. Xiao Bei originally brought them, thinking she might not be able to go back tonight, and planned to give them to Yuanshan tomorrow. But she had to take them out now. I was going to give these to you tomorrow, but now it's just right. Have you eaten? Xiao Bei asked. It was her first time giving someone something, and she felt a bit awkward. Yuanshan smiled slightly and replied no. Xiao Bei felt a bit relieved. Yuanshan continued. But I brought my own lunch. He pointed to the lunchbox on his desk near the glass door. Yuanshan laughed, took the packaging box from her hand, and said, these snacks can't replace a meal. It's just right for me to eat them together. Saying that, he pushed open the glass door and walked over. Seeing Yuanshan in a good mood made Xiao Bei a bit happy, and she followed him inside. The large office was not lit. Only the warm yellow light from Xiao Bei's small room and the light coming from the floor-to-ceiling windows were present. Yuanshan opened his lunchbox, which contained a bowl of millet porridge and a basket of pan-fried buns. I made this myself. Do you want to try? Xiao Bei just said she had eaten, which was a lie. She hadn't had time to eat before rushing to work. At this moment, seeing such a home-cooked meal, her stomach conveniently let out a growl, and she silently cursed herself. Yuanshan smiled even more, pulled out a chair, and took out a set of spare cutlery from the drawer, saying as he opened it, you bring that small stool over and sit here. He gestured with his chin to the space next to him. Xiao Bei was too lazy to keep pretending and moved the stool to sit beside Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan took out a bag of imported mill powder from under the table and said, "2 people eating this is a bit too little. Can you accept millet porridge with milk powder?" Xiao Bei scoffed internally. She had eaten all sorts of things before, including rice steamed with milk powder. She nodded and said, "I'll go boil some water." She started to get up. Fu Yuanshan grabbed her arm and said, "Hey, wait. By the time you finish boiling the water, I'll be starving." He divided the millet porridge into 2 bowls, drizzled a layer of mill powder on top, and said, "Just go directly to the water dispenser and get hot water." He handed a bowl to Xiao Bei. When Fu Yuanshan pulled her arm, Xiao Bei once again felt that tingling electric sensation. If the last time at his house was like static electricity, this time it felt like his palm was the source of radiation, and the whole area felt that way. Xiao Bei found it a bit strange. "What's wrong? Hurry up." Fu Yuanshan urged. "Oh." Xiao Bei didn't think too much and took the bowl to get hot water. Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. He felt that sensation too, and it often happened, but he could only try to minimize it as it was unavoidable. He put the documents on the table into the drawer and took out the warm pan-fried buns. Fu Yuanshan considered himself a man who knew how to live, with absolute confidence in his cooking skills. They enjoyed a delightful meal together, and Fu Yuanshan subtly encouraged Xiao Bei to praise his culinary skills. Xiao Bei was genuinely so pleased. The basket of pan-fried buns was at a star restaurant level, pan-fried to a crisp golden brown, with juicy meatballs inside. The harmonious atmosphere continued until Fu Yuanshan learned that the bursting toast Xiao Bei brought was made by her. "You made it yourself? How did you make it? Where did you learn?" Fu Yuanshan asked casually. "I knew how to do it before. I forgot where I learned it," Xiao Bei replied while drinking her porridge. "Oh." Fu Yuanshan wiped his mouth. "You're pretty good at cooking, huh?" "It's okay. After all, I live alone," Xiao Bei said modestly. Fu Yuanshan wanted to say more, but his phone rang. It was Zhouya. "Hey, Yuanshan, what are you busy with? Come out to play." The sound waves from Zhouya's side were audible even through the phone. Fu Yuanshan crossed one leg and asked, "Where are you?" "Caesar. We're just waiting for you. Lao Huang, De Yong, and the others are all here. Hurry up, it's Sophia's birthday today." Fu Yuanshan rubbed his chin, glancing at Xiao Bei, and said, "Okay, I'll go over in a bit." "All right, hurry." Xiao Bei vaguely heard the voices from the phone and lowered her head to silently drink her porridge. Fu Yuanshan noticed she only had 1 bite left, yet she was dawdling and not finishing it. "Are you full?" Full," she replied. Fu Yuanshan chuckled softly. "You have a really small appetite." He then said, "I'll take you out to eat something else. It's just right since a friend of mine is having a birthday today." Xiao Bei finished the last grain of porridge and had to lift her head. "I still need to deal with those flowers, General Fu." The voices on the phone clearly came from a bar, and she didn't want to go at all. "Do it tomorrow. Let's go eat today. I'll introduce you to some local friends, okay?" He thought this little assistant didn't seem very sociable, and for some reason, he wanted her to integrate a bit. "I probably won't have much in common with your friends. They're all driving luxury cars. What can I talk about with someone who takes the subway?" Fu Yuanshan looked at her for a moment, smiled, and said, "All right, then we won't go." He pushed his chair back, stood up, and said, "Come on. I'll teach you how to arrange flowers. Aren't you going?" Xiao Bei asked, puzzled. "No, I didn't want to go anyway. I don't even know who this Sophia Zhouya is talking about." "Then I'll go wash the dishes," Xiao Bei said as she got up to clean the bowls. "I'll go with you." They carried a pile of dishes to the restroom in the office, and Xiao Bei asked, "Is there any dish soap?" Fu Yuanshan blinked, usually. His assistants or secretaries helped him with this. "Why don't you go check with Bai Yao?" Xiao Bei had no choice but to call Bai Yao, and after finding the dish soap, she rolled up her sleeves and started washing. Fu Yuanshan stood by the doorframe, hands in his pockets, casually leaning against it, his tall figure blocking the light. He lazily watched her with a handsome face and said, "I don't know how to wash dishes." Xiao Bei smiled, "I'll do it. Is there anything I can do to help? You can sit on the sofa outside." Fu Yuanshan chuckled. "There's no dryer here. The dishes need to be dried one by one." "Okay," Xiao Bei patiently replied. "There's really a lot to do. The disinfection cabinet is over there." He pointed outside. "Make sure to put them away neatly later." "Oh, you." Xiao Bei. Fu Yuanshan continued to laugh. "The president isn't bullying you, right?" Xiao Bei also smiled at him, her hand still busy, You're really humorous. Fu Yuanshan chuckled, stood up straight, and the narrow doorframe suddenly felt even more cramped. He took his hands out of his pockets, shook them, and said, "I'll help you dry." Xiao Bei stepped aside and handed him a dry cloth, and the two of them began to wash and dry dishes in a somewhat coordinated manner. After tidying up the dishes, they went to Xiao Bei's small cubicle, where Fu Yuanshan spread a table of English newspapers. Xiao Bei thought, what a high taste. Fu Yuanshan seemed to know what she was thinking and said, at this time, "Do you think it would be inappropriate if I spread a pile of Q-City Daily underneath, with real estate ads and missing person notices?" "Yes. The foreign ones have a better feel." Xiao Bei laughed as she replied. Fu Yuanshan lowered his head to lay down the newspaper, unaware that Xiao Bei's words were a mix of truth and sarcasm. Xiao Bei also felt that what he had just said was inappropriate and didn't know what to say next, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After laying down the newspaper, Fu Yuanshan frowned and looked at him, saying, "Little assistant, don't annoy me." Xiao Bei stifled a laugh and replied, "I'm sorry, President, I won't dare again." The warm yellow light filled the small partition, and on Xiao Bei's desk were several dark-colored wine bottles of various shapes and sizes. The two each took a pair of scissors, and Xiao Bei imitated him. "Here, do you see? Cut diagonally about 3 centimeters from the base, just like I do. Oh, right, if you need to go to the bathroom or something halfway through, remember to cut it again when you come back." "Why? Don't ask, just do it." "Oh, all the leaves below the water level must be cut off, or they will rot. When inserting, remember to maintain a sense of layering, arranging them in circles." Fu Yuanshan inserted a bouquet of 7 champagne roses along the edge of the dark wine bottle, then added 5 pink roses in the inner circle, and finally placed 3 small bunches of baby breath for embellishment, ensuring that each layer contained an odd number for aesthetic appeal. He took a satisfied glance at his work, and then turned to look at Xiao Bei. Fu Yuanshan was not the type of delicate beauty. Xiao Bei had never thought he would match with the vibrant roses. But at this moment, under his 2 dark brows, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a hint of lazy pride, and beneath his high nose, his slightly parted lips were a subdued red, stunningly beautiful like the roses in front of him. Xiao Bei lowered his head. He was bent and had never allowed himself to be interested in straight men. You insert a bottle for me to see." Fu Yuanshan was in high spirits, bringing over a wine bottle for Xiao Bei to work on. Xiao Bei inserted a bottle of orchids, and the faint floral scent made him feel refreshed all over. Fu Yuanshan thought he did quite well and praised him a few times before a phone call came in. Xiao Bei noticed the smile on his face faded a bit. It must be a work-related call. You ponder for a bit more. The president is starting to operate now. Fu Yuanshan joked and went into the office to take the call. Xiao Bei remembered the method Fu Yuanshan had just mentioned and picked up the scissors to work on himself. Fu Yuanshan's call lasted about an hour, and after hanging up, he made various other calls. Xiao Bei occasionally glanced at him through the glass, seeing the busy president working tirelessly. Fu Yuanshan processed a pile of documents on the computer, and after sending the final approval, it was already past 1 in the morning. He tiredly rubbed his brow and took a sip of the cold coffee beside him, noticing that Xiao Bei had already fallen asleep with his head on the desk in the warm-lit small partition. Fu Yuanshan stood up and walked over, the sound of his leather shoes clicking against the ceramic floor creating a pleasant rhythm. He paused for a moment before silently stepping forward. He gently pushed open the glass door, walked over to collect the scissors, and cleaned up some of the cut branches and leaves into the trash can, then saw the basket of flowers Xiao Bei had arranged, which included lilacs, magnolias, and a few crabapple branches. They were all simple and pure flowers, very different from the roses he loved, but surprisingly he liked them very much. He admired them for a while and took out his phone to snap a few pictures. While taking photos, Xiao Bei appeared on the screen. His slender back arched gracefully as he leaned on the desk, his shoulder blades faintly visible, the collar of his shirt slightly open, and his collarbones hidden within. Xiao Bei had long eyelashes and the slight lift at the corners of his eyes, along with his delicate and straight nose, gave him a clean appearance. Fu Yuanshan stared for a long time before putting away his phone. He then turned off the lights and left, going to sleep on the bed behind the screen in his office. Chapter 11. The next morning. Xiao Bei woke up suddenly at his desk, nearly collapsing as he stood up. He supported his waist and pushed open the glass door, but did not see Fu Yuanshan at his desk, realizing that he must have gone home last night. Just as he was about to wash his face, he heard a rustling sound, followed by Fu Yuanshan slowly walking out from behind the screen in his pajamas, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. Xiao Bei knew he had unkindly gone to bed last night, even changing into his pajamas. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, Xiao Bei asked, "Is there a spare toothbrush here?" "Yes, I'll get it for you." They had just woken up, and their ability to speak hadn't fully returned. So they quietly entered the bathroom together to brush their teeth and wash their faces. However, when they were brushing their teeth in front of the mirror, Xiao Bei felt awkward and wanted to finish quickly, but Fu Yuanshan said brushing should last at least 3 minutes. So they silently brushed their teeth for another 3 minutes. As the morning light streamed in, the spacious office was bright and clean, and employees began to arrive one after another, making the company lively again as a new day began. For a whole month, Xiao Bei was busy, and as he became more familiar with his work, he increasingly realized the astonishing amount of work Fu Yuanshan had. He had 3 vice presidents under him, and aside from the vice presidents, secretaries, and assistants who share the workload, he had to hold various online and offline meetings every day and meet all kinds of people. He often had to socialize, sometimes engaging in healthy yet pretentious activities like polo or golf in the afternoon. Xiao Bei thought Fu Yuanshan was very skilled, but sometimes he had to put on a show for other company presidents, and sometimes he would go out to eat and drink at night. But he never took Xiao Bei along, going with a few department managers instead. He was no longer surprised that Fu Yuanshan had reached this position at such a young age. Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei turned to look, and Fu Yuanshan called him without lifting his head. "What's up?" he asked as he pushed the door. "Do you have plans tonight? Someone is coming from Wenzhou, and you'll join me for dinner." Fu Yuanshan instructed expressionlessly. The Wenzhou boss was a target for investment that Rongxin had been eyeing for a long time. After some negotiations, the big boss was hesitant to make commitment, but Fu Yuanshan saw him as a naive person with money. And today, he was finally tricked into coming to Q City for a face-to-face discussion. Okay. Xiao Bei thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to speak and wasn't tied to the project. So what did he need him for? Fu Yuanshan rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully looking at the computer. Xiao Bei quietly stepped back out. The dinner was set at a seaside restaurant. And apart from the driver, Fu Yuanshan brought only him and a public relations assistant named Chun. As they got out of the car, Fu Yuanshan quietly told him, "You just need to eat." The Wenzhou boss seemed to want to make a big impression and brought a whole group of people. When they entered the room, they were met with a warm welcome, making it seem like they were the hosts. Xiao Bei felt his smile freeze as he shook hands with those people, while Fu Yuanshan and Chen navigated the situation with ease. Remembering Fu Yuanshan's words, Xiao Bei occasionally raised a toast and then focused on eating. When the American Red Dragon, worth over 1,000 each, was served, Xiao Bei finally found meaning in coming here and paid no more attention to the others. During the meal, Fu Yuanshan skillfully maneuvered the conversation with the Wenzhou boss, but the few people he brought along were not pushovers. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone at the table was acting like brothers. As Xiao Bei took a bite, a cigarette was suddenly offered to him by a man with slick back hair, who smiled and said, "How about a smoke, little brother?" Just as Xiao Bei was about to take it, Fu Yuanshan blocked him, laughing, "Brother my, that's not fair. My assistant doesn't smoke. Don't corrupt the kid." The man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. President Fu really knows how to joke. Okay, no smoking. He was one of the Wenzhou boss's companions, probably at the vice president level. Although he was older than Fu Yuanshan, he didn't dare to call him younger brother. Xiao Bei wiped his mouth and turned to look at Fu Yuanshan, who was already puffing away, while the table of men listened to Chun telling risky jokes. Chun went on and on, telling several jokes in a row, and a group of men laughed until they were rolling on the floor, while Fu Yuanshan supported his chin, clearly enjoying himself. Xiao Bei took a sip of water, puzzled about what was so funny. After that, it was an endless night of drinking. Wenzhou brought along a pair of sisters who could drink like champions, specifically targeting Fu Yuanshan, while Xiao Bei was also pressured into downing several cups. Dinner lasted until past 10, and then Xiao Chun started a ruckus about going to sing karaoke. Xiao Bei frowned. He had just seen Fu Yuanshan drink almost a pound of liquor, and now he was pretending nothing was wrong while planning to sing. Moreover, Xiao had drunk even more and was stumbling as he walked. The Wenzhou group was also in high spirits, and they moved to another place. In the dimly lit private room, a few people were passionately singing with a microphone while Xiao Bei hid in a corner listening. Xiao, with a thick tongue, led a large group of Wenzhou people in a chorus. In a dark corner of the room, Fu Yuanshan was whispering to the big boss from Wenzhou, and Xiao Bei was surprised to see the Wenzhou boss actually take off his glasses to wipe away tears. He couldn't help but want to give Fu Yuanshan a thumbs up. Then came the moment that made Xiao Bei's eyes widen in disbelief. Fu Yuanshan pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his bag behind him, one hand comforting the Wenzhou boss on his back while the other handed the paper and pen to him. The Wenzhou boss, wiping his tears, accepted it and signed the intention contract on the spot. The Wenzhou people were all singing along with Xiao, and no one noticed this scene. It would only be realized tomorrow. No matter how well things were said at the dinner table, everything could change once sober. Nothing was more concrete than this contract. Around 1 a.m, the party finally wound down. The Wenzhou boss, seemingly discussing something sad, held Fu Yuanshan's hand and rambled on as he left. Fu Yuanshan saw him off to the car, and the group finally dispersed. Once the others had left, Fu Yuanshan looked at the car driving away, his face finally devoid of any expression. Xiao seemed like a different person, quickly walking over to support Fu Yuanshan. The driver opened the door for him, but Fu Yuanshan waved Xiao away and got into the car. The drive was quiet. Xiao was in the passenger seat making calls to report back to the company, and Xiao Bei turned to see Fu Yuanshan had already fallen asleep. He was leaning back against the headrest, his suit jacket already off, and 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing a long neck and a prominent Adam's apple that exuded masculinity. His eyes were closed, and his face was calm. He was someone who didn't show the effects of alcohol, Xiao Bei thought. When they arrived at Fu Yuanshan's apartment building, Xiao was also struggling, insisting on getting out of the car to help Fu Yuanshan upstairs. Xiao Bei gestured to compare his and Fu Yuanshan sizes and said, "Brother Chun, Brother Wang, you guys don't need to come down. I haven't drunk much. I'll take President Fu upstairs. Brother Wang, you should take Brother Chun back. He has said quite a bit." The sky was completely dark, with a few stars faintly twinkling. The coastal city's summer nights were the most pleasant. A cool breeze brushed against them as Xiao Bei supported Fu Yuanshan into the building. Fu Yuanshan, who was half a head taller than him, leaned heavily against Xiao Bei. Fu Yuanshan usually looked quite thin, but he had that typical body type that looked slim in clothes but had some meat when undressed, making it a bit difficult for Xiao Bei to walk. After finally getting into the elevator, he leaned Fu Yuanshan against the wall, and just as he thought of relaxing, Fu Yuanshan slid down. He hurriedly propped him up again. Along the way, Xiao Bei could smell the lingering scent of smoke and alcohol on Fu Yuanshan. At that moment, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of floral fragrance, the scent of roses. He hadn't yet had time to savor it when the elevator arrived. He searched Fu Yuanshan for the keys. Neither of his pants pockets had them. He then checked the pockets of his jacket, but found nothing. Maybe he dropped them on the way? He stubbornly searched down his pant legs, lifting the hem of his suit jacket and feeling around his belt, but found nothing. Just then, Fu Yuanshan opened his eyes. Chapter 12. Fu Yuanshan half opened his eyes and looked at him sideways, while Xiao Bei was at that moment holding Fu Yuanshan's arm draped over him with one hand and searching for the keys at his waist with the other. Suddenly locking eyes with him, Xiao Bei felt a bit awkward and said, "President Fu, I'm looking for the keys." Fu Yuanshan stared at him silently for a while, making Xiao Bei's scalp tingle, and then he closed his eyes again. Xiao Bei was helpless. There were no keys on Fu Yuanshan's body, so he shook him again. "President Fu, where are your house keys?" Fu Yuanshan frowned in discomfort, but didn't say anything. "President Fu," Xiao Bei continued to shake him, "where are your house keys?" Suddenly, a large hand reached over to cover Xiao Bei's mouth. Before he could react, Fu Yuanshan pushed him against the wall, their bodies almost completely pressed together below the chest. Fu Yuanshan held his mouth with one hand and looked down at him. Xiao Bei's eyes widened slightly. Fu Yuanshan's nose was almost touching his, and he could smell the alcohol on his breath. Uncomfortable, Fu Yuanshan excited. They were too close, and in such an ambiguous position. Xiao Bei wanted to push him away, but found he couldn't budge him. "Where are your keys?" Uncomfortable. Fu Yuanshan breathed into his ear, making him feel ticklish. Xiao Bei could no longer stand it. He pinched Fu Yuanshan's cheeks to push his face away with one hand and lightly patted him with the other. A bit impatiently, "Fu Yuanshan, I'll ask one last time. Do you have the keys?" Fu Yuanshan looked genuinely uncomfortable, frowning as he stared at his own nose, not saying a word. Xiao Bei suddenly found this side of him a bit cute and felt a bit sorry for him. He leaned in closer to Fu Yuanshan's ear and gently said, "President Fu, can you understand me like this? Did you bring the keys? If not, you'll have to sleep in the hallway." Fu Yuanshan slowly raised one hand and placed it on the fingerprint lock. With a click, the door opened. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and helped him inside. Once inside, he turned on the lights and laid Fu Yuanshan down on the sofa, finally able to straighten his back. He poured himself a glass of water and drank a few sips. After finishing the glass, he suddenly became aware of a strange sensation in his shoulder, a tingling feeling as if he had undergone electrotherapy. This was the third time he had felt this way from Fu Yuanshan, and Xiao Bei was puzzled. Could this guy be some kind of jellyfish? He squatted down, quietly observing Fu Yuanshan's face. After hesitating for a moment, he extended a finger and slowly reached for him. At that moment, Fu Yuanshan seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. The two locked eyes, and suddenly Fu Yuanshan sat up and pushed Xiao Bei away, throwing up violently. Xiao Bei didn't dodge in time and ended up with half his pants ruined. Shocked and stunned for a while. "Paper." Xiao Bei reached out for a tissue and handed it to him, then futilely attempted to wipe his own pants. After throwing up, Fu Yuanshan appeared even more uncomfortable, much like how most people felt after drinking too much. Xiao Bei, still in his dirty pants, went to the kitchen to get another glass of water and returned to help Fu Yuanshan rinse his mouth. Then he could no longer endure the wet, sticky feeling on his legs, so he went upstairs to the bathroom, took off his pants, rinsed off his legs, and casually wrapped a towel around himself before heading back downstairs. Looking at himself in this odd outfit, suit on top, towel on the bottom, he couldn't help but laugh. He went to the kitchen to make a pot of hangover soup. After drinking a bowl himself, he went to the living room and called out to Fu Yuanshan a couple of times, but when he got no response, he had to grab a cushion to place under his head and spoon-fed him the entire bowl. After feeding him, Xiao Bei felt completely drained. He had actually drunk quite a bit in that environment earlier, and now his head was spinning. He thought it was too good to leave Fu Yuanshan here, so he wanted to help him back to his room to sleep. He pinched Fu Yuanshan's nose, and after a while, Fu Yuanshan began to frown and slowly opened his heavy eyes. Xiao Bei felt that tingling sensation in his fingertips again, but looking into the man's deep, captivating eyes was like gazing into a well with a bright moon reflecting on it, pulling him in deeper. He didn't know whether that tingling feeling was coming from his body or from within his heart. He shook his head, brushed his hair back, and said, "Let us go back to the room. It's not comfortable here." Fu Yuanshan looked at him without speaking. Xiao Bei gambled on the fact that after drinking so much, he wouldn't remember anything tomorrow. "Fu Yuanshan, stop playing dead here. I still need to go home and sleep. You know you threw up on my pants, right?" Fu Yuanshan mumbled a few words. "What?" Xiao Bei didn't hear clearly and leaned in. "It's not me who vomited." The pure male voice is most deadly when drunk, and Xiao Bei frowned. "Then who vomited?" "You." Xiao Bei didn't want to waste any more words with him, pulling him by one arm. "Wake up a bit, I'll use less energy." His head was even dizzier, and I still need to go home and sleep. Fu Yuanshan's body felt as heavy as lead and couldn't be moved at all. When Xiao Bei stood up, he lost his balance, and Fu Yuanshan gently pulled him back, causing him to fall right onto him. The two looked at each other, and Xiao Bei was covered in goosebumps and hurriedly scrambled to get up. But his head felt heavy, and he fell back again. Suddenly, Fu Yuanshan wrapped one arm around him, and he froze, looking up to meet Fu Yuanshan's gaze. Fu Yuanshan looked down at him, like he was looking at a little kitten in his arms. He held Xiao Bei with one hand and snapped his fingers with the other. Instantly, a bright blue spark appeared at his long, bony fingertips. "This is for you." Xiao Bei widened his already dazed eyes slightly, wondering what kind of magic this was. Static electricity? Or was he seeing things? Sleep. In the next moment, the little spark disappeared, and with a wave of his hand in front of Xiao Bei's eyes, he uncontrollably closed his eyes, as if falling into an endless abyss. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Xiao Bei was awakened by a delicious smell. When he opened his eyes, he saw a shiny chive pie. Awake? Came Fu Yuanshan's voice, filled with amusement. Emanated. Xiao Bei propped himself up. It had been too late last night, and he had fallen asleep directly on the sofa. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit confused, as if something was missing. Can you guess what time it is now? What time? It's the weekend. No need to work. Oh, Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. You remember quite well. Then he said, You really can sleep? Open your mouth. Xiao Bei glanced down at the chive pie. Suddenly feeling very hungry, he turned his head to one side, realizing he hadn't brushed his teeth yet. Go wash up. We'll eat in a bit. Fu Yuanshan retracted the chopsticks, holding the chive pie, and walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Bei sat up and saw it was already past 12. When he got off the sofa, he was still in that ridiculous outfit. Clearing his throat, he called out, Mr. Fu, do you have a piece of clothing I can borrow? From the kitchen, Fu Yuanshan's voice came. Why are you calling me Mr. Fu again? Didn't you call me Fu Yuanshan quite skillfully yesterday? Xiao Bei was startled. He still remembered? How much did he remember? The clothes are on the rack outside the bathroom. I found them for you. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Xiao Bei went downstairs to see a table full of delicious food, with Fu Yuanshan sitting at the dining table, resting his chin on his hands, smiling at him. Mr. Fu, why did you order so many dishes? Xiao Bei said while drying his hair. Fu Yuanshan's face instantly fell. He knocked on the table. What do you mean ordered? I made this myself. You made it yourself? Xiao Bei was a bit surprised, really? I'll take that as you praising me. Fu Yuanshan shot him a glance. Why aren't you drying your hair? Xiao Bei pretended not to hear. Your cooking skills are really good. He pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the table full of dishes. Shrimp paste with green beans, spicy clams, Qingdao cold noodles, baby cabbage and broth, big red sausage with cucumber, fried dough with chives, and a plate of squid dumplings. They were all home-cooked dishes, but they looked great, plated beautifully, simply not something a person could make. At least not something Fu Yuanshan could make. I woke up at 8 and went out to buy groceries to start cooking. Fu Yuanshan said proudly, I told you. You're grown up now. How many times do I have to remind you to dry your hair? He went upstairs to get the hairdryer for Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had no choice but to go dry his hair before coming back to eat. First, drink this. After a hangover, you need to let your stomach adjust. Fu Yuanshan pushed a bowl of sweet soup towards him. Thank you, Mr. Fu, Xiao Bei said while drinking, remembering what happened last night, feeling a bit guilty. Fu Yuanshan watched him drink, and while doing so, casually asked, Who brought me back yesterday? Me, along with Brother Chun and Brother Wang. Who brought me upstairs besides you? Xiao Bei felt even guiltier. He wasn't sure how much Fu Yuanshan remembered about his series of rude words and actions. Just me. Just you alone? MHM. Fu Yuanshan felt relieved. He had lost his memory from drinking the night before, and the fewer people he interacted with, the better. Otherwise, even though he was confident in his drinking and self-control, he still worried about doing something that would seem strange to others. He joked, Did you get tired bringing me up? Tired, Xiao Bei said, grabbing a dumpling. Mr. Fu, did you make this filling yourself? MHM. Fu Yuanshan instantly forgot the previous topic. Is it good? I put a bit too much salt. It's leaking out. Fu Yuanshan picked one up to taste, shot him a glare, and said, Isn't soup dumpling good? If you put less salt, the flavor won't be guaranteed. MHM. Xiao Bei nodded. Next time. You got a bit of salt when kneading the dough. You can still make dumplings? Xiao Bei glanced at him. Of course, it's not that difficult, right? I thought you only knew how to order takeout. Fu Yuanshan said, casually, the employees of Rongxin. At first we even set up a small kitchen on our floor. Anyone who wanted to cook could go, but I think I only went a few times, and then it was changed to a tea room. Xiao Bei couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Fu Yuanshan, a CEO, to be so enthusiastic about cooking and that he could make it quite well. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The business deal with the valve factory in Wenzhou had been finalized under Fu Yuanshan's thunderous methods. Before they left, they wanted to treat Fu Yuanshan to dinner in gratitude, but Fu Yuanshan couldn't be bothered to show his face and directly had his secretary refuse. Today was Friday, and the flowers from Yunnan had arrived again. Xiao Bei had become quite adept at this process, cutting the flowers expressionlessly at his workstation. Suddenly, Yuanshan pushed the door open and asked, "Is my car ready?" Xiao Bei was startled, put down the scissors, and said, "Let me check." Yuanshan's car had been sent for maintenance a few days ago, and for the past few days, the driver had been taking him home. Today the driver said he wanted to take a day off to borrow the car to pick up a bride for a friend, and Yuanshan agreed. It wasn't until the evening that he remembered how he would get home. A moment later, Xiao Bei pushed the door in and said, "Mr. Fu, they said the car won't be ready until Monday." Yuanshan looked at him with a sorrowful expression and said, "What should I do then? I can't go home." Chapter 13. Xiao Bei was confused, just about to suggest Brother Wang take him, but then remembered he had taken a day off today. He thought for a moment and said, "Should I help you get a car? I don't ride in strangers' cars." Xiao Bei tentatively said, "Then let me see if anyone in the company can take you home." Yuanshan frowned at him. He also felt it was impractical. How could the CEO let an employee take him home? A light bulb went off in his head, and he said, "Then I'll borrow a car. I'll take you home. During rush hour, who will lend you a car?" "Then what should we do?" Yuanshan looked at him and soon asked, "How do you get home?" "I take the subway." These days, a typhoon had come, and the temperature had dropped a lot. Xiao Bei was wearing a thin long-sleeve t-shirt with a pair of dark green, straight-leg crop pants, paired with his youthful face, despite his usual lack of expression. Yuanshan keenly noticed that this was not Xiao Bei's usual style of dress. Yuanshan said, "The clothes look nice. Did you just buy them?" Xiao Bei was struggling to tolerate Yuanshan's jumpy speaking style. It's a gift from a friend," he replied. Han Jiaxian owned a clothing store and always liked to bring him a couple of new items whenever there was a new arrival, but none of them suited his style, and he had hardly worn any of them. This time, because of the drop in temperature, he hadn't taken out his long-sleeve clothes yet. So he wore a few long-sleeve items that Han Jiaxian had brought him a few days ago. "What friend? A girlfriend?" "No, just a friend who owns a store and brought me a couple of pieces." After a moment of thought, he added, "I don't have a girlfriend." Yuanshan seemed somewhat satisfied with Xiao Bei's explanation, and he looked at Xiao Bei and said softly, "You owe me a meal from last time. When are you going to pay me back?" "What did I owe you a meal?" Xiao Bei suddenly thought of something and asked, "Are you referring to the time I gave you a ride home?" Yuanshan nodded, as if it were obvious. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes internally and casually asked, "Does President Fu want to come to my place for a meal too?" "Sure, I just happen to not want to eat out." Yuanshan replied as he started shutting down his computer. Xiao Bei stared at him, surprised that he seemed ready to leave work with him, and said, "President Fu, I'm taking the subway home." Yuanshan paused noticeably before saying, "Take a taxi." "No, just the subway," Xiao Bei quickly replied, feeling a bit anxious as he glanced up at Yuanshan. Sure enough, Yuanshan looked at him and then said, "If it's the subway, then it's the subway." During the evening rush hour, the subway was packed tightly. Xiao Bei thought to himself, "It's not usually this crowded. Is this to punish Yuanshan for his wrong decision?" He looked down at Yuanshan. Yes, he looked down. This shameless guy had just competed with a little elementary school student for a seat. Originally, the student was closest to the seat, but after a person got up, Yuanshan seized the opportunity and smoothly sat down before the student even realized what was happening. Now, Xiao Bei and the student were standing in front of the seat. The student glared hatefully at Yuanshan, who, wearing a mask and sunglasses, looked like a suspect trying to hide his identity, slumped in the seat with his arms crossed. At nearly 2 meters tall, he didn't even seem taller than the elderly man sitting beside him, and his handsome face was completely obscured. Xiao Bei didn't quite understand. President Fu, Xiao Bei called softly. Yuanshan lifted his gaze from behind his sunglasses. Xiao Bei asked with a smile, "Why are you like this?" Just then, the subway arrived at a station, and a bunch of people got off. The seat next to Yuanshan became available, and the student was about to dash for it when Xiao Bei was suddenly pulled back with a strong force and plopped down into the seat. In that moment, the student's face displayed a mix of shock, disbelief, anger, frustration, and despair, and Xiao Bei was also startled, quickly turning to look at Yuanshan. Yuanshan had a hint of a smug smile in his eyes behind the sunglasses, and Xiao Bei felt speechless. Under the student's glare, he felt a bit awkward and whispered, "Are you trying to pick a fight with him?" Fu Yuanshan leaned closer, his lips brushing against Xiao Bei's ear, and the warm breath that escaped from under the mask felt somewhat hot. I'm worried you'll get tired. There's still several stops to go. Xiao Bei's hot flutet. And after thinking for a moment, he turned his face to say, then why didn't you just give me your seat earlier? Fu Yuanshan looked at him without answering. And after a while, he sat back, adjusting his posture, again wearing an expression that seemed indifferent to everyone. Xiao Bei laughed, and Fu Yuanshan glanced at him, saying, do you always stand by like this on the subway? Not really, Xiao Bei replied nonchalantly. If there's a seat, I sit. If not, I stand for a bit. Fu Yuanshan scoffed lightly and was about to say something when Xiao Bei interrupted. President Fu, you still haven't said why you're so covered up. Fu Yuanshan replied, you don't get it, do you? With my looks, if I take the subway, I'll probably get photographed and go trending. Xiao Bei looked at him in surprise, and Fu Yuanshan's expression was completely serious. He casually fiddled with his cufflinks, the high-quality diamond cufflinks being twirled by his fingers like in a comic. The black mask covered his sharp nose, but the well-shaped eyes behind the sunglasses were still visible from the side. In the noisy and crowded subway, it seemed as if everyone around was just a mass of humanity, while he stood out like a deity. Xiao Bei thought that it was indeed possible for someone like him to get photographed and end up trending. Fu Yuanshan slightly frowned, troubled by his handsome appearance. If he did end up trending, employees would surely find out, and if they spread it around, the business circle in Q City was not that big. The next time he went out to negotiate a deal, people could easily tease him about how the CEO of Rongshin took the subway home after work. It would become a joke. Being handsome was also a burden, Xiao Bei sighed. Isn't it? The more Xiao Bei thought about it, the funnier it became. And he couldn't help but bend over and laugh. Fu Yuanshan, looking through his sunglasses at Xiao Bei's bright smile, also revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Xiao Bei had rented a small one-bedroom apartment with a simple decoration style, and he hadn't put much thought into it at the time. But there were advantages to its small size. It was easy to clean, had good lighting, and was clean and bright. By the time they got home, it was already dark. As soon as they walked in, Fu Yuanshan took off his mask, revealing a slightly sweaty face that looked quite attractive. He kicked off his shoes and said, give me a pair of replacements. These are going to get dirty. A typhoon was approaching, and it had rained in the afternoon. Just as they returned from the subway station, Fu Yuanshan was chatting animatedly with Xiao Bei when he accidentally stepped in a puddle of mud and almost slipped. Xiao Bei stifled his laughter with great effort. Then Xiao Bei noticed that he only had one pair of slippers at home, so it seemed necessary to have an extra pair. He took them out and placed them on the floor, saying here. Fu Yuanshan put them on and remarked, they're a bit small. Just then, Xiao Bei spotted a pair of winter cotton slippers in the shoe cabinet and suggested, why not try these? Fu Yuanshan shot him a glare. Why would you give me cotton slippers? Oh, Xiao Bei suddenly realized, and cotton slippers are usually smaller than the same size of flip-flops. I don't have any other slippers. Just make do with these. Then what will you wear? I'll wear these. He pointed to the cotton slippers. It won't be too hot for a while. Fu Yuanshan looked at him, and after a moment said, that would be a bit embarrassing. Xiao Bei responded. President Fu, what do you want to eat? Xiao Bei called out from the kitchen. Anything, Fu Yuanshan replied, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, wearing the slightly smaller flip-flops, scrolling through local shopping on his phone. Xiao Bei shouted, what? Fu Yuanshan got up and walked to the kitchen, leaning against the door frame with a smile. I want meat, vegetables, and sweet soup. Okay, Xiao Bei smiled. Wait a bit. Fu Yuanshan didn't move. Xiao Bei tied on a blue checkered apron, showing off his skilled movements as he tied the strings behind his back while keeping his back straight. He took a monkey head mushroom out of the fridge and turned away from Fu Yuanshan to wash it, exposing a fair segment of his neck. He hadn't expected Xiao Bei to cook. He thought back to a few months ago when he perceived Xiao Bei, good-looking, quick to learn, polite, and gentle, but always with a sense of distance, making him seem like a hollow shell. But now, what about now? He felt that this shell had developed cracks, revealing a glimpse of what was inside. Although he still couldn't see clearly, at least some light was coming through, and inexplicably, he wanted to know what this shell contained. Why not come home and cook? Xiao Bei said without turning his head. Fu Yuanshan, knowing he was joking, looked at the slender back, but suddenly had a thought, as if he really wanted to stand next to him, cooking together, washing vegetables together, chopping vegetables together. Frying together, he came back to his senses, lowered his eyes, and when he looked up again, his tone was teasing. Didn't you say my cooking isn't as good as yours? If I help you, how can it compare? Who wants to compete with you? Xiao Bei laughed. You go out and wait. After washing the mushrooms, he casually shook his hands, while Yuanshan turned his gaze away and went to the living room with his phone. Xiao Bei glanced at him and then turned back to chop vegetables. The knife made a rhythmic sound on the cutting board as Xiao Bei looked down at the small mushroom pieces shaped like monkey heads sliding off the blade. It was the first time he brought someone home for dinner, and surprisingly, he didn't feel the disgust or difficulty he had imagined. Instead, he felt a bit of anticipation, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing in his eyes. The doorbell rang, and Xiao Bei was puzzled. Just as he was about to wipe his hands to open the door, Yuanshan had already done so. Who is it? Xiao Bei walked into the living room. Yuanshan had just closed the door and was holding a pair of slippers he had just worn. Xiao Bei heiset an ayable. Yuanshan stretched his foot and said, Look, I just bought these. They were a pair of slippers almost identical to the ones he had just worn, blue and round-toed, except they were a size larger. Then Yuanshan squatted down, and Xiao Bei was startled, instinctively wanting to step back. Yuanshan gently grabbed his ankle, took off the cotton slippers he was wearing, and replaced them with the cool slippers, smiling as he said, Put these on. I don't know what you like, so I bought a pair just like mine, and I'll leave them here for my visits. After both feet were changed, Yuanshan stood up, and Xiao Bei's expression was somewhat complex. He retracted his gaze the moment Yuanshan stood up, unsure of how to express himself. Yuanshan chuckled. What's wrong? Are you dumbfounded? Are you thinking how could there be such a good boss like President Fu, considerate, handsome, and understanding? Xiao Bei smiled, pretending nothing was wrong as he went back to cooking, saying, President Fu plans to come to my house for dinner a few times and even prepared shoes. That depends on whether your cooking is good this time, Yuanshan said with a smile as he watched him go into the kitchen. Then he covered his heart with his hand. The strong, thumping sensation traveled through his chest to his palm. Yuanshan didn't expect that simply bending down to help him change shoes would evoke such a strong reaction in him. When his warm palm touched Xiao Bei's slightly cool ankle, his heart suddenly began to race uncontrollably. If Yuanshan had the ability to foresee the future at that moment, he would know that his heart had finally encountered the person destined for him. Greeting, you finally came. Hello, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yuanshan received several calls in the living room, and Xiao Bei finally finished cooking and set the table. While cooking, he thought about Yuanshan's mention of a competition, scoffing at the childishness of it. He took off his apron and hung it up. President Fu, it's time to eat. Yuanshan hurriedly hung up the phone, and when he saw the dining table, he exclaimed, Wow, it looks like a 5-star hotel meal has been brought in front of me. The table was filled with a variety of fragrant dishes, including steamed flatfish, garlic scallops, iron plate monkey head mushrooms, papaya stewed snow frog, and a plate of steaming iced shrimp with various named and unnamed dishes. Just the appearance and presentation were enough to stimulate one's appetite. The rice was even a rosy color, which Yuanshan knew must have been mixed with fruit. You must be a chef at some hotel, right? Yuanshan marveled as he looked. When did you graduate from New Oriental? Thankfully, this isn't a government job. Otherwise, the boss would have to go in after eating this meal. Xiao Bei was a bit lost with the praise. It's not that exaggerated. Fortunately, he had just gone to the supermarket yesterday, and Xiao Bei felt like it was all prepared for today. If he had any specialties, being antisocial would be first, and cooking would come second. Although there were many dishes, each portion was not large, so it wasn't too much for 2 people. His home didn't have any good drinks aside from beer, so he mixed some dragon fruit with rice to make 2 cups of yogurt dragon fruit juice. Yuanshan happily enjoyed the delicious food alongside the rice. After eating out so often, he could tell that while Xiao Bei's dishes looked comparable to restaurant food, the taste was nothing like the greasy, MSG-laden dishes that left one feeling nauseous after a single meal. It was fragrant and light, sweet and salty, refreshing without being heavy, and got better with each bite. Then he encountered a plate of potatoes. This potato looks unremarkable, but Xiao Bei, you cut a potato into a triangular prism. How do you pick it up? Xiao Bei looked up from his rice. So, I just want to make it fun. President Fu. We have a local saying in Shandong called chow. With a chopstick down, you can get several into the bowl. Seeing Fu Yuanshan's confused expression, Xiao Bei laughed. Scooping some onto his bowl, casually asking, "You're not a local, are you?" "Stop, stop." Fu Yuanshan quickly blocked with his chopsticks. "I don't like eating potatoes. I just want to taste it." His tone became a bit vague. "Ah, I haven't heard that term before." Xiao Bei glanced at him, nodded, and didn't he ask further. As Fu Yuanshan continued eating, feeling full, he found himself increasingly satisfied with this person. He took a sip of yogurt and smiled. "I'll give you a raise when I go back." Xiao Bei, upon hearing this, scooped some sweet foam and asked, "How much of a raise?" Fu Yuanshan, full and leaning back against the chair, replied, "You tell me." "I say." Xiao Bei lowered his head to drink porridge. "Then I'm going to say a lot." Fu Yuanshan chuckled. "Go ahead, I'm listening." "Raise, 200. Fu Yuanshan almost spat out his yogurt. "Not that much. We are at least a Fortune 500 company, so be more generous." Xiao Bei laughed, just about to speak when the phone rang. Fu Yuanshan casually glanced at it. It seemed to be from someone named Jean, but he didn't pay much attention and gestured for Xiao Bei to answer. Xiao Bei wiped his mouth, picked up the phone, and walked to the living room. "Just answer it. Don't hide it from me. Just say a few words and be done with it." "Do you really plan to chat for a while?" Fu Yuanshan watched Xiao Bei's retreating figure, feeling awkward and muttering to himself. Since their meeting a few months ago, Jean Kong had started pursuing him officially. He had made it very clear several times, but Jean Kong had a kind of almost clueless persistence, delivering flowers to the company. Thankfully, the office was already filled with flowers, so it wasn't too conspicuous. This week, for some reason, the calls had been nonstop, and Xiao Bei was getting a bit annoyed. This time, Jean Kong said his birthday was coming up and wanted to invite Xiao Bei for a meal, just the two of them. Xiao Bei tooked. Why not take this opportunity to clarify everything? He was the best at cutting through the confusion, and an hour's meal was enough for Jean Kong to regret ever meeting him. He agreed, and on the other end, Jean Kong hung up joyfully. Xiao Bei returned to the dining table. "Who is it?" Fu Yuanshan asked casually. "A friend." Xiao Bei continued sipping his sweet foam. Fu Yuanshan poked a potato with his chopsticks, glanced at him, and said, "Oh." After the big meal, the two of them washed and wiped the dishes to clean up the table. Then they faced a problem. How would Fu Yuanshan get home? Actually, he hadn't planned on being a rogue and not going home. He just wanted to come over, and then did, but now he was unsure how to return. He didn't take taxis or the subway, and his shoes were dirty. Xiao Bei was also troubled, wondering if he should invite him to stay the night. Fu Yuanshan had another concern. If he didn't have overtime or social engagements on Fridays, he would wander around. A large part of the reason he wanted to come to a city was that he loved the scenery of this world. Unlike his own, which only had two types of scenery. Using a city's terms, one was like the prehistoric, uncivilized wilderness, and the other was filled with postmodern mechanical and electronic feelings. Both would become tiresome, far less colorful than cities. He would go around the country on weekends when he had free time and would travel abroad once every quarter. After 8 years, he had visited many places. Generally, he wouldn't change his plans, but now, after eating and leaning against the sofa with Xiao Bei while watching TV, he suddenly didn't want to move. The gray fabric sofa is quite firm, yet comfortable to sit on. The living room is lit with warm-toned spotlights, reflecting on the matching blue slippers of the two people. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, neon lights illuminate the night, creating a thick, ambiguous atmosphere reminiscent of honey and cotton candy inside the room. The TV is playing something unknown, and both individuals are lost in their own thoughts. Mr. Fu. You. Fu Yuanshan coughed lightly, and Xiao Bei frowned, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. Xiao Bei spoke first. "Mr. Fu, why don't you just stay here for the night? You can't meet any of the conditions to go home. Tomorrow, we can have Brother Wang come pick you up." Fu Yuanshan never expected that the young assistant would invite him to stay overnight. In fact, he could have easily used his ability to return home quickly, but he usually didn't except when traveling. He thought, since he was in a city, he might as well experience an ordinary life without powers, as he had grown accustomed to this lifestyle over the years. "Oh," he said in as calm a tone as possible. "Sure, then I'll sleep on the sofa." His home is a one-bedroom apartment, and any sleeping arrangement would be awkward. Moreover, the sofa is small, and someone of Fu Yuanshan's stature wouldn't be comfortable sleeping on it for a night. I'll sleep on the sofa. It's too small. After looking at him for a moment, Fu Yuanshan said, "How about we both sleep in the bed?" Xiao Bei looked at him expressionlessly, noticing that his face didn't seem to be joking, nor did it seem like a question. He helplessly replied, "Mr. Fu, my bed is only 5 meters wide. It's not appropriate for 2 men. What is inappropriate about 2 men?" Fu Yuanshan asked casually, then noticed a strange expression on Xiao Bei's face for a fleeting moment. That moment felt like a needle piercing a certain spot in Fu Yuanshan's heart, prompting him to ask again, "What is inappropriate about 2 men?" Xiao Bei shrugged and smiled. "Nothing. I'll go tidy up." Fu Yuanshan watched him enter the bedroom for a while, then rubbed his brow, feeling a bit lost in his thoughts. The moonlight was bright that night. After both had showered, they lay in bed. Xiao Bei took 2 blankets, one for each of them, lying on the 1.5-meter bed like newlywed couples in an arranged marriage. After a while, Fu Yuanshan spoke. "Are you asleep?" "Xiao Bei yumpet in surprise." "No. Move a bit this way. I keep feeling like you're going to fall off." Xiao Bei shifted closer. Fu Yuanshan laughed. His voice was deep, and his smile in the ambiguous moonlight gave a strange heart flutter. "Did you move?" "Yeah," Xiao Bei replied softly. "Just about a millimeter." Fu Yuanshan continued to laugh. Xiao Bei, listening to his voice, just wanted him to stop talking. As a pure gay man, he found it a bit overwhelming. "You move. Don't make me do it," Fu Yuanshan said with a smile. Xiao Bei slowly turned his head to look at him, curious if the CEO was aware of what he was saying. "Move? Is it that hard to get closer? I'm not going to eat you." The moonlight cast a shadow over Fu Yuanshan's brow, and his eyes were the most beautiful Xiao Bei had ever seen. He sighed, sat up, and pulled their pillows together before lying back down. The smile on Fu Yuanshan's lips was barely contained as he looked out the window, but his peripheral vision was filled with the person beside him. The moonlight is really bright tonight. Xiao Bei could see the moonlight casting a pale, somewhat cold glow on the blanket. He tapped his fingers on it and quietly recited, "In the courtyard, the white trees roost crows. The cold dew silently dampens the osmanthus." Fu Yuanshan turned to look at him. "Like Wang Jian?" Xiao Bei looked up at him. Fu Yuanshan smiled slightly. "It's nothing, just an unrelated person." He continued, "Do you know where is a good place to see the moon?" Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, "By the sea, maybe? That should be nice." Fu Yuanshan closed his eyes. A boat ride out to sea should also be beautiful. Xiao Bei waited for him to continue, but instead asked, "What do you think?" Suddenly, Fu Yuanshan didn't know how to respond. How could he tell Xiao Bei that he had used his powers to rush to the top of Mount Everest to see the moon? A no man's land, I guess. "Oh," Xiao Bei nodded. "Where I lived when I was young was quite remote. After nightfall, there were hardly any lights, and you could still see the stars then. But I haven't seen them in years." Fu Yuanshan opened his eyes. This was the first time he heard Xiao Bei talk about his past. The term childhood is a fascinating thing. When you become interested in someone as childhood, it indicates that the person is extraordinary. He smiled but didn't ask further. Then the stars must be frowning too. They haven't seen you in so many years." Xiao Bei was amused by this statement and replied, "They wouldn't miss me. I was small and dirty back then, always hiding and not talking to anyone, looking lifeless. The stars wouldn't have liked me. They would miss you," Fu Yuanshan said as if he had mind-reading abilities, slowly adding, "The stars have seen too many ordinary people and no longer find interest in them. But you are different. You're so cool. They must remember you." "How do you know I was cool as a kid?" Xiao Bei laughed and asked. "Then it seems you really were cool." Fu Yuanshan smiled back at him. "Mister Fu, are you trying to flatter me?" Xiao Bei scoffed, lying back down. Fu Yuanshan chuckled. After a few months of interaction, he had figured out that Xiao Bei's way of dealing with people was to avoid interaction unless necessary. His way of making friends was to not have WeChat, and his way of chatting was to smile. He often sensed some emotions from Xiao Bei, but he didn't know how to articulate them since he had never studied psychology. Inevitably, he felt a sense of pride in their double standards. "Mister Fu, are you familiar with the stars?" "Not really, but I'm more familiar with the moon." "Is the moon familiar with you?" "Yes." "Why?" The moon has seen many mortals, but few are as beautiful as me, so it must be familiar with me. After saying this, he felt a bit shameless and couldn't help but laugh. Turned to look at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei mirrored the same expression, and they both burst into laughter. After they finished laughing, Xiao Bei said, actually later on, when the stars disappeared, we used fireworks as stars in the sky. He remembered celebrating the new year as a child, when the welfare home would set off fireworks. And the kids would run joyfully around the yard, squealing and shouting. Some had intellectual disabilities, some had physical impairments, and some lacked sensory perception, while the caregivers patiently accompanied them. But Xiao Bei didn't know how to interact with them. Thus, the joy of watching fireworks for him was reduced to just the visual effect, and he didn't feel like watching anymore. However, one time, a caregiver said that those were the stars sent to the sky. So, when fireworks were set off, he would occasionally just sit there and watch for a while. With a bang, it felt like the whole world suddenly lit up like a car suddenly stalling. But fireworks are not stars. For him, there was always a sense of alienation, even a feeling of disdain, as if imitating something awkwardly. Do you like watching fireworks? Yuanshan asked. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and finally said, not really. For some reason, Yuanshan didn't want to ask why he didn't like them. He said, if you want to see the stars, I can take you. The summer night breeze blew in through the window, lifting and dropping a corner of the floor-to-ceiling curtain repeatedly. Outside, there were sounds of cars speeding by, honking, the barely audible voices of people conversing, the chirping of cicadas in a corner, and, in the distance, the sound of waves retreating. Inside the small room, only the soft breaths of the two could be heard. Why? Xiao Bei wanted to ask, but in the end, he said nothing. Go to sleep, Yuanshan said softly. The next day, Xiao Bei woke up at 8 o'clock, and as soon as he remembered Yuanshan was beside him, he couldn't fall back asleep. After lying there for a while, he got up, made breakfast, and waited for a bit, but still didn't see Yuanshan wake up, so he ate by himself. Then he took the computer and made notes from the meeting yesterday. At 11 o'clock, there was some noise from the bedroom, and Yuanshan finally woke up. He came out wearing slippers, his hair a bit messy, frowning, looking somewhat unapproachable. He walked over to the coffee table where Xiao Bei was working, poured himself a glass of water, and asked, what time is it? It's 11. Yuanshan tilted his head. Is it only 11? Xiao Bei looked up at him. Only? I thought it was afternoon. Then he put down the cup and went to the bathroom. Idiot. Xiao Bei chuckled and continued writing the summary. On Monday, in the Rongxin building, Yuanshan got angry today because a department manager below him had given a very important client a cold shoulder without his permission, not even asking for his opinion. That client was someone they'd been trying to win over for a long time, who had always been quite arrogant and seemed to dangle them along. This was a normal situation, but that manager, in a fit of anger, had left the client hanging for a week when the client had reached out to them. As a result, the client lost patience and went straight to America, wasting months of company effort. During the meeting just now, Yuanshan severely criticized that manager. And after the meeting, he called him into his office and scolded him harshly, while the secretary and another department manager stood by, not daring to breathe. It was rare for Yuanshan to be so angry, and it made Xiao Bei find that manager quite displeasing as well. Afterward, the two managers left the office looking dejected, while Yuanshan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of coffee to calm down. Xiao Bei knocked on the door and went in, wanting to cheer Yuanshan up, but he didn't know what to say. He stood there a little awkwardly, suddenly noticing the flower basket on the shelf, so he went over and took scissors to trim it a bit, thinking it was almost noon. He figured he might as well ask if he wanted to order lunch. Just as he was about to speak, Yuanshan turned around, looking a bit surprised. Xiao Bei? Ah. Xiao Bei looked at him. When did you come in? Just now, what's wrong? Yuanshan opened his mouth and finally just smiled, saying it's nothing. Why did you come in? Xiao Bei said, I wanted to ask how you want to have lunch. Yuanshan's eyes lit up. What do you want to eat? Xiao Bei said, I'm going to the cafeteria. Do you want me to bring you something? The senior management at Rongxin never went to the cafeteria to eat. They either went out with others or had assistants order food or bring meals. Yuanshan's expression dimmed, and he pouted, Don't worry about me. Just go eat. Xiao Bei responded with an "oh" and left. Yuanshan watched his back as he left, narrowing his eyes slightly. then cursed under his breath and returned to his desk to continue working. 10 minutes later, Xiao Bei pushed open the glass door and poked his head in. Mr. Fu, haven't you eaten yet? Fu Yuanshan looked at him expressionlessly and nodded slightly. Then don't go out to eat, Xiao Bei said, using his body to push the door open, and came in, holding 2 big bags. The cafeteria has new dishes today, and they looked pretty good, so I brought back 2 portions. Do you want to try? Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at him. How come you're suddenly concerned about your boss today? Xiao Bei smirked, but didn't say anything, unpacking the food from the bags. There was fragrant rice and several colorful and appetizing side dishes that made one feel hungry just looking at them. The two had a meal together, and Fu Yuanshan's mood improved greatly, feeling that Xiao Bei was truly a sweet remedy. After lunch, Xiao Bei took the trash out and returned to his desk, starting to feel sleepy. A few weeks ago, Fu Yuanshan had ordered him to take a nap, so now he had to lie down on his desk for a while every day at noon. Initially, Fu Yuanshan suggested he sleep on the sofa in the office, but Xiao Bei refused, insisting on lying on the desk. Later, for some reason, Fu Yuanshan gave up his bed and also started napping on the desk, claiming it was too troublesome to change out of his suit into pajamas and then iron it again after waking up. Today, Xiao Bei felt full and content as he lay down ready to sleep, when suddenly he heard the glass door being pushed open. He opened his eyes to see a corgi's backside in front of him. He quickly turned his face away, staring wide-eyed at Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan was laughing uncontrollably, cleared his throat, and said, "Do you like it? It's cute, right?" He even pinched the little rounded backside of the pillow. "What for?" "It's a gift for you." Fu Yuanshan placed the pillow on his desk, adding, "Lying on the desk can make your arms numb. This will help." Xiao Bei looked at the pillow with a mixture of emotions and asked, "Who picked it?" "I did. How about that?" "Stylish, right?" Fu Yuanshan asked with a smile. "Stylish. Can I get a more rustic one?" Fu Yuanshan clicked his tongue. "Don't underestimate this pillow. I had a French friend specially custom make it. The materials inside and out are names you wouldn't recognize. Use it. It will definitely be comfortable." He and Xiao Bei were both napping on their desks, so he ordered 2 pillows. He had seen someone using this corgi style before, immediately liked it, but thought it wasn't suitable for him. So this time he bought it for his little assistant. Xiao Bei said, "That must be pretty expensive, right?" "I don't want it for any price." Fu Yuanshan casually said, "Not expensive," then added, "Try it out." Xiao Bei wanted to change the subject. "Mr. Fu, do you have one?" He turned his head to look at Fu Yuanshan's desk, only to see a very formal pillow sitting there, with a dark blue silk cover, square-shaped, understated yet luxurious. "Mr. Fu, I like that one." "Xiao Bei pointed. Fu Yuanshan feared he would say that. "No way. That one is too ordinary." "Mr. Fu." Xiao Bei looked at him, his eyes unblinking. "I want that one." Fu Yuanshan looked at him, swallowed hard, and said, You can have this one." Xiao Bei lowered his head and quietly said, "But I want yours." "Damn." Fu Yuanshan gasped in his heart, instantly wanting to order 100 of that kind of pillow for Xiao Bei. He heard himself say, "Okay, then you can use that one." Xiao Bei's mouth curled into a smile. At noon, the two were separated by a layer of glass, both lying on their desks. Xiao Bei was resting on the silk pillow, not knowing what was inside, but it was indeed comfortable. Fu Yuanshan was resting on the corgi pillow, and Xiao Bei stole a glance, wanting to laugh, but looked quite comfortable too. His eyes wandered aimlessly, and his consciousness began to fade. Finally, Xiao Bei's gaze unconsciously fixed on Fu Yuanshan's face, feeling drowsy, when suddenly, the last thread of awareness felt Fu Yuanshan looking at him. He slightly regained his senses to look back, and it seemed Fu Yuanshan was indeed awake, which made him a bit more alert, his gaze clearer. Fu Yuanshan was looking at him. His handsome face bore no excess expression, his eyes half open but without any laziness. Rather, there was a calmness, even a hint of exploration. But perhaps no one knew that deep within those eyes lay profound feelings, emotions that had built up over the years, waiting to be unleashed. The moment Xiao Bei opened his eyes and met his gaze, a sudden, intense heartbeat unexpectedly surged into both their hearts. Yet neither of them turned their gaze away first. Xiao Bei's heart inexplicably sank, He wasn't foolish, and after a few months, he felt he could grasp Yuanshan's intentions. But it seemed that until today, a sense of crisis had finally emerged. He felt unworthy of anyone's love, like a beautiful yet decayed flower tree, living day by day, year by year. After more than 20 years, he resigned himself to his fate. His life required only the essentials, nothing beyond that. Those extra emotions and experiences were something he no longer wanted. With this thought, the fluttering in his heart gradually subsided, and he lowered his eyes, closing them again. What he didn't know was that a pair of eyes, because of his gaze, couldn't close for an entire noon. That Saturday was Jinri, the day they had agreed to meet for a meal. Although Jin Kong repeatedly emphasized that no gifts were necessary, Xiao Bei still went in the afternoon to buy him a bottle of refreshing sports perfume. However, Xiao Bei thought that after today, Jin Kong would probably throw the perfume away when he got home. He chuckled to himself. The place was booked at a quaint little restaurant with 2 floors. The second floor had a hollowed-out ceiling, and there was a Greek mythological olive tree along with a piano beneath it. When Xiao Bei arrived, Jin Kong had already been waiting for a while. "Sorry, I'm late," Xiao Bei said as he took his seat, tilting his head and smiling without offering any explanation. "It's okay." Jin Kong brightened up upon seeing Xiao Bei and said, "It must have been congested on the way during rush hour." "Not really, mainly I woke up late." "Did you stay up late working again yesterday?" Jin Kong poured tea for Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled and casually replied, "Went out with friends for a bit. Got a little late." He then asked, "Did you order?" "Yeah, I did." Jin Kong handed the menu to Xiao Bei and said, "I don't know what you like to eat, so you can order a few more. I drank last night. My stomach's a bit uncomfortable today. You order whatever." "I'll eat whatever." Jin Kong quickly asked, "Your stomach's uncomfortable?" Xiao Bei looked down, fiddling with his utensils, smiling nonchalantly. "It's nothing, just a little issue. A bit of medicine will do." After hesitating, Jin Kong asked, "Where did you go last night?" 286, how about it? Have you been there?" Jin Kang's eyes widened. "You went to gay bar." 286 is a famous gay bar in Q City, known among the LGBTQ community, but it is also notoriously chaotic. And Jin Kong couldn't believe Xiao Bei would actually go to such a place. "What's wrong?" Xiao Bei asked nonchalantly. "Haven't you been?" You. Jin Kong stammered in a rush. "That's not a good place. Do you know what kind of people are inside? I mean, there are all sorts of things happening. Who did you go there with?" Xiao Bei laughed. "What's wrong? I just went for a drink. Next time you want a drink, I'll take you. Don't go with random people." Xiao Bei took a barely noticeable breath, feeling somewhat complicated inside. Jin Kong, seeing him silent, thought he was upset and realized he might have been a bit harsh. He added, "You're not unhappy, right? I just mean that kind of place." He paused and said, "If you want to go next time, I'll take you. I can definitely get you back safely." Xiao Bei suddenly didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. It was a feeling of shame in front of a pure and clean soul. But then he hesitated, thinking that the cleaner one was, the more he should keep his distance. It would only be beneficial for Jin Kong if he cut ties early. He propped his chin up, looking ambiguously at Jin Kong, and said, "What if I don't want to come back safely?" Jin Kong froze for a moment, and Xiao Bei burst into laughter. "Just kidding." Jin Kong laughed too, saying, "How come I never noticed you were this playful before?" Xiao Bei took out a gift, beautifully wrapped in a small bag, and handed it over, saying happy birthday. He felt this might be the only sincere thing he said today. At the same time, on the second floor, "I've seen you quite pleased lately," Zhouya teased as he took a sip of tea, looking at Yuanshan. Yuanshan smiled, but didn't respond. Zhouya set down his cup and asked, "What does that smile mean? Is there really something going on?" Yuanshan maintained his enigmatic smile, not saying a word. Zhouya, clicking his chopsticks against the plate, urged, "Come on, tell me." "I don't know, it's still too early to tell," Yuanshan said, his smile deepening. Zhouya looked at him as if he were crazy, sighed after a while, and said, "Old Fu, don't blame me for being nosy. You have less than a year left before you go back, and now." Hearing this, Yuanshan's smile suddenly faded, and he said, "All right, enough about me. Today is about you." Zhouya had some things he could only hint at, so he changed the subject, sighing, "It's hard to leave." "When are you planning to go back?" Yuanshan asked. "Within 6 months, I need to hand over my work, meet with the resident professors. And there are physical tests and a bunch of things to do." Zhouya took a bite of food and continued, "I also plan to go to Antarctica." "Why?" "To see penguins. I've always wanted to see them, but never went. After going back, I won't be able to see them anymore. Fu Yuanshan glanced at him. Jin Kong felt that today, Xiao Bei was very different. He used to be cold and indifferent, but today he seemed like a completely different person. So enthusiastic that Jin Kong could barely handle it. But in fact, there was nothing he couldn't handle. He was overjoyed. Finally, Xiao Bei saw his deep feelings and showed signs of softening. Just a moment ago, Jin Kong told a joke, and Xiao Bei laughed so hard he nearly fell off the table. After several drinks, Jin Kong asked, "Isn't your stomach uncomfortable? Don't drink anymore. That's enough for today." Saying this, he reached for Xiao Bei's glass. Xiao Bei watched him take the cup away, still wearing a lazy smile, and didn't stop him. "I'll go to the bathroom," Xiao Bei said, glancing at him before heading off. Chapter 16, Are You Okay by Yourself? Xiao Bei smiled and waved his hand as he went to the restroom. Jin Kong watched his swaying back with some concern. In the restroom, Xiao Bei leaned against the sink. He didn't like looking in the mirror, and at this moment, the person in the reflection had very fair skin but was flushed from drinking, looking terribly ugly. Why would anyone like someone like this? Why, throughout his life, have so many people come one after another just because of this face? Why did they have to provoke him? Why did they all leave? Why did he have to endure all this? Why? He had drunk a bit much, and his eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't thought about these things in a long time. Slowly, he relaxed his grip on the marble counter, turned around, and took out his phone to message Jin Kong. "I think I'm a bit drunk. Can you come here?" "Xiao Bei, where are you?" Jin Kong, who had been planning to check on him, rushed over as soon as he received the text. "Here." A stall door was slightly pushed open, and Xiao Bei's somewhat drunken voice came from inside. Jin Kong walked over and saw Xiao Bei sitting on the floor, leaning against the toilet. "Why are you sitting on the floor?" He grabbed Xiao Bei's arm to pull him up, but Xiao Bei pressed down on his hand and turned his head to look at him. Jin Kang's breath caught. Xiao Bei's eyes were slightly red, and there was a mist in them. His porcelain white skin was slightly flushed from the alcohol. Jin Kong asked, "What's wrong?" "The floor is cold." Xiao Bei pressed his hand down, slowly bringing his face closer, saying, "I'm feeling a bit unwell." "What do you feel unwell?" Jin Kong swallowed hard. "Here." Xiao Bei held his hand, sliding it down towards his stomach. Jin Kong was stunned. This was far beyond his comprehension. He halted just before making contact. Although he really wanted to be intimate with Xiao Bei, it shouldn't happen under such unclear circumstances. He broke free from Xiao Bei's grip, exerting force to pull him up from the ground, saying, "You've had too much to drink today, Xiao Bei. I'll take you home." However, after Xiao Bei stood up, he reached out to close the bathroom door, making the already cramped space even tighter. Xiao Bei leaned in, their lips almost touching, and he fixed his gaze on Jin Kang's lips. Jin Kang's heart raced. No man could resist the temptation of someone they liked being this close. Fu Yuanshan came in to use the restroom, and while he was flushing, he heard unclear voices coming from a small cubicle nearby. It was a man's seductive voice. "Don't you like me? Let me feel just how much you like me." Fu Yuanshan paused for a moment, thinking that voice sounded a bit like Xiao Bei. He smiled, thinking to himself, what was he thinking? How could Xiao Bei say something like that? Besides, the man's voice was so alluring it could melt bones. But what if Xiao Bei could have just a fraction of that man's charm? Fu Yuanshan left the bathroom with a silly grin. Xiao Bei continued to speak while placing Jin Kang's hand on his waist. Jin Kong felt like he was dreaming. Was Xiao Bei accepting him? What was their relationship now, boyfriends? He felt the sensation of the slender waist in his hand, which looked so soft. But Xiao Bei's next words knocked him from cloud 9 to the ground. Xiao Bei closed his eyes and playfully blew air at him, saying, "The guy from last night wasn't as strong as you. Looks like there's nothing good in 286. Tell me, compared to him, who can make me feel better?" Jin Kang's hand that was caressing Xiao Bei's waist instantly stopped. He stiffly asked, "What did you say?" Xiao Bei laughed a couple of times. His body pressed against Jin Kang's, his lips brushing against his ear, teasingly whispering, "I mean, between you and him, who can make me feel better?" Jin Kong felt like he was struck by lightning. He pushed Xiao Bei away, stunned, and asked, "What do you take me for?" Xiao Bei blinked innocently. You. What did you go to 286 for last night?" Jin Kong asked in disbelief. Xiao Bei closed his eyes, lazily smiling. "What else?" "Ah." Jin Kong looked at him in shock. unable to say a word. The image of Xiao Bei he had always had in his mind was not like this. What the hell? Xiao Bei chuckled at his dumbfounded expression, blowing out a breath of alcohol. We're all in this circle. Why do you look like you've never heard it before? Jean Kong felt like he was about to explode. The person he had liked for months, actually. This kind of thing was commonplace in the gay circle, just casual hookups, but he had never associated Xiao Bei with this world. Xiao Bei was always indifferent, polite, and gentle, impossible to connect with those men in bars. He liked that side of him, but now to be told that it was all a lie. He suppressed his impulse and said to Xiao Bei, "Come out with me, we need to talk." After saying that, he pushed the door open and stormed out. Xiao Bei tidied his clothes, casually put his hands in his pockets, and followed him out. After returning home, Yuanshan couldn't figure out why the voice he had just heard in the bathroom kept replaying in his mind. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. That voice did sound a lot like Xiao Bei. He poured himself a cup of tea, blowing on it as he listened to Zhouya talk. Still lost in thought about what happened earlier. Suddenly, he saw an incredibly familiar face, dressed in fitted casual wear, with slight wrinkles at the collar and hem that looked like signs of being pressed. His presence stood out among the crowd as he casually walked past the first floor, following a man out of the restaurant. Yuanshan tightened his grip on the cup. Xiao Bei got home at a reasonable hour, around 9, and since he hadn't eaten much that evening, he thought his stomach would really hurt tomorrow. He thought for a moment and decided to cook some instant noodles. As soon as the noodles hit the pot, he pulled up a stool and sat down next to it, resting his head on the table. Jean Kong had finished his business by now. He thought he might get hit after going out tonight, but he didn't. It seemed he was genuinely angry. After all, the person he liked was just a common plaything, and who could stand that? Xiao Bei chuckled softly to himself at the table, thinking, well, it wasn't really a lie. His phone vibrated with a message. Yuanshan, where are you? So strange. This person was really strange. When did he appear in his life? It wasn't when he started working. That didn't count as entering his life. When did he truly start noticing this person? He couldn't remember. Maybe it was when he taught him flower arranging, or when he insisted on having him come over to shower, or perhaps after that night, they shared the same bed. Or it could have been some random moment he couldn't recall, like when a project wasn't done well, and he only scolded others, not him, or when one day he brought him a new batch of salted squid dumplings, or just a regular night of working overtime together. Xiao Bei closed his eyes. He shouldn't have these things. None of this should belong to him. He didn't reply, turned off his phone, and put it back in his pocket. The water boiled and splashed on his hand, bringing him back to reality. The noodles had already overcooked. He poured them out, took some medicine, and went to bed. On Monday at work, the 37th floor was packed. Employees from Rongshin's other floors had come up, all of them gathered together with coffee, whispering excitedly. Xiao Bei walked past them sideways, unsure of what had happened. Upon entering the office, he wanted to ask Yuanshan, but realized that the glass between them had been tinted. Xiao Bei was puzzled. Yuanshan had never fogged up the glass before. He leaned in to listen and indeed heard someone talking, so he sat down and began working. While he was out getting water, a few female colleagues stopped him, barely able to contain their excitement, asking, "Xiao Bei, did you see Su Bingbai in there? Is he handsome? Is he as handsome as they say?" "Who?" "Su Bingbai, the one talking to Mr. Fu inside." "I didn't see." Mr. Fu fogged the glass. "Ah." The female colleagues sighed regretfully. It was then that Xiao Bei learned that the Su Bingbai who had come today was a big-shot investment analyst brought over from Wall Street at great expense by the headquarters, surprisingly around the same age as him. And there were rumors that this analyst was incredibly handsome, looking nothing like a typical elite, but more like a first love. After hearing the female colleagues' descriptions, Xiao Bei felt goosebumps all over and returned to the office. It wasn't until close to noon that the glass door was opened, and Xiao Bei stood up to see a young man walk out. He was dressed in formal attire, but didn't he look sharp at all? His peach blossom eyes were curved into a smile, and upon closer inspection, there was a small red mole at the corner of his eye. His nose was straight and beautiful, and his lips were a soft pink, with a smile that had the trendy parentheses look. He was indeed handsome, Xiao Bei thought. Xiao Bei initially thought Yuanshan would introduce him, but he walked straight past him with the man, not even glancing at him. The man paused for a moment, then smiled apologetically before leaving the office. Xiao Bei felt a bit awkward and sat back down. After lunch, it was their usual nap time, but Fu Yuanshan hadn't returned yet. Xiao Bei thought he would wait a bit, then saw Fu Yuanshan come back. He looked somewhat tired, opened the door, glanced at him without saying a word, and walked straight in. Xiao Bei stared at him, confused, thinking was he wearing an invisibility cloak today? Then he remembered that he hadn't replied to a message from a couple of days ago. Could he be angry about that? Xiao Bei clicked his tongue, thinking it was really hard to deal with. He stood up and pushed open the glass door to go in. Fu Yuanshan was just pulling out a corgi pillow to prepare for a nap, and that sight struck Xiao Bei's funny bone, almost making him laugh out loud. He cleared his throat, unsure of how to start, and finally asked, "Mr. Fu, are you mad at me?" Fu Yuanshan looked at him, and the complex emotions in his heart surged again. That night, after seeing Xiao Bei, his mentality almost collapsed. He could basically confirm that the voice he heard in the bathroom was indeed Xiao Bei's. Without thinking, he dialed the number, but it went unanswered. He called several times in a row, but the other party's phone was off. He didn't know why he didn't pursue it further. Perhaps it was fear of seeing something he didn't want to see. Maybe he would see another man holding Xiao Bei's hand or wrapping his arms around his waist. They might get into a car and go somewhere. To do what? It wasn't until that moment that he dared to confirm his feelings. It was a male's possessiveness over his female, a possessiveness that absolutely would not allow any other male to interfere. At that moment, he finally admitted that he had fallen in love with Xiao Bei. In his 8th year in this world, he had fallen for someone from another realm. Perhaps the feeling came a bit quickly, but once it arrived, it spread like wildfire. He should have been happy. He learned Xiao Bei's orientation that night. But at the same time, he also realized that Xiao Bei belonged to someone else. As a result, now, when he saw Xiao Bei, he had no idea how to face him. He looked at Xiao Bei and asked softly, "Why do you say that?" Xiao Bei found it a bit strange and replied, "You didn't pay any attention to me today." Fu Yuanshan said, "Do you still need me to pay attention to you?" "What?" Xiao Bei asked. Fu Yuanshan realized what he had said, closed his eyes irritably, and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. I'm tired today. You can go out first." "President Fu." Xiao Bei found it. "Go out, I want to sleep." Fu Yuanshan emphasized his tone. Xiao Bei felt it was too bizarre. He sighed and turned to leave. After exiting, he remembered that the glass was still fogged up and they couldn't see each other. He picked up a cup and drank some cold water to calm down, then lay down to prepare for sleep. Just as he lay down, there was a knock on the solid wood door of the office. He got up again and said, "Come in." Then the man from the morning entered, and Xiao Bei realized he was quite tall, perhaps just a little shorter than Fu Yuanshan. He blinked at Xiao Bei and said, "Hi." "Hello." Xiao Bei stood up. "Are you looking for President Fu?" The man smiled. "Is he asleep?" "Then I'm looking for you as well." "What is up?" Xiao Bei asked. "Is there a coffee shop nearby?" "I just returned to the country, and I'm unfamiliar with many places," the man said, blinking his big eyes at Xiao Bei. "There's a coffee machine upstairs. If you want coffee, I can help you make it." "I don't have an assistant," the man continued blinking. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, what a spoiled brat. He said, "Then I'll help you." "Thank you." The man smiled and asked, "Do you know my name?" "Su Bingbai." He had always had a good memory. Su Bingbai showed a surprised smile. "How do you know?" Xiao Bei forced a smile. "The big shots hired by the company. Many people know." "Oh." Su Bingbai continued smiling and asked, "And what's your name?" "Xiao Bei." "Xiao Bei," Su Bingbai repeated, saying, "What are the two characters?" Xiao Bei wrote it down on a piece of paper again. "That's a nice name," Su Bingbai said, his peach blossom eyes curving. Xiao Bei noticed that this man loved to smile. He had a beautiful smile that felt gentle. He had never thought his name was nice. It was just a polite remark. He smiled and took Su Bingbai's cup upstairs. From the afternoon until evening, the glass remained fogged. Many people came in and out of Fu Yuanshan's office. The company was evaluating a big project and was very busy lately, so Xiao Bei was too preoccupied to think of anything else. By 6 o'clock, with many people still around, Xiao Bei finally finished the report. He stretched his neck, intending to take it in to show Fu Yuanshan, but when he entered, he found the office empty and the desk tidied up. Fu Yuanshan had left without him knowing. He remained silent for a few seconds, closed the door, packed his things, and left the company. Back home, he made dinner and brought it to the living room, watching the news while eating. After a while, his phone rang. It was a message from Su Bingbai. as they had just exchanged contact information that afternoon. "What are you doing? Eating, is there something?" Chapter 17 Xiao Bei sent him a chart of the company's personnel arrangements and workflow with a doodle pen circling one part, saying, "This is a bit different from the U.S. What does this place mean?" Xiao Bei looked carefully and sent a voice message explaining. Then Xiao Bei called. His voice was clear and crisp, like his name, but his tone was very gentle. That evening, Xiao Bei chatted with him for a long time. After discussing company matters, Xiao Bei asked if he wanted to go out for a drink. Seeing that it was already 10 o'clock, Xiao Bei politely declined. After hanging up, Xiao Bei stared at the name Yuanshan in his contacts for a long time, his brows slowly furrowing. What kind of dog temper does this person have? Ignoring him just because he didn't answer the phone? Is he a 3-year-old child? He tossed his phone aside and went to wash up and sleep. In the following days, Yuanshan acted as if he were blind, ignoring Xiao Bei everywhere. Xiao Bei was busy too and couldn't afford to be angry with him. One day, when Xiao Bei came to his senses, he realized they hadn't had a proper conversation in almost a week. Since childhood, he hadn't had many people close to his heart, and Yuanshan was one of them. He thought quietly, is this also someone who will get close and then leave? But he didn't even know why. He looked at the fog glass, feeling a wave of irritation. He thought, forget it, he needed to ask clearly. What kind of childish game is this Cold War among adults? Just as he sat up from his chair, the glass door was pushed open, and Yuanshan walked past him with a stern face. Xiao Bei's mouth was faster than his brain. "President Fu." Yuanshan stopped and turned to look at him. "President Fu." He hadn't figured out what to say yet. "Are you off work?" Yuanshan nodded slightly. "Why are you angry with me?" "I'm not." Yuanshan dropped this sentence and walked away without looking back. What the hell? Yuanshan had also been struggling internally this week. It was the first time he liked someone and only knew that he didn't want to let Xiao Bei go, but had no idea how to do it. He felt like he was about to turn green with jealousy. Xiao Bei had taken his medicine today and went to bed early. He was awakened in the middle of the night by the sound of a ringing phone, and it turned out to be Yuanshan's call. "Hello, Xiao Bei." The background noise on Yuanshan's side was chaotic, with loud heavy metal music and laughter, but Yuanshan's voice was clear and piercing, cutting through the cacophony and entering Xiao Bei's eardrums, slightly tinged with drunkenness. "President Fu, come pick me up. Send me the location." He threw off the covers and got out of bed. As expected, the address Yuanshan sent was a members-only bar, surprisingly close to his home. When he arrived, the manager personally welcomed him in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a big-bellied man hugging a young boy and kissing him. Xiao Bei almost thought he had walked into the wrong room, had he not seen Yuanshan and several senior executives from the company. He pushed the door open, letting in a sliver of light from the outside into the dimly lit room, and immediately someone whistled. "Manager Xiao, how could you not be generous? When did you bring out such a little lord?" Manager Xiao awkwardly smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Zhang? This is President Fu's guest." There was a burst of laughter in the room, and the man froze, slowly turning to look at Yuanshan, only to find a slightly malevolent smile on the latter's face, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bei paused for a moment, then smiled slightly, ignoring everyone, and walked over to Yuanshan's side. "President Fu, shall we go?" Yuanshan looked at him and gestured for him to sit down. The people next to him tactfully made way, but Xiao Bei said, "I won't sit. Let's go." "Sit," Yuanshan said softly yet firmly. Xiao Bei took a deep breath and quickly sat down. Yuanshan leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Do you know why I'm here today?" "No." Yuanshan pointed to a few people over there and said, "Those over there are from Baohua Group, and the top person from Guangrong likes that." He glanced at Xiao Bei knowingly. "You understand, right?" Xiao Bei met his gaze, but said nothing. An inexplicable atmosphere suddenly rose between the two. Xiao Bei narrowed his eyes. "Want to know what Yuanshan was up to today?" Yuanshan's gaze dropped to his lips, and he softly said, "If you want to do business, you have to cater to their preferences. If he likes men, I have to find him a man, right? Tell me, why would someone like men? What's so good about men, huh?" Yuanshan leaned a bit more, their lips almost touching. "Mr. Fu, you're drunk." Yuanshan looked at Xiao Bei's rational and restrained demeanor, and an unnamed impulse surged within him. He had indeed come out to have dinner with clients today, But he had heard that these two CEOs had somewhat niche preferences. He had seen this kind of market before, but this time when spending money to find a man, he felt completely different from before. As he drank glass after glass, he couldn't remember when he called Xiao Bei, or if he had planned it from the start. "I am drunk. Where am I drunk?" His warm breath brushed against Xiao Bei's lips as he traced the shape of Xiao Bei's lips with his gaze, imagining how soft they would be if he kissed them. "You still haven't answered me. What's so good about men?" Xiao Bei leaned back a bit, relaxing on the sofa, and said, "If you want to know what's good about men, you can try it yourself. You want me to try those dirty people?" Xiao Bei raised an eyebrow at him, his expression clearly saying, "What else?" Fu Yuanshan could sense that Xiao Bei was already angry, but he couldn't control his actions at this moment. What did he mean to Xiao Bei? He had once secretly rejoiced at Xiao Bei's double standards, but didn't know that it was only relative. Compared to others in the company, he was somewhat better. Xiao Bei's meaning was not what he understood. Xiao Bei had someone, and everything he did could only be categorized as friendship. He didn't realize that he was now overly sensitive, with only one thought repeating in his mind. That man could find Xiao Bei, and he could just find any random guy to try. This realization tightened his heart. He leaned in closer, slightly frowning, eager to know the answer, and repeated, "You want me to try those dirty people? Then who do you want to try me?" Fu Yuanshan's pupils dilated slightly, seemingly not expecting Xiao Bei to say it directly. A certain part of him reacted almost instantly. "Try me?" This question made all the blood rush below, but he showed no sign of it on his face and asked, "Are you willing? What do you think? Why wouldn't you be willing? Is it because you don't like it, or already have someone you like?" Fu Yuanshan asked, looking into Xiao Bei's eyes, a hint of red blooming in his gaze. Xiao Bei also looked into those blood-red eyes. He finally understood Fu Yuanshan's feelings, but he didn't expect to feel this angry on the day he received them. He pushed Fu Yuanshan away, sitting up from the sofa, his force so heavy that Fu Yuanshan didn't react at first, but when he did, he had already firmly grasped Xiao Bei's wrist. In an instant, a strong electric shock sensation transmitted through that large hand to Xiao Bei's wrist, and in the blink of an eye, his entire arm went numb. Xiao Bei turned his head, shocked, and looked at Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan was also stunned and slowly released his wrist. How many times had it been? This was the nth time he had felt an electric-like sensation from this person. If the earlier subtle sensations could barely be explained by static electricity, what about this time? Could such a strong electric feeling also be explained by static electricity? Fu Yuanshan's drunkenness sobered up a bit. He shook his hand, his voice still hoarse. "Why do you have electricity on you?" "Me," Xiao Bei replied. "Didn't you feel it? My hand is numb." Xiao Bei didn't know how to continue. "My whole arm is." "All right." Fu Yuanshan looked up at him. "Do you think I'm in the mood to talk about this now?" Xiao Bei was momentarily speechless. Fu Yuanshan stood up and said, "Take me back." Then he left without greeting anyone else. As the people who needed to be greeted were about to start a live broadcast, the two exited the bar, and the cool breeze of the early morning helped clear their heads a bit. Xiao Bei was behind Fu Yuanshan when Fu Yuanshan slightly turned his head and asked, "Can you drive?" Xiao Bei thought this was a stupid question. "Do you not know if I can drive?" He replied irritably, "I can." "What about him? Could he drive?" "Who? Can he drive?" "Yes." "Does he have a car?" "Yes." "Is his car more expensive than a Maybach?" "So what? I love him." Fu Yuanshan laughed self-deprecatingly and fell silent, handing over the Maybach keys. Xiao Bei couldn't understand what this man was thinking. He took the keys and didn't want to lag behind, so he quickly walked ahead to the parking space. Once in the car, Fu Yuanshan said, "Go to your place." "What for? How will you return after dropping me off?" "It's late, and besides, it's closer to your house from here. Or do you want to sleep at my place for the night? Then how will you get back?" Fu Yuanshan looked at him, unsure of what he was expecting, and said, "Call a driver." "TCH, then why did you call me over?" Xiao Bei muttered as he turned the key, and the car hit the road. Fu Yuanshan slumped in the back seat, feeling dejected. When they arrived home, Xiao Bei slammed the door and went upstairs without looking back. Fu Yuanshan couldn't help but call after him. "Hey Xiao Bei, you're just leaving your boss here alone." Xiao Bei. In fact, Fu Yuanshan had initially wanted to call a driver, but now he didn't think that way anymore. Forget calling a driver. He opened the car door and chased after him. Fu Yuanshan was tall, and Xiao Bei wasn't short either, but he was walking so fast that Fu Yuanshan lost track of him. After realizing this, he irritably ran a hand through his hair, turning in circles, unable to figure out the layout of their apartment complex. He took out his phone and called Xiao Bei. On the 7th call, Xiao Bei finally picked up. "Hey, are you home yet?" "MHM. What is your building number and unit?" "Building 8, Unit 1, Room 2301. Fu Yuanshan was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Bei to answer so quickly. He tentatively said, "Then wait for me." Xiao Bei hung up. 10 minutes later, Fu Yuanshan understood why Xiao Bei had been so straightforward. After knocking for a long time, the door opened, revealing a big man with his upper body bare, his face showing irritation at being disturbed from sleep. Fu Yuanshan was instantly frozen in place. This is his boyfriend? He felt as if all the warmth in his body had vanished, and the surrounding energy felt chaotic, even hearing a faint buzzing of electromagnetic waves. Just this kind of man? The next moment, a sleepy female voice came from the bedroom. "Honey, who is it?" "I don't know." The man looked at the tall figure knocking at the door at 2 or 3 in the morning, his face darkening as he considered calling the police. At that moment, Fu Yuanshan's expression changed rapidly, realizing that Xiao Bei could not have easily given him the address. After apologizing, he left. He called Xiao Bei again, but her phone was already off. He tried hard to search his memory of the last time he visited Xiao Bei's house, but to no avail. He only remembered chatting enthusiastically with Xiao Bei on the way and didn't pay attention to how he got there. In the end, he looked despairingly at the cluster of tall buildings and slept in the car for half the night. The next day, Xiao Bei went to work as usual, while Fu Yuanshan slept in the car until after 9, then went to the company with a gloomy face. He opened the door to find Xiao Bei working, completely ignoring him. Fu Yuanshan leaned on her desk with both hands and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" "Good morning, Mr. Fu," Xiao Bei replied calmly. Fu Yuanshan chuckled through his nose. Good morning. Saying that, he pushed the glass door and walked in. Chapter 18 in the morning. Xiao Bei didn't know when Fu Yuanshan had adjusted the glass back to transparent. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Still very busy, today, Fu Yuanshan had a remote video conference, and Su Bingbai was also there, calling Xiao Bei in to take notes. "Good morning, Xiao Bei," Su Bingbai said with a smile as he entered. "Good morning." Their relationship had progressed rapidly during this time. It was the first time Xiao Bei had become so familiar with someone so quickly. It was hard not to like someone with such a pleasant smile. Why is the glass transparent now? Xiao Bei suddenly remembered that since Su Bingbai arrived, the glass had been fogged, and he probably thought it had always been that way. Su Bingbai seemed to sense her half-second hesitation and smiled. "This way. Your little cubicle looks spacious and bright." Xiao Bei smiled back. "Come in. It's about to start." Saying that, she walked through the glass door first. Su Bingbai looked at her thoughtfully from behind and followed her in. This meeting was a summary report type of meeting. In the first half, Fu Yuanshan said little, just resting his chin on his hands and listening, occasionally nodding or giving brief suggestions, while keeping his eyes on Xiao Bei. At first, Xiao Bei didn't notice. She was focused on taking notes. A few times, her gaze accidentally crossed Fu Yuanshan's, and she found him looking at her. She had already fixed her gaze on her notebook, but reflexively wanted to look up to confirm, and when she did, sure enough, he was looking at her. She quickly lowered her head again, feeling frustrated afterward. Why was she afraid? The one who should be embarrassed was him. 2 seconds later, she received a message. "Fu Yuanshan, why are you sneaking glances at me?" "Xiao Bei." "Focus on the meeting." "Fu Yuanshan, you've glanced at me several times." "Xiao Bei, how would you know I was looking at you if you weren't looking at me?" "Fu Yuanshan, I have 100 ways to know. Now tell me, why are you sneaking glances at me?" "Xiao Bei, I wasn't sneaking a glance at you." "Fu Yuanshan, trying to deny it?" "Xiao Bei, you're the one sneaking glances at me." The villain cries first. "Fu Yuanshan, I wasn't sneaking a glance. I was looking at you openly." Xiao Bei glanced at him, turned off her phone, and put it in her pocket, continuing to take notes. For lunch today, Xiao Bei brought food from home, specifically made by her neighbor. The neighbor was a very warm-hearted family of 3 from Guizhou. Recently, they had visitors from their hometown who brought a lot of homemade sweet potato noodles, and they insisted on sharing some with the neighbors. So Xiao Bei inevitably received a box, which she brought to the office today. "What are you eating?" It smells good, Su Bingbai said as he pushed the door open and came in. In recent days, he had been coming to Xiao Bei's office to hang out, especially during lunchtime, knowing that Xiao Bei's cooking was delicious, but she always ate very little. He had asked why, and Xiao Bei just said it was because her stomach was small. He had been eating lunch with Xiao Bei these days, hoping she would eat a bit more. Want to try the noodles made by my neighbor? Su Bingbai bent down, opened his mouth, and smiled at Xiao Bei, signaling her to feed him. Xiao Bei was taken aback. Su Bingbai often did things that left people puzzled. She picked up a bite and fed it to him. A few days ago, the glass was fogged, so no one inside would know what they were doing, but today it had been adjusted back, and Fu Yuanshan happened to see that scene while working. He squinted slightly. It's delicious, Su Bingbai said after swallowing. I forgot that this glass is now transparent. Look, Mr. Fu is watching us. Xiao Bei turned to look, and Fu Yuanshan was staring at them with a neutral expression, then stood up from his chair and walked over. What are you eating? He said as he pushed the door open and glanced at them. Noodles, Su Bingbai replied with a smile. Mr. Fu, you can't try it, otherwise Xiao Bei won't have enough to eat for lunch again. Xiao Bei could tell that Su Bingbai and Fu Yuanshan had a good relationship. She hadn't asked, but it was probably an old acquaintance. Again? What do you mean by not having enough to eat again? Fu Yuanshan frowned slightly at Xiao Bei. You don't eat much for lunch every day. Doesn't your boss know? Xiao Bei felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I eat quite a bit. She glanced at Su Bingbai, who could only smile awkwardly. Fu Yuanshan clearly didn't intend to let this question go. If the company food isn't good, you can bring food from home. Or if you're too lazy to cook, I can. He paused, noticing there were others around, and stopped talking, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Bei. Then, his reflexes kicked in, and he caught something important, turning to ask Su Bingbai, how do you know he doesn't eat much every day? Su Bingbai blinked and didn't say anything. You too. They both waited for him to continue. But Su Bingbai looked obedient, while Xiao Bei appeared somewhat defiant in Fu Yuanshan's eyes. He said, you two should be careful not to form cliques in the company. Eat in the cafeteria with everyone. Don't eat here, it still smells. After saying that, he shot them a warning glance and pushed the door back in. Who could form a clique better than you? Xiao Bei had a faint smile in the corner of her eye. Su Bingbai watched Fu Yuanshan going, his eyes dark and obscure, and then turned to Xiao Bei, somewhat aggrieved, saying, what should I do? I don't know where to eat today. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, you could. Su Bingbai interrupted with a smile. I was joking. Look, I didn't even bring lunch today. I have something to do later. I just came in to see what you were up to. Then he paused and said, well, I'm leaving. Xiao Bei could only nod. Su Bingbai's peach blossom eyes lingered on the floor, showing a hint of reluctance, before he turned around and quickly opened the door to leave. Xiao Bei sighed silently, hoping she was just being overly sensitive. In the afternoon, Xiao Bei received a barrage of text messages from Fu Yuanshan. What are you doing? What are you busy with? Come in and give my legs a massage. This message was retracted 3 seconds later. Come in and help me deliver a document. Xiao Bei rolled her eyes and pushed the door in. Fu Yuanshan was flustered, randomly pulling out a document, saying, take this to the printing room, 3 copies. Xiao Bei took it and left. After a while, when she returned, Fu Yuanshan started again. Not much work, right? Nothing much today. What are you doing? Do you want to drink milk tea? He sent a screenshot of a takeout order. I want this. Can I get you some pearl milk cap? Fu Yuanshan wanted rose milk cap, and she thought this person really liked roses. Okay. Fu Yuanshan finally smiled at his phone, then sent another message. Come in. I have something delicious for you. Xiao Bei didn't reply again. After a while, Fu Yuanshan pushed the door open again, holding something in his hand. He walked over to Xiao Bei's side, casually took a stool, and sat down very close to her. Xiao Bei's hand was still on the mouse, and she was a bit stunned to see Fu Yuanshan sitting so close suddenly. Fu Yuanshan pulled his hand over and placed the thing on top. Xiao Bei looked down and was surprised to see it was a jelly. Try it. It's pull silk jelly. Pull silk jelly? Xiao Bei originally didn't want to pay him any attention. A kid downstairs gave it to me today. Just one. I didn't have the heart to eat it. What's it like inside the pull silk jelly? Xiao Bei was a bit curious. I don't know. You try it. Half a minute later, Xiao Bei spat and threw the jelly onto the table, wiping his mouth and saying, don't take things from strangers on the street in the future. Fu Yuanshan looked at the slimy thing and his expression also turned sour. He picked it up and threw it into the trash can, then went to get Xiao Bei a glass of water. After Xiao Bei took a couple of sips, Yuanshan spoke. I was wrong yesterday. You can't be mad at me. I drank too much. Xiao Bei didn't expect him to suddenly apologize. In fact, he thought someone like Yuanshan would never apologize to anyone. He didn't say anything. Bringing up the embarrassing scenes from last night would be like a public execution for both of them. But Yuanshan really wanted to apologize. He knew that actions resulting from suppressed emotions could be very hurtful. He even didn't know what he would have done if he had actually entered Xiao Bei's house last night. He didn't want to hurt Xiao Bei or make him unhappy. After thinking a lot today, while sober, he felt he was very wrong. However, he couldn't honestly express what he had been thinking to Xiao Bei during that time. So the only apologies he could utter were some shallow ones. Just pretend this wind never blew, and I never said anything. Don't be angry, forgive me, okay? Xiao Bei, sorry. Xiao Bei almost spat out the water in his mouth. He glanced at Yuanshan, who was looking at him innocently. He cleared his throat and was about to speak when the secretary knocked and entered, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Upon seeing this scene, she instinctively wanted to apologize and quickly leave, but then thought, this is her direct boss and assistant. They're just sitting a bit too close. But this is too close, whatever. She pushed the door open and said, Mr. Fu, your milk tea. Yuanshan reached out to take it, and the secretary left. He pushed the milk tea with a straw towards Xiao Bei, inserted his own straw, lightly tapped it, and said, if you drink my milk tea, you can't be mad at me anymore, we'll make up. Then he took a sip. Xiao Bei looked at it and took a sip too. That night, after taking his medicine, Xiao Bei planned to sleep, but the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find the couple from across the hall, who often brought him food. The couple looked a bit embarrassed. Xiao Bei asked, what is wrong? The husband spoke up, his Mandarin thick with a Guizhou accent. Sorry to bother you so late. It's like this. Both of us have to go out of town tomorrow, just for one day, and my brother is having a hard time finding the words. So my sister-in-law took over, looking quite embarrassed too. Tomorrow, there will be no one to look after the child, and we don't have any relatives here. We just wanted to ask if Xiao Bei could watch her for a day. Xiao Bei felt a bit overwhelmed. He had to go to work tomorrow. The sister-in-law said, I know you have to work tomorrow, but Tian is familiar with you. She is very well behaved, whatever you ask her to do. She will do it. What do you think? By the end, she trailed off. She was really out of options. They had asked everyone they could, but everyone was busy with work, and how could they take a child with them? Xiao Bei said, okay, sister, it's fine. Let Tian come with me tomorrow. The couple looked up at him in surprise. Xiao Bei said this with some reluctance, but he didn't let them see it. I have an office. It's more convenient to bring a child. It's fine. The two of them looked at him gratefully and left, thanking him incoherently. Xiao Bei closed the door and returned to his room, feeling exhausted. This couple was someone he wanted to repay in Q City. They were very simple people who treated him like a younger brother. Due to his personality, he might have seemed indifferent, but he really wanted to do something for them. He lay on the bed and sighed, just hoping that things would go smoothly with Yuanshan tomorrow. Early the next morning, a little girl with 2 pigtails, not yet 3 years old, appeared at Xiao Bei's home, wearing a shy smile. Xiao Bei was completely unfamiliar with dealing with children. He handed her an apple, and she shook her head. After a while, he offered her a biscuit, which she accepted but held tightly without opening it. Xiao Bei usually bought breakfast to eat on the way, but he thought it would be better for a little child to have home-cooked food, so he went to cook. After a while, the little girl came over and quietly called Uncle Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei looked down at her and gently asked, what is wrong? I can't open it, she said, extending her chubby little arm. Xiao Bei opened the biscuit for her and told her to go watch TV outside. After breakfast, Xiao Bei took the child to work. The ride was smooth, with no traffic. Upon entering the office, the child ran straight to Yuanshan's big office, and Xiao Bei pulled her back, saying, Tian, you can play in this small room. This is Uncle's office, and that big one belongs to someone else, okay? Okay. Tian nodded obediently and began to play around in the small cubicle. As Xiao Bei started working, he anxiously awaited Yuanshan's arrival. It wasn't long before Yuanshan showed up. Today he was dressed in a dark gray suit, with a black tie tied tightly and properly, but his hair was styled casually with gel, giving him a somewhat rakish air. He entered with a cup of soy milk and hadn't he noticed Tian yet. I made soy milk this morning. Here, SA cup for you, he said, placing the soy milk on Xiao Bei's desk with a smile. Xiao Bei looked at the fresh yellow soy milk and said, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Fu." Fu Yuanshan added, "I've noticed you've only been having a bun for breakfast lately. Don't just eat what's sold outside. Eat at home before coming. I want tea hold it against you if you're late." Okay. Fu Yuanshan felt a bit itch inside, but couldn't tea help it. He said, "Then I'll go in. You work hard. Mr. Fu." Xiao Bei called out to him. Fu Yuanshan turned back. I brought a child today." He gestured towards the corner of the room. Chapter 19, Fu Yuanshan's expression froze for a moment. He looked at Tian and asked, "What is that?" Tian blinked her big eyes at him. "This is my neighbor's child. Her parents have something to do today, and I couldn't refuse, so I brought her over. Is that okay, Mr. Fu? Just for one day." Xiao Bei quickly added, "Her name is Tian. Come on, Tian, call him uncle." Fu Yuanshan frowned and glanced at Xiao Bei, feeling a slight pain in his chest from being addressed as uncle. "Hello, uncle," Tian called out in her sweet voice. "You." "Hello, Mr. Fu." Tian is very well behaved. I will take good care of her and one tea let her run around or cause trouble. Fu Yuanshan was surprised to see how attentive Xiao Bei was to the girl and asked, "What is your relationship?" Xiao Bei found the question strange. "We're neighbors." Fu Yuanshan nodded and said, "Let her play here. Don't let her go outside." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Fu." Fu Yuanshan smiled at him and went in. 5 minutes later, Fu Yuanshan saw a scene he didn't want to witness. Through the glass door, Tian was staring longingly at the cup of fresh soy milk. Xiao Bei was beckoning her over, opening the lid, and took out a disposable spoon from the drawer, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. He fed her all of it. Fu Yuanshan's brow twitched. He forced himself to look away. Then, for the 800th time, when his gaze unconsciously drifted to the small partition, he saw that Tian was gently touching the bottle of roses on Xiao Bei's desk with her small hand. Those were a few carefully selected and trimmed roses that Fu Yuanshan casually sent to Xiao Bei every week, and both had gotten used to it. There would always be those few roses on her desk every day. Xiao Bei was working, and he realized that Tian was a typical slow-to-warm-up type. She was quiet and well-behaved when they first met, but after a while, she revealed the nature of a 3-year-old child. "Uncle Xiao Bei, this flower has thorns." Xiao Bei looked up and said, "That's a rose. You shouldn't touch the thorns. It smells so good." Tian stood on the stool, leaning in to smell. Xiao Bei pulled her back, took out scissors, and quickly cut the roses off the stem for her. Tian happily took the flowers and went to play. Just as he put the scissors away, Fu Yuanshan world.He. Xiao Bei noticed that his expression wasn't very good. "Let her go play in my room. It's bigger and brighter over there." Xiao Bei was a bit surprised and said, "No need, President Fu. She can play here." Fu Yuanshan ignored him, went to Tian, and said, "You can go play over there." The little girl, who barely reached Fu Yuanshan's knee, immediately beamed with joy at the thought of playing in the big room and happily went with the petals in her hands. Fu Yuanshan turned back, casually glanced at the bare rose vase, and then looked at Xiao Bei before going inside. Xiao Bei realized. His gaze lingered on the flower stems for a while before he continued working. At noon, Fu Yuanshan was going out for lunch. He glanced at the little girl squatting by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of water, saying she wanted a brew petal tea, and told his secretary to order lunch for them. He went out to check on Xiao Bei, said a couple of words, and then left. He entered the restaurant where he often met Joya. The two people at the round table were already there. He walked over, sat down, and said, "We should have invited more people, but there have been too many company matters lately, so it's a smaller gathering. Don't mind it." "Brother Fu, don't mention it. I don't like having too many people around," said a graceful and somewhat lazy voice, which turned out to be Su Bingbai. Fu Yuanshan nodded, and Joya said, "Ah, old Fu, you finally made it. I had them serve the dishes." The dishes were already prepared and started coming in. Joya opened the conversation. "Hey Bingbai, it's been years since I've seen a living immigrant. What are you thinking? Tell me about it." "There's really no reason to go back. When I came, I just wanted to immigrate," Su Bingbai said nonchalantly. "Immigration is a choice for the very few who come from the I realm to the A realm. Most people only use technology to transmit their physical rays over, but immigration means bringing a person over in the flesh. This is not an easy task and involves a high degree of uncertainty. Setting aside all the complicated procedures, just finding a transfer location could take many people's entire lives without success. The transfer location requires finding a place in the A realm with a strong magnetic field that closely matches one's own. A connector person waits there with that individual's exclusive magnet. Once the technology from the I realm is ready, the person can be transmitted over. However, waiting is not indefinite. The physical ray limit is 10 years. To immigrate, one must prepare early, find a transfer location, and succeed in transmitting within 10 years. Otherwise, the ray connection will be completely severed. If a failure occurs, the person's connection to the magnetic field of the A realm is entirely cut off. This means that when a person returns to the I realm, they can still contact friends in the A realm through video transmission. But if they attempt immigration and fail, they will have no connection to the A realm whatsoever. This is akin to gambling, and the cost of losing is heavy in the eyes of those wishing to immigrate. Xiao Bei seemed to sense there was a story behind Xiao Bei's words and, while chewing on a peanut, didn't ask further. Instead, he said, "Finding a transfer location must be difficult. How did you manage to find one?" Xiao Bei smiled and replied, "I consider myself very lucky. I started looking from places with strong magnetic fields on Earth. I first went to Tibet and then to Bulgaria. The strongest magnetic field lived up to its reputation, and my transfer location was there. It was relatively easy." Xiao Bei expressed surprise, and the two of them engaged in pleasant conversation. Yuanshan focused on his meal, but Xiao Bei's words echoed in his mind. After lunch, Yuanshan took the elevator to the rooftop. From the 40th floor, he could overlook the entire city. The sea appeared boundless and shimmering under the sunlight. The midday Q city was somewhat quiet, with people taking their lunch breaks to recharge for the afternoon's efforts. The road was scorched by the sun, with business vehicles coming and going from the office buildings. Yuanshan didn't know what he was looking at. He took out a cigarette and lit it, scrolling on his phone. The word mom in the contacts caught his eye, and almost instinctively he dialed. He extinguished the cigarette, and the call connected. "Hello," a regal woman's voice came through. "Mom, you little brat. You remember me? It's been ages since you called. Aren't you and Dad out having fun?" "I didn't dare disturb your world," he replied. "Make excuses. We came back half a month ago." Fu's mom laughed. "What are you doing? Why are you calling in the middle of the day? Why not video call you, Mom?" "I'm quite busy. I can only spare the afternoon. I'll video call you tonight." Although Fu's mom heard her son's voice was cheerful, she knew him well enough to detect the fatigue in it. She said, "Yuanshan, don't wear yourself out too much. I know you like to carry everything on your own, but you have to remember that your dad, Mom, and brother are always here for you. If you're tired over there, just come back, okay?" Yuanshan smiled and said, "Got it, Mom. I'm Fine. Why are you suddenly getting sentimental?" "Because I miss you, you little brat. You don't even know to call your mom," his mom teased. Then, Fu's dad's voice came through. Busy, son. Can't you understand?" Followed by the sound of Fu's mom playfully hitting him. A smile that Yuanshan couldn't suppress appeared on his face. "Son, hang up. Dad is fine." "So, I'm hanging up. I'll video call Mom tonight. I think Dad is going to get it." After saying that, the call abruptly ended, leaving him unsure of the scene on the other end. Yuanshan put his phone back in his pocket, still smiling, rubbed his face, and took a deep breath as he went downstairs. The entrance was very quiet. Xiao Bei was sleeping with her head resting on the desk, and he noticed that the little girl was also asleep on the sofa inside. He walked over gently, his gaze landing on Xiao Bei. This person seemed to have some kind of enchanting ability. Every time one looked at him, they couldn't look away. His features were so delicate that no flaws could be found. The deep blue satin shirt accentuated his fair skin, and a few strands of hair fell over his forehead. Yuanshan reached out to tuck them behind his ear, but Xiao Bei woke up at that moment. He saw a fleeting moment of surprise on Yuanshan's face, then got up and said, "President Fu, you're back." Yuanshan felt no guilt. Only a deep emotion was lodged in his chest, and he said softly, "Did I wake you?" "No, I wasn't asleep," Xiao Bei replied, his voice a bit hoarse. He cleared his throat as if he didn't see the way Yuanshan was looking at him, and said, Tian is sleeping on the sofa." "Yes, I saw." He continued to look at Xiao Bei and asked, "Are you tired?" Not really. Xiao Bei avoided his gaze. That little girl is quite lively. You should rest more at noon. Go sleep on the bed inside. Xiao Bei looked at him with slightly widened eyes. Fu Yuanshan didn't expect him to agree. He smiled and said, "Just kidding, I'm going inside." Okay. Fu Yuanshan pushed open the glass door and went in. Xiao Bei slowly leaned his head back against the pillow again. In the afternoon, Xiao Bei slept until after 3 o'clock. He was shocked to wake up and find that Fu Yuanshan had changed his alarm. He looked inside and didn't see Fu Yuanshan, but Tian was still sleeping. He went out to ask the secretary, who said that Fu Yuanshan was in conference room number 2 for a video meeting. Xiao Bei frowned. He usually held video meetings in his office. Did he change the location this time to avoid waking him up? After a while, Fu Yuanshan returned, saying, "Awake? Come help me organize the recording." He strode through the glass door. Xiao Bei followed him inside. Fu Yuanshan sat down in a chair, handed him the voice recorder, and asked, "Did you sleep well?" Xiao Bei sincerely replied, "Very well. Does the CEO spoil you?" "CEO, I'm here to work for salary. Please don't do that again." "What like that? Did I change your alarm?" "The CEO wants you to sleep more, and you're not happy?" Fu Yuanshan frowned and said, "Take the pen and go to work. Don't eat until you finish." Xiao Bei was confused and took the voice recorder to work. He typed 2 lines on the computer when Tian's loud crying echoed. Xiao Bei instantly felt overwhelmed and stole a glance at Fu Yuanshan, who looked slightly impatient. Xiao Bei quickly got up. He didn't know how to comfort a child. He remembered her mom had told him that if she cried, just give her the bottle. He took the bottle from the Peppa Pig backpack and went in to give it to her. The little girl, still half asleep, grabbed the bottle and stuffed it in her mouth, and sure enough, she stopped crying. Fu Yuanshan leaned out from behind the computer and teased, "You're quite good at this. Her mom taught me." Fu Yuanshan elongated his tone and turned back to work. Xiao Bei returned as well. After Tian finished the milk, she was revitalized and opened the glass door wide, running back and forth between the 2 offices. Xiao Bei felt anxious, always thinking Fu Yuanshan might suddenly explode and throw Tian down from the 37th floor. He watched the little girl running around with messy hair and said, Tian, come here for a moment." Tian ran over, and Xiao Bei said, "Let me comb your hair, okay? You can rest for a bit." "Okay," Tian replied loudly. Then he realized he didn't have a comb and didn't know how to style a girl's hair. He stiffly went inside to ask CEO, "Do you have a comb?" Fu Yuanshan didn't look up, asking, "What is up?" "I want to comb her hair." He pointed to Tian. There's S1 in the bathroom, the second compartment on the right. Fu Yuanshan's office was luxurious, resembling a small suite. He went in to fetch the comb and came out feeling troubled about Tian's hair. He undid the 2 hair ties, causing Tian to cry out several times as her hair was very tangled. After a long time, he finally got it untangled. Tian had previously worn 2 braids, with a big gap in the middle that persisted no matter how he combed it. Xiao Bei awkwardly styled a single braid, but it ended up loose and shapeless. He took it apart and tried again, making it so uncomfortable for Tian that she couldn't sit still. After several attempts, he put down the comb and called, "CEO." Fu Yuanshan looked at him through the glass. "Come here for a second." After a while, Fu Yuanshan came in, leaning against the door frame and asking, "You seem to be quite good at directing me. What should I do?" "I can't comb this hair well," Xiao Bei asked. Fu Yuanshan became interested, saying, "Let me try." As soon as Fu Yuanshan started, Xiao Bei knew it wouldn't work because he held the braid in the same way as Xiao Bei had just done. He even suspected that all men in the world styled children's hair in this way, but he didn't know how to use any other grip. 10 minutes later, the secretary came in with documents and saw this scene. 2 men over 180 centimeters tall were awkwardly surrounding a little girl's head, each holding a handful of hair, with the little girl on the verge of tears. When Fu Yuanshan saw her enter, he released his hands and commanded, "You, come here and comb her hair." Xiao Bei looked exhausted, and Fu Yuanshan pulled him aside. Bai Yao rolled her eyes and quietly said, "CEO, you can't style a girl's hair like this. Look at what you've done." The last sentence was almost lip-synced. In just a few minutes, she styled Tian's hair into a lively and cute pair of pigtails, and the little girl bounced off to play again. After work, Xiao Bei felt that Fu Yuanshan had been quite busy these days, but didn't know what he was busy with. He pushed the door open and greeted, "CEO, I'm leaving." Fu Yuanshan looked up, the dim light from the computer casting a weary look on his handsome face, and said, "Come here." After saying that, he paused for a moment, wondering why he wanted him to come over, as if he just wanted him closer. Xiao Bei walked over, waiting for him to speak. But when Xiao Bei stood in front of him, he realized he had a lot to say. "Don't eat the pancakes from outside tomorrow morning. You know, should you make them yourself, or should I bring some?" It was just a simple inquiry, without any implications for a rebuttal. Xiao Bei helplessly said, "That would make me late." He had no particular demands about food. He just liked to cook when he was in the mood. Breakfast was something that should come quickly. "Then I'll make it," Fu Yuanshan smiled at him. "Go back now. Take your time with the kid on the way." Xiao Bei paused, saying, "CEO, why?" He found that he couldn't continue. What would happen if Fu Yuanshan said something one day? Would he refuse? Would he push him away? After spending time together, no one would like him, so it was better to push him away early. But Fu Yuanshan hadn't said anything yet. So did that mean he didn't need to rush to push him away? Fortunately, Fu Yuanshan didn't pick up on his unfinished words, only saying, "Go back. Be careful on the road." Xiao Bei nodded and left with Tian. After Fu Yuanshan finished his work, the night in Q City had already fallen. He rested his head on the boss's chair and stretched, his gaze falling on the roses on the table. He picked a few, trimmed them with scissors, turned off the computer, grabbed his clothes and car keys, and left the glass door with a few roses in hand. He put the flowers into Xiao Bei's makeshift vase made from a wine bottle, adjusted them with his fingertips, turned off the lights, and left the company. Today was when Xiao Bei had planned to go to Song Yang's place. He had been feeling quite serious lately and wanted to get some treatment. Fu Yuanshan had gone out to play ball with clients in the afternoon and hadn't returned. After work, Xiao Bei went straight there. "Have you eaten?" Song Yang pulled out a chair and sat down. Xiao Bei shook his head. "You're making me feel quite frustrated." Song Yang flipped through the case files. "Then you should reflect on it." Song Yang looked up at him and smiled. Xiao Bei added, "I just don't want to eat." "It has nothing to do with you. The main reason you don't want to eat is because of this illness. How could it have nothing to do with me?" "Then you should reflect." Song Yang suddenly noticed his long-sleeved t-shirt, and his expression changed slightly. He sighed and asked, "Aren't you hot?" Xiao Bei didn't respond, playing with his sleeve. "Where did you cut yourself again?" Song Yang reached out to pull his sleeve up. "Let me see. Xiao Bei dutched. What did you do this? Can you tell me?" Song Yang looked him in the eyes. Xiao Bei thought for a moment. It seemed like it was the day he had an episode, feeling like he was going to crack open. He expressionlessly took a small knife and made a dozen cuts on his arm, each deeper than the last. Finally, when the blade was soaked in blood and he couldn't feel any pain, he stopped. "It was a while ago," he added soothingly, "a long time. Can you tell me why?" Self-harm is one of the symptoms of moderate to severe depression, but Xiao Bei hadn't done it for a long time. An episode usually has a trigger or is the result of accumulated issues reaching a certain point. Xiao Bei shook his head, unsure of what to say. Pushing away someone who is good to him wouldn't feel good in his heart. He did not want to be loved. On the contrary, he craved it. But paradoxically, while he desired it, he was also very afraid of that kind of emotion, afraid of being loved, afraid of someone getting hurt for him, and afraid of the instability of those who come and go. Then there was Fu Yuanshan, the person who made him feel overwhelmed just thinking about him. He looked at Song Yang, his eyes void of emotion, and said, "Let's just get started. I don't want to say anything. Maybe I'm already beyond help." He frowned slightly and said, "Let us start quickly." Right now, he just wanted to do something about his body. That feeling of self-destruction was creeping back in. In the past, every treatment began with a chat, then psychological tests, and, depending on the situation, they would decide whether to take medication or not. He hadn't done physical therapy in a long time. In fact, he had never felt that his condition had improved. Depression, in his eyes, was something that all treatments merely sustained. There would never be a day of recovery. He said, "Let us do electroconvulsive therapy." By the time he got home, it was already past 9. His mood improved a bit after the treatment, but the recent medication made him feel nauseous. He went to the fridge and took out a carton of milk, drank it, and then went to bed. His sleep was very shallow, so shallow that he couldn't tell if he was asleep or not. Even the slightest noise could wake him. He slowly opened his eyes to darkness and took a moment to realize that the rustling sound had fully awakened him. The sound of a drawer being opened, the gentle rustling, and the extremely faint footsteps. What was going on? A thief? He never expected to encounter such a situation. Someone daring enough to break in was definitely not one of those petty thieves on the street. He knew the best thing to do was to stay under the covers and wait until tomorrow to call the police, but a long-buried and secret thrill sparked in him. He sat up, threw off the covers, and quietly got out of bed. He moved without making a sound, standing by the door and watching the person, who didn't look very strong, crouched on the ground, rummaging through the drawer. He must have a knife. Xiao Bei didn't take anything but walked towards him. The man heard the sound and turned around instantly, but Xiao Bei was faster, kicking him hard against the cabinet. The man cried out in pain and turned to run, but Xiao Bei grabbed the back of his collar, pulled it over his head, and turned it back around, his fist smashing hard into the man's stomach. The man's waist bent down instantly, his head covered and unable to see anything, but instead of clutching his stomach, he reached out to grab Xiao Bei's leg. Xiao Bei stepped back, yanked him up by his collar, and kneed him hard in the stomach. Xiao Bei seemed to hear the sound of internal organs crushing, and the man let out a muffled groan, unable to say anything. Xiao Bei then kicked towards his kneecap, and the man fell to his knees, pain igniting his vocal cords. "Ah, damn, you let go of me. I'll kill you." The man, feeling humiliated and beaten, began to curse out loud. Xiao Bei released his collar and delivered a heavy punch that sent the man flying into the nearby table, which made a loud, crashing sound. The man rolled twice before getting up, pulling his shirt off his head and suddenly pulling out a shiny knife from his lower back. Xiao Bei felt a surge of excitement. He whispered to the man, "You'd better stab me to death." Without waiting for the man to react, he attacked. The man probably had never seen someone so reckless. Before he could swing the knife, he was hit in the face again. The rage within him ignited. He swung the knife towards Xiao Bei's chest, but Xiao Bei dodged in an instant. The man delivered a side kick, and taking advantage of the man's momentum, Xiao Bei hooked his leg, causing the man to lose his balance. Xiao Bei seized the opportunity, crossed behind him, and smashed his elbow down hard, sending the man straight to the ground. After hitting the ground, the man reacted quickly, flipping over in an instant and thrusting the knife out again. Xiao Bei barely avoided being stabbed, and the man took the chance to get up and pursue. Xiao Bei didn't dodge in time and felt a deep cut on his arm. A smile of excitement curved his lips as he charged forward, not avoiding the knife at all. In contrast, the thief was stunned by the sight of blood and was soon knocked down by Xiao Bei. Unable to hold onto the knife, Xiao Bei pinned him down, raining down punches. The man's eyes were swollen and bloodshot, unable to say a word as he looked at Xiao Bei hovering above him like a devil. Blood from Xiao Bei's arm splattered with every swing, and as he blurred his vision on that sickly, paranoid face, he suddenly felt a fear. Would he be killed here today? Xiao Bei was pulled back to reality by a loud knocking at the door. He looked at the man below him, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, breathing heavily, shaking the eardrum. He let go of the man's collar like he was throwing away garbage, unsteadily standing up to open the door. The neighbors had heard the commotion and called the police. They were in a building with 5 households. At that moment, several people stood outside the door, some holding brooms, rolling pins, and other tools. Seeing Xiao Bei, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bei's expression still carried a hint of gloom, but more than that, he felt a bit dazed. An aunt came over and grabbed him, exclaiming, "Oh my, your arm! Hurry, call 120, you're bleeding too much." A few people hurriedly called for an ambulance, while some brothers with tools entered the house. They saw that the thief had already been knocked out, and after checking, they found that Xiao Bei was fine. Xiao Bei's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the wound on his arm, now feeling the unbearable pain. Seeing the anxious expressions of the others, he wanted to say he was fine, but as soon as he opened his mouth, everything went black, and he knew nothing more. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the hospital, looking at the white ceiling and sheets, feeling a wave of suffocation. Watching over him was an aunt he could vaguely remember from their floor. She looked to be in her 50s or 60s, plump, and when she saw he was awake, her face lit up with joy as she asked, "Awake, young man? How do you feel?" Xiao Bei looked at her and, after a long pause, hoarsely replied, "Iem me fine." "Oh dear," the aunt said, noticing the look in his eyes, her heart aching. "That thief has already been caught by the police." You've had stitches on your arm. Don't worry. Xiao Bei nodded at her. The aunt continued. How do we contact your parents? I can call your mom to come keep you company. Xiao Bei shook his head and turned away. The aunt sighed sympathetically and said, You're so handsome. This arm will have a scar now. Xiao Bei asked the aunt a few questions to understand the situation. He was fine, just lost too much blood and had emotional fluctuations. He had several stitches on his arm, which was now heavily bandaged. The medical expenses were covered by the neighbors using their insurance card, and he would pay them back when he got home. He told the aunt she didn't need to stay with him, but she insisted that he was the same age as her son and that there was nothing for him to do at home. She had to stay with him and even told him to sleep a little more while she went home to cook for him. Xiao Bei watched the aunt's departing figure, his fingers gently tugging at the sheets. Just as he was about to sleep again, he suddenly remembered he was supposed to be at work today, and he hadn't even asked for leave. He turned his head to look at the clock. It was 10:30. Damn it! With a needle still in his hand, Xiao Bei rang the bell to call the nurse and borrowed a phone. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to call Fu Yuanshan. He found Rongxin's number and transferred it to his secretary, briefly explaining the situation and asking for a day off before letting go of everything and going back to sleep. Since Fu Yuanshan said he would bring Xiao Bei breakfast, he had been coming to work every morning at 8:30, preparing all sorts of delicious food for him. To lock a man's heart, one must first lock his stomach. Fu Yuanshan was fervently practicing the teachings of his ancestors. Today, when he arrived at the company and pushed open the solid wood door, he was surprisingly met with the sight of his little assistant not sitting at his desk waiting for him. He was immensely shocked. Was he late? A rare occurrence indeed. He dialed the phone without thinking, but it rang until it automatically hung up without anyone answering. He probably couldn't hear it while squeezed on the subway. He wondered if Xiao Bei managed to grab a seat. After all, commuting back and forth on the subway every day without fighting for a spot must be exhausting. After a long day, he still had to stand all the way home. He also wondered what that boyfriend of his was doing. He didn't think much more about it, as he had a meeting to prepare for. He arranged breakfast on Xiao Bei's desk, covered it with a glass dome, and satisfied with a glance, went to prepare for the meeting. However, when he returned from the meeting at 10, Xiao Bei still hadn't arrived, which fell off. He called a few more times, but no one answered. He called Bai Yao over, who was just about to inform him that Xiao Bei had taken a leave of absence. Fu Yuanshan took a sip of his coffee, wondering why. Chapter 21 seemed to say that a thief had broken into his home, and he needed a day off to deal with it. A thief? Fu Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. Was he okay? Bai Yao noticed the sudden shift in his tone and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Anyone at the company could tell that the relationship between the two had been unusual lately. When would such a sweet office romance happen for her? She said, It should be fine. He sent the thief to the hospital. Fu Yuanshan widened his eyes slightly and asked after a moment, How did he contact you? He called, but it wasn't from his own number. Give me that number. Bai Yao took out her phone and sent it, and then Fu Yuanshan fell silent. Bai Yao understood that this meant she could leave. President Fu, I'll step out now. Fu Yuanshan nodded. He looked at the number for a while, then dialed it. After a short ring, it connected, and a woman's voice answered, Hello, who is it? He let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief and said, Hello. Was someone looking for you to borrow a phone just now? The nurse was excitedly telling her colleague that a beautiful patient had arrived in bed XX. So stunning that she was almost losing her professional ethics when she received the call. She cautiously responded, adhering to the principle of not disclosing patient privacy. What is the matter? Who are you? I'm his colleague. He didn't come to work today, and I want to know what's going on. Is he okay? Oh, it's nothing serious, the nurse said habitually, then quickly added, No, it's actually serious. He lost a lot of blood and needs to recuperate. His emotions are unstable, and there's a large cut on his arm. If you're his colleague, please help him ask for a proper leave from his supervisor. There was silence on the other end, and after a moment, the nurse said, He's hospitalized? The nurse's voice was low, and she paused for a moment before saying, Yes. Which hospital? City Hospital. Fu Yuanshan hung up the phone, his face darkening. He grabbed his keys and left the company with a grim expression. He drove at high speed to the city hospital, checked Xiao Bei's room at the front desk, but hesitated before entering. Wondering if he would see someone he didn't want to see, he pushed the door open and entered a 3-person ward. The first bed wasn't him. The second bed wasn't him, and the last bed had its curtain drawn. The two beds outside were crowded with relatives, creating a chaotic scene. He walked in quietly and saw Xiao Bei lying on the hospital bed. He had already fallen asleep on the snow-white bedding, his arm immobilized to prevent contact with the wound, dressed in a clean and tidy hospital gown, his face pale with no color on his lips, lying there lifelessly. Fu Yuanshan froze, a surge of various emotions washing over him. After a while, he walked over, stood at the foot of the bed, pulled out a chair, and sat down, his gaze fixated on the bandaged arm, which was clearly swollen beneath the hospital gown. After a moment, he left the ward to find Xiao Bei's attending physician. Xiao Bei was erwartet bei intense Stomachkrämpfe. And the dizziness from blood loss took a while to clear his vision, revealing Fu Yuanshan's silhouette against the light. He suddenly smiled. For some reason, he wasn't surprised. Fu Yuanshan sat by the window, blocking the light for him to sleep better, staring unblinkingly at the person on the bed. Seeing that he was awake, his expression finally softened a bit as he asked, "You're awake. How do you feel?" "Omeprazole. Have you heard of it?" Xiao Bei replied, lying in bed in a somewhat relaxed manner. "What?" Fu Yuanshan asked. "Is it medicine?" "For what?" "What is wrong with you?" "Hurry up, it's for my stomach." Xiao Bei was speaking gently, feeling like he was dying. Fu Yuanshan hurriedly left. 15 minutes later, a shy nurse helped Xiao Bei take the medicine, and Fu Yuanshan stood by with his hands in his pockets watching. After the nurse left, he took out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat off Xiao Bei's forehead. Xiao Bei closed his eyes and let him wipe, then opened his eyes after he finished, seeing Fu Yuanshan tidying up the table. "President Fu," he said softly. What is it?" Fu Yuanshan turned to look at him. Xiao Bei felt that he was unhappy and said, "Is there anything to eat?" "You just took your medicine." "Wait a bit before eating," Fu Yuanshan replied, continuing his task. "Are you hungry?" Xiao Bei nodded. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "An old lady brought you some food earlier, said she was your neighbor?" Xiao Bei then remembered that the aunt had offered to bring him food. "Right, she's my neighbor." "Where is she?" "I sent her away. It was too cramped." Xiao Bei felt a bit embarrassed. Hospital beds were tight, and as a broke person, getting in was already good enough. Who would complain about the small space? "In a bit, you can eat the food, and I'll get you a bigger room." "No need," he replied in surprise. "I'm leaving this afternoon." "Who said that?" Fu Yuanshan said flatly. "Stay for 3 days. I've already arranged the ward." The more Fu Yuanshan insisted, the more Xiao Bei felt he couldn't refute it, so he had to swallow his words. After Fu Yuanshan cleaned up the messy table, he sat back down on the stool. After a while, Xiao Bei heard him ask, "Why didn't you tell me something happened?" Xiao Bei was silent for a few seconds and replied, "It's a hassle. It's not a big deal." The flame of anger in Fu Yuanshan's heart surged almost instantly into a raging fire. He suppressed his anger and spoke in an unusually calm tone. "Do you know how big the cut on your arm is? Do you know how many cc of blood you lost?" "Xiao Bei, what counts as a big deal? You were in a fight with a knife-wielding robber. Didn't anyone tell you that you should pretend you didn't see or hear anything during such times? You were lucky this time to run into an incompetent one. What if you had encountered a truly ruthless one? Can you imagine what the consequences would be?" Xiao Bei felt deflated, listening to him one sentence after another. Fu Yuanshan looked at his weary expression, and although he had many accusations he wanted to voice, he couldn't bring himself to say them. But he really wanted to ask, what did Xiao Bei think he was? The person he had cherished for so long, who had ended up in the hospital due to such an incident, was still saying it was not a big deal and didn't even call him. Yet he held back. What was he? Just a boss, at most a boss with a closer relationship. That position in his heart was already filled by someone else. And what about him? Was he even informed? This was the first time Fu Yuanshan brought up that person in front of Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei didn't he understand? You were hospitalized, and didn't he notify your partner? Shouldn't he be the one by your side at such a time? Fu Yuanshan looked at him with a blank expression, the corners of his mouth curling into an emotionless arc, and said, "I know everything. You have a boyfriend, right?" This left Xiao Bei truly stunned, asking, "What are you talking about? When did I get a boyfriend?" Fu Yuanshan tilted his head, and a deathly silence lasted for a few seconds before he slowly asked, "You don't have a boyfriend?" The two who were flirting suddenly began to openly discuss their orientations. Xiao Bei felt a bit awkward and said, No. President Fu. That doesn't make any sense. Fu Yuanshan's chest, which had fallen to the bottom of the valley, began to slowly beat again, faster and faster. Xiao Bei didn't have a boyfriend, so who was the man he saw that day? He had to ask clearly, and in his mind, the most organized sequence of questions instantly formed. Do you remember that we didn't talk for a while 2 months ago? Xiao Bei nodded, confused. Didn't you want to know why? I'll tell you, because on the Saturday before that, I saw you having dinner with a man. Xiao Bei frowned, trying to recall. Could he be talking about Jean Kong? He thought about how he had acted that night. If Fu Yuanshan had seen it all, it would have been quite embarrassing. He still held out some hope that Fu Yuanshan hadn't seen much and said, "So what if I had dinner with him? Does that mean he has to be my boyfriend?" Fu Yuanshan looked at him, unsure whether to mention the scene in the restroom, but if he didn't clarify, it would remain a barrier between them. That night, I was in a men's restroom and heard some sounds. He said, observing Xiao Bei's expression. Sure enough, Xiao Bei's face changed upon hearing this, and Fu Yuanshan felt a weight in his heart. After a moment, he said, "Was it you I heard in the restroom?" It was really a pointless question. He realized he couldn't ask it, or maybe the answer wasn't that important. Xiao Bei had already said he didn't have a boyfriend, and that was enough for him. He could understand Xiao Bei's past, but he wouldn't mind it. He would take care of him, teach him, help him, cherish him, love him well, and what happened in the past could stay in the past. What he wanted was Xiao Bei's future, every day from now until death. If Xiao Bei said it wasn't him, he wouldn't ask again. If Xiao Bei asked what he heard, he wouldn't ask again either. It was me. Fu Yuanshan didn't speak. For the first time, Xiao Bei felt the urge to explain something, but he didn't know if Fu Yuanshan wanted to hear it. It was too disgusting. Do you want to hear my explanation? Fu Yuanshan rubbed his face and put on a relaxed expression. He actually wanted to hear Xiao Bei's explanation. He brought over the thermos that his aunt sent and said, "Aren't you hungry? Eat something first," as he opened it and said, "Let's see what the old lady brought you. TSK, it looks okay, but it's not as delicious as what I make." He took out a bowl of stomach-nourishing pumpkin porridge, a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a few small pancakes. He set the table for Xiao Bei and helped him sit up. Fu Yuanshan took a bowl of porridge, blew on it with a spoon, and brought it to Xiao Bei's mouth, saying, "If you want to talk, I'll listen. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I know what kind of person you are and what kind of person you are in my heart. It won't change because of this. Open your mouth." Xiao Bei swallowed the porridge, smiled wryly, and said, "You've automatically added a few layers of filters for me. It's because you don't know how good you are." Xiao Bei verstunt. Fu Yuanshan scooped another spoonful for him, saying, "Our Xiao Bei works diligently and meticulously, can cook big meals, makes friends with the stars, knows gratitude, cares for others, and maybe sometimes doesn't know how to express it, but also takes care of children. There are so many things that I can't count even in 3 days and nights. This little fool just doesn't know how good he is and how worthy of love he is." Chapter 22. Xiao Bei actually wasn't that weak. Since Fu Yuanshan insisted on feeding him, he ate a bit of the food, but there was still a lot left. After a stomachache, he shouldn't eat too much at once. Moderation was enough, so Fu Yuanshan finished the leftovers. During the meal, he listened to Xiao Bei talk about that incident intermittently, getting so angry that he almost couldn't swallow his food. "Did you have to refuse in that way? Who the hell taught you that? That SOB. Is he a gentleman who actually walked you to the restroom? And that bastard touched you where? I'll knock him out." Seeing Fu Yuanshan's somewhat uncontrolled expression, Xiao Bei said, "Fu, didn't you say you didn't mind?" Fu Yuanshan suddenly coughed, then took a tissue to wipe his mouth. His expression seamlessly transitioned to one of nonchalance as he said, "Oh, I don't mind. It's fine. You did the right thing, but you can change the way you do it in the future." After saying that, he felt it was wrong, glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally, and added, "No, there won't be such things in the future." Xiao Bei held back a laugh and responded with an "oh." After finishing the meal, Fu Yuanshan moved Xiao Bei to a top-floor suite. He initially thought about moving him to a private hospital with better conditions, but since Xiao Bei was already sick, it wasn't suitable to move him around. So he changed him to the best single room in the city hospital, which Xiao Bei considered extremely luxurious. In these 3 days, Xiao Bei felt like he could gain a circle of weight. Fu Yuanshan made him nourishing soup every day, snacks were red dates, and donkey hide gelatin cake. Drinks were handmade brown sugar water, and the meals were even more impressive, all blood-nourishing. On the day of discharge, Xiao Bei found out that Yuanshan had asked for a week off for him. He felt it was unnecessary, but said nothing, knowing it wouldn't make a difference. This feeling of being cared for was nice, but it also came with that familiar sense of insecurity. Xiao Bei. Yuanshan glanced at him in the rearview mirror. He turned his gaze back from the window. You can't live in that house anymore. Xiao Bei didn't respond. The security is bad. I won't feel at ease if you continue living there, Yuanshan said, observing him. He actually didn't care. At most, he would change the lock. And he didn't have money for that either. Such incidents weren't common, and besides, he really didn't have the energy to move. He silently expressed his resistance. It's originally unsafe for you to live alone, and a house that has been robbed is even less safe. Plus, it's far from the company, making your commute inconvenient. It's just right to change it. I'll help you find a place. Yuanshan looked at him and then said, but actually, houses near the company are quite expensive, and the supply is said to be tight, so it's still hard to find. Do you have any relatives living nearby? You can. No, it wouldn't be nice to keep bothering them. TSK, let me think. Suddenly, Yuanshan slapped the steering wheel, startling Xiao Bei, and then he said, how about you live at my place? Although I'm used to living alone, it wouldn't be convenient for you to come, but you really have no other options. Why don't I overcome it and let you come to my house? After saying that, he stole a glance at Xiao Bei. So you were waiting here. Xiao Bei also looked at him through the rearview mirror, and Yuanshan quickly turned his gaze away, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a while, Xiao Bei suddenly laughed, and Yuanshan couldn't help but smile at the sound of his laughter, angrily saying, what are you laughing at? Then he added, do you think it's easy for me? I work hard to be a good leader and whatnot. Damn it, stop laughing. The more he spoke, the more Xiao Bei laughed. Yuanshan looked at him through the rearview mirror, and Xiao Bei's bright and beautiful smile made him feel like he was glowing. He turned his head to look outside and smiled. His profile was handsome and elegant, with sunlight casting on his eyelashes, making his features clear. Yuanshan withdrew his gaze, resting his arm on the Maybach car window with his hand against his lips, and they both laughed halfway through. Is it okay? It's just one word. Yuanshan said after a long pause. No. Xiao Bei paused and said, I have a lot of problems. You'll get annoyed with me after a few days living in your house. Yuanshan scoffed. Bullshit. What problems do you have? Picky eater, sleepwalker. Or will you fight me for the TV? Xiao Bei replied quietly. I find it hard to adapt to a new living environment. It makes me feel very uneasy. I'm also not used to living with others, not used to eating with others, not used to many things. I'm not suitable to live with others. Produce. I need to take medicine every day, and I often don't want to talk. When I'm unwell, I'm scared myself. How can I live with someone else? After a few seconds of silence, Yuanshan said, this isn't a problem. Many people are like this, so don't always talk down on yourself. I'm not like others. You haven't lived with me. How do you know it won't work? Which other person can compare to how I feel about you? It's normal not to be used to living with others, but I won't make you feel uncomfortable. I will unconditionally embrace you, and help you integrate. Whether it's in this home or in this world, I will take care of you, Xiao Bei. It was as if a sudden rain had fallen on a long drought wasteland, stirring up a wild wind on the plains. For the first time, his lonely heart, after so many years, felt a stir. I will take care of you. I will unconditionally embrace you. He had heard such words before, and they had always made him feel nauseous with their falseness. But this time was different. There was someone who was not scheming, someone without so many hidden agendas, someone he cherished greatly, telling him, I will take care of you. He had not felt such emotions for a long time, or perhaps he had never felt them. Don't make it hard for me. I'm not forcing you. I just think you could give it a try. Maybe living with me is more interesting than living alone. This last sentence made Xiao Bei instantly falter. He glanced at Yuanshan, whose expression was as usual, and Xiao Bei guessed he was holding back laughter. Xiao Bei didn't know what to say and could only compromise. Let me think about it. Yuanshan revealed a smile that was hard to decipher. Entering the house he hadn't seen for 3 days, Yuanshan had already called someone to clean it, disinfect it, and run several air purifiers to cycle the air in this less than 80 square meter little home. When Xiao Bei opened the door, He thought he had entered an emperor's garden. Fu Yuanshan had somehow managed to bring in several kilograms of flowers for decoration, and a wave of fragrance hit him. These flowers had a short blooming period, just there to make it look nice and welcome him home. Fu Yuanshan smiled and said, "Welcome back from the hospital, Xiao Bei." Then he stretched out his arms and embraced him, saying, "I won't let you experience such dangers again." Xiao Bei was taken aback. There was a faint scent of tobacco mixed with men's perfume in Fu Yuanshan's embrace, a very intimate scent that could only be smelled up close. And it was quite pleasant. Fu Yuanshan only held him briefly before letting go, saying, "Go take a look around. There shouldn't be much missing. After all, that thief is still lying in the hospital. Take a look around," he added with a low laugh, "but it won't be long before you can't." Xiao Bei glanced at him and said, "Mr. Fu, give it up. I'm not going to live at your place." "Huh?" Fu Yuanshan widened his eyes. "Why not? Didn't you promise just now? How can you go back on your word?" Xiao Bei couldn't be bothered to argue. "When did I agree? I said I would think about it." He lifted his foot and walked toward the bedroom. What is there to think about? Living together for 3 months is like reducing 30 years of struggle. Fu Yuanshan followed him inside, saying, "The house and the car are both our joint property. If it really comes to it, I also have some savings." "Hey, Xiao Bei, are you listening to me?" "Xiao Bei, tell me, why didn't you come last time? Do you know how long I waited for you?" Zhouya asked, tapping on a plate. The first day Xiao Bei was hospitalized was the day they had agreed to have dinner to welcome Zhouya back from Antarctica. He had brought a big camera, saying he had a lot of photos to show Fu Yuanshan. As a result, he waited at the restaurant with a big camera bag until he was numb, and when he called, the phone was off. He almost thought something had happened to Fu Yuanshan. "I was accompanying someone." Zhouya was shocked, asking, "Accompanying whom? Who in a world would need you to accompany them?" "TSK, Fu Yuanshan said to him. "Why do you make it sound like I'm a lonely person?" "Who? Your little partner is hospitalized? How do you know?" "TCH. Zhouya took a bite of food and said, "Your state during this time was written all over your face. It's totally different from when you were single. So, are you not planning to tell me? That's not very brotherly of you." Fu Yuanshan's mind. "It's not that I'm not telling you. It's just that this matter isn't settled yet." "What? You haven't made it clear yet? You wouldn't look down on someone of your level. Which girl is it?" "Girl? Why does it have to be a girl?" He picked up the champagne and took a slow sip. Zhouya's eyes widened. "Wow, old Fu. So that's why you've been single for so many years." "Nonsense." Fu Yuanshan laughed and scolded. "I didn't like men before, and I still don't. It's just him." I understand. Zhouya hurriedly said. "What is that saying? I'm not gay. I just happen to like someone of the same sex. Right?" Fu Yuanshan looked at him with amusement. "Where did you learn all this?" "Hey." Zhouya waved his hand, still excited about Fu Yuanshan's upcoming relationship. "Who cares if it's a man or a woman? As long as it's someone you like, that's good. So how did you meet? How did the story begin? I really want to know what kind of person can fool you like this. Hurry up and tell me." Fu Yuanshan then recounted everything from how he met Xiao Bei to the present. During the storytelling, he realized he remembered so many details down to every day. Xiao Bei changed into a new outfit today. Xiao Bei got a haircut today. Xiao Bei must have had soy milk for breakfast this morning. It's all over his mouth. Xiao Bei brought him lunch today. Crab leg casserole. Xiao Bei's lips were a bit chapped today. He bought him vitamin C. And so on. They were all small things that couldn't be smaller, yet he remembered them clearly. Zhouya found that when Fu Yuanshan didn't speak, he didn't. But once he started, it was like he wanted to recount everything, even the most mundane details. But sadly, he found himself very engaged in listening. Finally, he asked, "So now the problem is he doesn't want to live with you. Have you thought about what to do?" Fu Yuanshan took his last sip of wine and said, "I have 100 ways to make him live with me." Chapter 23 That day, another sensational event occurred at Rongshin. Chairman Chen's son, young Master Chen Yi, returned from studying abroad in Australia. Young Master Chen, at the age of 25, was different from those second-generation rich kids who were either elites or useless. He was a useless person with elite dreams. After gilding himself in England, he directly asked his father for money and went to Australia to pursue an EMBA. He had always liked coming to the company to play since he was little and dreamed of taking over the company. Chairman Chen was pleased to learn about his son's aspirations, but as he grew older, he strayed further from the path and was really not material for managing a company. He had once been given a project worth over 10 million to train him, but it nearly cost Rongshin a branch. In a fit of anger, Chairman Chun restrained him, no longer harboring any hope for his son, and formally handed over power to Fu Yuanshan before going to the U.S. to recuperate. Chun Yi, unable to save face, went to Australia to pursue an EMBA, vowing to return looking competent, but the company's staff privately regarded it as a joke. That day, the company was festooned with decorations, almost putting up banners, planned by a very tactful COO with Fu Yuanshan's tacit approval. Although Chun Yi was incompetent in managing the company, he was handsome and optimistic, cheerful and simple like his name, and very generous, giving out red envelopes and gifts to employees during holidays and frequently organizing team-building activities, winning the hearts of many employees. Therefore, his return had everyone extremely excited. Fu Yuanshan was on the phone with Xiao Bei in his office. "I can't make it for lunch today. That young master is back, and I have to go to the restaurant to welcome him. There will be a lot of people at noon, so you definitely shouldn't come. Don't cook for yourself. I'll have Bai Yao deliver food to you." Fu Yuanshan was chattering on the other end of the phone, while Xiao Bei sat on the bed listening. He had been given leave until next Monday by Fu Yuanshan and was enjoying his leisurely days at home. However, Fu Yuanshan had been running to his house every day under the pretense of "I'm here to take care of your hand," making him both amused and exasperated. "You should take a nap in the afternoon since there's a game in the evening. I'll go home after work, cook dinner, and wake you up so we can watch it together. Make sure to save up your energy." "All right, I'll hang up now. It sounds like that second-generation heir is coming." Before Fu Yuanshan could even finish the phone call, there was a loud knock on the door. "Gumin, bro, I'm back." A young man dressed in a deep V-shirt and casual trousers walked in, placing a deep black gift box on the table. He immediately gave Fu Yuanshan a big hug, exclaiming, "I missed you so much." Fu Yuanshan patted him on the back, laughing and scolding. "You little rascal, you've grown taller." They separated, and Chunyi looked at him with a smile, saying, "I'm just skinnier, which makes me look taller. At this age, how can I grow any more? I'll always be half a head shorter than you." Still so good with words. "Did you learn anything useful while studying abroad?" "I swear I've learned a lot." Chun-Yi got excited at the mention of this, then suppressed his excitement and said, "But let us not talk about that now. Let me show you what good stuff I brought." He started fiddling with the gift box. Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow at his excitement over the gift, his expression unreadable. At noon, the COO booked a top-floor revolving restaurant, and all the staff went. A few executives and directors went to a private room. During the meal, Chun-Yi entertained the old company veterans with his witty jokes, making them laugh heartily. However, this meal couldn't just be about jokes. The old men still grilled him with a bunch of questions about the company and management, wanting to see what he had actually learned during his 2 years in Australia. Fu Yuanshan maintained a light smile as he listened. In the afternoon, back at the company, Chun-Yi began his gift-giving spree, wandering around the cubicles all afternoon, chatting and handing out little trinkets. Fu Yuanshan closed both doors, out of sight and out of mind. Whether to call this kid simple-minded is hard to say. After such a brief chat at noon, Fu Yuanshan concluded that Chun-Yi's time in Australia was wasted. He had no qualifications or experience to learn theory directly, which he had never agreed with. Moreover, when questioned during the meal, Chun-Yi skirted around the issues, failing to answer any of the key points, just trying to laugh it off. The older directors, being older, chuckled and let him off the hook. Seeing Chun-Yi's demeanor at noon, Fu Yuanshan felt he had chosen the wrong path. He might have made something of himself in public relations. Just as he was thinking about this, Chun-Yi knocked and came in. Without looking at him, Fu Yuanshan said, "Finished giving out gifts? Happy now?" "Bro," Chun-Yi said with a playful tone, "I'm just trying to win people over for you." "No need for that," Fu Yuanshan replied. "Why are you here looking for me again? Didn't they assign you a workstation?" "Bro, it's been so long since we last met. We need to catch up." Fu Yuanshan squinted at him. "Chun-Yi, did you get kicked in the head by a kangaroo in Australia? Do you know how you performed today? Do you know what those shareholders and employees think of you?" Chun-Yi was taken aback. "What do they think of me? I brought them gifts." "Seriously, you're getting worse," Fu Yuanshan sighed, no longer looking at him. "Go back to your spot and think about it." Chun-Yi, puzzled, wondered how they could think negatively of someone bringing gifts. He couldn't figure it out for a moment. So he dropped it and said, "Bro, I'm here to tell you something." "What?" Chun-Yi crossed his legs and said mysteriously, "Guess what my dad gave me for my birthday last year? Get lost." Chun-Yi held up 5 fingers, then leaned closer and said, 5%. He sat back down, grinning mischievously at Fu Yuanshan. Only then did Fu Yuanshan look at him properly, raising an eyebrow. 5%? Yeah, Chun-Yi replied, his tone rising playfully. In the evening, Fu Yuanshan went to the supermarket after work, carrying 2 large bags back home. He already had the keys and opened the door without turning on the lights. The light coming through the floor-to-ceiling windows made the whole room feel dim yet warm. He set down his things, changed his shoes, and quietly walked towards the bedroom. He noticed that Xiao Bei had a light sleep and could wake up at the slightest noise. He tiptoed to check on him. The light, whether bright or dim, illuminated the room, and the person on the bed was covered with a thin air conditioning blanket, with his eyes closed. The curve of his body resembled a swan's graceful neck, or the distant mountains stretching across the horizon. Fu Yuanshan watched for a long time before gently placing a kiss on Xiao Bei's forehead. When Xiao Bei woke up, the aroma of food filled the house. He propped himself up against the headboard, waking up slowly. The lights in the room were off. It seemed only the kitchen light was on, casting a small beam of light that illuminated the room. It had been years since he felt this way, waking up from a nap in the evening, with the sounds of cars streaming home outside, and the smell of food, the sound of the stove, and the news broadcast on the television inside. He pulled back the covers and got out of bed, walking outside. Awake? Fu Yuanshan was finishing the last dish when he heard the voice and turned to look at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded and asked in a still drowsy voice, "When did you come back?" "Around 6. I bought a bunch of good food. Go check the table. It'll be ready soon," Fu Yuanshan replied with a smile. Xiao Bei didn't move, just watched him. In previous cooking sessions, Xiao Bei had insisted he wear an apron, but Fu Yuanshan found it ugly and refused to wear one. Now, in a long-sleeved white shirt tucked neatly into his belt, his legs looked long and straight. Even through the shirt, one could see the well-defined but not exaggerated muscles of his back, showcasing a perfect inverted triangle shape. "What? Are you so mesmerized you can't move?" Xiao Bei chuckled, but didn't respond, heading to the living room. That evening, Fu Yuanshan made a small bowl of glutinous rice balls with black and red sugar and osmanthus honey, telling Xiao Bei, "It's good for replenishing energy and blood." Xiao Bei always found this a bit odd. There were also minced meat steamed tofu, ham and mushroom soup, zucchini egg rings, and a plate of fish cakes. The two finished every last bit. The game started around 8. After dinner, Fu Yuanshan tidied up, and when Xiao Bei saw him heading back to the kitchen, he called out, "What are you doing? It's about to start." All right, Fu Yuanshan replied. Xiao Bei, curious, didn't press further and went to the fridge to grab 2 cans of ice beer while waiting for the game to begin. After a while, they heard the sound of the stove turning off, and Fu Yuanshan came out holding a cup of something in a large mug, usually used for milk. Xiao Bei's expression darkened as he heard Fu Yuanshan say, "Stomach-nourishing tea with red dates, goji berries, and ginger. Here, hold it and drink slowly." Xiao Bei was reluctant to take it and said, "Who drinks ginger tea while watching a game?" Fu Yuanshan sat down next to him, pressed the cup into his hands, and coaxed, "Just drink it. It's good." This time I added brown sugar and honey. The match had already started, and Xiao Bei grudgingly accepted the cup, taking small sips. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanshan opened a can of beer with a crisp sound and gulped down several big swigs, wiping his mouth with satisfaction as he eagerly began watching the game. The match lasted until late at night, and after it ended, both were too tired to even curse. They had already showered during halftime, so they went straight to bed. Xiao Bei walked to the side of the bed, sank into the covers, and became immobile, muttering, "I haven't been this tired in a long time." Lousy game. In recent days, the two had been sharing a bed every night. Looking at Xiao Bei's slender back, Fu Yuanshan, however, didn't feel so sleepy at the moment. Sometimes he felt helpless about his own body. He was someone who reacted lightly to alternate dimensions, meaning the intensity of the electric sensation from his body was less than that of other dimension dwellers. Normally, touch with an 8-dimension person wouldn't give them too much of an electric shock feeling. But he was still an I-dimension person, so even if the sensation wasn't strong, it still existed when skin touched skin. He had never thought much of it before. He He just needed to be careful during handshakes and try to minimize contact. Generally, brief contact through clothing could be ignored. But when it came to Xiao Bei, all of this became an issue. He knew he couldn't hide the fact that he was from another world from Xiao Bei, and he had been planning to tell him. However, he was someone who thought 10 steps ahead with every step he took. Telling Xiao Bei would mean he was planning to immigrate. It was impossible to just say to Xiao Bei, let's be in a relationship for a year, and then we can go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. In fact, he had thoughts of immigrating even before he met Xiao Bei. His career and life here were already stable. He initially came to this world because he liked it, and after 8 years, his fondness for this world had only increased. The peaks, lakes, forests, snowfields, rivers, waterfalls, and even the intrigues between people were all things he enjoyed. Moreover, now there was someone he loved here. But what about his parents? They lived comfortably, and his brother was over there. Yuanshan rubbed his face tiredly. Every time he thought about this, he didn't want to think about it anymore, mainly because he was afraid of his mother's reaction. Actually, there's nothing wrong with immigrating. He could return to our world anytime, but it would be a bit troublesome. It was like settling abroad. Even though one could come back, many parents would still oppose their children going. It's the same principle. He looked at Xiao Bei, who was so close, yet he couldn't even touch him. After immigrating, all the reactions from the other world would disappear, and the current problems would no longer be problems. Yuanshan slowly lay down, looked at Xiao Bei, reached out and touched the tips of his hair, and softly said, I have electricity. Are you scared? Today was the last day Xiao Bei was free at home. He tidied up his room thoroughly. While cleaning the bedside table, he saw a few bottles of medicine he had hidden away and realized he hadn't taken them for several days. They were hidden when Yuanshan first arrived. And for the past few days, Yuanshan had been staying at his place, making it hard for him to sneak in time to take his medicine. He stared at the small white bottles for a while and then tossed them back. In the evening, Yuanshan called, saying he had a social dinner and wouldn't be back, and that Bai Yao had already brought him dinner. He had no work left to do, but Yuanshan wouldn't let him do this or that. He thought, Yuanshan, such a busy person, had been coming home every night for the past week to cook for him, and only today did he have a dinner party, so it must have been unavoidable. Bai Yao brought the food, and he ate a little before losing his appetite. After tidying up, he sat on the sofa waiting for Yuanshan to return. He felt like something was missing. After a while, he ran to the kitchen and made a pot of hangover soup, warming it in the clay pot, then returned to the sofa to wait. He thought about what he used to do after dinner. He couldn't remember clearly, even though it was only half a month ago. After dinner, he would watch the news broadcast and the weather forecast. Sometimes he would watch Focus Interview or finish any unfinished work, and then take a shower and go to bed. His insomnia had improved a lot in the past few months. He used to stay awake until dawn, but recently he could sleep 3 to 4 hours every day, and he had developed a habit of napping under Yuanshan's supervision. He found that he fell asleep quickly when he rested his head on the desk at noon and could sleep for a long time, thus gaining an extra hour or more of sleep each day. Insomnia actually had nothing to do with being sleepy or wanting to sleep. It was about being extremely tired and forcing himself to close his eyes, but his mind was still awake, both dazed and aware. And what about Yuanshan sleeping at his place for the past few nights? He felt that Yuanshan was like a sleeping pill, lying next to him. Chatting after turning off the lights made him feel relaxed, comfortable, and very sleepy. He even thought he slept longer than Yuanshan. The TV was off, and his mind was filled with random thoughts, when he suddenly realized what he had been missing. He hadn't had ginger tea tonight. Last time, after Yuanshan improved the recipe by adding brown sugar and honey, it was indeed tastier. Should he make a pot for himself to try? Forget it. There was still hangover soup he made for him in the pot. This person still hasn't come back. How much is he drinking? Just as that thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. Zong. Hey, Xiao Bei. Yuanshan's voice sounded drunk. Baby, do you miss me? He was startled by the term baby. Of course I miss you. Have you been waiting long? Did you eat? Yeah, a bunch of old dogs, damn. Drinking is like drinking horse piss. Yuanshan kursid drankenly. They even said they want to go. I said go to hell. I'm not going. I have someone waiting at home. I miss you so much. Just one night apart makes me miss you. Xiao Bei thought he had drunk too much. He wasn't usually like this. He asked, where are you now? By myself in the car. What car? Your car? Where's the driver? What's wrong? Can't wait to see me. Xiao Bei was worried he might really be driving drunk and said, You've had too much to drink. Let the driver take you back. I'm waiting for you at home. Fu Yuanshan fell silent, and after a moment, Xiao Bei heard him say, I want to see you too. I'll be there soon. Then the call ended. Xiao Bei was startled. He wouldn't really drive back himself, would he? He hurriedly called again, but just as he was about to dial, he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Curious, he went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, the man he had just been thinking about stood before him, wrapped in the summer breeze. With a gentle and handsome face, he wore a smile, and his eyes appeared a bit relaxed and lazy due to the alcohol. Xiao Bei bestimmt. You. Lightning. Before he could finish, Fu Yuanshan suddenly moved forward, pinning him against the wall, trapping him between his arms. Fu Yuanshan sniffed his hair, then lowered his head to look at him, their foreheads touching, and lightly exhaled towards him. I opened a bottle of Hennessy from 1972 today. Do you want to try? Chapter 24. Xiao Bei looked at the suddenly closed face, swallowed hard, and asked, What are you doing? Fu Yuanshan gazed into his eyes, which were so close, long and beautiful, with distinct lashes, like a pool of autumn waves, sparkling with tiny stars. Can I be frivolous with you? No. Xiao Bei barely turned his head away, but as soon as he did, a large hand grasped his cheeks and turned him back. Why not? Fu Yuanshan asked him. Xiao Bei lightly pushed him away. You've had too much to drink. Stop messing around. Fu Yuanshan remained still, slightly adjusting his angle to get even closer. Xiao Bei thought he was about to kiss him. Instead, he stopped at the ambiguous distance, and the atmosphere was so charged that Xiao Bei's face felt hot. After a moment, he heard Fu Yuanshan say, Xiao Bei, are you a fairy? Why do I feel so? Fu Yuanshan didn't finish his sentence. A tingling sensation gradually spread across Xiao Bei's face, and Fu Yuanshan's fingertips felt it too, but he didn't let go. In fact, he tightened his grip. He watched Xiao Bei's expression change, knowing he must have felt it. Xiao Bei felt some pain and broke free. This time, he didn't hesitate. Fu Yuanshan's hand was still down, but Xiao Bei grabbed it. A strange sensation surged through his hand, as if wrapped in tiny electric currents, tingling and very unreal. Fu Yuanshan didn't move, letting him hold on. Xiao Bei's expression showed a moment of confusion. He slowly looked up at Fu Yuanshan and asked, What is this? Fu Yuanshan withdrew his hand, saying that if it lasted too long, Xiao Bei would be hurt by the low voltage. I have electricity flowing through me. It's different from you guys. Xiao Bei didn't understand a word. What? Xiao Bei, do you believe there are two parallel worlds on Earth? Are you crazy? I'm not from this world. I'm from another parallel world, he said calmly. Xiao Bei looked at him in shock. What are you talking about? The two worlds exist in parallel. I was transmitted over like a ray, and I have an electric sensation all around me. Saying this, a small spark of electricity appeared at his fingertip. The two worlds are very different, and the people are different. To put in your words, people from my world have superpowers like this. Xiao Bei watched in shock as a cup on the coffee table inexplicably rose into the air, causing him to step back in fear, unable to utter a word. Just a moment ago, when I called you, I was half an hour away from here by car. But as soon as I hung up, I appeared at your doorstep. I am different from everyone you have encountered before. What I say may shatter your understanding of the world that you have built over the past 20 years. Xiao Bei, are you afraid of me? It took a long time for Xiao Bei to regain his ability to speak, his voice trembling as he said, I might be hallucinating. I need to sleep. I need to sleep. He walked toward the bedroom. Fu Yuanshan let him go, his expression revealing no emotion, and after a while, he sat down on the sofa, leaning back against the backrest and letting out a long sigh, lost in thought. Xiao Bei seemed to have lost his ability to think. He closed the door and lay on the bed like a soulless being, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. What did Fu Yuanshan say? Parallel worlds? How could that be possible? Space, dimension. How could there be two worlds existing simultaneously on one Earth? Fu Yuanshan, is he even human? Everything shattered his understanding of the world he had lived in until today. The knowledge from textbooks was wrong. The scenes that could only appear in movies were now in front of him, and he felt that everything was becoming unreal. A person he had been close to, someone who had occupied a significant part of his life, told him today that they were not from the same world, that they had superpowers. How could this be? Is this the kind of plot that should exist in real life? He realized he was trembling all over, and he shakily opened the drawer to grab those few bottles of medicine and swallowed them all at once. Gradually, his consciousness faded, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Xiao Bei overslept, feeling as if the dosage he took last night was enough to put him into a shock. He opened his eyes and hurriedly left for the company. Pushing open the door, he saw someone reporting something to Yuanshan through the glass. Just as he set down his things, that person exited the room. They exchanged glances, and as that person left, the office was instantly left with just the two of them gazing at each other through the glass. After a few seconds, Yuanshan pushed the door open and leaned against the door frame, saying, "I thought you weren't coming today? The pretense is over. It's time to come." After waking up today, he recalled that last night he wasn't actually afraid. It was more a sense of absurdity from being overturned. But upon further reflection, established facts exist in their own right. Everything has its possibility of existence. Humanity is so small in the universe, in both space and time. How can one determine the inevitability of any one thing? Blindly denying and disbelieving only reveals one's ignorance. Those discoveries of creation revered by great figures are merely the tip of the iceberg of the mysteries of the universe. In the face of nature, humanity can only have awe and a spirit of exploration. There will never be a day when we fully comprehend it. "So, did I scare you yesterday?" Yuanshan asked. "This should be kept confidential, right? Aren't you afraid I'll tell others?" Yuanshan blinked. "Would you?" "Yes, I told the taxi driver when I came here." "What did he say?" "He said I'll let you perform it again." Yuanshan laughed, knowing he was joking, and said, "I can perform much more. Speaking of which," a beautiful red rose that was inserted on Xiao Bei's desk slowly floated in front of him. "Which one do you want to see?" The visual impact of seeing it again was still quite strong for Xiao Bei. He reached out and took down the rose. After a long pause, he asked, "Is there a principle to explain this?" "Some complex biological aspects, but I wasn't paying attention in class back then, so I can't really explain it. If you're interested, I can ask someone to send over a few books." Xiao Bei nodded, then shook his head, and after a while asked, "Can you live forever?" Yuanshan shook his head with a smile and said, "No, we're the same." "Oh." Xiao Bei nodded with relief, not knowing why he felt a bit regretful. "Do you want to ask anything else?" Xiao Bei shook his head, saying, "I can't think of anything for now." "It's okay. You can ask me anything anytime in the future." Yuanshan said, "Xiao Bei, besides my identity now being different in your eyes, everything else has not changed. I am still the same person." Xiao Bei looked at him and said, "I know." During the morning meeting, he ran into Bei. It had been a week since they last saw each other. His hair had grown a bit longer, curling down by his ears, as if he were filming a Korean drama. During the meeting, Xiao Bei felt a lukewarm gaze on him, and every time he looked over, Bei was looking at him, smiling slightly when their eyes met. Xiao Bei frowned and stopped looking. After the meeting, they ran into each other in the restroom. Bei's tone was still gentle as he asked, "How's your health? Are you feeling better?" Many people in the company knew about Xiao Bei's hospitalization. Xiao Bei replied, "I'm fine now." Bei took a paper towel to dry his hands, saying, "I wanted to visit you in the hospital after your incident, but have you changed your number?" "Yeah, my phone broke, and I haven't had time to transfer my old contacts to the new number." Xiao Bei said, "I'll do that shortly." Bei threw the paper into the bin, stepped closer to him, and said, "Xiao Bei, I've really been worried about you these past few days. I only knew you were injured by a robber's knife, but I didn't know how serious it was or if the robber was caught. I couldn't reach you by phone, and no one knew which hospital you were in." He took a deep breath, saying, "If anything happens in the future, I want to be able to contact you, okay?" Xiao Bei remained silent, subtly stepping back and saying, Bei, I'm really fine. I'm sorry for making you worry." Bei was silent for a moment before asking, "Do you have to be so polite with me?" Without waiting for Xiao Bei to respond, he smiled again, saying, "Just be comfortable. I've been in the U.S. for a long time. My thinking has become a bit westernized. I like to express what I feel and what I want directly, and sometimes I forget the beauty of subtlety in Chinese culture." Xiao Bei could only smile. Just as he was about to say he was leaving, he heard Bei speak again. "Xiao Bei, Can I pursue you? The elegant and melodious voice struck him like a thunderbolt. At that moment, in the luxurious restroom of the headquarters of the Fortune 500 company, Rongshin Capital, Xiao Bei was confessed to by someone who looked like a handsome lead character from a Korean drama. It was too sudden. He coughed twice, unable to think of what to say. Moreover, the key question was, how did he figure out that he was gay? I used to think love at first sight was impossible until I saw you on my first day at Rongshin. It's just a pity, he smiled regretfully. That director Fu didn't introduce us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to come to you every day myself. You are different from everyone I've met before. You have a special aura, like an angel that has fallen into the mortal world, pure and untainted. Just talking to you feels like original sin. Su Bingbai smiled just right and took a step back. Seemingly noticing his confusion, he smiled and explained, I have a keen eye for finding kindred spirits. You don't need to rush to reject me. I just want you to know that I really like you. Su Bingbai couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Bei's expression. Don't bear any psychological burden. Well, I should head back now. Xiao Bei nodded. Su Bingbai left, and after a while, Xiao Bei clenched and then relaxed his fists. Exiting the restroom, near the end of the workday, Fu Yuanshan came in. Xiao Bei was not very enthusiastic today, and he couldn't quite articulate the reason why. Fu Yuanshan walked over, placed a red gummy candy on his desk, and asked, Little cutie, are you unhappy? Did someone at the company upset you? I made him work overtime. Xiao Bei immediately smiled and replied, No. He picked up the candy and looked at it. Inside it resembled amber with something that looked like seeds. What flavor is it? It seems like cranberry. He casually said, Come to my house today. Xiao Bei peeled off the candy wrapper and remained silent. You'll feel uncomfortable without me. Is that okay? Seeing he got no response, Fu Yuanshan sat down at the side of his desk and shamelessly said, Every day, no one cooks for you. No one brews red date ginger tea for you. No one sleeps with you and tells you stories. No one wakes you up. When you come home, you won't see a handsome and charming man smiling at you saying you're back. He rambled on for a while and finally said, Really, Xiao Bei? You will feel uncomfortable if you don't live with me. Xiao Bei was still chewing on the candy. Don't you think it would be nice to live with me at my house? In the morning, you wake up in the 500 square meter bed of the CEO, and the first thing you see is a stunningly handsome face. Then I'll drive you in a Ferrari to a toilet 2,000 kilometers away. Ha ha! Xiao Bei couldn't take it anymore. Where did this person get these ideas? Seeing him laugh, Fu Yuanshan felt relieved, but he still wore a serious expression. Xiao Bei laughed and thought, this person is held back well this time. After finishing his laughter, he asked breathlessly, Why aren't you laughing? You don't come to live in my house. What is there to laugh about? Then don't laugh. He still had a smile on his face, playing with the candy wrapper. Are you invulnerable? Fu Yuanshan looked at him through gritted teeth. Xiao Bei was still laughing. Fu Yuanshan said, If soft tactics don't work, I'll go hard. Xiao Bei turned to look at him, just about to ask what hard meant, but before he could turn his head completely, the chair was suddenly pulled by Fu Yuanshan, turning him around. Fu Yuanshan leaned over with both arms on the armrests, bending low to look down at him, saying, Promise me, or I'll treat you like that. Like what? Fu Yuanshan suddenly reached out to tickle him. Like this. Xiao Bei was caught off guard, quickly dodging while shouting, Ah, ha ha. President Fu, stop it. Don't. Chapter 25, When Xiao Bei returned home. A sense of loneliness surged as he opened the door. The room was pitch black, just as Fu Yuanshan said. There was no familiar figure in the warm yellow light of the kitchen cooking, brewing tea to nourish his blood and energy. It really felt a bit uncomfortable. What's going on today? Xiao Bei changed in his slippers and thought he really couldn't muster any energy. Fu Yuanshan had him brew tea himself and even wanted him to take a picture to send for inspection, which he did. Feeling low, he didn't want to eat. Finished the tea, took 2 sleeping pills, and went to bed. In his dream, everything was a desolate white, and he was alone, walking for a long, long time. Along the way, there were bare white tree branches, biting winds carrying heavy snow, high earth slopes, and deep ravines. He began to feel afraid, calling out loudly. But in the seemingly boundless space, there was no echo. That familiar feeling resurfaced. The whole world was left with just him. Abandoned loneliness and fear gripped his heart, like an invisible hand pulling him down. Unable to bear it, he crouched down and as soon as his hands touched the ground, the space ahead suddenly vanished, and a sense of weightlessness struck him. Xiao Bei abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp pain radiated from his abdomen. Cold sweat had soaked the bedding. He painfully shut his eyes, gasping for air. A nauseous feeling stuck in his throat, leading to constant dry heaving. The emptiness in his heart was screaming. The immense pain in both body and mind made him bang his head against the bedside table, his nails digging into his flesh, his lips bitten to a bloody pulp. Yet none of it provided any relief. The phone rang at an unknown time, the urgent ringtone repeating in his ears. Xiao Bei's hand swept by instinct and accidentally answered the call. He could barely make out the voice, but in a daze, he seemed to hear Fu Yuanshan speaking. He was anxiously shouting something, but Xiao Bei couldn't hear clearly. Blood from his head trickled into the corner of his eyes, and his awareness was fading. Just as he was about to collapse, he was caught in a pair of warm, strong arms. The person had a familiar, pleasant scent, and their lips brushed against his forehead as they spoke. A surge of strength suddenly filled Xiao Bei, perhaps because this embrace was too warm, spreading from where their skin touched to every part of him. With the last bit of consciousness, he managed to reach for his phone and mumbled indistinctly, "Call Song Yang." Fu Yuanshan didn't hesitate. The phone rang twice before connecting. "Hello, Xiao Bei. He's bleeding from his head. Let me call you. Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Song Yang immediately knew Xiao Bei was having an episode. He said, "He should have medicine on his bedside. He can't leave labels. Pour out 2 pills from the big white bottle, 3 pills from the small white bottle. Bring him over quickly. I'll give you the address." After receiving the address, Fu Yuanshan rushed over with the unconscious Xiao Bei in his arms. It was a small private hospital. Song Yang happened to be on night duty that day. Less than a minute after hanging up, he saw a tall man, still wearing slippers, rushing into the lobby while holding someone. He quickly approached to ask, only to find that the person in his arms was actually Xiao Bei. His eyes widened in surprise. "You guys, were you just now? This is too fast, right? Hurry." Fu Yuanshan's internal worry and anxiety had reached their limit. "Hurry, doctor, bandage him." Song Yang quickly called for the on-duty doctor. The wound on Xiao Bei's forehead wasn't too serious, and after a simple treatment and bandaging, Xiao Bei was placed on a hospital bed for an 4. The main reason for Xiao Bei's episode was the long break from medication. He hadn't taken antidepressants for over a week. Fu Yuanshan talked with Song Yang for a long time. Song Yang had already known about Fu Yuanshan from Xiao Bei and, through their conversation and tests, realized that this person held a significant place in Xiao Bei's heart. Song Yang had always hoped for such a person to appear. People can often be a fatal poison for mental illness, but sometimes they can also be a lifesaver. They talked a lot about how they met during Xiao Bei's sophomore year, Xiao Bei's childhood, and his condition. Finally, Song Yang said, "Depression is hard to cure, especially at his stage. I'm telling you all this because I want to let you know that since you've decided to love him, then keep loving him. He can't bear any abandonment or betrayal." It was only in the late night that Fu Yuanshan returned to Xiao Bei's bedside. Xiao Bei had woken up at some point and was now sitting calmly on the hospital bed. He looked at Fu Yuanshan as he approached. With a complex mood that he didn't show, smiling slightly as he said, "How come you're awake? Why not sleep a little longer?" Xiao Bei had no expression. And after a while, he said, "A few days ago, you just asked me if I was scared. Today, I scared you." Fu Yuanshan walked over and sat down at his bedside. The soft mattress sank as he lowered his body's energy to the minimum, wrapping Xiao Bei in his arms from behind and adjusting to a comfortable position. He gently spoke in a tone like his grandmother telling stories when he was a child. "Silly, I'm still heartbroken. How could I be scared of you?" He leaned over and lightly kissed Xiao Bei's temple. "I didn't even know you had such a fashionable illness." Tears welled up in Xiao Bei's eyes almost instantly. He was choked up, unable to speak. Perhaps it was because the recent medication was too bitter and the needle had hurt too much, but this person always brought him the most direct feelings. He once thought that living one day was just living one day, and living 1 year was just living 1 year. He didn't need to see the sun. Until one day, Fu Yuanshan unexpectedly appeared in his world. He had heard people say that in one's life, one would meet several benefactors. He thought Fu Yuanshan was his benefactor. For the first time in his more than 20 years of life experience, he felt the sensation of being cared for and cherished in someone's palm, which turned out to be this urge to cry. Fu Yuanshan felt the warm tears sliding down his temples, and his heart inevitably ached for a moment. He tightened his arm around him and said gently, "It's okay. With me around, you won't have any problems in the future. We'll be happy every day from now on, and I'll always be here with you." He kissed him again and said, "It's okay, I'll always be here, it's okay." Xiao Bei spent a night in the hospital, and his emotions had stabilized a lot. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he left with Fu Yuanshan the next day. Song Yang only had time to remind him to take his medicine on time. In the car, Fu Yuanshan drove to his home with familiarity, chatting along the way to distract Xiao Bei's attention. Xiao Bei had little energy, leaning back in the back seat, looking blankly out the window. After a while, he asked, "Mr. Fu, aren't we going to my house?" Fu Yuanshan paused, coughed twice, and said, "Let's go to my place first. I'll make you a delicious meal." Xiao Bei softly replied, "I have no appetite." Before Fu Yuanshan could respond, he added, "Mr. Fu, can I live at your house from now on?" Fu Yuanshan raised his eyebrows and glanced at him in the rearview mirror, saying, "Have you thought it through?" Xiao Bei nodded. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, and he wasn't surprised at all, saying, "Okay, I'll let you enjoy the exclusive pampering of the president." Xiao Bei also smiled and said, "Why do you always use such shameful words?" "Shameful?" Fu Yuanshan's tone raised an octave. Then he looked at him meaningfully and said, "Is that shameful? What will you say when I treat you like that in the future?" "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Bei completely laughed. "Are you going to scratch me?" Fu Yuanshan smiled without answering. The bright summer morning light stripped away the last shadow of this beautiful city as they drove along the seaside avenue, with towering buildings on one side and the deep blue ocean on the other. The morning rush hour traffic flowed like a torrent in between, and there was nothing that tomorrow couldn't face. Fu Yuanshan initially wanted Xiao Bei to rest at home for a while, but Xiao Bei said that when his illness flares up, it just flares up. When it doesn't, it doesn't. Resting at home was useless. It was better to let him go to the company, where he would be too busy to think about anything else. Fu Yuanshan thought the same, so the next day, they both went to the company together. When Xiao Bei opened his eyes in the morning and remembered he didn't have to squeeze into the subway today, he experienced the benefits of having a car for the first time. Fu Yuanshan had someone set up a temporary workstation for Xiao Bei in his office, just behind the glass door, saying he would work there until his stitches were removed. Xiao Bei was speechless. What would their colleagues think? They would think our relationship is good, and Mr. Fu is so considerate of his employees, so they should work well with him in the future. No way. Xiao Bei insisted he wouldn't work there. He wanted to be at his own position. "Xiao Bei," Fu Yuanshan approached him. "It seems like there's just a glass door separating us. But do you know what could happen in the few seconds it takes for me to walk over and open the door? Your hand isn't convenient. If you want water, just call me to bring it to you. If I'm a few seconds late, you might get anxious and not drink it, or you might accidentally knock it over and scald yourself. If I don't help you in time, you might end up with a small burn." As Fu Yuanshan spoke, he couldn't help but smile, and he continued, then pressed his lips together to look at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei was defeated by him, and both of them exchanged glances filled with laughter. In the morning, Chun-Yi arrived for the high-level meeting where he was to present his onboarding report. Fu Yuanshan asked him to first run through the PPT with him. As soon as Chun-Yi entered, he exclaimed, looking at Xiao Bei, "Bro, who is this?" Fu Yuanshan almost blurted out, "Your sister-in-law," but he stuttered and said, "My assistant, Xiao Bei." Then he added, "Xiao Bei, this is Chairman Chen's son, Chun-Yi." Xiao Bei stood up to greet him, and Chun-Yi smiled and said, "Hello, hello. How come you're sitting here?" Xiao Bei was speechless, and Fu Yuanshan tapped the table, saying, "What did I ask you to come for? Stop dawdling and start." "Oh, all right." Chun-Yi plugged in the USB drive, pulled it up on the screen, and began his presentation seriously. The presentation was mostly standard without any major errors, detailing his experiences and learnings in Australia, primarily regarding management knowledge, and briefly analyzing the current global financial situation and the development status of the secondary market. During this time, Fu Yuanshan occasionally expressed approval or offered suggestions, and Chun-Yi adjusted accordingly. Finally, Fu Yuanshan said, "Very good. quite a bit beyond my expectations. It seems you did learn something. Chun Yi smiled and said, of course, I can't keep making my dad angry. His dad, the chairman of the company, Chun Runming, had suffered a stroke years ago, which left him partially paralyzed. It wasn't entirely untrue that Chun Yi was angry. After all, having been in the business world for so many years, with a life filled with smoking and drinking, it was hard not to have some ailments in old age. Before going to the U.S. for recovery, he handed over the position of general manager to Fu Yuanshan, along with 22% of Rongxin's shares, hoping he could lead Rongxin well in the future and help his silly son along the way. Chun Runming was someone Fu Yuanshan respected greatly in the A sector, having dominated the capital market in North China for most of his life with ruthless tactics. When Fu Yuanshan first arrived, he recognized his abilities and potential, nurtured and supported him for several years, even promoting him to his current position. Chun Yi was Chun Runming's only son and had always had a good relationship with Fu Yuanshan, who also wanted to help him like a younger brother. How's Uncle Chun recently? I haven't been in touch for a long time. He's doing well, recovering nicely. He just held a business meeting in Manhattan last month. Chun Yi said with a smile, shaking his head, he really can't sit still anywhere. My mom even learned to grow vegetables. She air freighted me a box of potatoes last week. Fu Yuanshan smiled, knowing they were all doing well, and he was very happy. He picked up his coffee and took a sip, saying, put up the third to last PPT. Huh? Chun Yi was puzzled, but complied. Take a closer look and tell me if you see any issues. Chun Yi was confused and carefully reviewed the slide from start to finish, not noticing anything wrong. Xiao Bei saw it for the first time, quietly sitting in the back, eating the red dates Fu Yuanshan had given him. Can't see it? Fu Yuanshan asked. Can't you see the huge typo? Typo. Chun Yi looked again and finally noticed that the phrase especially worth noting was mistakenly written as especially worth attention. Haha. He laughed a couple of times, saying I've corrected it. Seeing his careless attitude, Fu Yuanshan asked, do you think this is a small matter? Chen Yi exclaimed it, blinking his big eyes at him. Your PPT can have immature views and opinions, even erroneous ones. But if that kind of mistake happened while I was reporting to the leadership, I wouldn't be able to hold my head up for 2 years. Chun Yi was stunned. Xiao Bei also looked up at him. There's no reason to explain. The error is too basic, not worth mentioning. Do you understand? Chun Yi nodded in a daze, then said, bro, I think learning from you is more useful than spending so many years abroad. What is this? Fu Yuanshan scolded. This is the most basic quality in the workplace. You little brats still have a lot to learn. After talking for a while, Fu Yuanshan let Chun Yi leave. After Chun Yi went out, Fu Yuanshan looked at Xiao Bei, who was working quietly with his head down, and asked, have you finished the dates? Yeah. Xiao Bei nodded absently. He only wanted to eat 2 and didn't want more. Fu Yuanshan noticed, but didn't expose him, thinking about the plan for the evening. It's okay to eat less now. He asked, what do you think of Chun Yi? Xiao Bei was puzzled and asked in what way. Just from the short interaction, just now, what do you think of him? Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, he seems to be an optimistic person, quite sociable. Fu Yuanshan nodded and asked, anything else? And don't be afraid to speak. He doesn't seem very smart. He made quite a few mistakes on the PPT. Actually, it's not just the PPT. During the conversation, that young Master Chen also displayed a naive innocence that could barely be called ignorant of the world. He tries to present himself as very shrewd, but in reality, it's easy for people to see through him. After recalling a bit more, he added, but it's clear he has put in effort. He should be quite ambitious. Fu Yuanshan responded with a hum, looking at him slowly, and said, as expected of my Xiao Bei, you have a good eye for people. Xiao Bei coughed and said seriously, Mr. Fu, I'm not your family. But you live in my house now. Fu Yuanshan supported his chin and continued speaking in that slow rhythm. Xiao Bei found himself unable to refute this, so he ignored him. Fu Yuanshan admired Xiao Bei's handsome face, which was a mix of shyness, annoyance, disdain, speechlessness, unwillingness to talk, inability to refute, and avoidance, then said, the company is most afraid of such people, especially since he is the chairman's son. Xiao Bei had realized what Fu Yuanshan was hinting at. A person who might hold a lot of influence, if manipulated by someone with ulterior motives, could lead to various consequences, none of which they would want to see. After all, Xiao Bei didn't know much about Chun Yi, so he asked, would he really be that unaware of his limits? Fu Yuanshan shook his head. Actually, he had changed quite a bit since he returned, becoming a bit cleverer, but he wasn't sure if that was good or bad. After the high-level meeting, everyone was busy. Although the two were in the same room, Fu Yuanshan didn't talk much with Xiao Bei in the afternoon, which Xiao Bei found a bit unaccustomed to. Before leaving work, Fu Yuanshan saw that Xiao Bei seemed to be done, so he shut down his computer and said to Xiao Bei, I want to eat crayfish. Do you want some? I'm fine with anything. Fu Yuanshan disapproved, saying, eating is very important. How can it be casual? He planned to repeatedly instill this impression in Xiao Bei's mind. Meals should be enjoyed properly. You want to eat crayfish, so let's go tonight. Okay. I know a place that's particularly authentic. Xiao Bei originally thought Fu Yuanshan would take him to some upscale restaurant, but to his surprise, he brought him to a street stall. The noisy market sounds at night were mingled with the aroma of various grilled meats. And Xiao Bei had forgotten how long it had been since he last visited such a place, probably since college. This place was located on the old street of Q City, known for its barbecue street, not far from the sea. Once night fell, it was bustling with people, drinking beer and eating seafood, with children and dogs running around, truly reflecting the flavor of a city. The two even specifically went home to change into casual clothes. And now they sat at a stall grilling meat, with Fu Yuanshan ordering a variety of seafood, mushrooms, and vegetables, along with 2 large cups of draft beer. Xiao Bei originally had little appetite, but the surrounding aromas lifted his spirits. This place was really delicious. While placing meat on the grill, Fu Yuanshan said, the seafood is caught by the staff themselves every morning. It's very fresh, and the seasoning is exceptional. When I first came to Q City, I tried many places before finding this one. He filled both layers of the grill and clinked his beer with Xiao Bei's, saying, the beer has the authentic Qingdao taste. You, as a local of Q City, should try it. Xiao Bei also raised his glass and clinked it with Fu Yuanshan's, saying, thank you, Mr. Fu, for bringing me to eat delicious food. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for the surprises and feelings every day, instead of being alone guarding a house. Fu Yuanshan seemed to understand the implication behind his words and smiled, saying, thank you, Xiao Bei, for accompanying me to eat good food. After drinking, the two began to eat heartily. Fu Yuanshan grilled a large squid for Xiao Bei, sprinkled it with chili and sauce, wrapped it in vegetables, and placed it on his plate, watching him eat with a little mouth that was turning red and shining enticingly. He took a big bite of the grilled enoki mushrooms to suppress his guilty thoughts and said, I see you're just a child. You usually don't eat proper meals, but when I take you out, you eat so happily. This place is really good. How come I never discovered it before? Xiao Bei said while drinking beer. Fu Yuanshan piled peeled clams onto his plate, saying, even if it's delicious, you can't eat too much. Otherwise, you'll have a stomachache tonight. Xiao Bei lowered his head to eat, too busy to respond, mumbling incoherently. Fu Yuanshan smiled kindly and said, I'll take you out to eat more in the future. Find your favorite place, and then we can go there every day. Xiao Bei shook his head and said, I still think you cook the best. Xiao Bei said, don't eat out every day. It's too wasteful. I still think your cooking is the best. The surroundings were noisy, with the vendors' shouts, the sounds of people drinking, and children playing. The sky was an endless deep blue, with a few faint stars peeking through thin clouds. And the sea breeze came through the heavy heat, refreshing the old street. Do you want to fly? Huh? Xiao Bei stuffed the last bite of his ice cream cone into his mouth, looking at him curiously. How can you eat so fast? Fu Yuanshan glanced at the little he had eaten of his ice cream. I'm festy. The food I just ate was too salty. I'll buy you water later. Fu Yuanshan asked again, do you want to fly? Xiao Bei frowned, looking incredulous. Can you fly? Fu Yuanshan handed him the ice cream cone and said, do you want to eat it? Just as Xiao Bei was about to reach for it. Fu Yuanshan took it back. No. If you eat too much, your stomach will hurt. Xiao Bei. I'm not that fragile. I only get a stomachache if I skip several meals. Fu Yuanshan ignored him, found a trash can, and threw the ice cream away. He returned and clapped his hands, saying, under the cover of the dark moon and high winds, let's do something thrilling. Xiao Bei looked at him with some anticipation. Give me your hand. Xiao Bei stretched out his hand, and Fu Yuanshan grasped it. A faint current enveloped their hands, and in the next moment, Xiao Bei felt a rush of wind under his feet, and the surroundings became unreal, rushing backward at high speed. He instinctively screamed due to the loss of gravity. This was so thrilling. In his peripheral vision, he could only see shadows flying by. The thin air made his heart race. Fu Yuanshan held his hand, and they seemed to be flying forward at the speed of light, as if trying to escape this world. A fearless power surged within Xiao Bei. All of this actually lasted less than 3 seconds, and it was Fu Yuanshan who slowed down by a fraction of the speed. Two people stopped. Xiao Bei covered his heart and gasped for breath, while Fu Yuanshan looked at him with a smile. "How is it? Fun?" Xiao Bei raised his head, and before him was the sea, separated by a road. After a moment of catching his breath, he turned to look at the long street they had left behind and said, "Wow, this is so cool." "There's something even cooler," Fu Yuanshan said, looking into his eyes. In the next moment, the lighthouse lit up its long beam, and several cruise ships on the sea released fireworks soaring 100 meters high into the sky, then scattered in a colorful display across the night sky. Countless wishing lanterns rose from the sea, making the night sky as bright as day. Groups of tourists on the beach stopped to marvel at the scene, taking out their phones to capture the moment. The streetlights in the dark alley were lit one by one, and hundreds of kilograms of rose petals covered the path they had taken, glowing with an alluring light under the dim red glow. Xiao Bei's lips trembled slightly, and their hands were still clasped together. Fu Yuanshan gently kissed his hand and said, "Xiao Bei, I love you. Be my boyfriend." Chapter 27. If I could, I would have liked to meet you earlier, so that your first 20 years wouldn't be filled with bad memories. I would have come to hold you early on, preventing you from experiencing those unpleasant things. Song Yang told me that you lack emotional support, and he asked me to teach you, to guide you. This love and education are what you should have had when you were a child. And now I have to expend 10,000 times the effort to make up for it, to help you learn to love and be loved. I will love you with 10,000 times the strength. I have never been in a relationship. I once thought I wouldn't fall for anyone until I met you. You think you are worthless and unworthy of affection, yet even a little kindness can move you. You don't know how much I wanted to kiss you that night when you silently cried in my arms. How much I wanted you to know that you are wonderful and deserving of all the beauty in this world. We are not from the same world, but because of you, I have grown to love this world even more and want to stay in it. I want to accompany you through the seasons, through the long journey of life, so that every moment of your remaining days is filled with me, growing old together and passing away together. All the misfortunes of your first half of life are accumulating good luck for you. Fate has brought you to my side, and I'll hold on tight and never let go. Let's be together, Xiao Bei. I will show you how much I love you." His heart thundered in his chest. Xiao Bei wore a white top, the hem lifted by the wind, while rose petals danced along the street. His tall and slender figure appeared fragile in the sea breeze. Fu Yuanshan loved him. He knew that. In fact, he had known for a long time. Love spoken aloud can increase dopamine and thyroid hormones, leaving one dizzy. Love revealed in glances and expressed through actions is the most lethal. He cooks for you, brews tea for you, takes care of you, and protects you. The words "I love you" need not be spoken. Every inch of air around him is filled with love. But his love for Fu Yuanshan had nothing to do with these. Finding someone whose soul resonates with you, someone whose sense of humor aligns with yours, whose subtle jokes you understand at once, and whose thoughts you can grasp with just a glance. This is a blessing for Xiao Bei. He fell in love with Fu Yuanshan not just because he was willing to care for him and love him. He loved Fu Yuanshan not because of the responses to those actions, but simply because this person is worthy of his love. The kind of love that would exist even if Fu Yuanshan never loved him back. So when he heard Fu Yuanshan say, "I love you," he felt incredibly lucky, as if everything had been preordained. Meeting at this age meant that everything before could now be shared with someone at night. The promise he was about to make seemed to be on the tip of his tongue, but it got stuck and made his throat ache. He could nod, feeling like a humble speck of dust, afraid that getting close to someone as radiant as the sun would tarnish him. He said he wasn't worthy, and he truly felt unworthy. That person was as pure as can be, while he felt like a tree hollowed out by insects, decayed and filthy. He could not. Not responding was a response in itself. Fu Yuanshan said nothing, and Xiao Bei felt a bitterness in his heart. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, "I know you're not ready yet. I have patience. I will wait until the day you agree." Then he leaned in and kissed Xiao Bei's forehead, took out a pair of thin black insulated gloves, and put them on. And then took Xiao Bei's hand again and said, "Aren't you thirsty? Let's go buy some water and see the fireworks." They walked towards the sea. "I remember you said you didn't like fireworks. I put a lot of thought into this. Later, I figured fireworks are still the best. I don't know why you didn't like them before, but after this time, I will definitely make you like them," he joked, looking at Xiao Bei. "I just don't know if you like them now or dislike them even more." Xiao Bei replied, "I like them now." Fu Yuanshan smiled, shook the hand he was holding. The black gloves made his fingers appear longer and stronger. "I'll solve that problem. You won't have to wear them for long." Xiao Bei then noticed the gloves on Fu Yuanshan's hands, nodded, "Okay." Today was the day Xiao Bei's arm stitches were to be removed, and he took a day off. In the morning, Fu Yuanshan asked him at home, "How does it feel to have the president give you a break?" Xiao Bei looked down at his medical records and replied, "Refreshing." Fu Yuanshan, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but smile, his long legs teasingly hooked around Xiao Bei's calf. "Being with me, I can make it even more refreshing for you." Xiao Bei looked at him, wanting to know if he was reading too much into it or if this person really meant that. Fu Yuanshan smiled at him and said after a while, "I said being with me will give you longer breaks. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Bei chuckled twice. "It's fine. Thank you. Come on, really think about it." Xiao Bei picked up a pillow and threw it at him. "Are we leaving soon? Do you want to get stuck here?" Fu Yuanshan, not knowing what he was thinking, smiled happily and said, Okay, then quickly got up from the sofa to change clothes. Having contacted the hospital in advance, there was no line that money couldn't cut, and no expert that money couldn't hire. Fu Yuanshan used his wealth to give Xiao Bei a demonstration of money can get you medical care. After a day's worth of arrangements, Fu Yuanshan also scheduled a full body checkup for him, and by the time everything was done, it wasn't even lunchtime yet. A long scar left a hideous mark on Xiao Bei's fair arm, extending from just below his left shoulder to his elbow. Fu Yuanshan looked at it with hidden heartache. Xiao Bei noticed his eyes turning red as he stared at the scar. He quietly covered it up and comforted him. "This isn't anything. Didn't they say scars are man's medals?" Fu Yuanshan chuckled and ruffled his hair, saying, "Scars don't indicate anything. They only represent an experience. If I could do it all over again, I would certainly wish you didn't have that." Xiao Bei suddenly asked curiously, "Can you? Huh? Can you do it all over again? Time travel or something?" "Sure, you think so boldly?" Xiao Bei rolled his eyes. "So what do you all know how to do? Not much, right? That's just because I haven't shown it yet." Xiao Bei waved his hand. "Let's go. The smell in this hospital is too awful." "Oh, okay." Fu Yuanshan grabbed his things, and the two of them left. Having taken a day off, they still had half a day of leisure time. At noon, Xiao Bei accompanied Fu Yuanshan to the supermarket, and the items they bought surprisingly filled 2 carts. Xiao Bei felt a bit embarrassed, thinking, "Am I bottomless pit?" At checkout, he noticed that Fu Yuanshan had taken out many sweets from his cart. Remembering that Fu Yuanshan didn't like sweet things. "Why did you buy so many sweets?" Fu Yuanshan swiped his card. "Aren't you the one who likes to eat?" Xiao Bei, "Who said that? It's not true." Fu Yuanshan looked at him, thinking he wanted to eat 2 ice creams that day. Xiao Bei remembered and said, "I was just thirsty." "You quickly put these back. We both aren't eating them. They just take up space at home." Fu Yuanshan clearly didn't believe him, thinking he was too shy to admit he liked sweets, and handed the card to the cashier. The sister, who had been working for decades, was taken aback to see someone use a black card at a hypermarket for the first time and immediately felt a sense of respect, almost forgetting how to process the transaction. After checking out, Fu Yuanshan suddenly felt it was necessary to hire another assistant. 5 big bags of stuff. Previously, he would have called his assistant to wait at the supermarket entrance early, or rather, he wouldn't have personally shopped at all, leaving everything to the assistant. However, ever since he had those feelings for Xiao Bei, the rough and tiring tasks of the president's assistant had become his own responsibilities, which was quite a humiliation for the president. Xiao Bei didn't notice his inner turmoil and picked up 3 bags, moving forward. Fu Yuanshan looked at the 2 small bags left for him momentarily stunned. Let's go. Xiao Bei turned around to urge him when he saw he wasn't moving. Yuanshan hurriedly grabbed the 2 bags and took everything from Xiao Bei's hands, saying, let's go. Xiao Bei looked at him strangely, wondering why they were both carrying 5 big bags without sharing the load. TSK, don't ask. I can't let you tire yourself out. Are you okay? I'm not a girl. Saying this, he reached to grab the bags from him. Yuanshan dodged and said, no, you just had your stitches removed. You can't carry heavy things. Xiao Bei looked at him for a moment and gave up. In the afternoon, under Xiao Bei's insistence, they went to the company, with Yuanshan wearing a face of dissatisfaction. Watching the figure seriously working at the desk in front of the computer, he felt an indescribable heat rise in his heart. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Zoya. What are you doing? Are you free for a gathering tonight? No. You are so heartless, not human. Are you sick? Speak properly. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and Yuanshan said, come in. Meanwhile, Zoya sent another message. How's your little crush going? Give me a live broadcast. I won't be a person until I win him over. After pressing send, Yuanshan stopped looking at his phone. President Fu, I've revised the acquisition plan again. Please take a look. Yuanshan flipped through it and asked, how many people know about this now? The person who came in was a company accountant, who replied, besides the few shareholders and employees you instructed, no one else knows. Yuanshan nodded and said, change this part. I want the average valuation. Okay, President Fu, where are you with the transactions? Make a table for me. And keep it confidential. Yes. After the accountant left, Xiao Bei looked up at Yuanshan, who was calmly typing something on the computer. An acquisition? Who is Rongshin acquiring? Yuanshan didn't avoid the topic, clearly not intending to hide it from him. Should he ask? Yuanshan seemed to see through his thoughts and said, this matter is a bit complicated. I will disclose it in the meeting tomorrow, and then I'll explain it to you properly. Xiao Bei felt it was not to be underestimated, as acquiring a company could mean a tough battle ahead, and there would be some adjustments in the original company's positions. He hummed in acknowledgement. That evening, Yuanshan was busy and wondered what time he would finish. He thought he should go home to prepare something, not wanting his little assistant to go hungry. Xiao Bei had already tidied up early, waiting at his workstation for Yuanshan to take him home. But when Yuanshan caught a glimpse of him, he suddenly felt like teasing him, so he continued to work. Xiao Bei knew he was busy, but for some reason, he suddenly wanted to go over and tug at his sleeve. Sitting at his desk saying, President Fu, let's go. Yuanshan absent-mindedly nodded, acting as if he couldn't be bothered with him. President Fu, let's go home. Yuanshan felt as if he had been punched softly in the heart. He still held on, saying, okay, but still didn't move. Xiao Bei walked over and said, President Fu, I'm hungry. Let's go home. Yuanshan was about to lose control. His expression became somewhat unnatural. He suddenly wondered if he continued to ignore him, would he sit on his lap next? He said, wait a minute. Oh. Xiao Bei suddenly came back to his senses. It should be an important time, so he better not disturb him. He returned to his workstation. Yuanshan shut down his computer and said, let's go home. I'll cook for you. Chapter 28, After Dinner. Yuanshan put the dishes in the dishwasher and tidied up the table, thinking about company matters. The company they were acquiring this time was an electronic technology company. Such emerging industries cannot be acquired through negotiations alone, especially since they were not the major shareholders yet. The controlling company was a well-established financial holding company. Rongshin had approached them a year ago, expressing a desire to purchase shares, but that company had refused, citing that they had not held control for 6 months, and buying or selling shares within 6 months was against the rules. This was simply a smokescreen. Rongshin knew they wouldn't easily relinquish shares, even though the price offered was quite attractive. They were just going through the motions, as acquiring a company, especially through force, would inevitably involve some bloodshed. They had already been secretly purchasing shares, just waiting to hold a shareholders' meeting to publicly announce the acquisition news internally. And once the shares were secured, they would issue a buyout offer. However, the secret share purchases were the core of this assault, and no one knew how much Rongshin would have to pay to win. With countless thoughts in his mind, he intended to go to the study to work on the computer, but when he walked into the living room and saw Xiao Bei watching TV on the sofa, he He went straight over without any detours. At first, Xiao Bei didn't notice. But when he saw Yuanshan standing directly in front of him, looking down from above, he asked, "What is up?" Yuanshan suddenly reached around his waist with one hand and lifted him up by his knee, carrying him completely. Xiao Bei was taken aback, stiffening in his arms, asking, "What are you doing?" Yuanshan ignored him and walked into the bedroom. Once inside, he tossed Xiao Bei onto the bed. Xiao Bei immediately tried to get up, but Yuanshan pressed him down effortlessly. Xiao Bei's expression changed slightly as his hands were pinned at his waist. With Yuanshan hovering over him, his gaze bare and unmasked. Xiao Bei was wearing a white top, the neckline slightly loose, revealing two straight and slender collarbones due to the position. Yuanshan's hand moved to touch them, as if caressing a treasured gem. Xiao Bei could feel his cold skin being caressed by something warm and irresistibly powerful, and there was a slight electric current in the touch, making him want to retreat. In the next moment, Yuanshan's lips pressed down, warmly touching his skin, and he licked with his tongue. Yuanshan felt the person beneath him tremble fiercely and then begin to struggle violently. He kept one hand tightly gripping Xiao Bei's hands while the other hand slipped into his hair, stroking it with a soothing force, saying, "Don't move. I'm just going to kiss you." He then opened his mouth and bit down on the beautiful collarbone that looked fragile yet irresistibly attractive. Xiao Bei twisted, trying to escape, the sheets beneath them already in disarray. Yuanshan controlled him, sucking and licking on the collarbone until it was all wet, then finally released him. Xiao Bei stared at him, his eyes slightly reddened. Without hesitation, Yuanshan leaned down and kissed him. At the moment their lips touched, it was like unleashing a wildfire. Yuanshan didn't show much tenderness. He roughly sucked and bit on those two lips in his mouth. Then, disregarding the resistance of the person beneath him, he pried open his teeth, extending his tongue inside to sweep around, as if entering a secret place he had longed for, every inch sweet and not to be missed. His tongue swept over the gums, over the teeth, and finally tangled tightly with Xiao Bei's tongue. The sound of their breathing shattered in their ears, and the sweet scent of each other lingered at their noses, exchanging saliva until the person beneath him was breathless, and only then did Yuanshan let go. Xiao Bei's lips were red, swollen, and wet, with a small cut that Yuanshan had bitten open. They were very close, close enough that their breaths brushed against each other's necks. He leaned down to lick that small wound, but Xiao Bei turned his head to evade. "Now that we've kissed, what are you hiding from?" Yuanshan laughed. Xiao Bei felt a mix of embarrassment and a sense of having admitted something, his heart racing uncontrollably. His breath was a bit unsteady, and he finally said, "Get down. My mouth is numb." Yuanshan was taken aback, then burst into laughter, rolling over and laughing uncontrollably. Xiao Bei glanced at him sideways, then turned back, staring blankly at the ceiling, his hand unconsciously brushing over his lips. After Yuanshan finished laughing, he looked at the marks he had left on Xiao Bei's fair neck. Lost in thought and silent, the air became a bit quiet. After a while, he sat up and leaned over again. Xiao Bei thought he was going to do something and suddenly sat up, looking at him warily. "What are you doing?" Yuanshan smiled, tugging at his sleeve. "Tonight, I'm letting you off, but you have to say something first." Xiao Bei breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't say anything. The president went off to make money for the family. Yuanshan got off the bed, turned on the projector in the bedroom. "Watch this. There are movies with Andy Lau and the Golden Monkey King. If you're tired, just sleep. I'll bring you the medicine in a bit. Don't wait for me." After saying that, he gave Xiao Bei a kiss on the forehead and went to the study. Xiao Bei watched him look back 3 times as he left, smiled, and urged, "Hurry up, you're being too clingy." Yuanshan finally left. Xiao Bei found a movie featuring the Golden Monkey King, leaned back against the bed, and started watching. In the morning at the company, Chun-Yi was scolded by Yuanshan. To save face for him, Yuanshan had Xiao Bei temporarily go to the glass door outside, which was Chun-Yi's original workstation. Xiao Bei roughly understood the reason. Someone had said that Chun-Yi had been getting close to several right-wing shareholders in the company recently. The so-called right wing refers to a faction that is not in agreement with the main force of the company. Why was Chun-Yi getting close to them? Xiao Bei only caught bits and pieces of the conversation. Do you know who those people are? They were the ones who messed with your dad before. When you drink with them, what do you think others will think? Every word you say represents not just you, but your dad's intentions and mine. Today, Wang has filed a lawsuit against me, suing the chairman's son, my brother. That means he is willing to give up his own future. Can you imagine how serious your situation is? Socializing has to have limits. You can't be so lenient that you can't tell right from wrong. Finally, Chen Yi came out with a serious expression, and Yuanshan was still fuming. This morning was the day of the shareholders' meeting. And Chen Yi was called out for a meal at such a critical moment. Who knows what those shareholders were plotting? The decisions made at this meeting were part of a plan he had been preparing for a long time, and he couldn't allow anything to go wrong. At 10 in the morning, at the Rongshin building in the top-floor conference room, many board members were present, since the information needed to be confidential. They didn't even know the theme of the meeting yet. After exchanging greetings, they began to discuss. Yuanshan, dressed in a suit, took Xiao Bei upstairs. The meeting proposed an acquisition intention, causing an uproar among the shareholders. Yuanshan had only discussed this matter with a few trusted aides beforehand, aiming to have them secretly increase their holdings in Guangyu Electronic Technology Company for future merger. Yuanshan expressed his thoughts, and the shareholders had mixed reactions. This was essentially a hostile takeover. While there was nothing wrong with that in the secondary market, Guangyu's current controlling company was Zhongxin Group, a financial holding company not inferior to Rongshin. It was unlikely that Guangyu would willingly give up its share. If a confrontation truly occurred, it would boil down to who had more money. Both sides were professional financial companies. Swallowing Guangyu was minor, but if it became uncontrollable, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Moreover, a hostile takeover means exploiting legal loopholes, and the regulatory pressure on financial holding companies is significant, making it hard to guarantee they wouldn't find fault in this regard. This acquisition faced numerous obstacles. Mr. Fu, this news is too sudden. We are caught off guard, a shareholder from a real estate company said, stroking his round belly. Exactly, Mr. Fu. You only brought this up now for such an important matter. We haven't had time to prepare. Yuanshan smiled, signaling everyone to calm down, saying that there would be a break soon, and they could think it over during that time. He also asked his assistant to check on Guangyu and Zhongxing's situation. What I want to say is, while this may be a tough battle, as long as all shareholders lend their full support, my team and I already have a comprehensive plan and are very confident in winning. Moreover, most of the companies under Rongshin are in real estate and new media. We really need a technology industry that is thriving, but still relatively controllable. As long as we win, a funding chain will be established, and Rongshin will have more leverage in the secondary market. The benefits lie not just in the present, but also in the future. After a while, it was time for a break. At the beginning, Yuanshan quietly told Xiao Bei, "Go over there and pay attention to Huang Jiang and their movements." Xiao Bei nodded and went over. Huang Jiang was one of the right-wing shareholders. Yuanshan began to talk with other board members. The right-wing shareholders led by Huang Jiang were once part of the first generation of management at Rongshin, alongside Chen Runming. However, after the president's position moved to Yuanshan, Chen Runming only served as chairman, and the others were also forced to step back from management, serving only as non-independent directors. Over the years, in various matters of the company, those right-wing shareholders have constantly opposed Yuanshan and the management team he led. As they aged, they became increasingly involved in power struggles. Yuanshan was reluctant to completely eliminate them, but the resistance they had added over the years had begun to affect the company's development, making it impossible to treat it as just minor internal disputes. Xiao Bei observed secretly, and they were indeed inciting some opposing comments. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He looked down. "Mr. Fu, don't keep staring. Get something to eat." Xiao Bei smiled slightly and casually grabbed a piece of egg tart. After a while, Yuanshan received a message from Xiao Bei, asking him to come to the elevator lobby. Yuanshan excused himself. Upon arriving at the luxurious elevator lobby, Xiao Bei was already waiting for him. Yuanshan walked over, handed him a piece of frozen cheesecake, and said, "Were you thinking of me because you wouldn't see me later?" Xiao Bei took a bite, and directly ignored his words, saying, "Huang Jiang is indeed singing a different tune." Yuanshan nodded, which was expected, and asked, Which shareholder? Lin Xianghao from Wani. The break is about to end. Eat something before going back in, Fu Yuanshan instructed him. Xiao Bei asked, don't you want to know what he said? He'll probably repeat it later. Fu Yuanshan replied with a hint of coldness in his eyes. If he dares to speak, he can give it a try. In the second half of the meeting, Huang Jiang indeed spoke up, and his words were quite harsh. I am the first to disagree with this proposal. The company entrusted you with leadership, not to let you gamble and mess around. Secretly increasing your holdings and forming a partnership is illegal. Always thinking of taking shortcuts and exploiting loopholes. Is this how you run, Rongxin? His words were remarkably low level, and some shareholders present didn't understand why he suddenly lost his temper. Uncle Huang. Fu Yuanshan turned his coffee cup and said, Rongxin is not my gamble. It is my support. It is everyone's company. Why refuse something that can earn money? You give me the rights to execute. And as for the process, it's perfectly normal to use some means. Uncle Huang is an old board member. Don't you understand this? Huang Jiang, in order to save face, disdainfully said, we used to do business openly and honestly. We can withstand the scrutiny of the Securities Regulatory Commission. You are leading Rongxin step by step to a dead end. Risks and benefits always coexist. How can one expect to achieve something for nothing? I know you have always looked down on my resolutions, but isn't it a bit too stiff to say it like that? It sounds like you're opposing just for the sake of opposing. Fu Yuanshan smiled and said, although I know you didn't mean it that way. Huang Jiang's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, am I opposing you? Why would I do that? The company is not your one-man show. It's not just whatever you want. For your own wild ambitions, you bring the entire company into chaos. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? The people around gradually looked at him sideways, wondering what was wrong with Huang Jiang today. His words sounded like nonsensical ramblings, lacking logic. Although it was known that the two had always been at odds, they had never brought it to the table before. Why did it seem this time they had torn their faces apart? Just as Fu Yuanshan could no longer tolerate Huang Jiang and his group. Huang Jiang was also infuriated by Fu Yuanshan's actions. Shareholders also have their closeness and distance. For veteran board members like them to be pushed to their current position by Fu Yuanshan was already a humiliation. Moreover, he did not inform them of any company matters in advance, but rather notified them at shareholder meetings like other ordinary shareholders. When the small shareholders saw his surprised expression upon hearing the news, one asked, "You didn't know?" It was simply a slap in the face. The group beside him found him too embarrassing and pulled him, old Huang. Compared to Huang Jiang's exasperation, Fu Yuanshan remained calm and said, "If you want a reason, I have already made it very clear. If you don't want a reason, the board meeting is not the place for that. Uncle Huang, just drink some water and wait until your thoughts are clear before speaking." Huang Jiang was infuriated, and the shareholders watched like a show. Finally, the voting proceeded as scheduled. Fu Yuanshan's influence in Rongxin was indeed very authoritative, which was inseparable from the correctness of his decisions each time. Moreover, this acquisition, although riskier than before, Fu Yuanshan had already clarified the benefits, which were indeed considerable. In the end, the number of votes in favor successfully exceeded 2/3, and Huang Jiang and his group left with faces full of frustration. Chapter 29. The board of directors approved it, and next, they had to fully prepare for the acquisition. However, Fu Yuanshan really wanted to take Xiao Bei out for a trip. Before meeting Xiao Bei, he would rush to explore the world every Friday after work. With varying durations, sometimes he would rush back to work on Monday, while other times he would return before going to bed on Friday night. He had a destination in mind, the Tangula Pass. He had been there once years ago, and the sight of the flying snow and starry sky under the night was an unforgettable scene for anyone who had seen it in their lifetime. He really wanted to take Xiao Bei to see it. At this moment, he finished his meal and sat on the sofa smoking. He had been feeling a bit anxious lately, and his smoking had noticeably increased. Xiao Bei came out of the kitchen and saw him, saying, "Smoking after a meal? Are you trying to be a god?" Seeing him come out, Fu Yuanshan extinguished his cigarette, waved his hand, and said, "Come sit." As Xiao Bei walked over and was about to sit down, Fu Yuanshan pulled him into his arms, making him sit firmly on his lap. Fu Yuanshan buried his head in Xiao Bei's neck and said, "Why do you smell so good?" Recently, this person had been acting more flirtatious, and he was too lazy to dodge, Every time their skin touched, there would inevitably be that faint current. What should we do about this electricity on you? Has it always been there? Xiao Bei felt the breath on his neck pause, followed by a lick on his neck, causing him to shrink back. Isn't this good? With the current flowing, this area feels even more tingly. Xiao Bei pushed him away, sitting to the side, unable to stop himself from laughing. Have you finished playing the role of the domineering CEO? Yuanshan was taken aback, then frowned and crossed his legs, saying, Not yet. I'm enjoying it. Then he shot a resentful glance at him and said, People always play the domineering CEO and the innocent little assistant. Why are you not innocent at all? If I'm not innocent, you can be innocent. A domineering little assistant and an innocent CEO? Xiao Bei teased him. Yuanshan lunged at him, tickling him. Domineering little assistant? Let me see how domineering you are. Xiao Bei laughed and dodged him. At night, lying in bed, Yuanshan read to Xiao Bei about the secrets of the Pyramid Kingdom. After finishing, Xiao Bei felt a bit shocked. Do you think those souls are real? If you believe it, it is. If you don't, it isn't. Yuanshan closed the book, dimmed the night light to the lowest setting, lay down with Xiao Bei under one blanket, and asked, Do you want to go see the pyramids? Xiao Bei said, Forget it, I'm a bit scared. Yuanshan smiled and said, As long as you behave, the pharaoh won't make things difficult for you. What if he makes things difficult for you? Makes things difficult for me? I have a domineering little assistant to protect me. Xiao Bei laughed and said, Right, that works. Yuanshan continued, Xiao Bei, let's travel. Xiao Bei looked at him and asked, Travel? Why? To go on a honeymoon or something? We haven't gone out to play together yet. Xiao Bei may not have noticed that he used the word honeymoon and said, But aren't we supposed to prepare for the acquisition next? Where's the time? Actually, when Yuanshan said that, he was a bit tempted. Apart from the class activities he organized during university, he had never traveled outside S province. However, he had never thought about going out to see the world before, but Yuanshan's suggestion to go out together really excited him. We can go fast, Yuanshan said. Xiao Bei looked at him in surprise and asked, You can take people? Yeah, and you won't feel anything. Just close your eyes and you'll be there. Awesome. Yuanshan pulled him into his arms and said, Didn't you want to see the stars? I'll take you to see them. The stars in that place are numerous and bright. They can make up for all the starlight you missed in the city, and it's very quiet. He leaned close to Xiao Bei's ear and added, It's especially suitable for dating. Xiao Bei wanted to refute, but didn't feel very confident. So when are we going? Tomorrow is Friday. We'll go after work and come back Sunday night. Okay? Xiao Bei nodded. Where to? Tibet. Oh. He nodded again, smiled. I never dared to think I would go to Tibet one day. With me, you can think about anything. Xiao Bei smiled. Okay. The two lay on Yuanshan's large bed, which was 2 meters wide. The room was spacious and luxurious, with heavy European-style silk curtains covering the large floor-to-ceiling windows. The dim night light cast a tranquil glow over the slightly messy large bed where the two lay side by side. Xiao Bei wore a long-sleeve cotton t-shirt, while Yuanshan wore a short-sleeve shirt. The warmth and solid muscles transmitted through the cotton fabric to Xiao Bei's body, along with a slight tingling sensation. Xiao Bei, do you want to hear what my world is like? The surroundings were very quiet, with no noisy sounds. It felt as if they were lying in a royal castle, with a magnificent chandelier hanging from the nearly 4-meter-high ceiling. Xiao Bei stared at the huge crystal and said, I want to hear. Yuanshan's voice was very pleasant, especially captivating when he spoke softly at night. Just like a realm is also an interesting world. The names of the two worlds come from the English words, initial for the first and another for another. Since ancient times, people in the I realm have known about the existence of the A realm, and the two worlds have coexisted peacefully in parallel until now. The races, regions, religions, and languages are surprisingly similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. The difference lies in the genes of the people. Those from the I realm are inherently endowed with an additional energy that makes their lives smarter and more convenient. However, perhaps to maintain balance, the colors of the I realm are somewhat monotonous, possibly because the mechanical nature and minimalism flow through their blood. Some areas resemble the prehistoric times of the A realm, while others look like parks from 3,000 years in the future. All of this is a result of the design by the people of the I realm, simply because they like it this way. Yet, there are always some who love the beautiful scenery of the A realm, and so they follow their hearts to come here. To be able to come, one must first have strong financial means to bear the enormous costs of crossing realms. Secondly, they must pass through a highly selective process with extremely high standards. Once all conditions are met, they undergo a physical training program lasting up to 6 months, as their bodies must ultimately be preserved in a special oxygen chamber designed for the I realm, with their physical forms transmitted there via technology. In other words, in the A realm, apart from the successfully immigrated people from the I realm who possess real physical bodies, all other people from the I realm exist only in the form of rays. To the naked eye, they look no different from ordinary people. And apart from feeling some electrical waves, they are essentially indistinguishable from the real thing. The more intense electrical waves are filtered out in the I realm, and those who pass the detection have only very small waves, with Fu Yuanshan's waves being exceptionally small among them. But even the smallest waves still exist. To completely eliminate the differences, immigration is the only solution, with a 10-year deadline for successful immigration. However, the number of immigrants is small, and the success rate is not high. Xiao Bei quietly listened to Fu Yuanshan speak about the rules, scenery, customs, and his parents and relatives in their world, all of which were beautiful things and wonderful people. After he finished speaking, he realized he was trembling a bit, his teeth starting to chatter. Would Fu Yuanshan leave? This was the 8th year of his 10-year deadline. His family was so perfect. Would he leave here? Fu Yuanshan noticed his abnormality. He knew that sooner or later, there would be such a hurdle, and he needed to tell Xiao Bei the truth. He tightened his arm around him and whispered close to his ear, "Don't be afraid. Baby, I will successfully immigrate. I will be with you. I won't let you be alone again. Do you hear me? I won't leave." Xiao Bei trembled more violently, his body beginning to react uncontrollably. Fu Yuanshan saw his tightly closed eyes, his eyelashes fluttering like butterflies, and his body starting to feel cold. He said sharply, "Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei, have you taken your medicine today? You can't be like this." "Xiao Bei, baby, listen to me. I won't leave you, do you know? I won't go. I will immigrate and stay by your side. I won't leave you alone." Xiao Bei knew he was having an episode, his consciousness seemingly separating from him. He couldn't hear what Fu Yuanshan was saying, only gripping his clothes tightly and continuously pulling them tighter. This was the second time Fu Yuanshan had seen Xiao Bei like this, and he felt heartbroken beyond measure. He repeatedly whispered in Xiao Bei's ear that he wouldn't leave. But Xiao Bei still trembled violently, his jaw clenched tightly, trying not to shake, but he couldn't control it. His whole body started to convulse. Fu Yuanshan's clothes were being gripped by him, and he reached for the medicine on the bedside table, wanting to feed it to him with water. "Open your mouth, baby. Take your medicine. You'll be fine after taking it." But Xiao Bei's jaw was tightly clenched, refusing to open no matter what. Fu Yuanshan looked at the hand that was still gripping his clothes, and without hesitation, he put the pill in his mouth, pinched Xiao Bei's cheeks, and kissed him. It seemed to take Xiao Bei a long time to discern what was on his lips, though it fell short. The kiss was both fierce and tender. Fierce enough to seem like it wanted to consume him whole, yet tender enough to convey a lifetime of love. The hand that was gripping the other's clothes was gently but firmly pulled away and placed around his neck in a tangled embrace. He felt tears sliding down from the corners of his eyes, and he unconsciously wrapped both arms around Fu Yuanshan, pulling him closer. Fu Yuanshan had originally been propped up on a bed, but became an elbow support when Xiao Bei pulled him. He pried open Xiao Bei's jaw, and the pill slid in without any obstruction to be swallowed. Then he closed his eyes, focusing on enjoying the kiss. Compared to the icy skin, Xiao Bei's mouth was warm, his tongue soft without much strength, as if he had yet to react to what was happening. Yet, under Fu Yuanshan's continuous teasing, there was a faint response. Xiao Bei no longer trembled as violently as before. He felt Fu Yuanshan's large hand rubbing at his moist eyes. He tightly embraced the person in his arms, responding passionately, tears flowing like a flood, cascading down in rapid succession, and a whimper of grievance escaped his throat. Fu Yuanshan furrowed his brows, his heart aching fiercely. He wanted to know how much suffering the person he loved so much had endured to become like this. A grown man, crying like a child. He kept kissing him, wanting to make up for all the missed moments, the time lost, and the lover lost. He vowed to love him with 10,000 times the strength. When it ended, the two separated, gasping for breath. Xiao Bei's eyes were red, looking at him weakly, and Yuanshan said hoarsely, "Do you believe me? I won't leave you. I care more than you do." Xiao Bei furrowed his brows slightly, almost tearing up again. He shook his head and held Yuanshan, and they lay together again. He buried his head in Yuanshan's neck, and Yuanshan stroked the back of his neck gently. Just when Yuanshan thought Xiao Bei had fallen asleep, Xiao Bei spoke up, his voice hoarse and unlike himself. "How do we immigrate? How confident are you?" Yuanshan paused for a few seconds before saying, "Baby, I will go back for a while to prepare my real body. Then you take the magnet of my body and try a few places for my transmission points. I will choose those places in advance. Don't worry, my body's rejection reaction is very small, so I'm confident it will succeed. Trust me." He kissed him softly on the side of his neck. "Trust me. We will always be together." Xiao Bei nodded, and Yuanshan hugged him even tighter. Chapter 30. The brief embrace felt to Xiao Bei like undergoing electrotherapy. But once he fell asleep, Yuanshan had to let him go. They could never embrace like ordinary couples, let alone take things a step further. Yuanshan just wanted to expedite the immigration process. The next morning, the two went to work as usual, both having regained their spirits. Xiao Bei thought to himself, "How embarrassing. Just because Yuanshan said he might leave last night, I cried so much." Yuanshan thought, "He cried so sadly at the thought of me leaving, actively hugging me and kissing me, and yet he agreed to be my boyfriend. Why is he being so stubborn? He clearly likes me already and can't live without me." Usually, Yuanshan would prepare breakfast and lunch at home in the morning, but he woke up late today, so he had to call the chef to prepare it for him. "What do you want to eat?" Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, "Hot and sour noodles." What flavor? Hot and sour flavor. Is poverty limiting his perspective? What other flavors could hot and sour noodles have? It's just beef, pork, lamb, or chicken. I want lobster. Yuanshan laughed, fiddling with his phone while saying, "Okay, I'll have them make that for you, stewed noodles with Western Australian lobster shells." Xiao Bei gave him a thumbs up. In the afternoon, Yuanshan had his secretary prepare their items for the outing. Since he didn't know if Xiao Bei would experience altitude sickness, he prepared rhodiola, glucose, and oxygen bags. As the workday was coming to an end, Xiao Bei was getting a bit restless, while Yuanshan kept glancing at him, thinking about what was going to happen tomorrow night. Did this person really not think of it at all? Or did he just not care, only remembering that they were going out to have fun? Once work was over, the two of them headed home. They planned to first go to Xining in the evening to try some Northwest snacks. Then during the next day, go to Qinghai, which was in the season of blooming rapeseed flowers, to see Qinghai Lake. And in the evening, go to Tangula Mountain Pass to watch the stars. And on the third day, visit the Holy Lake. In the sweltering summer heat of September, they changed into long sleeves and jackets suitable for Qinghai's climate, each carrying a large backpack. Xiao Bei felt like a lunatic doing this at home. But thinking about what was going to happen next made his heart race. Yuanshan grabbed his hand and asked, "Are you ready?" Xiao Bei was so nervous he wanted to laugh. He nodded and said, "Yeah." It was like magic. In the next moment, as if experiencing a stream of consciousness, Xiao Bei felt his body sway, and when he opened his eyes again, he and Yuanshan found themselves in a public restroom. He was too amazed to even marvel at the magic, as he was struck by the location. "Do you always end up in places like this when you travel, mister?" Yuanshan patted his pants and said, "What? Are you complaining?" "No." Xiao Bei looked around, unable to see anything unusual about the restroom, and asked, "Are we here?" Yuanshan looked at him, a smile creeping into his eyes, and said, "Yeah. Want to go out and have a look?" At that moment, the restroom was empty, which must have been calculated, measured before Yuanshan arrived. Xiao Bei Weiket Outsida. The dazzling sunlight of the Qinghai region greeted him, followed by a scene that was no different from many big cities. Streets, traffic, tall buildings, and all kinds of people. But Xiao Bei felt it was different. Unlike Q City, he and Yuanshan stepped out. Here, the sky got dark later than inland, so it was still bright with the sun at 5 or 6 o'clock. With their backpacks on, They walked on the street like travelers. Xiao Bei looked at the people coming and going. These were people living in a different place, drinking different water, with different local cultures, speaking different dialects. This feeling was magical. Just 10 minutes ago, he was thousands of kilometers away in S province. And now he was here. Fu Yuanshan was cursing. I rented a car, and I told him to drive me to this intersection. Where is he? Xiao Bei continued to observe his surroundings. Fu Yuanshan, seeing his childlike curiosity, suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Do you like it here?" "I do." Xiao Bei had this advantage. Whenever asked anything, he always gave affirmative answers, satisfied with everything Fu Yuanshan arranged, from what to eat next to where to go today. Fu Yuanshan held his hand that was sticking out of his clothing and said, "The temperature difference between day and night here is large. Even if it's a bit hot now, don't take off your clothes. In a bit, I'll take you to eat something delicious." "Okay," Xiao Bei nodded and asked, "Has the car arrived yet?" Fu Yuanshan looked down at his phone, cursing, "When I get back, I'll make his company go bankrupt." Xiao Bei chuckled and said, "You're so domineering." After a while, the car arrived. It was a Land Rover Range Rover. They put their things away, and the spacious cabin had a clean, pleasant fruity scent. Xining, which means peaceful in the western frontier, has historically been a crucial transportation route and military stronghold in the northwest. Fu Yuanshan drove to Xining's famous snack street. As night fell, Moji Street was brightly lit. The sign at the entrance exuded an antique charm. The street was filled with various snacks, and many young people were wandering around. But there were also families too lazy to cook dinner who came out to eat with their elderly. Yogurt, sweet rice, fried cakes, stuffed skin. Fu Yuanshan wanted to buy everything he saw for Xiao Bei, who tried a bit of everything, giving him what he couldn't finish. Fu Yuanshan was picky about food, but every time Xiao Bei handed him something, he would take a bite from where Xiao Bei had bitten. They ended up eating their way halfway down the street. Finally, they stopped at a place selling sugar paintings. An old master was painting a dragon, its 4 claws seeming to fly, lifelike. Many people gathered to watch, mostly elderly people with children. After painting the last few whiskers, the brush lifted from the dragon's face, revealing a pair of fierce eyes. The old master picked it up and handed it to a little boy, who said thank you and ran away happily. Fu Yuanshan looked at the sugar paintings the old master had set aside and said, "Master, could you make one for us?" The two had changed into casual clothes, and with 2 tall, handsome men standing together saying this, young girls immediately raised their phones to take pictures, but most people would just think they were 2 close friends. Xiao Bei nudged him and whispered, "Are you letting him draw people? Isn't that too complicated?" The old master glanced at the 2 of them, then lowered his head and dipped his brush in syrup, not painting as freely as before, but rather with rough strokes and fine details. Until he picked it up, the 2 could finally see what he had drawn. It was a jade pendant with concentric circles. How to bind friendship, beautiful jade adorned with tassels. The old man smiled kindly as he handed it over. Fu Yuanshan took it, and Xiao Bei stared blankly at the exquisite sugar painting jade pendant. After they paid and left, Xiao Bei asked, "Did he see our relationship?" "Yeah," Fu Yuanshan replied with a lingering tone, looking fondly at the sugar painting. Seeing the smile in his eyes, Xiao Bei nodded with a smile. "So how do we preserve this?" Fu Yuanshan stopped in his tracks, clicked his tongue, and said, "We should have him draw it on paper. That way, we can keep it." Xiao Bei tugged at him and walked ahead, saying, "Forget it. There are plenty of people who can draw. Use sugar to make it. Don't ruin his business." Fu Yuanshan reluctantly took several detailed photos of the sugar painting with his phone, and finally, he pulled Xiao Bei in for a photo together with it. Fu Yuanshan had many photos of Xiao Bei on his phone, most of which were candid shots taken in unguarded moments. Xiao Bei didn't like being photographed. Whenever he saw Fu Yuanshan pointing his phone at him, his first reaction was to dodge. So many of those photos showed Xiao Bei with his head tilted, revealing only a section of his fair neck and half of his handsome profile. But there were also many shots of him working behind glass doors, cooking together at home, and looking sleepy in the morning. With a click, the photo was taken, and Xiao Bei immediately walked away. Fu Yuanshan held the sugar painting in one hand and looked at the just-taken photo with the other. The lights of the ancient street enveloped them. With Fu Yuanshan resting one hand on Xiao Bei's shoulder, holding the phone in the other, smiling brightly like sunshine. Xiao Bei held up the sugar painting, possibly still not want to take a photo, his face showing little expression, but unexpectedly it was quite striking, like a gangster buying candy. Fu Yuanshan looked at his phone and chuckled, and Xiao Bei holding up the sugar asked, "What now?" "You can eat it." Fu Yuanshan snatched it away and said, "You can't eat it. Stop thinking about it." He grabbed Xiao Bei and said, "Let us go. I'll buy you something else to eat." "I'm not eating anymore." Xiao Bei said, "Unable to take it anymore, I'm about to throw up." "Then let us just wander around." The two wandered all night, and by the time they returned to the hotel, most of the sugar had melted away, but Fu Yuanshan still held on to it. Xiao Bei asked Fu Yuanshan why he rented a car. Couldn't they just go quickly? Fu Yuanshan said it was to drive him along Route 55. The tall Land Rover drove on the deserted road, with both of them having their windows wide open, the crisp air rushing in, their hair blown back, revealing their clean faces, and their lungs and chest felt purified all around. At the end of the road, it rose high, seemingly connecting with the clouds, leading straight to heaven. On both sides of the road are vast plains, where countless antelopes and yaks may have roamed 100 years ago. The sun shines high in the northwest region, and the sky is boundlessly blue. It seems they could drive on like this forever. They have visited the blooming canola flowers at Qinghai Lake and the mirror-like Shaka Salt Lake, finally parking in Dalinga, where they checked into a hotel. It was 5 in the afternoon, and they would set off at dawn to see the stars at Tangula Mountain Pass. Fu Yuanshan prepared rodila for Xiao Bei, suggesting they eat something and take a short nap before heading to Tuo River around 8. He rented another car there, and they would drive to Tangula Mountain Pass. "Why not go directly?" Xiao Bei asked, chewing on beef jerky. "Going directly would be too high in altitude. I'm afraid you might have a reaction," Fu Yuanshan replied. Xiao Bei nonchalantly said, "I shouldn't have altitude sickness. I haven't felt anything so far. The highest altitude here is just over 3,000 meters, while over there it approaches 6,000. Everyone's constitution is different. Whether they will have altitude sickness and how severe the reaction will be varies." He wasn't sure how Xiao Bei would fare. Although many people showed signs of altitude sickness in Qinghai, Xiao Bei had been fine up to now, but he didn't dare let his guard down. So they planned to walk quickly to the lower altitude area of Tuo River first, then drive over, allowing for a gradual ascent in altitude. After dinner, both took a nap and woke up at 8, quickly walking to Tuo River. Fu Yuanshan set the location in the rented car, and when they arrived, their ears popped from the sudden drop in pressure, but a few yawns fixed that. Fu Yuanshan had a constitution that didn't react to altitude sickness. He felt fine and immediately asked Xiao Bei if he felt uncomfortable. Xiao Bei checked in with himself and said, "No." "Really? No dicinis? No nausea?" Fu Yuanshan asked, and Xiao Bei honestly shook his head. Fu Yuanshan handed him the cup of rodila, saying, "That's good. But it could also be that you haven't had time to feel anything yet. Hold on to this. Let me know if you feel uncomfortable." Xiao Bei had already consumed at least 3 pounds of rodila in the past 2 days, and now the smell made him feel nauseous. He shifted to a comfortable position in the passenger seat, holding the warm cup, watching the white mist of his breath. Suddenly, Fu Yuanshan leaned over. Fu Yuanshan pulled the seatbelt around him, deliberately leaning in close, and said, "Well, looking down, I really want to kiss you." Xiao Bei looked at his lips, leaned in for a quick kiss. Fu Yuanshan looked up in surprise, and Xiao Bei met his gaze. His eyes slightly lazy with a hint of a smile. Fu Yuanshan pinched his chin and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean? Are you inviting me?" "Get lost," Xiao Bei laughed, pushing him away. Fu Yuanshan sat back in the driver's seat, adjusted his clothes, started the car, and hummed, saying seriously, "Just wait." He turned his head to point at Xiao Bei, saying, "One day," and deliberately left it unfinished. Xiao Bei leaned in again, kissed him lightly, then pulled back. But Fu Yuanshan didn't give him that opportunity. The moment Xiao Bei's lips parted from his, he chased him back, pressing him solidly against the passenger seat and kissing him thoroughly. A smile spread across Xiao Bei's face. Chapter 31. The car sped along the national highway, and the night road on the Qinghai-Tibet line was relatively easy to navigate, but they didn't dare be careless. Most of the vehicles passing by were in groups. It was rare to see solitary travelers like them. Having entered Tibet, Xiao Bei sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the starry sky outside. It truly was a sky full of stars. Billions of starlights scattered freely across the heavens, like a gift from the gods to the high plateau. The stars varied in size and brightness, shining down from light years away onto this land closest to heaven. The night was a deep navy blue, and, in the distance, the towering snow-capped mountains loomed, solemn and majestic, like guardians of Tibet since ancient times. As they drove on, they finally reached Tangulum Mountain Pass in the early hours. The flying snow was a year-round sight in this mountain range. When Xiao Bei got out of the car, he wrapped his down jacket tightly around himself. Although it was already past 1 in the morning, there were still quite a few vehicles stopping to take pictures in front of the monument. Yuanshan got out, grabbed a backpack from the trunk, and took Xiao Bei's hand, saying, "We're not staying here. I'll take you to another place." Curiously, Xiao Bei followed him. They walked a distance away from the car line, and Yuanshan said, "Let us move quickly." "Where to?" "Xiao Bei Uskit." Yuanshan tightened his grip on Xiao Bei's hand, and in the next moment, they appeared on top of a snow mountain, surprising Xiao Bei. To his astonishment, there was a 2-person chair and a canopy to shield from the wind and snow, not far from where they had just been, and they could still see the bright lights of the car line. However, the visibility was such that it would be difficult for others to spot them here. Yuanshan said, "I don't know who set this up. It was here the first time I came, but it's hard to find. I guess not many people have come here to sit." Saying this, he sat down in the chair, and Xiao Bei followed suit. This was Yuanshan's second time witnessing the flying snow at Tangulum Mountain's peak, and it was still so breathtaking. The swirling snowflakes were beautifully fierce and heart-stirring. It was not the kind of tender snow found in the mainland, but rather a grand, overwhelming snow that seemed to carry the force of creation, cascading down and enveloping the world under the deep blue night sky. The two sat together in their heavy clothes, momentarily silent, quietly absorbing everything before them. The beauty of nature was always so stunning. After a while, Yuanshan took off his gloves and extended his arm, and soon, a large snowflake landed on his fingertip. He held it out to Xiao Bei, and the snowflake melted slowly. Xiao Bei looked at the large flake and gently touched it with his index finger. As their fingertips met, the snowflake melted. "Happy birthday, Xiao Bei." Xiao Bei suddenly looked up in shock, staring at him. Yuanshan smiled and said, "Happy birthday, baby. I hope you like this year's birthday." "Happy birthday, Xiao Bei. I hope your life is filled with peace and joy." "Happy birthday, Xiao Bei. I hope I can give you love, making you warm and strong." "Happy birthday, Xiao Bei. I hope I can walk with you on the road ahead, so you won't be alone anymore." "Happy birthday, baby. Let us be together." Xiao Bei transitioned from shock to an indescribable emotion, gazing blankly at Yuanshan, the man before him. What merit did he have that allowed such a person to come into his life? He brought a beam of sunlight into his dark and withering existence, reviving his nearly dying soul and pulling him back from the brink of despair. He looked at Yuanshan. The wind and snow around them seemed to give him endless courage. His emotions built up to a peak. He no longer wanted to hide. He wanted to possess this man. He wanted to kiss him openly and honestly say he loved him. He wanted to be with Yuanshan, just as he had said, always together, never apart. Their fingertips still touched, and Xiao Bei held on, their fingers intertwined, squeezing tightly, feeling the equally strong response from Yuanshan. He said, "Let us be together." Yuanshan suddenly smiled, releasing Xiao Bei's hand and letting their intertwined fingers rest on the chair, leaning comfortably against the back. Feeling the slightly cold temperature in his hand, squeezing tightly as he looked at the white spirits dancing in the air. Xiao Bei also leaned back in the chair, completely relaxed, asking, "How did you know it was my birthday?" He had celebrated his birthday since he was 6. "Is that difficult? I like you so much. Knowing a birthday is nothing." Xiao Bei looked at the beautiful scene that cost nothing as the cold wind howled past, yet he hardly felt cold. After a moment, he said, "Yeah, impressive." 2 people chatted on the top of the snowy mountain for half the night, their tongues nearly frozen, and in the end, they were shivering and couldn't speak, so they had to go back. When they returned to the hotel, it was almost dawn. Upon entering the room, both changed their clothes. After washing up, Fu Yuanshan mysteriously said to Xiao Bei, "Go check what's in that bag. See what gift I prepared for you." "Another gift?" Xiao Bei walked over to the paper bag. When he opened it, a bright red color filled his vision, and he picked it up, immediately exclaiming, "What is this?" It was a pair of red long johns. Fu Yuanshan pointed at the red thermal pants and said, "It's your zodiac year this year. You need to wear 3 red items, and I prepared them all for you. Just look in that bag." Xiao Bei was instantly struck by the hilarity of the bright red pants, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up, saying, "No way, no way, I absolutely won't wear this." Fu Yuanshan walked over, held his wrist, and, suppressing a laugh, said domineeringly, "Do you dare say no to me?" After hearing this, Xiao Bei laughed even harder, saying, "Are you out of your mind?" Fu Yuanshan also broke into laughter, saying, "Do you understand a routine? When you see someone flirting saying, 'Are you out of your mind?'" Xiao Bei couldn't stop laughing. Once Fu Yuanshan finished laughing, he pulled him closer and said, "Baby, stop laughing. Come look at me." Xiao Bei continued to giggle. Fu Yuanshan reached down and lifted his chin, forcing Xiao Bei to straighten up and look at him while laughing. Fu Yuanshan looked at the crescent-shaped eyes filled with laughter and asked, "Say, who am I?" "President Fu," Xiao Bei replied with a smile. Fu Yuanshan asked again, "Now say, who am I?" "President Fu," Xiao Bei still smiled. "If you don't say what I want to hear, I might just treat you like that." Xiao Bei was about to laugh again, but held it in and said, "You're my boyfriend." Fu Yuanshan's gaze darkened slightly, and he lowered his head to kiss him. Xiao Bei wrapped his arms around his neck, responding wholeheartedly. Fu Yuanshan's kiss began to slide downward, causing Xiao Bei to tremble slightly. "Call my name." "Fu." "Fu Yuanshan." "TSK." He bit down lightly, dropping the surname. "Yuanshan. Yuanshan. Yuanshan." Xiao Bei looked at the ceiling, repeatedly whispering those 2 words in his heart. On Weibo. The day had brightened, and the bed was a mess. After releasing himself twice, Xiao Bei was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep in Fu Yuanshan's embrace. Fu Yuanshan looked at him, his love growing and spreading in his heart. He kissed his forehead between his brows, his eyes, his nose, his lips, and his chin, kissing his most precious possession in a reverent manner. Finally, he hugged Xiao Bei again and softly whispered in his ear, "I love you, baby." Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. When Xiao Bei woke up, the bed was already tidy, and he felt refreshed. It seemed Fu Yuanshan had cleaned up. Where was he? Xiao Bei sat up and glanced at his phone. It was already 4 in the afternoon. He saw Fu Yuanshan on the balcony making a phone call, so he put on his pajamas and got out of bed. There was a meal delivered by the chef on the table, covered with a thermal lid. Xiao Bei looked at it. It was rich in local flavor: steamed beef tongue, summer river tendons, sampa, butter tea, a full table of dishes, some known and some unknown. Fu Yuanshan had been on the phone since he got to the balcony, and when he came back, his ears were slightly red from the cold. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" He walked to Xiao Bei, kissed him, and then sat down at the dining table, putting down his phone to wipe his hands with a napkin. Xiao Bei nodded and asked, "How's the company?" Fu Yuanshan handed him the chopsticks. "Let's talk about that when we get back. Try these dishes and see if you like them." "This is too much. How can we finish all this with just the 2 of us?" Xiao Bei looked at the large spread, enough for 10 people. "No need to finish it. Just taste each one." Fu Yuanshan smiled at him, saying. Xiao Bei shook his head and sighed, "What a lavish waste." The next day and night, the 2 visited the magnificent Patala Palace. When they arrived at Yamdrok Lake, Xiao Bei felt for the first time that he was not of this world. The vast holy lake lay quietly between the shores, as if it were a shrine offering to the heavens and the mountains. The lake's surface a more soothing blue than the sky, complemented by the lighter shores, forming a solemnly beautiful picture. When they returned to Q City, it was already Tuesday, a day later than expected due to some unforeseen circumstances. On Tuesday afternoon, after arriving home, Fu Yuanshan went to the company. Xiao Bei wanted to go with him, but he said to let him rest at home for half a day and go tomorrow. As soon as Fu Yuanshan arrived at the company, he was busy without pause. First holding an internal meeting, he divided his forces to purchase shares of Guanyu A, and they had already accumulated 13. The transfer of Rongxin's shares had actually exceeded Zhongxing's, reaching 29, meaning they could soon launch a takeover bid. The urgent task at hand was how to avoid the Securities Regulatory Commission for the transfer of this 13 of shares. The rules of the secondary market state that any increase of 5 in shares requires information disclosure, but they wanted to secretly increase their holdings to catch Zhongxing off guard. However, they were unclear if Zhongxing's stance would soften after a year. Whether they needed to resort to this tactic was uncertain. After careful consideration, Yuanshan decided to secretly increase their stake, because if they approached Zhongxing for a transaction and they refused, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. So, they had now secretly increased their stake to 29. As long as they could solidify their shares, they would make a takeover bid for Guangyu, while also preparing to continue secretly increasing their holdings until they were in control. After the meeting, Su Bingbai approached him. "Brother Fu, where have you been these past couple of days?" "Assistant Xiao isn't around either," he casually asked as he entered. "On a business trip," Yuanshan replied without paying much attention to his emotions. He then asked, "How's the financing going? I heard Li Ji say you were working with him on it." Li Ji was their company's CFO. Su Bingbai had come specifically about the financing. A bank they had been working with suddenly encountered some issues, and liquidity was turning slowly. The two discussed for a long time, and when Su Bingbai left, he subconsciously glanced at Xiao Bei's workstation, which Yuanshan happened to catch. "You have a good relationship with Xiao Bei," he said with a hint of questioning, but did not pursue it further. Su Bingbai, it's just that I haven't seen him in a few days. I miss him a bit." He then smiled and gestured before leaving. Yuanshan watched his back, pondering Su Bingbai's tone, feeling that something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He furrowed his brow and continued working. The designated time for employees to leave work had previously been just a formality for Yuanshan. He would leave early if he wanted to, but most of the time, he would stay late, often alone in the empty office with the huge floor-to-ceiling windows until dawn. However, ever since there was someone to go home with, he felt that this time had taken on real significance. When it was time, he was supposed to go home and cook dinner with Xiao Bei. After dinner, they would watch some television together, or he would go to the study to work, while Xiao Bei would find a book to read quietly on the tatami mat. Sometimes at night, after getting into bed, they would put on a movie, usually only to get distracted by chatting before they could finish it. Then they would turn off all the lights, leaving only a dim night light that cast a gentle glow in the spacious bedroom. In the quiet, they wouldn't chat as much. Being with a loved one allowed them to talk passionately without stopping, but they could also just lie together and enjoy a moment of tranquil morning light. A person can go home together, and someone is waiting for you to return, so this class must not be missed. He packed his things, took the keys to the Maybach, and left the company. Chapter 32, as soon as the door opened. A fragrant aroma rushed over. Yuanshan's lips curled up slightly. He hadn't eaten Xiao Bei's cooking for several days. Yuanshan walked around the screen and entered the kitchen. Xiao Bei was stir-frying something and turned to him, saying, "You're back. Go change your shoes and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Yuanshan walked over and hugged him from behind, giving him a peck on the lips, saying, "So virtuous, knowing your husband is tired from work and has dinner ready." Xiao Bei stepped on his foot hard, and Yuanshan winced, bending down and pulling Xiao Bei back a few steps. Xiao Bei tapped his hand, saying, "Let go. I'm still cooking." Yuanshan's arms around his waist didn't move. He straightened up and stood back. Xiao Bei laughed, saying, "A short hug is fine, but you should go change your clothes, otherwise you'll smell like food." Yuanshan gently rubbed the foot that had just been stepped on against his calf, saying, "It hurts." "That's what you get for talking nonsense." Yuanshan leisurely asked, "What nonsense did I say? Which word was wrong?" Xiao Bei didn't want to continue this meaningless conversation and picked up a piece of rib, stuffing it into his mouth. Yuanshan leaned back, the rib poking into his mouth. "Are you trying to scald your man?" Hearing this, Xiao Bei pushed the chopsticks further in, saying, "Let's see if it's cooked." Yuanshan held his hand, chewed the rib a few times, then turned him around and gave him a long French kiss. After Yuanshan finished kissing, they both smelled something burning, and Xiao Bei got angry. Yuanshan coaxed, "You can't be mad at me just because you didn't get to eat meat. It would be embarrassing if others found out." Xiao Bei ignored him completely, and in the end, Yuanshan had to go cook again. taking the ribs out of the refrigerator to thaw, making braised, clear-stewed, and steamed ribs, spending the whole evening in the kitchen. Xiao Bei watched TV in the living room while he worked in the kitchen with Bluetooth headphones, taking calls while cooking. This was far from the evening he had imagined. The next day, they went to work together. Chun-Yi, who hadn't been seen for several days, came in. Since he was scolded by Fu Yuanshan last time, he hadn't dared to meet with those shareholders again. He knew his own weight and was afraid of accidentally letting something slip. So he had been relatively well-behaved in recent days. Bro, I'm here to report. Fu Yuanshan raised his head from the coffee cup and asked, report what? They called me out to dinner several times lately, but I didn't go. Oh, not bad. Chun-Yi pulled out a chair and sat down, asking, what do you think they want? I'm not them. How would I know? TSK, bro. Chun-Yi rested his arms on the table. You see? They still have so many other thoughts during this time at the company. I suspect they want to split. Fu Yuanshan was reviewing files in his email, nonchalantly responding with an O. They've already established close ties with the old employees. I found this out one day by accident. That day, after he was scolded by you, he ran into an old employee in the tea room, and after just a few words, he received a call on that person's phone. Chun-Yi saw his expression change instantly, and then he put the phone down as if afraid you'd see the caller ID, laughed a couple of times, and went out to answer. For some reason, I've always felt that was someone from Huang Jiang's side. A few days later, he ran into that old employee again and casually mentioned being frequently harassed by Huang Jiang recently. The other person seemed very unnatural, so it seemed highly likely. He briefly recounted the situation to Fu Yuanshan, saying, then I thought, I ran into one, but there must be more than one. Bro, do you think they want to use their status as old directors to win over old employees and then split the company? That also requires that capability, Fu Yuanshan said. Scrolling the mouse on the screen, you can't sit still just because they're contacting some employees. You don't even know how far they've already gone behind the scenes. But it's like a beautiful pillar with a few big pests prying at the little pests. When they leave the pillar thinking they've found another world, they still don't realize that without the pillar's protection, they end up as mush. But they want to be trampled by others because I want to let them even leave the pillar. Chun-Yi looked at him in shock, asking, are you already prepared? I've been busy with acquisitions lately and haven't had time for them. Bro, Chun-Yi said unhappily, you don't want to tell me. All right then. Chun-Yi said awkwardly, I'll leave now. If there's any situation, I'll inform you in time. Okay, take care of yourself. You don't need to worry about these things. Don't worry, I know the limits. After Chun-Yi left, Fu Yuanshan continued reviewing files. After a while, he heard Xiao Bei blowing his nose and looked up to see his eyes were still red. He put down the mouse and asked concernedly, what's wrong? I want to sneeze, but can't. The two continued working. After a while, Xiao Bei asked, is there any way to make myself sneeze? Fu Yuanshan didn't look at him. That is difficult, unless you say you love me. Xiao Bei finished calculating the last set of data with a formula, closed the Excel page, opened WPS, and sent the file over. I love you. Fu Yuanshan paused, and after a long time, he whistled. When Xiao Bei was instructed to organize asset management, he suddenly remembered he had transferred Su Bingbai's phone number to the new card. He transferred it again and then sent a message, Bingbai. How's the negotiation with the bank going? Xiao Bei, I have something. Please wait. Xiao Bei glanced at it and didn't pay it any more attention. As noon approached, Su Bingbai called. Hello, Xiao Bei. Hello. Xiao Bei, why did you only contact me now? Are you avoiding me? Su Bingbai dz. Xiao Bei smiled lightly. No. Why would I avoid you? President Fu asked me to check if there's news from the bank. Su Bingbai pretended to sound regretful, laughing. Xiao Bei, this is the first time you've actively called me in a long time, asking about business right off the bat. I'm so heartbroken. Fu Yuanshan was still in the room. Xiao Bei didn't know how to respond. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Are you free at noon? Can I have the chance to invite you to dinner? I just want to discuss the funding issue. Su Bingbai smiled. I know a particularly good roast duck restaurant. Xiao Bei stole a glance at Fu Yuanshan, who was focused on the computer. He should be too busy to notice. He picked up his phone and sneaked out. Once in the restroom, he said, Bingbai, everyone is quite busy at noon. If there's anything, just call me. Even if busy, you still have to eat, right? Can't you spare me the time for a meal? Are you trying to pursue me? Yes, Su Bingbai said with a smile. Haven't I said that before? Xiao Bei took a deep breath, saying, I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. He could feel a pause on the other end, and after a moment, Su Bingbai asked, is it Fu Yuanshan? Xiao Bei was surprised that he guessed it was Fu Yuanshan. Yes, you two are already together, right? MMM. Su Bingbai's tone was unreadable as he said, he really dares. What? Xiao Bei was taken aback. Do you know who he is? You dare to be with him? Now Xiao Bei really didn't understand what he meant. What did Su Bingbai know? Was he referring to the matter of parallel worlds? Who is he? Xiao Bei Usket. You can ask him and see if he will say anything. In Su Bingbai's impression, Fu Yuanshan is someone who is about to complete a 10-year term back in the I world in less than a year. What does it mean for him to be in a relationship now? He doesn't have a deep personal relationship with Fu Yuanshan, and to him, Fu Yuanshan seems to be playing with Xiao Bei, engaging in a romance that he knows will lead nowhere. Why would Fu Yuanshan let it begin? Xiao Bei is full of doubts and wonders if what Su Bingbai is saying is about a parallel world. If it is, then he is also. Back in the office, Fu Yuanshan is waiting for him. He just noticed that Xiao Bei was on the phone and sneaked out. So he asks, what were you doing outside? Xiao Bei ignores him and asks, are you hiding something from me regarding Su Bingbai? Fu Yuanshan replies, what is it? Is he a person from your world? Fu Yuanshan seems slightly surprised and asks, why do you say that? Is it really necessary to hide this from me? What's wrong? Fu Yuanshan walks over, touches his face, and gently says, he is from the I world. Why are you a bit angry? It's not that I deliberately didn't tell you. It's just that you two aren't familiar, so there's no need to elaborate. Xiao Bei brushes his hand away and says, I'm not angry, just asking. Fu Yuanshan asks, did he tell you? What did you two talk about just now? Xiao Bei can only avoid the heavy topic and say, he knows we are together and asked me to inquire about your identity. Fu Yuanshan instantly understands Su Bingbai's meaning. He probably sees him as someone irresponsible, someone who flirts and then runs away. After all, he hasn't told anyone else about his plans to immigrate besides Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei knows this too. He actually wants to ask about the specifics of immigration and when Fu Yuanshan plans to start preparing, but he feels that Fu Yuanshan doesn't want to go into detail. He is not the type to press the issue, so every time this topic comes up, it remains unresolved. Fu Yuanshan knows what Xiao Bei is thinking, but he has his own concerns. He has only told Xiao Bei that the success rate of immigration is low, but he hasn't told him the cost of failure. If immigration fails, the radiation limits in their bodies will be reached, and they will never have the chance to meet again in this lifetime. The first step of immigration is to determine the transfer location. When they actually start testing the transfer locations, he must return first, leaving Xiao Bei to take his magnet and test one place after another. If successful, his body will truly come over. If unsuccessful, they will move to the next location until they succeed or until the 10-year term expires. During this period, it's best that they don't video chat or call each other, as these consume radiation. So choosing the time to go back becomes the most difficult thing. If he goes back too early, they will have plenty of time to try several locations, and the success rate should be higher. But if they really fail, then from the moment he returns, it will be a permanent farewell. If he goes back too late, the number of trials will decrease, and the success rate will drop. Fu Yuanshan doesn't know how to explain these things to Xiao Bei. He has always said he is confident he can succeed, but nobody can say for sure about such things. At this point, he can only do everything he can, regardless of fate. He absolutely cannot leave Xiao Bei alone. He hugs Xiao Bei and says, I'm more anxious than anyone else. I want more than anyone else to truly stay on this land. Give me some time, okay? Xiao Bei also hugs him back without saying a word. There are too many things on his mind. He hasn't forgotten to ask why he talked about funding with Su Bingbai and how it led to this. Xiao Bei stiffens his back and says with an unchanged expression, isn't it because you're too obvious? It's not just him in the company who noticed. Fu Yuanshan is doubtful and says, why do I feel like he has feelings for you? Huh? Xiao Bei looks up at him. Feelings for me? Fu Yuanshan observes Xiao Bei's expression and asks, can't you see? He particularly likes to find you. Xiao Bei rolls his eyes and says weakly, so what? Do you think he likes me? He definitely likes girls. How do you know? What if he doesn't like girls? Or what if he doesn't like boys, but happens to like you? I'm telling you, you must be cautious. Keep your distance from him Understood? Okay. Yuanshan thinks for a moment, and then says, no, it seems I still haven't been obvious enough. I can't let them have any doubts or misunderstandings about our relationship to avoid anyone developing any inappropriate thoughts about you. Xiao Bei laughs and says, all right, if that's not obvious enough, you should pay attention to the impact. Employees might have their own opinions, and I still want to save face. Yuanshan kisses him and says, being with me is the most face-saving thing. Chapter 33. A week has passed, and Rongxin's holdings in Guangyu have reached 32. On Monday, they announced a tender offer to acquire Guangyu, inviting all shareholders to sell their shares. That day, besides the well-prepared Rongxin, they caught both Guangyu and Zhongxing off guard. The shareholders are watching to see if the major shareholder Zhongxing will take any action. Zhongxing has remained still, making it hard for people to guess their intentions. Yuanshan has been busy with public relations lately, and he has hardly eaten dinner at home. This day is no exception. Xiao Bei is cooking while watching Yuanshan on his phone screen. Yuanshan's phone is propped up on a teacup, and from this angle, you can see his beautifully shaped jaw and high nose bridge with a cigarette in his hand. His handsome face is calmly explaining the prospects to the Guangyu shareholders. The sound on the video is quite noisy, and at the dining table, Xiao Bei can even hear Chenyi's voice. So it's possible that Yuanshan really let him come to tell jokes. Xiao Bei is chopping vegetables, occasionally glancing at the screen where the CEO is speaking. In between his words, he takes a puff of his cigarette, and his gaze inadvertently drops to look at Xiao Bei. Then he raises his head to continue, either listening, speaking, or laughing. This idea was proposed by Yuanshan because during this special period, there are many social engagements. He worries that Xiao Bei might miss him too much at home, so every time he goes out to eat, he will video call Xiao Bei. They can do their own things, and there's no need for much communication. Just seeing and hearing what the other is doing, feeling each other's presence is enough. Xiao Bei really likes this. This weekend, it is the day Xiao Bei has an appointment with Song Yang for a medical checkup, and Yuanshan insists on coming with him despite being busy. Ever since Xiao Bei had his last episode, Yuanshan has been in contact with Song Yang. He has bought many books on depression to learn and has made sure Xiao Bei takes his medication on time, regardless of the weather. So Xiao Bei's condition has been relatively stable lately. After completing the tests, Song Yang smiles and says, not bad, the results are great. That's why I said he really needs to find a good person to spend more time with. Yuanshan also smiles and says, I came too late. Xiao Bei falls asleep in Song Yang's office, and Song Yang steps out first, saying he'll probably wake up in about half an hour. Yuanshan inquires in detail about the test results. After asking, he turns the water cup on the table, lost in thought. Song Yang asks, are you tired? Taking care of a patient? Xiao Bei has at least a 5-year history of depression, and being with such a patient day in and day out is not an easy task. One has to endure long-term low-pressure, sudden episodes, and sleepless nights with a partner. Even the closest people can experience breakdowns and relationship ruptures during this long period. Yuanshan says, what's tiring about it? Before I met him, I lived a life that was so monotonous. Work, socializing, traveling. He thought he could live well alone before meeting Xiao Bei. But after meeting Xiao Bei, he realized his previous thoughts were like that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Perhaps every person's soul is inherently flawed and needs another compatible one to fill it. He fills Xiao Bei, and Xiao Bei fills him in return. Song Yang smiled and said, love can give people strength. Perhaps this emotion can help you persist. Yuanshan shook his head, looking at him, and said, Dr. Song, it's not difficult at all. His illness is not a burden for me. There's no need to talk about persistence. Song Yang laughed heartily and said, I misspoke. I can trust you completely with Xiao Bei. Yuanshan raised an eyebrow and said, are you testing me? Song Yang was still laughing, pointing behind him, and said, Xiao Bei is out. Xiao Bei had just woken up, still looking weary. When Yuanshan saw him, he smiled, reaching out to pull him over to sit down, and asked, how do you feel? Xiao Bei shook his head and didn't say anything. Yuanshan tightened his embrace around him. The three of them sat in front of the desk, and Song Yang observed the lovely couple, noting that psychologists often have a Western sense of openness about emotions and sex. He said, it's clear that you two are very much in love. Xiao Bei had no expression, and Fu Yuanshan smiled and hugged him, asking, "Isn't that right?" Xiao Bei looked at him and then leaned in to give him a kiss. Both of them were stunned, and Xiao Bei suddenly laughed, saying yes. Song Yang was the first to regain his composure and said, "Xiao Bei, you can do it." Xiao Bei smiled and lowered his head, while Fu Yuanshan said, "How about we use this lounge for a bit?" Pointing to the bed inside. Xiao Bei jokingly scolded. "Get lost." Song Yang was left dumbfounded. He had never seen this side of Xiao Bei before. Is this what a man in love looks like? Song Yang cleared his throat and said, "You both should consider my feelings. Xiao Bei had insomnia for a long time now, which is a good sign. Keep taking your medication and maintain a good mood." They both nodded. Song Yang continued, "Let us leave it at that for today. After treatment, his emotions might be a bit unstable, so be more accommodating." Fu Yuanshan held Xiao Bei's hand and smiled. "It's not about accommodation. It's about pampering. President Fu, our people have gradually purchased 3 of the shares in the past few days, and 3 shareholders have decided to sell their shares to us, totaling 8. President Fu, Zhongxing is taking action. They have increased their holdings in Guanyu A on the secondary market, and they have disclosed a 5 increase. President Fu, at 1 a.m. today, Guanyu stock applied for a trading halt at the exchange, citing asset restructuring. After the meeting, Fu Yuanshan immediately had someone contact several banks and sent people to meet with Guanyu's management. The current situation is not good news, but it was basically expected. Their primary task now is to ensure the funds are in place, enough for a protracted battle with Zhongxing. That evening, they had dinner with people from the central bank, and half of Rongxin's management attended, including Xiao Bei. On the way, Fu Yuanshan leaned back in the rear seat and said to him, "People from the central bank love to emphasize their demeanor. It's all fake. You don't need to circle around tonight. I'll have Xiao Chen skip you. Just listen. Their analysis of the situation is quite thorough. In this circle, sometimes stocks are more valuable than cash, and sometimes face is more valuable than morality. Policies are controlling everything. China's stock market is not like America. You can't find a Buffett overnight. Understanding the situation is the way to survive." Fu Yuanshan continued to speak, and Xiao Bei listened quietly. Meeting someone like him who teaches, protects, and loves you, as Fu Yuanshan once said. "Do you think it's easy for me? I have to be a father, a mother, and a partner. Loving him is truly not easy. He is really lucky to be loved like this." Dinner lasted until a late hour, and people from the central bank also avoided going to entertainment venues. So they returned home after eating. During dinner, Fu Yuanshan received a call from his mother, and he stepped out to answer. She asked him to video call after he got home. His sister-in-law had just had a baby, and he had become an uncle. He agreed. After getting home, the two of them washed up and sat on the bed. He asked, "Are you nervous about meeting the in-laws?" Xiao Bei kicked him playfully and said, "You should be the one nervous. You're coming out." Fu Yuanshan blinked, and then remembered he had never told Xiao Bei about this. "I forgot to mention, in our place, same-sex marriage is legal and not uncommon. It has always been this way. So when I first came here and learned that gay people in certain places face discrimination, I was quite surprised." Xiao Bei widened his eyes and said, "You guys have such advanced thinking." Fu Yuanshan smiled and said, "So my parents won't have any pressure accepting you, at most. I can't expect them to have grandchildren." When the video call connected, Fu's mother had a joyful smile on her face, and Xiao Bei suddenly felt a bit hesitant. Being with Fu Yuanshan meant that he wouldn't be able to accompany his family for a year and wouldn't be able to bring them the same joy they were experiencing now. He looked at the beautiful and kind woman in front of him and felt a wave of guilt. "Son, why are you calling so late?" Fu's mother teased with a smile. "Xiao Yi is already asleep." Fu Yuanshan smiled and said, "Mom, I was eating out. Coming back at this hour is still early. How is your sister-in-law?" Since his sister-in-law's due date was approaching, even with a nanny, she had to be there to personally take care of her. "Your sister-in-law is doing well. She is waiting for you to video call." Saying that, she walked upstairs and knocked on the door, saying, "Ying, hang you on, Mom is coming in." As soon as she entered, it looked like a couple in harmony, but after Fu's mother handed the phone to his sister-in-law, it took a turn. "Shan, giving birth is so painful. Your brother tricked me." Her brother waved his hand vigorously. "You woke the baby?" Xiao Bei was startled by his sister-in-law's loud voice. but Fu Yuanshan seemed accustomed to it. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. You still look so good after giving birth. She began to chatter about how mom makes her nourishing soup every day, and she gained several pounds from it, then showed him the baby sleeping in the cradle. Later, her brother took the phone and said a few words. Xiao Bei watched from the side as the family on the other end of the phone appeared. Is this what family looks like? Lively, harmonious, united, and happy. Fu Yuanshan kept holding Xiao Bei's hand below. Xiao Bei looked at their intertwined hands and thought, only a family like this could raise someone like Fu Yuanshan. He tightened his grip on that hand. Finally, the phone returned to Fu's mother. She returned to her room and whispered to her son. They exchanged a few jokes, and then Fu's mother playfully poked at her leg, asking Yuanshan, why do I feel like you have something to say? Just like my mom, Fu Yuanshan smiled. Xiao Bei could feel his hand tightening. If he were Fu Yuanshan, he wouldn't even know how to start. Mom, I fell in love with a man. I'm sorry. You can only hope for grandchildren from my brother. Mom, my partner is here. I need to be with him. I can't go back. He can't go back. Xiao Bei hesitated, wanting to let go of his hand. Fu Yuanshan noticed and turned to look at him. Not today. Maybe next time, he mouthed. Fu Yuanshan instinctively tightened his grip on his hand. Next time, please. Fu Yuanshan felt his shoulder trembling a bit. He let go of his hand, put down the phone, and hugged him, comforting him. It's okay. I also think it's not good for you to meet them for the first time. It's all right, baby. Whenever you're ready, I'll let you meet them. He opened the bedside table and took out the medication, saying, go to the living room and get some water. You haven't taken your medicine today. He needed to find something to distract Xiao Bei. The water wasn't too hot. He went to boil some, and then took the medicine one by one in order. Finally, he looked into Xiao Bei's eyes and said, don't let it defeat you, okay? Xiao Bei nodded, took the medicine, and got off the bed to go to the living room. After watching him leave, Fu Yuanshan picked up his phone and went to the balcony. His mother asked blankly, who are you talking to just now? Fu Yuanshan seemed to have been drained of energy. He leaned on the railing and said to the camera, Mom, I fell in love with someone in a world. Chapter 34. He watched his mother's eyes widen little by little and asked, what kind of person? An otherworldly person? Fu Yuanshan nodded. He looked at the cars slowly driving into the community below and said, Mom, I want to immigrate. Huh? Fu's mother's face twisted into a frown. Fu Yuanshan curled his lips and said, you should try to look a bit happier. Xiao Bei thought it through and realized it was actually quite serious. Just like immigrating from one country to another in a world, aside from the complicated process, it didn't mean much to people in our world. You could always go back anytime. It was just a matter of where to settle down. Fu's mother still had that expression, asking, why can't you be happy about your son being in love? Fu Yuanshan looked downstairs and after a long while said, Mom, I'm sorry. He is a really good person. I have never experienced love before, and I didn't know someone could make me like this. He is an orphan, has no parents or relatives here. He can't live without me, and I can't live without him. Mom, we will be together forever. We are serious. And we will live this life together. An orphan? Fu's mother felt a pang in her heart and asked, what happened? His parents died in a car accident when he was 1 year old, and no relatives took him in. He grew up in an orphanage. Fu's mother sighed and said, Yuanshan, you must have been planning to immigrate for a long time, right? It's not just because of your girlfriend, is it? Why do you say that? Mom doesn't understand you? You prefer it over there, Fu's mother said, her voice a bit aggrieved. Mom can feel it. Sigh, Mom. He's a boy. The air seemed to freeze. Mom? Boy, a boy. So you have another handsome son now. Can I see him? The one you were talking to just now. Let me see. Not today. He is tired. Let us do it some other time. Fu Yuanshan looked back. Oh, okay then. Hey, remember to call your dad and chat. You're grown up now, capable enough to make your own decisions. Mom won't say much. Mom, thank you. His mother huffed and hung up the phone. Fu Yuanshan looked at the sky, sighed in relief, smiled, and then turned to go into the room. Xiao Bei was sitting on the bed, waiting for him. How was it? What did your mom say? Fu Yuanshan walked over and pressed him down. Correcting, our mom. She agreed? Xiao Bei pushed him, but couldn't move him. Fu Yuanshan kissed him on the lips and then lay down beside him, saying, she agreed, and said she wanted to meet you, probably because she heard me say you're handsome. After a while, he turned to look at him and asked, baby, Do you think I'm only immigrating because of you? He could sense Xiao Bei's anxiety and guilt. He indeed had thoughts of immigration earlier, but it was just a thought. If it weren't for Xiao Bei, he wouldn't have brought it up to his family. When the 10 years were up, he would have gone back to our world as planned and started his life. Although he stayed here because of Xiao Bei, he also felt it was a fortunate turn of events. He didn't want Xiao Bei to have any thoughts about it, nor did he want him to feel guilty. It's not just because of you, I really like this world. Fu Yuanshan shared with him the reasons he wanted to stay here. Xiao Bei listened quietly, thinking how eloquent he was. He had lived over 20 years without discovering anything good about this world, but now it seemed he had fallen in love with it overnight. Another week passed, and the company was busy, with Xiao Bei often coordinating with various parties, including Su Bingbai. Since the last time, they had cleared the air. Su Bingbai was quite surprised about Fu Yuanshan wanting to immigrate, but didn't say much more. Xiao Bei came to Su Bingbai's office to pick up some documents. It was supposed to be a shared office, but the other person was absent. This is a form. Su Bingbai handed over another sheet, saying, "You can look at this one yourself." Xiao Bei paused to take it, asking, "What is it?" "Take it back and have a look." Su Bingbai smiled. Xiao Bei didn't want to say much and shook his head. "I'm leaving." Su Bingbai grabbed him, saying, "Xiao Bei, that is too heartless. Can't we be friends?" His voice was as gentle as spring water breaking through the ice in March. Xiao Bei gently pulled away and said, "I'm not good at making friends." Su Bingbai was stunned, smiled after a moment, and said, "That is a new way to put it." He then asked, "Aren't you going to see what's inside? Unless it's money? Probably worth more to you than money." Su Bingbai directly opened the document bag, which contained only 2 sheets of paper. The top one had a ranking list of global magnetic field strengths, with dense handwriting marked in black marker. Xiao Bei froze when he saw the 2 sheets, slowly looking at Su Bingbai. Su Bingbai shook the papers, grinning. "This isn't something you can just Google. He should have told you. I came here as an immigrant, so I have some experience. These are things I compile myself from personal practice. They might be helpful." Xiao Bei took it and looked at it. There were 2 full pages, not many place names, but they were all marked. This should be exactly what they needed. Su Bingbai spoke. "You know why I'm giving you this?" "Why?" "Because maybe I'm too confident." Xiao Bei looked at him in confusion. Su Bingbai smiled slowly. "Do you know what the success rate of immigration is?" Xiao Bei's expression changed. "Xiao Bei, I just want you to have some psychological preparation in advance. Don't hold your hopes too high." Su Bingbai smiled. "If I remember correctly, the success rate is 1 in 50,000, and I am the only one in our world who has recorded immigrants in the past 2 years. I don't mean anything else. Brother Fu is a very capable person. Maybe he will succeed." He lightly brushed his fingers across Xiao Bei's face and said, "I want you to know, no matter what, I will always be here." When Xiao Bei was at his angriest, he had 2 reactions. One was a stomachache, and the other was to fight. Today he was neither. He finally pushed Su Bingbai's hand away and said, "I'll take this, and when you succeed, I'll thank your whole family." Su Bingbai watched him leave, his eyes slowly narrowing. After returning to his workstation, he began to think about what Su Bingbai had said. He knew the probability of finding a relocation point for immigration was very low, which was not new information. He couldn't let himself get flustered and discouraged before it even started. Fu Yuanshan said he could, so he definitely could. He should believe in him. He glanced at the tall man working in the boss's chair, slowly gathering courage, picked up the pen, and carefully began to read the densely written papers. In the afternoon, good news came that the bank had approved the funds for them. In the following week, Guangyu stocks continued to be suspended from trading. But more than half of the shareholders had sold their shares to them at a high price, and Rongxin's holdings had approached 45. After another half month, Zhongxing also stopped insisting and sold half of their shares. By then, Rongxin's shares exceeded half, and Guangyu was already within their grasp. Chen Yi pushed the door open and walked in excitedly, saying, "Brother, let us have a team-building activity to reward everyone." Fu Yuanshan was talking to Xiao Bei when he was suddenly interrupted, irritatedly saying, "Who let you in without knocking? Get out." Chen Yi let out a sound, feeling that his brother had some special feelings for the good-looking assistant recently. He was chatting with assistant Xiao, and he laughed a few times, saying, "I'll just interrupt for a moment, just a moment." He looked at Xiao Bei with a grin and said, Is that okay, Xiao Bei? The two of them had been getting along well during this time. In fact, he had no one he didn't get along with. Xiao Bei smirked, indicating that it was completely fine. He didn't really want to talk to Yuanshan about the big red life-saving pants he had given him when it got cold in a few days. Brother, getting Xiao Bei's permission, he turned back to Yuanshan and acted cute. Everyone has been working too hard lately, busy every day. Now that our acquisition is coming to an end, let's have a little team-building event to let everyone relax. Yuanshan frowned at him and asked, "Where do you want to go this time?" A few years ago, when He was still at Rongxin and hadn't gone to Australia, he organized a team-building trip for about 180 people, including headquarters employees and their families, to tour Europe. News leaked out, possibly from some enemy, claiming that Rongxin was going to disband, which scared the stock market investors, causing a nearly limit-down situation in stock prices one afternoon. He waved his hand and said, "We're not going out to play. I just want to rent a beach for one night and have a party." "An outdoor party?" "Yes. I'll hire a team to set it up." "Sure." Yuanshan took out a blank check from his drawer and handed it to him. "You go handle it. And put it on my tab." He was taken aback. "I have to pay." "Is that a question?" He took the check and laughed. "Then I won't be polite. I have a big boss covering the bill." Yuanshan chuckled. "When have you ever been polite with money? It doesn't matter whose money it is. You act like a high-minded person who sees money as dirt, as if it's just a number to you. You just make yourself and everyone happy with your spending. Brother, you and Xiao Bei remember to come, okay?" Yuanshan usually didn't participate in such activities, but he glanced at Xiao Bei and said, "All right." After Chun left, he walked over, leaned against Xiao Bei's desk, and played with Xiao Bei's hair, saying, "You have the biggest contribution to this acquisition. What reward do you want?" Xiao Bei was puzzled. "I have the biggest contribution?" "Of course. Every time I see you, I feel refreshed, full of energy, and completely happy. Every cell in my body is comfortable." He leaned closer to Xiao Bei's ear and whispered, "You made the strongest man in this company's fighting spirit soar, making him work hard for his little lover. Just look at how great your contribution is." Xiao Bei held back a laugh and said, "It is quite big." Yuanshan also chuckled and asked, "What reward do you want?" "I don't really want anything. Everything is fine." "No, you have to say something. I'll even pick a star from the sky for you." Yuanshan sometimes felt that his feelings for Xiao Bei were so overwhelming that it scared him. Every time he thought of this person, his heart was filled with emotions, and he wanted to express his love for him without stopping. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he didn't have him in the future. Xiao Bei smiled and said, "Then I want to be with you forever. I want you to always be by my side." Yuanshan caressed his face and said, "That's not hard to say. We'll definitely live to be 100 years old, and you'll get annoyed seeing me every day." Xiao Bei smiled and held his hand. After a few seconds, Yuanshan said, "Baby, it's not the right time yet." He knew Xiao Bei felt insecure, but didn't want to tell him, perhaps to avoid putting pressure on him. "Give me some more time. I will clarify this matter to you soon." He pulled Xiao Bei's hand to his lips and kissed it. Once he cleared the last obstacle for Rongxin, he could start preparing for immigration without worries. During this time, he would fully explain everything to Xiao Bei. If everything went smoothly with Rongxin, the timing would also be just right for him to plan their relocation with Xiao Bei. "Okay," Xiao Bei nodded. He knew Yuanshan had been under a lot of pressure lately. Sometimes he even smoked at home. He didn't want to make it difficult for him. After all, he trusted him. "I believe in you. Just go at your own pace." After saying that, he slipped a note into his hand. Yuanshan was still immersed in a mix of emotions, touched, guilty, and longing, when he saw the note and asked, "What's this?" Xiao Bei replied, "Open it later." Just then, a phone call came in, and Yuanshan got up to answer it, casually unfolding the note. "I believe in you, the strongest man." Chapter 35. The beach party was scheduled for Friday night. Employees were given a half-day off, and starting from the afternoon, those bringing their children or partners began to arrive at the beach they had rented. The team that Chun-Yi hired was methodically setting up, arranging barbecue grills, a self-service bar, a pool table, and even a band. Yuanshan and Xiao Bei took their time at home until nearly 8 o'clock. Originally, Yuanshan wanted Xiao Bei to participate more in the group activity, but when they were being affectionate in bed and about to leave, He experienced the immense pain of getting up. When they arrived, it was early autumn, and the sea breeze felt slightly cool, making it appropriate for Xiao Bei to wear a turtleneck sweatshirt. The two walked to a less crowded part of the beach. Yuanshan was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and beach sandals, while Xiao Bei wore a turtleneck sweatshirt, shorts, and beach sandals. Yuanshan, with his hands in his pockets, looked him up and down and smiled. "You're trendier than me." Xiao Bei also had his hands in his pockets, turned to look at him, and said, "How many times do you have to say that?" "Who's to blame?" Yuanshan leaned closer to his ear and teased, "You should have looked in the mirror this afternoon. Who can resist that?" Xiao Bei suddenly felt a bit shy, but didn't show it. He just dodged him and continued walking with his hands in his pockets, unsure of what to say. Yuanshan followed behind, watching his slightly quickened pace, and leisurely said, "How about we put a mirror on the bedroom ceiling? So you can." Before he finished, Xiao Bei turned around and covered his mouth, glaring at him. "Shut up." Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with laughter as he stood still. Xiao Bei released him and continued walking. Yuanshan took 2 long strides to catch up, grabbed his hand, and walked together. Xiao Bei looked at him in surprise. There weren't many people around, but 2 men being this close still attracted attention. "But I want to hold your hand," Yuanshan said, looking at him. Xiao Bei's heart softened, and he smiled, saying, "Okay." Yuanshan added, "Don't mind those voices. They're just noisy frogs." Xiao Bei laukit, vhy noisy frogs. Suddenly he thought of something. Okay. Really not considering putting up a mirror? Yuanshan seemed to have gotten addicted to teasing him. "Sure, I can record it too," Xiao Bei replied, no longer playing coy. Now, it was Yuanshan's turn to be speechless. After a while, he said, "Am I serious?" Xiao Bei remained silent. Yuanshan stopped and looked at him, saying, "Am I really serious?" Xiao Bei continued to be silent. Yuanshan laughed and said, "If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. So I'll record a few T's." Xiao Bei almost cursed, but laughed. "That depends on when you can genuinely stand in front of me." After saying this, he froze. Why did he bring this up again? Now, they could only flirt a little. Their physical contact couldn't last too long, let alone that kind of contact. Xiao Bei couldn't handle the continuous low-voltage current. Yuanshan squeezed his hand and said, "For those T videos, I have to hurry." The two slowly walked back to where the larger group was gathered. The employees were singing, with over 100 people sitting in a large circle. In the center, where the hired band had been playing, the lead singer now sat to the side with his bass, accompanying whoever wanted to sing. When everyone saw Yuanshan approaching, a tipsy manager started egging him on to sing. Chun-Yi, already drunk, stumbled over and joined in the clamor. Yuanshan turned to Xiao Bei and asked, "Do you want to hear me sing?" "Naturally," Xiao Bei nodded. Yuanshan walked over. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the female employees erupted into screams rivaling those at a concert, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. He took the mic, sat on a bar stool in the middle of the crowd, and leaned slightly toward the musicians behind him to tell them what he wanted to sing. Adjusting the stool less height, his gaze swept through the crisp sea breeze and landed on Xiao Bei. The combined sounds of piano, guitar, drums, and harmonica created something magical and moving, the soothing rhythm gradually quieting the surroundings. This was the first time Xiao Bei had heard Yuanshan sing. His voice was different from when he flirted, different from when he lulled Xiao Bei to sleep at night. It was Yuanshan's voice, beautiful, the voice of the man he loved. Deep and slightly husky, it seemed to resonate with the ocean on the nighttime beach. It was an English song, slow-paced, and Xiao Bei understood it perfectly. "In the light of the sun, is there anyone? Oh, it has begun. Oh dear, you look so lost. Eyes are red and tears are shed. Oh yeah, Boston, no one knows my name. Yeah, no one knows my name, no one knows my name. Boston, no one knows my name." As the song ended, scattered applause gradually grew into enthusiastic cheers. Xiao Bei watched as Yuanshan set down the mic and walked toward him. "Did you like it?" Yuanshan asked with a smile as he sat beside him. A young woman from another department, unaware of their relationship, was thrilled to see the CEO sitting next to her and eagerly chimed in. "It was amazing." Yuanshan glanced at her. "Which department are you in?" "Huh?" She replied, half excited, half nervous. "Administration. Tell your manager to give you a bonus at the end of the month." The girl was ecstatic and about to say more, but Fu Yuanshan had already turned away. Someone who knew the situation pulled her back to spare her further embarrassment. Did you like it? He asked Xiao Bei again, smiling. Xiao Bei nodded. I did. In the light of the sun, is there anyone? Oh, it has begun. Oh dear, you look so lost. Eyes are red and tears are shed. This world you must have crossed. Xiao Bei recalled the lyrics. Essential and appeal. Carry all your thoughts across an open field. When flowers gaze at you, they're not the only ones who cry when they see you. Fu Yuanshan, sitting at the center of the crowd, seemed to glow as if he belonged to another distant world, singing only for Xiao Bei. She said, I think I'll go to Boston. I think I'll start a new life. I think I'll start over. No one knows my name. I'll get out of California. I'm tired of the weather. I think I'll get a lover and fly him out to Spain. I think I'll go to Boston. I think that I'm just tired. I think I need a new town to leave this all behind. I think I need a sunrise. I'm tired of the sunset. I hear it's nice in the summer. Some snow would be nice. It was really beautiful. Fu Yuanshan leaned back on his hands, watching him for a moment before saying with a smile, I've never heard you sing. I can't sing, Xiao Bei replied, placing his hand over Fu Yuanshan's where it rested on the sand, stroking it with his thumb, feeling the faint, tingling current between them. Fu Yuanshan didn't speak, quietly savoring the touch. After a while, Xiao Bei said, I'll sing for you, but it'll be off key. Fu Yuanshan stood up, pulling Xiao Bei with him. Let us walk over there. I want to be the only one who hears it. Xiao Bei folovit. I'd only dare sing for you anyway. They reached a quieter, dimly lit stretch of beach and sat down again. Xiao Bei sang for you. I Endured the Cold Wind by Sandy Lamb. His voice was lovely, cool and aloof, just like Xiao Bei himself, but the melody was so off that without knowing the lyrics, Fu Yuanshan would never have recognized the song. Clearly, Xiao Bei hadn't been lying when he said he couldn't sing. How was it? Xiao Bei uskit, rubbing sand between his fingers after finishing. Amazing. A divine voice, touched by angels. Nothing less. Xiao Bei burst out laughing. Back in school, my music teacher said listening to me sing made her go deaf. Fu Yuanshan chuckled and pinched his cheek. Then she had no appreciation for art. As they watched the waves roll onto the shore, Fu Yuanshan finally shared his plans and concerns with Xiao Bei. He didn't say anything before, because some things are unsolvable when spoken, and there's no need for Xiao Bei to worry alongside him after hearing it. But recently, he has increasingly felt Xiao Bei's unease. Many nights, after taking medicine, he needs to hold his hand to fall asleep. He doesn't want to make him feel insecure. It's not good to be too early, as they might never meet again. It's not good to be too late either, as the number of trials would be fewer. Xiao Bei looked at the sea, summarizing what he had just heard. You plan to deal with Huang Jiang and the others, and then travel around the world to confirm a few locations with me. Xiao Bei suddenly smiled and said to him, Is this considered a global trip? Fu Yuanshan held his hand and replied yes. Xiao Bei continued, Then you go back, and I'll conduct the experiment here. No video calls, no phone calls. If it fails, then... Fu Yuanshan felt his hand tremble. He pressed Xiao Bei in his arms and said, Baby, we need to hold on, be strong. We must approach this with a belief in victory. This is not purely a matter of chance. Human effort greatly influences the outcome. My body's radiation and the integration with this world are very high. So the probability of finding a transfer location is quite large. Did you hear that, baby? Xiao Bei gradually calmed down in his embrace, and he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. I heard you. I have confidence just like you. Fu Yuanshan tilted his head and kissed him, saying, Relax, I will arrange everything. The waves crashed in layers, and Fu Yuanshan held Xiao Bei, his hand resting on Xiao Bei's lower abdomen, asking, Are you hungry? You didn't eat much tonight. I'll go get you some food. Xiao Bei nodded, allowing him to go. As a result, Fu Yuanshan walked several meters away, and Xiao Bei watched as a woman dressed in all pink ran towards him. Xiao Bei tilted his head, touched his lips with his tongue, and watched the follow-up. After a while, Xiao Bei's 5'2" vision finally allowed him to see that she was in a cosplay outfit with twin ponytails, and she looked quite decent, smiling and talking to Fu Yuanshan about something. Fu Yuanshan didn't stop. He only slowed down a bit. He saw the girl take out her phone, and then Fu Yuanshan continued walking forward, too far away for Xiao Bei to see clearly. Xiao Bei let out a sigh and slowly lay down, recalling their earlier conversation. He finally felt reassured, but the feeling was not as easy as he imagined. In fact, it didn't matter if they couldn't be together in the end. It seemed he really had no reason to live on. Once a person dies, all worries are gone. Fu Yuanshan quickly returned with a pile of food, including grilled meat, bread, and vegetables. They both ate a little, but Xiao Bei's mood wasn't very high. A girl just came to ask for my WeChat, Fu Yuanshan said as he took a bite of meat. Xiao Bei had a bit of vegetables, but couldn't eat any more. He asked, "Did you give it to her?" "Yes." Xiao Bei raised an eyebrow slightly. "I don't believe it." Fu Yuanshan rolled a piece of meat for him, smiling. "You trust me so much?" Xiao Bei shook his head, saying he wouldn't eat anymore. "Right, Chinshimi can't change his heart that quickly, right?" Fu Yuanshan put down the meat, sat beside him, rubbed Xiao Bei's head, and said, "I'm not Chinshimi. Once I set my sights on someone, I will never let go for a lifetime." Xiao Bei smeated. Fu Yuanshan hugged him and said, "You're too thin. Why can't I fatten you up?" Xiao Bei didn't speak, burying his face in his shoulder. Fu Yuanshan held him tighter. After a while, the thin fabric on his shoulder became damp, and he felt the slight trembling of the person in his arms. The only sound in their ears was the waves crashing against the beach. "Is this an exciting night?" Zhouya couldn't help but interject. "A damn night," Fu Yuanshan replied. Zhouya laughed. "Why the hell? The hell with it." Fu Yuanshan narrowed his eyes at him. Zhouya quickly patted his mouth, saying, "Broken mouth. Broken mouth. No this Christian." Zhouya took a sip of water and said, "Yuanshan, are you really serious about immigrating?" Is there any need to ask? What about your uncle and aunt?" Fu Yuanshan turned his cup around and said, "I convinced my mom, and she convinced my dad. They just need to visit often." Zhouya chuckled. "Listening to your tone, you seem quite confident." He currently feels very insecure. Fu Yuanshan pressed his forehead. "Even if I'm confident, he won't listen. I don't know if someone said something to him." Zhouya became serious. "What do you mean? Who could know this?" "And tell him?" "One day I found a magnetic field geography chart on his desk with notes, but it wasn't his handwriting. I suspected Su Bingbai." Zhouya was stunned. "Bingbai, is he trying to help?" Fu Yuanshan chuckled softly. After the afternoon meeting, Fu Yuanshan kept Su Bingbai in the meeting room. "Brother Fu, how's work recently?" Fu Yuanshan was tidying up the desk. Su Bingbai knew this was a setup for a conversation. Once the funding was in place, everything would be easy, and the rest would follow the process. "You've been back in the country for a while now, still single. Do you have someone you like?" Su Bingbai instantly understood the topic of today's conversation, smiling. "Brother Fu, just say what you want to say." Fu Yuanshan didn't beat around the bush. He had him sit down, and in a tone typical of a superior and subordinate conversation, he said, "A few days ago, I saw 2 magnetic field charts on Xiao Bei's desk. Did you give them to him?" Su Bingbai nodded, not denying it. "Yes." Fu Yuanshan remained silent, taking a sip of his coffee. Su Bingbai said, "Are you really serious about immigrating?" I actually don't quite understand, Brother Fu." Su Bingbai crossed his legs. "Immigration is something no one can guarantee success, and you and Xiao Bei. Aren't you afraid it might hurt him later? So you're just waiting for the chance to be the flower protector?" Su Bingbai smiled, seemingly contemplating his wording. "How should I put it? I won't deny that I have feelings for Xiao Bei." Fu Yuanshan's eyes showed no emotion as he waited for him to continue. "But since Brother Fu has already taken the lead, it wouldn't look good for me to persist. Your so-called feelings and reluctance to persist mean telling him that I probably won't come back, making him worry every day before he even tries. What about you, Brother Fu? Is your love just deceiving and coaxing him, making him hold onto blind fantasies waiting for you to return?" Before he finished speaking, Fu Yuanshan was already in front of him, leaving a shadow of radiation in the air. "Su Bingbai." Fu Yuanshan looked at him word by word. "I don't care who you like, but don't provoke Xiao Bei anymore, and don't say some nonsense in his ear. These words are just a matter of lip service for you, but for him, it's not. Next time, I advise you to do your homework before you confess to someone. At least it won't be too offensive." After saying this, the anger in Fu Yuanshan's eyes still lingered. The two stared at each other for a moment before he turned and left. "Brother Fu," Su Bingbai called out to him, turning to look at him. "Is gaining and losing both a kind of pain?" Fu Yuanshan didn't answer and walked out of the meeting room. Does Su Bingbai like you? Xiao Bei frowned at him, asking what was wrong with him. Fu Yuanshan leaned against his desk, arms crossed. Keep pretending, go on. Xiao Bei was shocked. Does he know? How does he know? But he couldn't show it on his face. He had to hold on until the last moment. He showed a puzzled expression and asked, Why did you suddenly say that? Fu Yuanshan sneered and said, Your man isn't blind yet. The way he looks at you is off. Come on, when did he confess to you? You must have known long ago, right? Let me guess the next part of the story. You firmly rejected him, telling him your heart only belongs to me. And then he was heartbroken, but actually didn't like you that much, blah blah blah. Fu Yuanshan spoke for 5 minutes without taking a breath, making Xiao Bei laugh. Finally, he said, You should hurry up and write a romance novel to debut. Fu Yuanshan smiled at him and asked, Am I right? Not all. Then you can say my main idea is right. Right? Xiao Bei twirled his pen, paused for a moment, and said, Fu Yuanshan lifted his chin and said, My Xiao Bei is so charming. What are you doing? He pulled Xiao Bei up, wrapping his arms around his waist. They leaned against the table, both at the same height, wanting to swallow you whole, not letting anyone see you or hurt you. Xiao Bei laughed and said, Sure, that's not bad. If this is the way I die in the end, it should be the best ending for him. Did he say anything to you? What? Fu Yuanshan pulled him closer and said, No matter what he says, you have to believe me. We only have this choice, okay? We can only choose to believe. No matter how slim the chances are, no matter how bleak the future is. From the moment they decided to be together, the only thing they can do is not look back. Xiao Bei stared at him for a while, then wrapped his arms around his neck and said, I know. I'm not doubting you. I'm just scared. I'm sick and I can't control my negative thoughts. Patients with depression always have fluctuating emotions. Fu Yuanshan felt his tightening arms and heard him say, I'm really scared, Yuanshan. His voice trembled to the point of being unable to speak. Fu Yuanshan held him tightly, kissing him repeatedly, comforting his lover in his arms. His heart wrapped tightly with a myriad of needle-like sensations. I know. The Saturday afternoon sunlight reflected off the frosted cabinet door, casting a warm glow. Fu Yuanshan opened his eyes and found Xiao Bei awake, lying on his side on the pillow, watching him. What are you looking at? Want something? He said lazily. Xiao Bei covered his head with the blanket, turned over with a smile, looking like he had just woken up. Fu Yuanshan hugged him along with the blanket and said, I just dreamed of you. What did you dream about? Xiao Bei asked from under the blanket. I dreamed about our past life. In our past life, you were a little kitten, creamy white, just sleeping in your nest every day. I was a big dog, and I would call you to get up and play. Then we would go outside to watch people together. You liked sitting on the wall, but I couldn't get up. So you would come down and sit with me on the ground. We just watch people come and go like that, every day, for a lifetime. After a moment, Xiao Bei asked, Is that it? That's it. Oh, how boring. Fu Yuanshan clicked his tongue. Don't you think this dream is very meaningful? A cat and a dog, together every day, living a whole life together. Maybe it really was our past life. He continued, You said we met again in this life. And we were both reincarnated as humans. Saying that fate is too shallow, perhaps it's destined. You're so cheesy. Until he parked the car at the entrance of Songyang Hospital, Fu Yuanshan was still sulking over the phrase, You're so cheesy. After parking, Xiao Bei saw him fumbling with a seatbelt, and then came over to undo it for him in a fierce manner. He pressed down on Fu Yuanshan's hand and said, You're not cheesy. I misspoke. Don't be angry anymore. Fu Yuanshan looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and said, Apologies aren't just words. Xiao Bei kissed him without hesitation. The two shared a long kiss in the car, which became increasingly intense. Xiao Bei couldn't take it any longer and pushed him away. But Fu Yuanshan still held onto his wrist. As their lips parted, the desire in Fu Yuanshan's eyes seemed ready to ignite into flames as he breathed heavily while looking at him. Xiao Bei's heart was pounding in his chest, like a drum about to burst out, making his throat ache. He pushed Fu Yuanshan away, saw an unopened bottle of water nearby, and without thinking, twisted the cap and took a few sips to calm himself down a bit. Chapter 37, Seeing the doctor was set for every half month recently. Xiao Bei's condition had improved, so he needed to see the doctor on time and take his medication regularly. Yuanshan would accompany him each time. Before this visit, he had already mentioned to Song Yang that Xiao Bei's emotions had been quite unstable recently, only clarifying the general reasons. Song Yang said they needed to conduct psychological tests to assess his specific situation. Song Yang pretended not to see Xiao Bei's swollen lips and asked, "How have you been lately?" Xiao Bei, still thinking about Yuanshan sitting outside, calmed his mind and said, "Mixed, I guess. Not very good. You're much better than before. You must continue taking your medication and learn to control your emotions." They talked for a long time before Song Yang conducted a hypnosis session with Xiao Bei. After it ended, Xiao Bei fell asleep in the hypnosis chair, and Song Yang rubbed his forehead and exited. Yuanshan was frowning, looking at something on his phone, and put it down when he saw Song Yang come out. "How did it go, Dr. Song?" Song Yang sat down across from him, sighed, and said, "He is under a lot of psychological pressure lately." Yuanshan clenched his fists. President Fu. Song Yang called him this because he knew his identity. Depression isn't something that can be resolved in a year or two. Xiao Bei is a patient. He will experience insomnia, sleepless nights, inexplicable low moods, dazedness, loss of appetite, and even cry for no reason. This is a disease. It can't be controlled. Song Yang said calmly, "There are many patients who, just by looking out the window in the morning, can't suppress their negative emotions and then go have breakfast and commit suicide. What I want to say is, I just hypnotized him." Song Yang looked into Yuanshan's eyes and said, "He has had suicidal thoughts." Yuanshan's heart sank heavily. Suicidal thoughts. Xiao Bei had suicidal thoughts. Why? Was it because of him? In Xiao Bei's mind, if he didn't come back, would Xiao Bei not be able to live anymore? "You don't need to be too nervous," Song Yang said. "Patients at this level will more or less have suicidal thoughts. But during the previous treatments you've accompanied him to, he basically didn't have this thought. It has appeared again now, and it's much stronger than before. I have a rough understanding of the reason." Song Yang carefully chose his words and said, "This matter is not entirely negative. His condition had obviously improved during the previous period, but a sudden event caused him to form a mental knot. His illness has become more specific and concentrated. If this issue can be resolved completely, his condition will make significant progress. So, what should we do?" Yuanshan asked, his breath unsteady. "First, he can't face any more stimuli. You need to help him rekindle hope for life. Secondly, depression is often said to be a mental illness, but it's actually a physical ailment like any other disease caused by cell issues. Having him come here for hypnosis treatment once a week, combined with medication, can help suppress it. President Fu, you need to have confidence. You and Xiao Bei must fight against this enemy together. If even you give up hope, then Xiao Bei is truly finished." Yuanshan said in a deep voice, "I know, I will get Xiao Bei out. He has always been someone who faces challenges head-on. He loves Xiao Bei, loves all of Xiao Bei, and he will take responsibility for all of him. He will make sure he survives together with him." Recently, Xiao Bei's medication has increased again, but he is very different from the state of refusing to take medication from long ago. Now, he takes his medicine on time every day without Yuanshan's reminders and goes to Song Yang for hypnosis once a week. His condition has indeed stabilized a lot. Moreover, Yuanshan tirelessly repeats that they will definitely succeed, giving a long list of reasons why they will succeed. And sometimes he feels that he was indeed a bit overly pessimistic recently. The company has been negotiating a partnership with a jewelry manufacturer led by Yuanshan, encouraging Rongxin's shareholders to invest with shares. He himself has already invested a large sum. After some negotiations and a deep understanding of this jewelry company, the other shareholders also followed suit. The company staff is busy every day. One day during a meeting, a perfunctory reporting session, Yuanshan felt bored. Although the company has been busy lately, he was still thinking that in 3 days, it would be the 100-day anniversary of his relationship with Xiao Bei. How should they celebrate it? He glanced at Xiao Bei several times, who was sitting at the back with a cold expression, holding a recording pen and recording the report from the speaker. He took out his phone and sent Xiao Bei a message. "Do you know what day it is in a few days? Just a reminder, an important day. Autumn equinox. Soon." Xiao Bei replied with a poster made for the autumn equinox from a calendar. "Good, very good. Fu Yuanshan put down his phone and began to calm his emotions. Xiao Bei's interest was piqued, and he sent a message asking, "What day? Is it the autumn equinox?" He sent several messages in a row, and finally, Fu Yuanshan, bearing the humiliation, picked up his phone and replied, "It's our 100-day anniversary, baby." Xiao Bei was taken aback. It had already been 100 days, so long. He realized that thinking further would lead to trouble, fearing Fu Yuanshan might get angry again. He quickly said, "Oh, that. I thought you were talking about something else. Of course I know." Fu Yuanshan glanced at his expression and knew he was pretending again, feeling utterly exhausted. After a long while, he typed 2 words, "scumbag." Xiao Bei laughed. When they were still in a formal superior-subordinate relationship, he had already known about this person's bad temper. Once this person started pursuing him, his temper basically disappeared. After winning him over, he discovered that Fu Yuanshan's seemingly virtuous demeanor was all an act. He often had such a bad temper that Xiao Bei would have to comfort him for days. So, sometimes pretending not to understand could actually help him calm down. "What's wrong? I still want to ask if you have any plans." Speaking of plans, Fu Yuanshan didn't want to be awkward with him anymore. He already had a preliminary idea in mind and planned to discuss it with Song Yang later. The domineering president has plans, little assistant. Just focus on being sweet and naive. Xiao Bei replied playfully, "Chirp, Mr. Fu, the jewelry business you're leading this time is really lucrative." One shareholder said at the dining table, "Yes, not only is there money to be made, but the procurement channels have also strengthened our trade relations with the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta. Mr. Fu is really young and promising." Fu Yuanshan waved his hand with a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Fu is handsome and capable, connecting Rongxin with the Silk Road, making our old companies rise along with it." Ha ha! The table erupted in laughter, with several shareholders getting tipsy, flattering Fu Yuanshan to the skies. This time, indeed, the jewelry company called Yuanshan was thriving, but had fallen into economic disputes due to sabotage months ago. Fu Yuanshan personally invested to help it sign a contract with Rongxin, a mutually beneficial situation. Yuanshan Jewelry opened its secondary market to the outside and provided convenient investment opportunities for Rongxin's shareholders internally. This time, Rongxin was not investing as a whole company, but as individual shareholders. Therefore, the risk fell on the individuals, but correspondingly, the benefits also fell on them. Shareholders invested through their own companies, and as long as the jewelry business had good sources, markets, and channels, the profits would be considerable. The country's recent policies have favored the Silk Road economic belt, and jewelry provided an excellent opportunity for them. With this start, the future path opened up. Essentially, Fu Yuanshan connected them and gave Rongxin's shareholders an opportunity in every sense of the word. Naturally, they were grateful. Fu Yuanshan, holding achigar, said drunkenly, "What relationship do we have, brothers? We all earn money together, but this is just the beginning. We can't celebrate too early." Everyone thought he was being humble and polite, and one person interrupted, saying, "Mr. Fu is too cautious. For us, your words are gospel. In America, you're a golden finger." Ha ha ha. When have you, Fu Yuanshan, ever made a mistake in the investment market? We just have to follow you. Cheers of agreement erupted from the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. This was actually quite common. Anything could be said at a dining table. However, Fu Yuanshan's mindset this time was entirely different. A hint of playful calmness always flickered in his slightly intoxicated eyes. After the meal, Fu Yuanshan paid and had someone take the shareholders out to have fun while he went home. Xiao Bei, who indulged in smoking and drinking, didn't like him bringing that smell home. Sitting in the back seat, Fu Yuanshan smiled slightly. The car had a circulating purification system, and the driver silently drove in front. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello. Hello, baby," he said lazily. "What are you doing?" Xiao Bei looked at the pot of hangover soup bubbling on the stove and said, "Waiting for you to come home." Fu Yuanshan's smile deepened. He said, "I'm done here. On my way. Do you want to see me right away?" Xiao Bei laughed and replied, "Yes, but it's better if you don't, or you'll scare the driver." "Then wait a moment, husband. I'm just going to get rid of the smell on me." The driver, who had been silently driving, naturally knew Xiao Bei and felt oddly excited. Xiao Bei, too lazy to argue about that title, asked, "How much did you drink today?" Fu Yuanshan closed his eyes and thought, half a gene. I drank half a gene, not sure about them. Xiao Bei responded with an O, which meant it wasn't too much. He stirred the pot with a spoon and said, "Come back quickly. I've made soup for you." Fu Yuanshan exhaled, looking at the intoxicating city night outside the car window, feeling a surge of affection that almost overflowed. After a while, he softly said, "Okay, wait for me." When he opened the door, Xiao Bei was sitting on the sofa waiting for him, holding the book The Secrets of the Pyramid Kingdom. Upon seeing him return, he smiled. Fu Yuanshan changed his shoes and walked over, taking the book from his hands and placing it aside, leaning down to kiss him. "Have you been waiting anxiously? Did you miss me a lot?" Yes. Xiao Bei pushed him away and stood up, saying, "I'll go serve you soup." Fu Yuanshan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching the slender and upright figure. To outsiders, he was proud and aloof, but at home, he wore a white cotton loungewear and slippers, pouring soup from a small pot for him. He gritted his teeth, suppressing some currently unrealistic wicked thoughts in his mind. But not doing something tonight would really go against the way of heaven, so he let Xiao Bei wash up first. Normally, they would only shower before bed around 10, but it was only just 9. Xiao Bei said, "It's not time yet. I haven't finished my book." Fu Yuanshan coaxed, Be good, go ahead. Hubby will make a phone call, and later I'll take you to exercise." Exercise? What kind of exercise? Xiao Bei saw that he had already started using his phone, so he didn't ask further and took his change of clothes into the bathroom. When he finally realized what kind of exercise they were talking about while in the bathroom, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Chapter 38. Fu Yuanshan held a detox soup in one hand and called Song Yang with the other. "That's great. I think your idea is feasible," Song Yang said lazily on the other end, with the sound of his daughter calling in the background. "Take him to the place where he got hurt as a child. It's been so many years, and you were the one who accompanied him then. Talk it out. Encourage him to express himself. It will definitely help." He added, "However, based on what I've learned from past hypnosis, those wounds are already in his subconscious, and recovery will be difficult. You must remember to encourage him to talk more when you go back." "Okay," Fu Yuanshan said while drinking the soup. "As long as I have your theoretical support, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye." Hey, President Fu," Song Yang called out to him. "Can I gossip a bit about where you two are at?" Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "What do you mean? Have you done it yet?" A psychologist is always fearless. Why is this person so lacking in the subtle beauty of Chinese culture? Oh, Song Yang said, "Actually, it's not all gossip. I want to remind you that Xiao Bei has had some not-so-good experiences in this regard before, so remember to be gentle and patient when you do it." "Got it. Thank you, Dr. Song." Song Yang sensed some emotions from Fu Yuanshan, said nothing, and hung up with a smile. Fu Yuanshan rolled his eyes at his phone, thinking, "He tells me to be gentle and patient. The key is I don't even have the opportunity to be gentle and patient right now." He irritably closed his eyes. He had long known about Xiao Bei's past, and he tried not to think about it to spare himself the heartache. But perhaps the impression was too deep. He had imagined countless times that if he had appeared by Xiao Bei's side earlier, Xiao Bei would never have to go through those things. He would have protected Xiao Bei well, filling his life with sunshine and stars, free from the filth. It was Saturday, also the legendary 100-day anniversary of their relationship. Xiao Bei had thought Fu Yuanshan would take him for a brisk walk, and he might appear at the top of the Empire State Building overlooking the night view of New York or on a cruise ship in Manhattan, enjoying the breeze and sipping champagne or soaking in a hot spring under the cherry blossom trees in Hokkaido, watching the snowfall. He never expected to find himself in a small county near Q City. The street was quite empty, with only an occasional car passing by. An electric tricycle sped past, raising dust that made Fu Yuanshan curse several times. A few stray dogs on the roadside started barking at him, and a few motorcycles with loudspeakers flashed dazzling lights on the street, playing songs that made Xiao Bei feel like tossing 3 bags of cement was absolutely effortless. This was not the main point. The main point was the Welfare Institute across the street with big characters announcing its demolition. Xiao Bei blinked, wondering why they were here. Fu Yuanshan took his hand and asked, "Can you introduce your childhood self to me?" "My childhood self?" Xiao Bei repeated, then laughed, feeling a bit bored. "You won't like it." "I will like it." Fu Yuanshan squeezed his hand and said, "If only I had some photos of you as a child. It would definitely be my social media background. Xiao Bei's eyes showed a hint of indifference. Returning to this place, he seemed to see the lonely little boy from back then, coming and going alone. The Welfare Institute, upon closer inspection, didn't seem very large, but in his childhood, it felt like his entire world. "Let us go, I'll show you around," Xiao Bei said, pulling him forward, observing they're going to tear it down. Fu Yuanshan was always attentive to Xiao Bei's emotions. The Welfare Institute no longer had a main gate, and inside was a scene of ruin. As they walked in, Xiao Bei reminisced about the past. It was a memory that felt like it belonged to another world. It seemed to have always been kept in some corner of his heart. There used to be a stone pedestal here. I drew pictures with stones, he pulled Fu Yuanshan, recalling every inch of the land. This used to be a flower bed. Now the weeds have grown so high. Fu Yuanshan spotted a solitary purple flower growing defiantly among the weeds. He asked, "What kind of flower is this?" Xiao Bei looked at him. "You know so much about flowers, you don't know?" Fu Yuanshan shook his head and replied, "It looks a bit like a purple aster, but it shouldn't be." "Do you have that app that identifies flowers?" "The kind that can tell you the name in a snap." Fu Yuanshan knew about that app, but he hadn't encountered such a flower that fell into his knowledge blind spot yet. "Let me download it." Saying this, he started downloading. The next second, he looked at his phone and said, "Wow, the internet speed is so fast, I finished downloading in a second." Xiao Bei couldn't help but want to laugh. "Cornflower," Fu Yuanshan said, flower language. "Encounter, happiness, brightness." Xiao Bei smiled a bit. "The meaning is nice." He looked at Fu Yuanshan seriously, observing the little flower, and said, "Should I pick it for you to wear on your head?" Fu Yuanshan replied, "That would be too beautiful. Let's let it grow well in the soil." The two continued walking forward. Depression can actually cause a decline in memory, but Xiao Bei felt he still remembered everything very clearly. They sat on the steps outside the back door of the Welfare Institute, and along the way, Xiao Bei chattered on about many things. Everyone's childhood must be the most unforgettable memory. Revisiting the old place, whether good or bad, was like Fu Yuanshan said. He also wanted to show the past version of himself to his loved one. "Do you know what my biggest dream was as a child?" Outside the back door was a small street, still empty and grayish, with hardly anyone around. "What was it?" "To have a green bicycle." Fu Yuanshan asked with a smile. "Why?" "Because the postman rode that kind of bicycle when I was a child," Xiao Bei said, twirling a piece of foxtail grass in his hand. "I used to sit here every day waiting for that green bicycle, with two big bags hanging at the back, filled with letters and newspapers, riding from one end of the street to the other, putting things in the mailbox, and then riding to the other end. It seemed like he could go very far away. Maybe I wished to leave just like him." "Yeah." Fu Yuanshan ruffled his hair and said, "This place is too desolate. You can't even find a place to drink and dance." Xiao Bei laughed and said, "There are places to dance, just find a square." They talked a lot, and the silent and cold little boy from childhood walked through Xiao Bei's heart again. He always woke up very early to sit outside, sometimes ignoring the ants when they gathered for meals, sitting for the whole day, watching the dirty and chaotic streets, the passing pedestrians, and the sounds of children playing games in the Welfare Institute behind him. When night came, sometimes a big rooster would run around the street, and there would be an old man playing chess by the roadside. He would watch the chicken, watch the chess game, and then the ants would pull him back to eat, and often some kids would accidentally spill their food or shout for various reasons, or cry or laugh. Children with mental disabilities and physical disabilities were his peers. Sometimes he would help the ants clean up the mess, and sometimes he would mercilessly dump food on their heads. Those memories, which he once thought were shallow and boring, still revealed many points of interest when he recounted them to Fu Yuanshan, who couldn't stop laughing. In the end, what was originally a plain past turned into laughter as the two of them collapsed in giggles on the steps. It seems to be nothing much when spoken out loud. A dark experience that one is unwilling to recall, but having someone who can laugh and talk about it makes it feel different. He knows Fu Yuanshan's intention. Fu Yuanshan was amazed. "You were so fierce as a child. I shouldn't have hired you as my assistant. I should have hired you as my bodyguard. Unbeatable in school." Xiao Bei smirked. "That's just who I am, you know." Fu Yuanshan laughed and pulled him in, saying, "Look, so many years have passed. Both good and bad have been experienced, and from now on, there's nothing we can't get through. Let's just be happy, okay?" Okay. Watching the afternoon sunlight reflecting off the dust on the ground, the rooster and the old man faded away with time. He had stepped from that cold and violent boy to today, with a man who cared for him deeply by his side, unwilling to let him shed a single tear or suffer even a little. The past could fade with the wind, and the broken memories in his heart were now illuminated. No longer something he dare not show. Fu Yuanshan loved him, and thus he had all the confidence he needed. In Q City, in a high-end coffee shop with few customers and a tranquil environment, on the second floor, Huang Jiang looked at the handsome young man sitting across from him, full of doubts, and said, "It's quite unusual for engineer Su to ask me out." Su Bingbai smiled and replied, "Is it because I haven't communicated with you enough in the past, Chairman Huang?" Huang Jiang chuckled. "Not at all. If you were too close to me, it wouldn't be easy to explain to President Fu." Su Bingbai continued, "What are you talking about, Chairman Huang? We're all part of Rongxin, and we all want what's best for Rongxin. What is there to explain?" Huang Jiang couldn't grasp what he meant. Logically, he was clearly from Fu Yuanshan's side, and now he was suddenly seeking him out. What was he really up to? Seeing him silent, Su Bingbai started talking about something else. Recently, the jewelry project, led by President Fu, has seen active investments from the shareholders. "Chairman Huang, you've invested quite a bit too, right?" Huang Jiang crossed his legs, engaging in a verbal spar. "Why wouldn't I participate in something good?" Su Bingbai chuckled lightly. "Do you think this is a good thing?" A fleeting look of confusion crossed Huang Jiang's face as he said, "Engineer Su, please don't beat around the bush." "All right." Su Bingbai lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said, "What if I told you that this jewelry business is a trap?" Huang Jiang frowned. "Go on." Su Bingbai smiled. "Chairman Huang, you can't say everything outright. I'm just here to advise you to withdraw your investment as soon as possible." After saying that, he gave him a glance filled with unexplainable meaning from his smiling eyes and left behind a cup of untouched coffee. Huang Jiang frowned as he watched his departing figure. Sure enough, 3 days later, Rongxin faced a small stir. The legal representative of Yuanshan Jewelry suddenly became unreachable. The legal representative was their administrative general manager, and the first to notice his absence were people within Yuanshan. After discovering this, they kept it under wraps and sent someone to look for him, while his family also acted suspiciously, clearly withholding information. Yuanshan was terrified. What did this mean? A large sum of money had just flowed in, and now the legal representative was missing? As time passed, how could this news be kept quiet? Anxiety spread throughout the market. However, it was termed a small stir because the legal representative had not disappeared with the money. The large sums were still safely in the bank account, as if he had just decided to take a break and vanished without a word. The shareholders were getting restless. No one had pointed fingers at Fu Yuanshan yet, but whispers were starting to circulate privately. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanshan remained unbothered, seemingly unaffected by the incident, continuing with his daily activities. Every day, once the door closed, he would play various shameful games with Xiao Bei in the office, enjoying even the slightest edge play. One day, Xiao Bei found himself pinned against the desk, his lower back bruised, his belt already unbuckled, as a pair of large hands traced up and down his waistline, leaving him breathless. After their intimate moment, Xiao Bei blushed and pushed him away, fastening his pants. He had been overwhelmed by Fu Yuanshan's enthusiasm lately. This man seemed to be aroused anywhere and everywhere, and he found it hard to cope. Fu Yuanshan stood opposite him, deliberately not helping, leisurely watching him button his shirt one by one and tuck it into his pants. While Xiao Bei was fastening his belt, Fu Yuanshan's hand found its way back to his waist, but thankfully it was just resting there without further action. So he let it be. "You're so sure about Yuanshan's situation?" Fu Yuanshan smiled. "It's just a legal representative who can't be reached. He won't die from it. If he is still missing in a few days, the shareholders will start to have something to say." Fu Yuanshan leaned in closer, inhaling the pleasant scent from his neck, and said, "Who can have a voice as sweet as yours?" "Damn." Xiao Bei pushed him away, laughing and scolding. "When did I ever call out?" Fu Yuanshan was relentless. Sticking close to him, "Sooner or later, I'll make you scream your throat raw." Xiao Bei was about to say something when there was a knock at the door, and he quickly returned to his workstation. Fu Yuanshan smiled as he watched him go back, straightened his clothes, and sat down, saying, "Come in." The person who entered was an employee responsible for negotiating with Yuanshan, surnamed Zhang. President Fu, he said, placing a file folder on the desk. This is from Yuanshan. As Fu Yuanshan opened the folder, he asked, "Where is he? Any news?" Xiao Zhang showed a difficult expression and said, "President Wang from Yuanshan still hasn't been reachable. His family isn't saying anything, clearly having a plan. Otherwise, Yuanshan would have reported him missing by now." Fu Yuanshan gestured for him to leave. Having only glanced at the documents in the folder before setting it aside, he took out his phone and sent a message. "It's done." Chapter 39. Zhou is going back to world, with the scheduled date set for mid-month. Everyone is called up. Lao Huang, De Yang, and the others have been busy lately, but they're free now. This Saturday night at my place, you'll be free, right? Even if I'm not. I have to be. Fu Yuanshan turned his chair. "Have you arranged everything on your end?" Zhou replied on the other end of the phone. "I've already resigned, and I've met with them. I told them I'm immigrating to Switzerland." "That's good. You still have many connections left, and we can keep in touch via phone and video later." Zhou sighed deeply. "It's been a dream, hasn't it?" Fu Yuanshan's mind. 7 years, and it's coming to an end. Zhou was still lamenting. Fu Yuanshan gazed out at the traffic outside. On Saturday night, Fu Yuanshan took Xiao Bei with him. Zhou's home was a small villa with 2 Alaskan dogs in the yard. Fu Yuanshan was afraid of those creatures, so he had never visited before. This time, Zhou had invited many people. The circle of people in the world of Q City was quite tight. It was normal for people to come and go. But upon hearing that Fu Yuanshan had a boyfriend this time and brought him along, everyone was eager to take a look. Once they got out of the car, most of the guests had already arrived, gathered in the yard for a barbecue and playing with the dogs. As they entered the yard, a few people noticed them and immediately came over to greet them. "Brother Fu, you're here, and this is..." They momentarily stumbled over their words. "This is Xiao Bei," Fu Yuanshan introduced, "my boyfriend." He smiled at Xiao Bei. "Xiao Bei smilet Beck. Hello." "Hi there," the person responded. Xiao Bei shook hands with him, and someone over there called him to join for grilled meat. Fu Yuanshan knew he wasn't accustomed to such occasions, so he stayed by his side the entire time. Zhou was inside networking and arranging things, and when he saw Fu Yuanshan from the window, he immediately came down. He hadn't met Xiao Bei yet. As soon as he got downstairs, he noticed a man with a very beside him, who had a stunning appearance but exuded a bit of coldness. At first glance, he was captivated by Xiao Bei, who was simply dressed in casual attire. His excellent body proportions made him look like he had stepped out of a magazine. His face was definitely the kind that could make anyone in the world, regardless of gender, fall for him. Beneath his straight brows were a pair of long, beautiful phoenix eyes that revealed a hint of calm nonchalance mixed with a somewhat contradictory politeness and submissiveness. He smiled, and Fu Yuanshan had truly found a gem. "Yuanshan." Zhou walked over, putting his arm around his shoulder, and smiled at Xiao Bei, saying, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Fu Yuanshan playfully punched him, pulling Xiao Bei closer and said, "Baby, this is Zhou, today's main character. This is my Xiao Bei." Seeing is believing. The two shook hands, and Zhou smiled, saying, "Fu Yuanshan managed to tame such a tough nut. Seeing him today makes me understand why all those people who pursued him feel wronged." Xiao Bei chuckled, and Fu Yuanshan asked, "Is everyone here? When do we start?" "Anytime, just waiting for you guys." Zhou pointed to the dogs. "I'll let the ant feed those 2 first." He then looked at Xiao Bei and asked, "Xiao Bei, are you hungry? There are pastries over there. Let old Fu take you to eat something." Fu Yuanshan pushed him away and asked Xiao Bei, "Baby, are you hungry?" Xiao Bei shook his head, then noticed the 2 Alaskan dogs and showed a bit of interest, walking towards them. Fu Yuanshan grabbed him. Wait. Huh? Xiao Bei turned back to him. "What's wrong? There are 2 dogs over there." Fu Yuanshan said, "I know they're big and clumsy. Don't go over. I'm afraid they might bite you." Xiao Bei hesitated. He had always liked small cats and dogs since he was young, but never had the chance to raise one himself. So he wasn't sure if these pet dogs would bite. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Well, they probably won't bite." He pushed Fu Yuanshan's hand away with a smile. "I'm going to take a look. You don't have to worry about me. Go socialize." Seeing him slightly excited, Fu Yuanshan felt a bit of a headache and followed him, thinking, what is there to socialize about? Just a bunch of friends. The two silly Alaskan dogs were running around in the garden, chasing each other in circles, while many people watched for fun. Xiao Bei stood outside the garden, observing. Although he didn't show it on his face, Yuanshan knew he was a bit happy. However, watching from behind, he felt a bit alarmed. The two dogs were running wildly, tongues lolling, and wherever they went, flowers and grass were trampled, and a lot of dirt was dug up. He thought, if one of them stepped on someone. He cleared his throat and asked, "Do you like dogs?" "Not bad," Xiao Bei replied. "They're quite interesting." Yuanshan tugged at him, saying, "Let's go over. Dinner will be ready soon." Xiao Bei suddenly turned to him and asked, "You aren't afraid of dogs, are you?" Yuanshan looked down at him, slightly widening his eyes, and asked, "Do I look like someone who is afraid of dogs?" "Xiao Bei teased it. Then why are you standing behind me?" Yuanshan was momentarily speechless. Xiao Bei smiled at him. He couldn't hold back either, and they both laughed. The domineering CEO is actually afraid of dogs. That doesn't fit your character at all, Xiao Bei said with a smile. Yuanshan snorted. "I'm a pure-hearted CEO," and added, "I haven't said anything about how your little assistant likes such fierce creatures. I'm the domineering little assistant." Xiao Bei pushed him back a bit and said, "They're so cute." "Why are you afraid?" "Maybe I haven't eaten much dog meat, so I lack confidence," Yuanshan replied, making Xiao Bei laugh and pulling his sleeve. Thinking he couldn't scare his pure-hearted CEO, the banquet began, and Joya made it quite formal. On the rooftop terrace of the three-story villa, there was a long table set up with candle holders lit, reflecting on the snowy white porcelain plates. Melodious tunes from an old gramophone filled the night. After an evening of eating, drinking, and noisy chatter, everyone gradually quieted down. Joya, a bit tipsy, slumped in a chair, holding up a wine glass and mumbling something. It was all drunken rambling, eventually tinged with a hint of sobbing. Everyone came here out of love for this a world. Some came early, some came late. All of you are my brothers and sisters. He burped and continued, "In 3 days, I'll leave first. I'll head back and won't accompany everyone anymore. I've been in the A world for 7 years. He held up his glass to signal 7. I was a damn punk. A rogue when I was in the I world. One day, I saw a photo of the A world and suddenly want to come here. And then, he chuckled a couple of times, then came here. It's really F-ing good. Everything is pretty good." From Yuanshan's perspective, he could see 2 tears sliding down Joya's face. 7 years in total. Joya rubbed his nose. "Damn, I'm tired of it. My mom calls me every day urging me to come back." Everyone laughed. He was clearly a bit incoherent. That's how it is with people. After staying long, they get annoyed. But when it's time to leave, they feel reluctant. "I'm heading back first. The I world has also changed a lot in recent years. I'll go back and scout the way for everyone." He added, "What I need to scout back home for today. Thank you all for giving me this face, taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this gathering. I want to say too much sentimental stuff. I just hope everyone, especially those who just arrived, can truly feel this world, a world that seems similar to the I world, yet is vastly different, and love well. Come, let us drink." Under the moonlight, the small villa was lively, and everyone was laughing and crying, bidding farewell to friends. Truly feel this world, truly love. Xiao Bei glanced at Yuanshan and downed his drink. On Monday morning, the board meeting. It had been over half a month since the legal person of Yuanshan went missing. The shareholders of Rongxin had invested a lot of money but gained nothing. And now there was a risk of losing it all. Everyone was restless. "President Fu, where's Wang Yukai gone? Do you have any news at all?" Another shareholder was displeased. "Director Qian, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting President Fu is in cahoots with them to scam us?" The shareholder's face looked a bit grim. "I didn't say that, but it's been so long." Director Zhang seems calm. Calm. The shareholder's face was filled with irritation. He just couldn't stand how some people always questioned others as soon as something went wrong. Is being anxious useful? Will Wang Yukai just pop out because of it? A shareholder stepped in to mediate. "All right, everyone, let us tone it down. We're not here to argue." He looked at Yuanshan and said, "President Fu, it's been a long time since Wang Yukai has appeared. Everyone is anxious. Please give us some advice." From the beginning until now, Yuanshan had remained silent, leaning back in his chair, and slowly said, "I understand everyone has feelings. Initially, I actively encouraged everyone to invest. And now that such things have happened, I apologize to you all." Voices from below varied. Some quietly mocked, apologizing while leaning back. What sincerity? Others said, if we're talking about anxiety, President Fu invested the most. He hasn't said anything yet, so let us all calm down. Huang Jiang spoke slowly. Of course President Fu won't say anything. He saved Yuanshan's life. What is Wang Yukai now? A nominal legal person who disappears without a trace. Haven't any of you heard of such a thing before? The implication was that Fu Yuanshan was now a major shareholder with a say in Yuanshan. He had previously encouraged everyone to invest, and it was very possible that Wang Youcai's escape was arranged by him. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in discussion. In fact, everyone had already suspected this, but no one dared to bring it up first. Fu Yuanshan took over Yuanshan and then pulled them in as shareholders, which was like a pie falling from the sky. Why not trade it on the secondary market? Although the money comes slowly, the price is high, which is clearly a means of financing. Now that the money is in place and the legal person is missing, without absconding with the funds, the CSRC can't find anything wrong. If, in the end, the money is transferred, they will be left with nothing, crying without a place to do so. But there were still calm individuals who spoke up, saying, Chairman Huang, isn't what you're saying inappropriate? Everyone, think carefully. Why pursue illegal paths when we have a good business? Do we not know who Wang Yukai is? Don't we know who General Manager Fu is? Over the years, General Manager Fu has managed Yuanshan exceptionally well. His intentions can't be bad, right? Is that so, everyone? Yes, some people below echoed. We believe in General Manager Fu. The current issue is not with General Manager Fu. We certainly know what kind of person he is. The real question is, what should we do with this money? A shareholder said while knocking on the table. Fu Yuanshan pondered for a moment and said, my opinion is that everyone should not sell for now. There was an uproar below. He continued, first, although the legal person is currently missing, the profits are still there. The Eurasian Economic Belt and Yuanshan have just started. I hope everyone does not give up. Second, Yuanshan is already preparing for a change of legal person. Although the documents and seals are in his hands, which is a bit tricky, if there is still no news in half a month, Yuanshan will take action. Finally, I hope everyone can continue to trust me as always. Wealth comes with risk. The path to success is fraught with difficulties. This is just a small test. Fear can cloud judgment. Things have not yet reached that point. His words were reasonable, and the crowd fell silent, each contemplating their thoughts. After the meeting, Xiao Bei felt overwhelmed with work and looked up to see that person shamelessly taking selfies. He was puzzled. What are you doing? Fu Yuanshan looked at the beautiful face on the screen and said, tell me, what are the chances of me being elected as chairman of Yuanshan based on this face? Xiao Bei raised an eyebrow at him, sensing a different vibe, and slowly smiled. The two exchanged smiles, and Fu Yuanshan asked again, and what are the chances of me making you love me for a lifetime based on this face? Xiao Bei laughed and said, 100,000,000%. Chapter 40. Since the last time Su Bingbai contacted Huang Jiang, the two have been in touch. Huang Jiang was certain that Su Bingbai knew something, but he didn't know what kind of medicine he had bought in his coffin. Chairman Huang, try this. It's the freshly harvested Xiaolong Tuan tea for this year. Su Bingbai poured a cup for Huang Jiang, sent by a friend from Lingnan. Huang Jiang took a sip and smiled. This tea is fresh. I haven't had much. I heard it used to be tribute tea. Su Bingbai smiled and continued to brew a third round, with steam rising and tea fragrance wafting. It's what the Song Dynasty emperors drank. The tea cake has a dragon pattern, hence the name Xiaolong Tuan. Huang Jiang nodded with a smile and took another sip. When did you go to the United States, Su Gong? Did you forget the culture of our ancestors? EMO citizen. Huang Jiang was taken aback, then laughed heartily while holding his cup. I really didn't know that. Su Gong is an American citizen? Yes, Su Bingbai said, twirling the teacup with his fingers. I've adapted well to work and life there, so I just moved. Then why did you come back? Su Bingbai suddenly smiled, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Do you want to know? Huang Jiang looked at him, as if realizing something. He rubbed the beads on his hand and said, tell me. The company I have in the U.S. is called Vanton. Like Yuanshan, it's an investment bank. For the next half hour, Huang Jiang finally understood Su Bingbai's intentions for contacting him all this time. Listening to him, he felt a mix of shock, anger, and a long-lost excitement. Su Bingbai had maintained contact with his U.S. company Vanton was a large venture capital firm in the U.S. The U.S. market is different from China. American venture capital can grow as large as it wants, and Vanton was one of those. Its reach extended all over the world, and Rongxin had become the target they were eyeing in the Bohai region of China. They sent Xiao Bei to gather information, test the waters, and when the time was right, they would strike and take control of Rongxin. Chairman Huang, please don't be angry. I know Rongxin was founded by you veterans, and you naturally don't want it to be swallowed up. But you are a veteran, and the control now does not rest in your hands. It lies with Yuanshan. Who is he? When you were risking your life for Rongxin, he didn't even know where he was. You raised the company, and in the end, the management rights are not in your hands. To be honest, many people in the company privately lament your situation. I don't believe you have no ambitions. This struck a nerve with Huang Jiang. He had been through thick and thin with Rongxin for so many years. Yuanshan, a young upstart, was promoted to president by the chairman in just a few years, and all his hard work had gone to someone else. How could he be content? But he naturally didn't show it on his face, and only said, Su Gong, you don't need to provoke me. No matter what, Yuanshan has achieved results with Rongxin in these years. I will never allow Rongxin to be associated with another company. Xiao Bei could clearly hear the lack of confidence in his words. A smile spread across his face as he said, Chairman Huang, your feelings for Rongxin move me, but you need to think of your own interests. Now, you're just a passive shareholder. Your shares have been squeezed by Yuanshan over the years, and it will only continue like this. He will always keep you under pressure, even if you have a kind heart and don't want to compete with him. Can you guarantee he won't use methods against you again? If you team up with Vanton, I assure you, there will definitely be a place for you in Rongxin's management in the future. Huang Jiang was not without ambition. On the contrary, he had been planning and waiting for an opportunity to oust Yuanshan from the management of Rongxin. However, he did not expect that this opportunity would present itself so quickly. After some feigned politeness, Huang Jiang finally lowered his head while sitting on the intricately carved mahogany chair and asked in a deep voice, What do you want me to do? Xiao Bei's tea had cooled down, and he said, This matter won't be that simple, Chairman Huang. You only occupy one link in this process. This link is not difficult. Our people will use the current Yuanshan jewelry incident to undermine Rongxin's reputation, and what you need to do is short sell Rongxin stock. Huang Jiang suddenly looked up at him. Short selling stocks? He hadn't dared to do that for many years. After all, predicting the future direction of the stock market is not always accurate. No one can guarantee that the stocks they sell now can be bought back at a lower price in the future. The current market should be quite clear, right? I'm in this business, so I won't deceive you. Even if we don't publicize it, Rongxin stock will definitely drop next. This is apparent to anyone with eyes. Coupled with our efforts, now is indeed the best time to short sell. When it drops to a certain extent, Van will buy in with you. At that point, your task will be complete. Not only will you make a profit, but after Vanton successfully acquires it, you will also get a share. The legal person of Yuanshan is also one of your people? Xiao Bei smiled, but did not answer. Huang Jiang understood. Only in this way would they dare to work hard to undermine Rongxin. They needed to bring back the legal person of Yuanshan after successfully taking control of Rongxin. Then let Rongxin's stock appreciate. Otherwise, what they would get would be a mess. In other words, they had arranged this act after Yuanshan invested in Yuanshan. You guys are doing this, and Yuanshan won't have any suspicion or preparation at all. A sudden disappearance of a legal person would definitely make him suspicious. But he wouldn't suspect that the other party's target is Rongxin. He is far from being as calm as he appeared during the shareholders' meeting. According to the news from Yuanshan, he has been putting pressure on them, urging them to intensify their efforts to find Wang Yukai, while also preparing for the change of the legal person as soon as possible. Huang Jiang pondered for a moment and asked, Why look for me? Xiao Bei smiled lightly, seemingly puzzled as to why he would ask this question. Now, apart from Chen Runming and Yuanshan, you hold the most shares in your hands. Your shares are very important to us, and you have always been at odds with those two. Isn't it only reasonable for me to come to you? When did you start preparing for this? Huang Jiang looked at him and said, There shouldn't be only you in Rongxin, right? I'm afraid I can't disclose that. What stage are you at now? When do you expect to wrap things up? Xiao Bei just smiled and remained silent. Sue, please answer my questions. Otherwise, I can't agree to you. Chairman Huang, you know this is an internal secret, and I may not even know what the higher-ups are thinking. You just need to play your part in this chess game, and the rest will be handled by Vanton. Rongxin will have a perfect conclusion. After a long silence, Huang Jiang weakly said, "Draft the contract for me, and also give me the contract between you and Yuanshan's legal person. I'll have my lawyer take a look." "There's no contract," Su Bingbai said with a smile. Huang Jiang widened his eyes at him. "I don't have the authority to access the contract between Vanton and Yuanshan's legal person. As for your contract, the headquarters has only given me a verbal promise. I don't have the authority to draft a contract. But rest assured, Vanton is a reputable company that values credit and will not go back on its word." Huang Jiang understood. In simple terms, it was a matter of willing participants. If you don't believe or are unwilling, I will find someone else. Moreover, this matter poses almost no risk to you. Even if you gain nothing, you can profit from shorting the stock. Besides, you're helping Vanton's acquisition efforts. How far is Fu Yuanshan from leaving Rongxin? How can I ensure that if you succeed, you won't continue to let Fu Yuanshan remain in management? After all, he has done well for Rongxin over the years. Vanton won't use someone who is difficult to control. He has too many uncertainties. What about Yuanshan? Is Yuanshan also part of your plan? Su Bingbai shook his head. Vanton and General Manager Fu have no personal grudges. We only want Rongxin. Yuanshan is still his. But how it will be rectified afterward depends on his methods. In the elegant tea room, only the sound of tea boiling in the pot could be heard for a moment. After a long time, Huang Jiang squinted his eyes, clenched his fists, and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Good. Su Bingbai's lips curled into a smile as he took a sip of the cool tea. Zhouya has left? Xiao Bei asked while leaning on the railing. Yeah. The two stood on the balcony, one holding a cup of milk. The open balcony was currently set to a semi-enclosed style by Fu Yuanshan, breathing in the negative ions from the lush greenery of the high-end community, feeling relaxed and refreshed. Zhouya left, quite excitedly, saying he was afraid his mom would cry when she saw him. Didn't you guys think you could go back when you wanted to? He find it troublesome. It seems he only goes back once a year on average. Troublesome? Is it really that troublesome? Fu Yuanshan went out to socialize tonight, had a bit to drink, and at this moment felt a bit hot. Standing on the balcony with Xiao Bei, his arms resting on the railing. His slightly tipsy gaze looked at Xiao Bei as he raised his hand to rub his earlobe, saying, "It depends on the person if you want to go back. You won't find it troublesome." He leaned in and said, "Once we get married in the future, you can come back with me." Xiao Bei so heist. Married? I can go to your place? Then he was pulled into Fu Yuanshan's embrace, his back against a warm chest. Yes, once I successfully immigrate, you as my partner can also obtain legal status in our realm. Didn't I tell you? Fu Yuanshan nuzzled against his neck. Homosexuality is legally protected where I come from. What I call immigration is just giving me the ability to stay permanently in a realm. I still have to return to our realm. So, as long as the immigration certificate, the marriage certificate from our realm, and your ID from a realm are all in order, you'll have the ability to occasionally appear in our realm for a few hours. Then we could go back together. Xiao Bei felt warm inside as he listened. He had never thought that one day he would have a marriage where his relationship with his partner could be legally protected. He hadn't even imagined he could reach the stage of marriage with someone. Just thinking about it filled him with hope and courage. He patted Fu Yuanshan's hand that was resting on his waist and said, "Call your mom." Fu Yuanshan bit his lip and corrected her mom. He then asked, "What do you mean? Are you actively asking to meet the in-laws?" Xiao Bei looked at their tall figures reflected on the black tiles and said, "I've run off with her son. I need to give her an explanation." "You don't need to explain anything to anyone," he said, pushing forward slightly, causing Xiao Bei to lose his balance for a moment and lean on the railing. Fu Yuanshan pressed against him and said, "You only need to give me an explanation." Seeing that he was about to start again, Xiao Bei quickly stopped him. "Stop it. Winter is approaching. Why are you being so emotional? Baby." Fu Yuanshan breathed alcohol into his ear. "Don't you think desire is particularly strong in winter?" Xiao Bei thought for a moment and realized it was true. But now is not the time. He turned and pushed Fu Yuanshan away. "I'm serious. Let me meet your mom today." Fu Yuanshan was pushed away, and the warmth and touch in his arms instantly disappeared. He pouted and said, How many times do I have to say it before you'll call her our mom? Our mom. Our mom. Our mom. Xiao Bei pushed him into the house to get his phone. He had finally mustered up the courage. Come on. Can you be a bit more perfunctory? Fu Yuanshan exclaimed. Chapter 41, the video opened, and the screen showed Fu's mom with a facial mask on. So, Mom, are you still awake? No, I just finished a call with your dad. He's busy with a project lately, going out early and coming back late with your brother. It's just me and your sister-in-law at home. Fu Yuanshan laughed and said, Do you want to meet your daughter-in-law? Xiao Bei secretly punched him beside him. Fu's mom was stunned. Due to the limitations of the screen, she could only see her son. After he said this, he turned to the side and smiled, clearly indicating that someone was beside him. Fu's mom was both excited and thrilled. She said, You should have said this earlier. Meeting for the first time is too rushed. Let me take off the mask. Wait 5 minutes. After saying this, she abruptly cut off the video. During this time, Fu Yuanshan connected the phone to the projector and Bluetooth camera. Xiao Bei felt that being in bed was not very formal, but Fu Yuanshan insisted it was fine. His mom didn't care about those things. Half an hour later, Fu's mom sent a video invitation. A graceful woman with light makeup appeared on the huge projection wall in the room, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a gentle aura. Her skin in great condition. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Xiao Bei knelt on the bed and called out, Auntie. Fu's mom's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Bei. Unable to hide her joy. Hello. You must be Xiao Bei. You look really handsome. Yuanshan talks about you all the time. I wanted to meet you for a long time. Fu Yuanshan was beside Xiao Bei, holding his hand. Compared to Xiao Bei's proper demeanor, he was much more casual. Mom, this is Xiao Bei, the one I've been telling you about. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Bei, a smile on his lips, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. He's the one I want to spend my life with. Xiao Bei felt a tremor in her heart as he looked at her, instinctively tightening her grip on his hand. Mama Fu watched this pleasing scene, momentarily forgetting her words, just nodding and smiling continuously. Good. Baby, this is my mom. You've met her several times. Isn't she pretty? Xiao Bei smiled, glancing at Mama Fu, feeling a bit shy, and said, Annie is very beautiful. Mama Fu laughed heartily. How old are you this year, Bei? Xiao Bei was schlichtly choked by Bai. And Fu Yuanshan was also holding back laughter. 24. 24, huh? Hey, Shan, how old are you again? Fu Yuanshan's expression became momentarily ambiguous. Heaven knows when was the last time his mom called him that. Xiao Bei was almost laughing to the point of internal injury. You can't even remember how old I am? 20. 27? Mama Fu didn't take it to heart at all and cheerfully continued, just 3 years apart. What a match. A girl 3 years older hugs the gold brick. A girl 3 years older hugs the kingdom. A girl 3 years older sends the immortals pills. A girl 3 years older ranks among the immortals. Although neither of you are girls, it's the same meaning. Xiao Bei was about to laugh uncontrollably. How come people from the world say this too? Fu Yuanshan rolled his eyes. It really is a good match. Bei, you are Shan's assistant now, right? Yeah, Xiao Bei nodded. Compared to the mature and elegant woman he saw at first, Mama Fu seemed like a different person once she started talking. And the cheerful atmosphere made Xiao Bei less nervous. Mama Fu smiled and said, Shan is just like his dad, very funny, a real troublemaker. You must have suffered quite a bit from him, right? Xiao Bei recalled that in the beginning, he really couldn't stand what he did every day, deeply feeling what it meant to be tormented by a superior. Now, he looked at Fu Yuanshan, who was actually looking down at his phone, probably dealing with work. After all, he was a man destined to become a chairman. He said, It's okay, Shan. Yuanshan takes good care of me. That's good. Mama Fu nodded in satisfaction. If he bullies you, just tell me. I'll share some embarrassing stories from his childhood with you. Hearing this, Fu Yuanshan glanced at his mom, scoffed, and continued replying to messages. Xiao Bei blinked, very curious. He asked, What embarrassing stories? Mama Fu's heart was overflowing with affection seeing his timid demeanor, and she said, For example, when he was a kid, he played house and pulled others' hands saying, Be my son. And in high school, while others secretly wore little earphones during class, he wore big red headphones to watch basketball games in class, completely unashamed. And also, Fu Yuanshan heard, but didn't look up, just smiled faintly while quickly handling documents. Listening to his mom share these trivial stories, Xiao Bei laughed happily, feeling quite satisfied. By the time he finished his work, his mom was already deep in conversation with Xiao Bei. He leaned back against the bed, one leg bent with his arm casually resting on it, relaxedly watching Xiao Bei, who was properly kneeling on the bed chatting with the projection of his mom on the wall. If only he really had the power to freeze time. In this moment, the room was filled with the two most important people in his life, full of laughter, and he didn't have to face the tricky work or the uncertain future with Xiao Bei. He could gently stretch out his foot to touch his loved one, and he didn't even know if such days could really last forever, as he said. Perhaps it was because he was a bit drunk tonight. A trace of bitterness surged up, and he self-deprecatingly smiled. Things were clearly moving in a good direction. His mentor in the world had already carefully calculated and selected several relocation spots for him, and the program had calculated a much higher probability of success for his immigration than for an average person. He firmly believed he would succeed. Outside the room, the autumn wind was rustling, but the temperature inside was continuously rising. He was still a bit tipsy, holding his phone lazily, bringing it up to his face, looking at the scene through the camera, staring at the back of Xiao Bei with an unknowing deep affection, taking several pictures. Another week passed, and Wang Yukai was still missing. Yuanshan's A shares had been suspended, and Rongxin stock was inevitably affected, with shareholders expressing their opinions. News came from somewhere claiming that Rongxin's president was in cahoots with Yuanshan's legal representative, and now that the latter had fled, the Rongxin president would take action as well. Recently, Rongxin's stock plummeted, and the company was in turmoil, gradually giving rise to some unusual voices, saying that Fu Yuanshan had an overreaching ambition at a young age. That one Rongxin was not enough for him, and now he had extended his hand to Yuanshan, only to end up losing everything and dragging Rongxin into the situation. Bro, Chun-Yi angrily pushed the door into the president's office. What's wrong? Fu Yuanshan was startled by him. No knocking? Bro, Chun-Yi looked really angry. Did you hear those rumors outside? Without waiting for Fu Yuanshan to answer, he pulled out a chair, sat down, poured himself a glass of water, gulped it down, and continued, I just came back from outside, and I received several messages along the way. They said they couldn't reach my dad and actually wanted me to contact him for a shareholder meeting to vote on canceling your position as president. Fu Yuanshan laughed. Chun-Yi was stunned. Bro, you're still laughing? What the hell is going on? How did it suddenly turn out like this? Can't you see? Huang Jiang and the others have taken action, Fu Yuanshan said slowly. Huang Jiang? Chun-Yi thought for a moment. Yes. It must be Huang Jiang's doing. 3 small shareholders texted me, and I don't even know who they are. There must be someone behind them pulling the strings. Who texted you? Give me their names. Okay. Chun-Yi took out his phone and sent over the names and identities of the 3 self-identified small shareholders. Not knowing them didn't mean Fu Yuanshan didn't recognize them. These people indeed held a small number of shares. They were directors of small companies. If Fu Yuanshan weren't the president, he might not remember them either. This was obviously Huang Jiang's people. In addition to these unknown small shareholders siding with Huang Jiang, there was also an old shareholder like him named might.Daily. However, this shareholder acted like Huang Jiang's sidekick and repeated whatever Huang Jiang said, following him in every action. Together, they held quite a bit of shares, and with a few small shareholders, Fu Yuanshan's decisions faced certain resistance, which could sometimes be significant enough to alter his decisions. Although this was an internal conflict within the company, it could no longer be treated as such, as it had already affected the company's development. So what they needed to deal with was this group of shareholders represented by Huang Jiang. If Fu Yuanshan wanted to solidify his position and strengthen Rongxin's development, the first thing he needed to do was to kick them out of Rongxin. Bro, I definitely won't pay them any mind. But what are you actually thinking about the Yuanshan situation? Where the hell did that bastard Wang Yukai run off to? Chen Yi Jusit. Fu Yuanshan's gaze fell on him. Neither light nor heavy. Why are you so angry? Chun-Yi paused for a moment, ruffled his hair, and said, I can't act as calm as you do in a crisis. Rongxin's success today is mostly due to you. Bro, don't those people have any brains? They actually don't want you to manage Rongxin anymore. Who do they want? Huang Jiang. He was getting angrier. They're just a bunch of idiots. Seeing Fu Yuanshan's unperturbed demeanor, he asked, Bro, what are we going to do about Yuanshan? You have a plan, right? Yuanshan shook his head, saying that he was preparing for the corporate change as quickly as possible, but it was quite troublesome. After all, everything was in Wang Youcai's hands, and there were still many unclear boundaries. Chun-Yi listened, frowning more and more, and finally said, the current situation is too unfavorable for Yuanshan. The company has dedicated people handling these rumors in the market, so you don't need to worry too much. This is just a small storm. Chun-Yi said, brother, I always feel that this time is different from before. This time the rumors came too swiftly, and the whole thing feels like a chain reaction. Look, Chun-Yi pulled his chair closer and said, first, the legal person of Yuanshan inexplicably ran away. Then suddenly the market sentiment in the secondary market became one-sided. If there hadn't been any preparation beforehand, could it have reached this point? I don't even know which enemy is trying to bring down Yuanshan. We don't even know who our enemies are. Yuanshan received a message on his phone, glanced down, and then said, I think I should know now. Huang Jiang owns a small tax consulting firm with an annual profit of less than $1 million. Not even a fifth of what he earns from Yuanshan's dividends each year. It was Yuanshan's first time here. The driver dropped him off, and he spent a long time on the phone with Xiao Bei, who was speechless. The two saw each other every day in the office, and this time he escorted Yuanshan down the elevator. Before he had returned to his desk, the phone rang. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he chatted with Yuanshan, and he could imagine the person on the other end of the line, leaning back in the back seat with the phone in hand, sweet-talking. Reaching the place, my husband is going up to meet that old man to see what he has to say. Xiao Bei laughed and said, go ahead. You know what he can say, right? Yuanshan also laughed, saying, why does it sound like you know something? Xiao Bei laughed and hung up. The smile on Yuanshan's face still lingered as he put his phone away and got out of the car. President Fu, you're here, Huang Jiang greeted with a smile. Uncle Huang. The two shook hands. The office was very bright. Huang Jiang chuckled, saying, you put on a show 2 years ago. This is your first time visiting, right? You could just call me Yuanshan. Yuanshan said politely with a smile. It's my first time. Uncle Huang has never invited me for tea. Well, now you're here. Come and sit, he warmly invited. The two sat down, and the secretary came over to pour tea. Huang Jiang spoke first. Recently, such a big issue has arisen with Yuanshan, and you still seem to be in good spirits, President Fu. Yuanshan took a sip of tea and sighed. Well, that's all just for show. After taking over Yuanshan, I messed up a good hand of cards, and now Yuanshan has been dragged into it. He smiled bitterly, saying that things have not been going well lately, and Uncle Huang is watching the joke. President Fu, you're still young, and you haven't experienced enough setbacks, Huang Jiang said, crossing his legs. Life's journey can't be too smooth. If it's too smooth, it's easy to get lost. Uncle Huang is right. Indeed, if someone sails smoothly for too long, they will hit a snag. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuanshan finally asked, Uncle Huang, you called me over today. Is there something you want to discuss? Huang Jiang said, I want to ask President Fu, what are you planning to do about Yuanshan? Chapter 42. Yuanshan didn't expect him to be so direct, so confident. After a brief silence of a few seconds, he smiled and asked, I don't quite understand Uncle Huang's meaning. Huang Jiang said, there are rumors circulating in the company that are detrimental to you, true or false. Even if we all believe that you, President Fu, are innocent, the investors who hear the wind won't. President Fu, Huang Jiang said earnestly, you need to have an explanation. The two exchanged glances that sparkled with intensity. Yuanshan did not respond to him, picked up his tea to take a sip, and then said, a few days ago, I heard some news that you sold a large amount of Yuanshan stock. I wonder what your plan is this time? Huang Jiang, having been exposed, no longer intended to hide, saying, President Fu, you are quite well informed. I indeed sold the stock. Yuanshan waited for him to continue. Can you guess why? He asked with a smile that had obvious implications. Yuanshan smiled and said, don't you want to stay on the board and cash out your stock to run your sunshine tax consulting firm well? Huang Jiang's eyebrows twitched at a sarcastic tone, but he still smiled and said, why would someone as clever as President Fu pretend to be foolish? Isn't this obviously shorting? Oh, then Uncle Huang must have made quite a profit from this. it's clear that Rongxin's stock will drop, and many people will play this hand. But I heard you sold quite a bit. How did you know it would drop so severely? Huang Jiang said, what if I really knew it would drop so severely? Then the analyst position should belong to you. Huang Jiang saw Fu Yuanshan acting like he was playing Tai Chi and continued, President Fu, at this point, let's not joke around anymore. To tell you the truth, I didn't know in advance. Fu Yuanshan rubbed his fingers along the edge of the teacup, signaling him to go on. President Fu, someone wants to block your path, Huang Jiang said cryptically. So, you mean to say that you know which rumors detrimental to Rongxin were spread? Huang Jiang did not speak. Fu Yuanshan suddenly found his demeanor amusing, but did not show it. He just said, Uncle Huang, you are a Rongxin person. What does this whole act mean? President Fu. Huang Jiang did not answer him. You say those are rumors, but some people don't believe it. Does coincidence truly exist in this world? Just as you took over Yuanshan and encouraged us to invest money, Wang Yukai suddenly disappeared at the right time. It was a great opportunity to make money. Why is he running now? If no one is directing this behind the scenes, if there is no conspiracy, I don't believe it. Huang Jiang, knowing how things were, felt a sense of compensation for the years he had been suppressed by Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan squinted and said, whether there's a conspiracy behind me or not. Yours is already evident, isn't it? I'm here to save Rongxin. Over the years, Rongxin has gradually become your one-man show, a tool for you to rake in money in the capital market. Yes, finance is not industry, but the principle of steady progress applies to any industry. Huang Jiang slammed the table, saying, yes, you, President Fu, have been wild. You've made Rongxin flourish over the years, with subsidiaries everywhere. But has every step been solid? Whether it's injecting capital or acquiring, it's all gambling, putting the entire Rongxin at stake. You won this time. What about next time? What about the time after that? There will always be a time when you crash. At that time, Rongxin will have to accompany you to the grave. Uncle Huang, do you know why your firm has barely made it after half a lifetime? When will you accept the market rules of the new era? Always hesitating and fearful. You might as well quit the secondary market and become a civil servant. Huang Jiang's face turned red with anger, and he immediately stood up. Fu Yuanshan followed suit, reaching out to press down on him and suppress the anger he was about to unleash, continuing. Do you think I can always win just because of luck? Is that possible? There is no such thing as accidental success in this world, and it is even less possible to have repeated accidental success. Yes, I am betting. But who in the capital market isn't betting? I bet based on evidence. I have so many excellent employees under me. Am I raising them just to let Rongxin waste away? Uncle Huang, in this era, if you don't dare to fight or gamble, people like you who seek absolute safety will be played to death. Huang Jiang was so furious he couldn't speak, glaring at Fu Yuanshan while breathing heavily, spouting nonsense. Just wait. You will cry one day. That evening at home, Xiao Bei suddenly said she wanted to eat roast duck. Fu Yuanshan found it intriguing. He had never seen Xiao Bei make any requests about Fu before. He leaned over and flirted, his hand gently drawing circles on his lower abdomen, saying, baby, we just had dinner. Damn, I really want to eat roast duck. Xiao Bei didn't notice his actions, completely focused on wanting the roast duck. Fu Yuanshan drew for a long time without seeing any reaction from him, thinking to himself that he was so insensitive. It seemed he still needed to take good care of him in the future. He withdrew his hand and picked up his phone, saying, I'll have him make it for you. Crispy duck wrapped with scallions and sauce and pancakes, okay? He turned his head and smiled at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei stared at him. Okay, hurry up. After the call, Fu Yuanshan leaned over again. A few days ago, he had someone make a couple's pajamas for him and Xiao Bei to wear together, and the style completely dazzled Xiao Bei's eyes. The robe was lined with fleece, and on the black satin surface, golden threads intricately embroidered a majestic dragon. Wearing the black and gold robe made him look like a dark emperor, something only a fool would wear. But Fu Yuanshan was in high spirits, changing into it every time he got home and insisting Xiao Bei change too. Xiao Bei noticed that he seemed very interested in some aspects of ancient Chinese culture, often showing a childlike demeanor. Just like girls would wrap themselves in a blanket or their mother's silk scarf pretending to be fairy princesses. Boys would make a crown or a sword out of cardboard and pretend to be kings or princes. Perhaps he hadn't been exposed to these things as a child. And now Fu Yuanshan liked them. At this moment, the two king-like men were cuddled together, with Xiao Bei firmly pressing down on his hand that was trying to sneak into his robe, struggling to say, "Can you restrain yourself a bit? We just did it this morning." Fu Yuanshan bit his slender neck and mumbled, "I bought you duck to eat. Shouldn't you give me a little reward? You eat the duck, and I eat you." After it was over, Xiao Bei lay on the sofa panting like a dead fish, the robe used as a blanket over him, with no good flesh left underneath. "I am dirty." These three words suddenly popped into his mind. Then he couldn't help but laugh at himself, laughing uncontrollably. Fu Yuanshan, sitting on the sofa and handling things on his phone, heard him suddenly laugh and asked without turning his head, "What are you laughing at? Did I pamper you into looking this beautiful?" Xiao Bei suddenly got up to hit him, and Fu Yuanshan, caught off guard, took several punches, eventually pulling him into his arms and coaxing, "Wrong, wrong, baby. Go eat quickly, or it will get cold." The duck had already been delivered, and when the delivery person rang the doorbell, they were in the middle of a fierce battle on the sofa, not hearing it at first until Xiao Bei, breathless, pushed him, saying someone's. Fu Yuanshan finally stopped, slightly turning his head back. His voice, unusually husky, opened the door. His tone wasn't high, but just enough for the person outside to hear. Xiao Bei heard his very sexy voice and immediately pulled him back, pressing their lips together. Afterward, Fu Yuanshan brought the duck back, and by now, quite some time had passed, but thankfully the packaging was good enough to keep it warm. He got off the sofa, put on his clothes, and sat by the coffee table to eat. As soon as he opened the lid, the aroma of roast duck with pancakes wafted out, and Fu Yuanshan, who initially didn't want to eat, came over after smelling it, and they began to eat together. "What did you talk about with Huang Jiang today?" Xiao Bei rolled a pancake and stuffed it in his mouth. Fu Yuanshan ate slowly, saying he basically admitted that it was related to this rumor. Xiao Bei nodded. He had never asked Fu Yuanshan how he planned to handle it. He wasn't interested in commercial disputes, but recently the company had been getting tenser by the day. He felt that although Fu Yuanshan was very busy every day, he didn't seem flustered. On the contrary, he seemed very confident. Fu Yuanshan recounted what happened today, and as soon as Xiao Bei heard the beginning, he felt a bit angry, saying, "If you say polite words, he would take the opportunity to lecture you." Fu Yuanshan rolled the duck for him, saying, "Some people in society take advantage of their age. Their current failures make them like to bring up the past." He briefly explained the situation to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and Fu Yuanshan said, "Actually, what he said isn't entirely unreasonable. It's just that their ideas differ, and their abilities don't match their ambitions. You'll win in the end, right?" Fu Yuanshan reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth that wasn't clean, saying, "Of course, how could the strongest man lose?" People say Fu Yuanshan is arrogant, and Xiao Bei doesn't deny it. He even admires it. He likes to see him so proud, as if everything is under control, whether it's called domineering or reckless. It's not just empty words. His confidence comes from his solid professional foundation and sharp business acumen. Every success he has is far from easy as outsiders might think. During crucial times in every project, he hardly ever had a meal where he could sit down and eat properly. He usually ate while replying to emails, often with the study light still on at 2 or 3 in the morning, and every day was filled with countless calls and various social engagements. Huang Jiang said he was too smooth, not realizing that no original path is smooth sailing. Fu Yuanshan's path is also filled with thorns. He just clears those obstacles one by one, hiding his bloodied hands behind his back, and others think his smooth path is a blessing from heaven, enviously calling it good luck. Everything he has today is what he deserves. He has the capital to be arrogant. Xiao Bei nodded, burped, and leaned in to kiss him. "What are you doing?" Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow, wrapping his arms around his waist. "I'm full." "What do you want to do after being full?" His eyes darkened. Xiao Bei pushed him away and stood up, saying, "After I'm full, I want to take a shower, read a book, and sleep." Fu Yuanshan followed him upstairs into the bathroom with a beaming smile. In the empty office at night, separated by transparent glass from the outside cubicles, only Su Bingbai's side was lit up with a small space. He leaned back in his chair, holding his phone to his ear, looking somewhat weary, his voice on the phone like a lazy leopard. "Fu Yuanshan is really arrogant. Huang Dong, let me tell you, the stock of Rongxin will drop again. I advise you to sell some more. he said slowly. The more you sell, the more we can buy when it hits the bottom. Let's settle it quickly. Oomph. I would do that without you telling me. I see he doesn't know how to write the words heavenly height and earthly depth. Huang Jiang's side was very noisy, and he was also loud. Su Bingbai put the phone on his lap, not caring what Huang Jiang would say. Once it quieted down, he picked it back up to his ear, his voice tired yet charming, waiting for your news. Withdraw, 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 pay back. A large group of troublemakers with banners had gathered downstairs at Rongshin since yesterday, claiming to be sent by the Yuanshan partners. Since Fu Yuanshan, as one of the partners, always disagreed with withdrawing funds from Yuanshan, they couldn't hold back. Who knows if Wang Yukai would come back? Who knows when this money would suddenly disappear? Now, they had come to hang banners downstairs at Rongshin, forcing Fu Yuanshan to agree to withdraw funds. As the situation escalated, the shareholders who invested in Yuanshan also began to clamor for their money back. Anger naturally fell on Fu Yuanshan. At that time, the situation with Yuanshan hadn't reached this point. When shareholders could still sell their stocks, Fu Yuanshan advised them not to sell, and now it had developed into this situation. With stocks suspended from trading, and withdrawal or divestiture was impossible. The shareholders had suffered a heavy loss. After the meeting, Fu Yuanshan returned to the office without saying a word. During the meeting, the shareholders were in a heated debate, and with Huang Jiang's sharp remarks. He had used all his life as cultivation to maintain verbal calm. As soon as he returned to the office, he hugged Xiao Bei, who was taken aback. Don't move. Let me recharge for a bit. Xiao Bei patted him as if he were petting a dog, saying, Shan, if you're tired, take a break. Fu Yuanshan laughed on his shoulder, saying sternly, Don't call me that, call me husband. Xiao Bei lost his voice for a moment, and then said, If you're tired, take a break. I don't need you to act like a chairman. Fu Yuanshan hummed twice on his shoulder. What do they say to make you so angry? Call me husband, and I'll tell you. Xiao Bei leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Husband. Fu Yuanshan froze instantly. What did he just hear? Did Xiao Bei just call him husband? He couldn't have heard wrong, right? It felt like a dream. What did you just say? Say it again. He straightened up to look at Xiao Bei. What did I say? Xiao Bei laukit. Fu Yuanshan persisted. What did you just call me? Say it again. I forgot. Fu Yuanshan frowned, grabbed his shoulders, and pulled him into his embrace, saying, Say it again. I want to hear it. Mr. Fu, you're pressing against me. Xiao Bei didn't expect that one title could elicit such a strong reaction from him. Fu Yuanshan's breath became heavy as he leaned close to Xiao Bei's ear and said, I really want to get inside you. Xiao Bei smirked. I'm waiting for that day. Just as the shareholders of Rongshin and the partners of Yuanshan were getting restless, a bombshell news dropped into everyone's ears. Yuanshan's legal person, Wang Yukai, has returned. Chapter 43. Along with him came a pile of documents and official seals. As soon as he returned, the secondary market exploded. During this time, the matters between Yuanshan and Rongshin had become a hot topic for casual conversation, with everyone paying attention to the developments and speculating on how it would end. Wang Yukai casually went out for a stroll and returned, a conclusion they only dared to joke about. Damn, damn, damn. Huang Jiang cursed on the phone. What the hell is going on? Su Gong? Wasn't it said that Wang Youcai's return date is not now? I still haven't bought back my stocks. Huang Dong's actions were too slow. Su Bingbai was busy, and now Huang Jiang had already lost interest in explaining to him. That was Fu Yuanshan's matter. So to avoid explanation, he continued to fabricate. I'm confused too. The headquarters call hasn't gone through. I'll call you later. After hanging up, no matter how Huang Jiang called, there was no response. Su Bingbai was quickly handling matters, feeling relieved that it was finally coming to an end. With Wang Youcai's return, the rumors that were unfavorable to Fu Yuanshan and Rongshin naturally fell apart. Yuanshan publicly claimed that Wang Yukai had gone to secretly negotiate business with German jewelers. And at the same time, a well-established German jewelry company announced that it had signed a contract worth $1 billion with Yuanshan, quietly amassing wealth. No one expected Yuanshan to play this hand, and in an instant, Yuanshan's stock resumed trading, soaring alongside Rongshin's market. However, for Rongshin, the storm was far from over. Even Huang Jiang, who was typically slow, realized at this point that he had been thoroughly played. Rongshin now had nearly 40% of its shares in Fu Yuanshan's hands. In other words, Rongxin could change its surname to Fu. The massive asset restructuring required Rongxin's stock to be suspended from trading, preventing it from participating in this frenzy in the secondary market. But it seemed that no one in the company cared anymore. Clearly, they had more important matters to focus on. Huang Jiang had been completely deceived. Indeed, people can lose control in extreme emotions. The shareholders led by him had harbored resentment against Fu Yuanshan for many years, causing them to think only of seizing the opportunity without considering whether they would fall. He understood completely now. There was no American company with any ties to Xiao Bei, nor was there any acquisition of Rongxin. It was all nonsense. Fu Yuanshan, Xiao Bei, and Wang Yukai were all in cahoots. Fu Yuanshan intervened in Yuanshan, saving it, and Wang Yukai naturally followed him. He had unknowingly connected with Germany, allowing Wang Yukai to quietly negotiate business in Europe for over a month. During this time, all the farce was directed and performed by Fu Yuanshan, and only the anger of the Yuanshan partners and Rongxin shareholders was real. But now, with a massive influx of funds and money hitting the accounts, who would dare say a word against Fu Yuanshan? Those who sang Rongxin's downfall were merely trying to sell their stocks, claiming they would buy back when the price dropped. But in reality, he and his associates short-sold Rongxin, and before they could buy in, the stock soared. It was obvious that the stocks had ended up in Fu Yuanshan's hands. Huang Jiang smashed up the entire office. On Monday morning, the shareholders' meeting took place. The company's people could now guess Fu Yuanshan's intentions. Huang Jiang and his group, as senior shareholders with a large stake in the company, had been at odds with the management represented by Fu Yuanshan for many years. Chairman Chen Runming had stopped inquiring about company affairs. Apart from him and Fu Yuanshan, Huang Jiang's faction was the major shareholder. Disputes between the president and major shareholders were extremely detrimental to the company's development. The two sides had been secretly at odds. And this time, even though the employees had been mentally prepared for a final showdown, they couldn't help but be shocked by Fu Yuanshan's methods. Thus, the right-wing shareholders were completely written into history. Their stocks had been swallowed. They not only lost their stocks, but had to swallow their bitterness. Filing lawsuits and hiring lawyers would only solidify their reputation for colluding with foreign enterprises to swallow Rongxin. They would never be able to mix in the business circle again. When Huang Jiang left the company, his emotions finally erupted, disregarding his image as he cursed at Fu Yuanshan. The senior executives and shareholders watched in shock. Fu Yuanshan listened and finally left a remark. Uncle Huang, wealth and fortune depend on fate. If you don't have the right elements, you won't have it. After that, Fu Yuanshan called each department manager and deputy for discussions in batches, and found a few employees, arranging for Xiao Bei to sit in a small cubicle temporarily. Fu Yuanshan was too busy to talk to him, with a lot of work on his plate. But his peripheral vision was always on the man negotiating behind the glass door. Tall, strategic, with the perfect face and figure. He always appeared mature and rational in front of outsiders, yet would reveal a different side when alone with him. In this battle, he achieved a great victory again. Should they celebrate tonight? He had been sighing in Fu Yuanshan's office for half an hour. Since Fu Yuanshan was in a good mood today, he let him be. Bro, when did you plan this with my dad? You kept your own son completely in the dark. Fu Yuanshan smiled without saying a word. About half a year ago, Chen Runming subtly hinted at his desire to hand over full control of Rongxin to him, with share transfers and power transitions. This is how a company continues to thrive. However, Chen Runming also wanted to see his capability further, so he had to earn the shares himself. Fu Yuanshan originally held 22 of the shares, Chen Runming 32, and Chen E5. Now, after acquiring the right-wing shareholders' shares, totaling 20, he now owned 42 by himself. The next steps would involve significant changes for Rongxin. Share transfers, Chen Runming resigning from the chairman position to focus on his business in the U.S., while Fu Yuanshan would take on the role of chairman and CEO of Rongxin, the largest venture capital company in the Bohai region and a Fortune 500 company, would now fly the Fu banner. In the afternoon, before Xiao Bei could speak to Fu Yuanshan, he ran into Xiao Bei first. He truly didn't expect that this incident would actually help Fu Yuanshan. Just mutual benefits. Xiao Bei, my Fai Li. The two stood at the edge of the cubicle, facing a massive floor-to-ceiling glass window, with vehicles and crowds 37 floors below. Xiao Bei took a paper cup of water, took a sip, and after a while said, "Thank you." Su Bingbai seemed amused. "Thank you for what?" Xiao Bei's hand froze for a moment as he put it in his pocket. He didn't know why he said that, so he shook his head and said, "I'm going back." The two had already opened up about their feelings. There was no need to force matters that lacked fate. "Xiao Bei." Su Bingbai called out to him. Xiao Bei turned to look at him. In that moment, he felt that Su Bingbai had 1,000 words to say, but it was just a fleeting illusion. "It's nothing, just wanted to call you." Su Bingbai smiled again. Just like the young and handsome top analyst he was when they first met, his smile making everything else pale in comparison. "Go ahead." Back in the office, Xiao Bei locked the solid wooden door as soon as he entered. Fu Yuanshan was on the phone and didn't notice. Xiao Bei pushed open the glass door and walked straight towards him. Seeing Xiao Bei approach, Fu Yuanshan raised one hand holding the phone and gestured for him to come over with the other. However, Xiao Bei ignored that hand and pulled out his swivel chair. Squatting down, Fu Yuanshan looked at his actions in surprise and instinctively shifted back. But Xiao Bei seemed determined today. He squatted between his legs and unfastened his belt. He was still on the phone and could only respond briefly. Xiao Bei unzipped his pants and pulled out the large, quietly resting object from his underwear, lightly touching the tip with his tongue. The immense psychological and visual impact made Fu Yuanshan react instantly, gripping the armrest tightly. Then, Xiao Bei took the rounded tip into his mouth. His mouth was small, and just taking the tip made him feel somewhat full. So he began to swirl his tongue around. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, followed by someone pushing it open. "Xiao Bei's Eis wiegend." Didn't he lock the door? Fu Yuanshan was clearly caught off guard too. At that moment, his upper body holding the phone showed no signs of anything unusual. But the part blocked by the desk was definitely restricted. The person who walked in was Chun Yi, and only he would directly push the door open like that. Xiao Bei paused for a moment below and looked up at Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan didn't speak, but pointed at his phone, indicating that he was busy and couldn't let Chun Yi leave. Chun Yi had just left and returned, which must mean he had something important to discuss. He wasn't in a hurry either, waving his hand to signal that it was okay to wait, and sat down on the sofa. Xiao Bei looked at Chun Yi's indifferent expression and smiled, then buried his face again. Hiss! He didn't expect Xiao Bei to continue. And before he could control it, a sound escaped, but he quickly suppressed it. The phone was silent for a moment. Fu Yuanshan replied restrainedly. Continue. The other side started speaking again, and Chun Yi glanced at him before turning back. Xiao Bei was licking gently below, and Fu Yuanshan's hand rested lightly on his head, making it unclear whether he wanted to push him away or pull him closer. Xiao Bei looked up at him and received his gaze, which was filled with suppressed desire. Fu Yuanshan pinched his face, signaling him to stop. This awkward situation of being neither here nor there was truly embarrassing. It would take at least half an hour for Fu Yuanshan to finish, and he estimated he was talking to someone important. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be on the phone now. While Chun Yi was still playing with his phone on the sofa, Xiao Bei finally, as if venting his frustration, took him deep, almost making Fu Yuanshan let out a sound again, and then he let him go, but that little brother had already raised his head. He stuffed the thing back into his underwear, telling himself to calm down, gently zipped up his pants, and couldn't buckle his belt anymore as it made too much noise. After finishing all this, he couldn't go out while Chun Yi was outside, so he simply sat down on the floor behind the large desk. Fu Yuanshan's phone call lasted for an hour, during which Chun Yi left. Xiao Bei sat under the table until his legs went numb. After Chun Yi left, he pushed the chair back, returned to his own seat to catch his breath, and then went to rinse his mouth. Then, Chun Yi edited a text message to Fu Yuanshan, which basically said there was a celebration dinner tonight, reminding him and Xiao Bei to remember to attend. The banquet wasn't particularly significant, but it had a sense of ceremony, and as a core figure, he shouldn't miss it. However, the regret from that afternoon lingered in his heart, and he couldn't think of anything but wanted to hurry home to make up for it. He simply asked Xiao Bei, "Do you want to go tonight?" Xiao Bei, knowing his thoughts, smiled and said, "Of course I want to go home." In the end, they still went because this was Fu Yuanshan's celebration after achieving his wish. This was far from the conclusion. He was still under 30 this year. Achieving Rongxin was just his first goal. How to proceed next. How to spend the next 10 years. How to navigate the next 30 years. And what height he wanted to reach in this life were all things he had been planning since he decided to stay with Xiao Bei in this world. At the celebration dinner, Fu Yuanshan, as the main character, naturally had to give a speech. Xiao Bei watched Fu Yuanshan, whose speech contained both reflections and prospects, marking the beginning of Rongxin's new career, making the employees laugh and shed tears, eager to roll up their sleeves. Back at the table, Xiao Bei squeezed his hand, leaned in to touch his forehead, and said, "Eat more tonight. You'll be tired when we get back." Xiao Bei pouted and said, "What s with that? Don't you understand moderation?" Fu Yuanshan grinned as he cut a piece of steak. By the time they got home, after some fun, it was already quite late. They took a shower, and the two of them splashed around in the large bathtub, making a mess of water everywhere. Xiao Bei almost slipped when he got out. Recently, he had been engrossed in the book The Secrets of the Egyptian Pyramids, which had several parts, and he was enjoying it immensely. Not knowing what Fu Yuanshan was up to, Xiao Bei returned to bed and picked up the book on the bedside table to continue reading. After a while, Fu Yuanshan came over, his black and gold dragon robe accentuating his tall figure and long legs, looking extraordinary, but he had a face mask on. He walked over, snatched the book from Xiao Bei's hands, and without any explanation, put a mask on him too. Xiao Bei protested, flailing, "What the hell, you damn sissy." Fu Yuanshan secured the mask properly, then said, "What do you know? I make a living off my looks." "I don't," Xiao Bei said, reaching to take it off. Fu Yuanshan immediately pecked him on the lips and said, "Be good, keep it on." He swung his long legs over Xiao Bei and climbed onto the bed, wrapping him in his arms, saying, "They say there are 100 things couples must do together, and one of them is to put on face masks together." Huh? Xiao Bei was puzzled. What was there to do together? Fu Yuanshan ignored him and continued, "I saw that list of 100 things, and we've done quite a few, but there are still many we haven't done. I haven't prepared a candlelight dinner for you. Such a romantic thing. We haven't gotten drunk together, we should have a snowball fight, and we need to go to a concert together." Fu Yuanshan rambled on, and Xiao Bei knew he really liked these things. Love and affection, the unavoidable hurdles in the mundane world, these things full of warmth and life. Fu Yuanshan liked to put thought into these little matters. He was a very romantic person, yet also very traditional. He recalled how his grandmother used to tell him during the new year to stay safe, and when school started, to study hard. Very traditional, very reassuring. So he cherished the promise of a lifetime together. A lifetime, a pair. It was extremely kitsch, but also so touching. Do you know what the last item on the list of 100 things is? What is it? Growing old together. Fu Yuanshan warmly held him, gently whispering in his ear about becoming two old men with white hair. "Do you want to try it with me?" Xiao Bei, with a mask on his face, struggled to speak clearly and said, "I want to." Chapter 44, the company matters finally came to a close, and what lay ahead for them was the plan to find a new relocation site. The table Su Bingbai provided was indeed valuable, and Fu Yuanshan, based on the information provided by the I-class mentor, ultimately confirmed a route. He and Xiao Bei planned to walk this route first to feel how well his body adapted to various places along the way, and finally pinpoint a few locations where he would need to conduct experiments with a magnetic device of his body 6 months later upon his return. The route basically covered the entire globe, and they had 6 months, which could be considered a world trip. They planned to set off in early December, and after the Gregorian New Year, it would mark the 10th year since Fu Yuanshan stayed in area. 6 months later, Fu Yuanshan would return, and Xiao Bei would conduct the experiments here. As the time approached, Xiao Bei felt an uncontrollable sense of unease in his heart. He knew that, despite Fu Yuanshan appearing calm and collected, he was just as anxious as he was. Otherwise, why would they be entangled day and night? And why would he say things like, "We still have so much to do"? He closed his eyes, shaking these thoughts away. No more thinking, no more thinking. It's unsolvable. All he could do was, as Fu Yuanshan said, not look back and keep moving forward. What is wrong with everyone in the company today? Not working? I see them all looking excitedly at their computers, Fu Yuanshan said as he entered the office, puzzled. Xiao Bei replied, "It's double 11 today. Everyone must be shopping." Fu Yuanshan clicked his tongue, made a phone call, and decided to give each employee a red envelope of 999 yuan to encourage them to work hard. Xiao Bei was dumbfounded. After hanging up, Fu Yuanshan thought for a moment and made another call to send out a push notification on their official account, reminding everyone that November 11th, 1949, was the day the People's Liberation Army Air Force was established. Xiao Bei blinked. After Fu Yuanshan hung up, he noticed Xiao Bei looking at him and said, "You also get 999. Xiao Bei nodded, saying, "November 11th, 1949 is the day the Air Force was established." Fu Yuanshan picked up his coffee and said, Xiao Bei also opened an online shopping interface, buying a few items he would need for the upcoming trip, even though Fu Yuanshan had already prepared most of the major items. "When are we leaving?" He had asked this question several times already. Each time, Fu Yuanshan responded as if it were the first time he heard it, saying, "Early December, just 3 weeks, baby." In 3 weeks, they would leave Q City, and their mode of transportation would be walking quickly and then renting cars at each place. He was currently handing over his company responsibilities. There were 3 vice presidents below him, all capable of taking on significant responsibilities. He would choose one to be the acting president, claiming he was going to the U.S. to study. Both of them deliberately avoided the option of him not being able to return and what that would mean for the company. Fu Yuanshan insisted he would definitely come back. Otherwise, what was the point of his efforts to bring Rongxin? But Xiao Bei knew that he must have privately instructed someone on what to do with the company and where to go if he didn't return. He just wasn't telling him. That day, they visited a newly opened garden hotel in Q City, with rockeries, small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions. It was steeped in ancient charm. In the evening, Fu Yuanshan booked the entire hotel. In the several acres of the back garden, there were originally small tables in the pavilions and lofts, providing high-end and tranquil service. But now, only the 2 of them were there, along with the distant sound of a person playing the piano in a pavilion on the rockery. They stood on a small wooden bridge, with the gentle sound of flowing water and the soft chirping of insects beneath them. Lanterns hung from the bridge, and a faint mist from dry ice floated above the bridge surface. Fu Yuanshan had the long table removed and replaced with a low wooden table, laying out 2 cushions. He and Xiao Bei sat on the ground. A round of bright moonlight hung on the distant pavilion's peak, and Xiao Bei took a sip of tea, remarking that this place wasn't tea bad. Fu Yuanshan played with the mist beside him and agreed, "Right, it's a bit cold now. It would have been perfect to come here when it was neither hot nor cold." Xiao Bei tapped his teacup and asked after a while, "Do you think we can catch the first snow in Q City?" Fu Yuanshan thought about it for a moment, casually looking up at the sky, and said, "I think it's unlikely." Then he added, "If you want to see snow, we can go to Iceland." Xiao Bei shook his head. "I don't want to see snow." He buried his face in the teacup and then lifted it again. I want to be with you." He suddenly became a bit choked up and incoherent. Fu Yuanshan moved beside him, holding him in his arms, and closed his eyes, saying, "I know we can't see it this year, but next year, the year after, and every year after that, we will have plenty of time. Xiao Bei, baby, remember. I want to start anything that I'm not sure about. I always win, and this time will be no different." He tilted his head and kissed him. "Do you know? You're sure?" Xiao Bei choked out. "You always say that, but even with just a 1% chance of failure, we might never see each other again in this lifetime. Be a little braver, Xiao Bei. The calculations show we have a 79 chance of being together. Let us treat it as 100. Let us walk on happily with hope. The ending is uncertain, but smiling is always better than crying, right?" He tightened his embrace. "We can't look back. Be a little braver with me, okay?" Xiao Bei's vision blurred. He had heard the word brave too many times. Yet the courage he once gathered would be worn away in this daily self-doubt. "Baby, even if I really can't come back in the end, I have a way." Xiao Bei paused and looked up, asking what way. "There are many people researching this in area I. It is said that some research has already been done, but it can't be published for various reasons. My mentor knows many experts in this field. There must be a way. So even if I really can't come back, I will find a way over there, and we will definitely meet again." "Are you serious?" Fu Yuanshan nodded at him. "Damn it. Why didn't you say this earlier?" Xiao Bei stood up and glared at him. Fu Yuanshan laughed. I just like seeing you cry for me. So, that is how things escalated. Xiao Bei playfully hit him while angrily shouting, I just wanted an answer like this. Why didn't you say it sooner? Always telling me to be brave. What the hell? The music was melodious, the moonlight faint, the dark green trees and flowing water, and the subtle fragrance of flowers. The sister playing the piano in the pavilion on the high rockery was witnessing the first time a wealthy man booked an entire venue for his little lover. And then they got into a fight. Fu Yuanshan dodged while shedding tears in his heart, thinking this kid is really easy to fool. Before they knew it, it was early December and the work handover was already completed. The two of them met with Song Yang once. Xiao Bei's condition had stabilized during this time, and the hypnosis treatment had ended last month. Song Yang prescribed some new medication for him to take on the road, insisting he must take it regardless of wind or rain, and gave a bunch of other instructions. Xiao Bei listened absent-mindedly, while Fu Yuanshan remembered every word. After the three said their goodbyes, they left. They set off on December 3rd, and Fu Yuanshan checked the lunar calendar. The first stop was North America, the Rocky Mountains. At 10:30 a.m. Canadian time, they arrived in Vancouver. Fu Yuanshan rented an apartment in the city center, and he had arranged for rose petals to be scattered on the big bed and in the bathtub. After using his card to access the elevator and open the door, he wore a gentlemanly smile and stepped aside to let Xiao Bei walk in, eagerly waiting for him to see the scene. Wow, Xiao Bei exclaimed as he entered. This balcony is so cool. He tossed his bag onto the bed without looking, causing the heart shape made of petals to flutter slightly, and he headed straight for the balcony. Fu Yuanshan's smile turned into a question mark. Xiao Bei arrived on the balcony, which was an open terrace at a crossroads, overlooking the spacious and tidy streets of Vancouver, with a warm winter sun shining down, making one feel cheerful. Fu Yuanshan approached from behind, trapping him between his arms and the railing, and gritted his teeth to ask in his ear, Do you like it? Xiao Bei found it inexplicably delightful. Fu Yuanshan pushed him inside, urging him to take a look, wondering if he would check out the bed first. There was something even more appealing inside. When Xiao Bei saw the bed covered in heart-shaped rose petals, his heart skipped a beat. These things had always seemed too cheesy to him. But when it was done by someone he loved, all he could feel was romance and overwhelming affection. Fu Yuanshan noticed Xiao Bei's expression and felt a little better inside. He turned Xiao Bei's face towards him and said, Kiss me. Xiao Bei smiled and pulled him by his collar, kissing him. They kissed from the living room to the kitchen, then from the kitchen to the adjoining open bathroom, where rose petals floated in the bathtub alongside a platter of wine. They gasped for breath as they pulled apart. Xiao Bei saw the fully open bathroom and, with an unsteady breath, said, You booked a love apartment, right? Fu Yuanshan laughed and unbuttoned his shirt. How did you know? Xiao Bei pressed his hand down and said hoarsely, It's not dark yet. Then let's go until it gets dark. They played from the bathtub to the bed, and in the end, Xiao Bei buried his face in the pillow, his hoarse voice repeatedly calling out beast. By the time they finished, it was already dark, and Xiao Bei, utterly exhausted, lay on the bed, half asleep. Fu Yuanshan put on a robe and went to the kitchen to make him a bowl of borscht. The aroma of potatoes, onions, and beef wafted to Xiao Bei's senses. To eat or to sleep, a significant dilemma in life. After a while, the meal was ready, and Fu Yuanshan came to pull him out of bed. Xiao Bei felt like a rag doll and couldn't be lifted no matter what. Eventually, Fu Yuanshan laughed and asked, Are you getting up or not? No. Then you won't eat? I'll eat. Fu Yuanshan clicked his tongue. How are you so cute? He leaned down and kissed Xiao Bei on the eye, whispering, All right. How to eat? Xiao Bei lay in bed, concentrating all his strength and awareness on his mouth. Fu Yuanshan sat at the edge of the bed, letting Xiao Bei rest his head on his thigh, feeding him beef, waiting until Xiao Bei chewed enough before giving him a spoonful of soup, then another piece of potato, followed by some noodles and vegetables, and then more beef. After finishing a bowl of soup, Xiao Bei was somewhat awake and lay on Fu Yuanshan's legs, saying, I feel like a pig. Fu Yuanshan wiped the corner of his mouth and asked, Do you want another bowl? Xiao Bei shook his head, sitting up, feeling warm in his stomach, stretching and saying, So comfortable. Fu Yuanshan smiled and asked, What kind of comfortable? Xiao Bei grinned. That kind of comfortable. Chapter 45. In the evening, the two went to Gastown, just a few steps from downtown Vancouver. As night fell, the street lights flickered on, and they strolled along the cobblestone streets, flanked by freshly renovated North American historical buildings, with shops lining the streets and tourists bustling about. Each shop had flower baskets hanging outside, making it particularly beautiful. As they wandered, if there was one advantage to being abroad, Yuanshan would probably first think of how he and Xiao Bei could hold hands without hesitation. At that moment, they walked hand in hand down the street, without any strange or curious looks, just like any ordinary couple. Canadians walked dogs, often large ones that were about as tall as their waists, and Yuanshan's heart raced, while Xiao Bei was quite interested. Eventually, they stopped at a pub that was quite unique, with a wooden fence surrounding an area separated from the street, setting up a few small tables and hanging starlights that looked especially beautiful at night and attracted big dogs. After sitting for a while and ordering a bottle of ice wine, they were chatting when Xiao Bei noticed a new table behind Yuanshan. A Canadian couple had arrived with a strong, muscular pit bull. Once they sat down, they tied the dog to the wooden fence, leaving it to wait outside. Seeing that Yuanshan was still chattering away, Xiao Bei raised his chin to signal him to look back. When Yuanshan turned his head, his face turned pale, and he took a sip of his drink, exclaiming, "Oh no, there's a dog." Xiao Bei couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and burst out laughing, leaning over the table. Yuanshan, feeling a bit shaky, said, "Let's go, we can't stay here. It's not safe." Xiao Bei laughed until his stomach hurt, holding him down. "Don't. This place is so beautiful." He stood up, saying, "You watch me." With that, he walked over. Yuanshan grabbed him and asked, "What are you doing?" "That dog is not safe. Don't touch it." Xiao Bei laughed and shrugged off his hand. "It's fine, just watch." In the past, he would never have initiated a conversation like this, but now he was improving day by day, especially since it was a chance to show off in front of Yuanshan. Xiao Bei's English wasn't particularly good, but he could manage basic conversation. The couple looked to be in their 50s, typical white people, and were very friendly. Xiao Bei greeted them, asked what their dog's name was and if it was friendly. After receiving their affirmative answers, he returned to the table, picked up a piece of beef, and walked over. The big dog's eyes immediately widened. Standing in front of the dog, it sat up straight. Diesel. The dog sat even more upright, excitedly wagging its tail. "Diesel, do you want to eat?" Xiao Bei extended the beef strip towards it, and Diesel held its breath, stopping its tail from wagging, eyes fixated on the beef, glimmering with anticipation. Yuanshan felt his heart race and reminded Xiao Bei, "It probably doesn't understand Chinese." A moment later, a long drool dripped down from its chin. Xiao Bei extended his other hand, and before he could say shake hands, the chubby paw landed on his hand with a thud, then wagged its tail triumphantly, staring intently at the beef. Yuanshan was nearly about to lose it, saying in a trembling voice, "Quick, give it to it." Xiao Bei laughed, rubbed its head, and gave it the meat. The owner smiled and said to it, "Diesel, say thank you." Diesel lifted its front paws off the ground and pawed at Xiao Bei. Yuanshan felt like his heart was about to leap out. Returning to his seat, Xiao Bei sat down and laughed. "See? It's not so scary, it's quite cute, right?" Yuanshan didn't know what to say, finally just saying, "Cute my ass." Then he added, "Don't mess with big dogs like that in the future. I'm just scared it might bite you. If you really like dogs, we could have a pot of flowers. It's the same, just a little life, blah, blah, blah." Xiao Bei listened with a faint smile. "I'll do as you say. Whatever you want." The next morning, they rented a car and headed to Banff National Park in eastern Vancouver. When they arrived in Banff town, it started to snow, and the snow-capped mountains stood tall in the distance, making this foreign little town look like a fairyland. The two of them put on thick down jackets, got out of the car to grab a bite to eat, and then drove in. Once they entered Banff National Park, it felt like stepping into a giant fairy tale kingdom, with towering trees over 10 meters high and mountains capped with white hats. They drove along the forest road until they turned a corner, and a vibrant green lake suddenly appeared before them. It looked like a giant amber formed from the tears of a deity, lying quietly among the snow-capped mountains, with the trees by the lake reflecting in the majestic snow, like a masterpiece from the most skilled colorist. They parked the car, got out, and immediately heard a familiar yet spine-chilling shout. startling both of them. Two groundhogs suddenly appeared on the grass. Fu Yuanshan furrowed his brows, but he wasn't afraid of them. Oh no, Xiao Bei laughed. Were they the ones calling just now? Fu Yuanshan had a slightly disdainful expression, saying, "This sounds too unpleasant." He squatted down and waved to the two little creatures. "Come here, little squirrel." "Is this a squirrel?" Xiao Bei usket cooliously. "It should be," Fu Yuanshan replied casually, waving his hand again. "Come here, let me play with you." Xiao Bei found it amusing and squatted down with him, saying, "You beast, you won't even let a squirrel go." Fu Yuanshan leaned in and kissed Xiao Bei on the ear, joking squirrels aren't as tight as you. "Damn!" Xiao Bei stood up and hit him, and the two rolled around in the empty mountains and lakes. Suddenly, the two groundhogs let out a scream. Ah! It gave both of them goosebumps. Is this really a squirrel? I don't know. Fu Yuanshan stood up and pulled Xiao Bei up. Let us hurry and leave. Who knows what kind of biting beast it is? The two hurriedly got into the car, bidding farewell to this beautiful fairy tale world and heading to the next stop. They drove along Highway 1 to Lake Louise. The road was wide, and the sky was covered with white clouds. Xiao Bei touched his hand, resting on the gear lever, and asked, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" There's a slight resonance. Fu Yuanshan turned his head and smiled at him. "Let us see how it feels at Witch Lake later." "Okay," Xiao Bei smeated back. Just then, something suddenly appeared ahead, and before they could see what it was, the screeching sound of brakes filled the air, and the car came to a sudden stop. When they looked up again, they saw a deer with large antlers, startled, running into the woods from the other side of the road. Fu Yuanshan immediately asked Xiao Bei, "Did we hit it?" Xiao Bei shook his head, saying, "No, I just got a little restrained by the seatbelt," and asked, "What about you? Are you okay?" Fu Yuanshan waved his hand, cursing as he started the car again. Xiao Bei found it quite amusing that they had even seen a deer. Seeing Xiao Bei's curious expression, Fu Yuanshan said, "Since you like animals so much, I'll take you to the zoo another day." Xiao Bei smiled and said, "Sure, take me. Let's go together." Fu Yuanshan suddenly nudged him and said, "Baby, look." Xiao Bei looked ahead and saw a snow-capped mountain shrouded in clouds, floating in mid-air like a fairyland. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was an effect created by the clouds, and Xiao Bei found it hard to take his eyes off it. The two went to the picturesque Emerald Lake and finally stopped at Witch Lake. Fu Yuanshan always felt that Witch Lake was the soul of the Rocky Mountains, with distant snow-capped peaks, endless forests, and sunlight streaming through the clouds. Now it was winter, and most of Witch Lake had been drawn underground, leaving only a winding, less than 10-meter-wide river on the surface, with ice fragments floating on the lake and the shore, indicating that they had come out of season. After getting out of the car, the two took a breath of the clean and crisp air, and Fu Yuanshan gradually felt some unusual sensations in his body. He opened his eyes and took out a magnet from his jacket pocket. The magnet was completely black and irregularly shaped, slightly shimmering with magnetic force. Xiao Bei always focused on this whenever they arrived at a new place. He leaned over and noticed the magnet's peculiarities, feeling excited, and asked, "What does this mean?" Fu Yuanshan smiled and said, "This place resonates well with me. We can determine a location now." Xiao Bei looked at him in surprise, momentarily speechless. Fu Yuanshan hugged him, saying, "Baby, this trip was worth it." "Yes," Xiao Bei hugged him back. "We need hope. We need hope." 2 days later, they arrived in San Francisco. On the winding coastline of California, the Golden Gate Bridge stood lonely yet magnificent over the sea, with the Pacific Ocean's waves crashing against the rocks, creating white foam like snow. They walked on the beach in their down jackets, as California's winter was not stingy with sunshine. As they walked, Fu Yuanshan said, "In this temperature, I could go without a down jacket. After all, our jeans are strong." "Then don't wear one," Xiao Bei teased. Fu Yuanshan unzipped his jacket and turned to Xiao Bei, asking, "Do I look handsome?" Xiao Bei turned to look at the tall man beside him, who was as tall as a Westerner, his hair tousled by the sea breeze, his handsome face facing the wind, his eyes slightly squinted. "Very handsome, but you look like a punk. In the middle of winter with your jacket wide open, hands in your pockets, you just need a cigarette in your mouth. What do you know, this is what a real man looks like." "Damn," Xiao Bei laughed and scolded, unable to take it anymore. "Quick, zip it up." Fu Yuanshan couldn't help but laugh, and zipped it up. Ahead, there was a small circle of sand piled up, and Xiao Bei said, "This must be left by some kid playing." Fu Yuanshan casually said, "You just stand here." Xiao Bei looked at him warily. "What for?" "If someone comes, just salute them." The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, unable to contain their laughter. Xiao Bei gritted his teeth and asked, "Come on, how do you want to die?" Fu Yuanshan suppressed a smile and leaned close to his ear, saying, "I want to die inside you." The sunset gradually spread across the sea, painting the vast sky red, with layers of red clouds rolling in like waves of fire. There were hardly any people left on the beach as they held hands and walked towards the car. "What is that?" Xiao Bei saw a dark shadow in the waves near the shore. Fu Yuanshan looked up at the sound. There was a slowly moving shadow. His eyesight was better than that of the average person, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a person. The two ran towards it, about 100 meters away. As they got closer, they saw it was a white male student, the seawater reaching his chest, and the waves were strong, making his frail body sway precariously. Fu Yuanshan turned to stop Xiao Bei from running in, then stepped into the icy seawater, approaching and grabbing the boy's arm to pull him back. The boy instantly went limp, uncontrollably kneeling on the ground. "Hey, are you okay?" Fu Yuanshan shouted in English, but his voice was drowned out by the waves and wind, so he could only drag the boy back. Xiao Bei waited on shore, and as soon as they reached land, he rushed over. Fu Yuanshan laid the boy on the sand. He seemed to have swallowed some water and was coughing continuously. The two helped him catch his breath. The boy was tall and thin, with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking quite handsome. He appeared to be a student, no older than 20. Fu Yuanshan patted his back while asking, "Why did you try to commit suicide? Where are your family? How can we contact them?" The boy stopped coughing, his expression calm, looking lifeless as he lay on the beach, staring blankly at the sea. Chapter 46. Fu Yuanshan was soaked, his clothes and hair wet. The boy's lips were pale and without a hint of color. Fu Yuanshan frowned and looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had never experienced anything like this, but seeing the boy stirred something in his heart. He held the boy's hand and asked, "What is your name?" The boy didn't answer at first, but after a moment, he spoke in a raw, youthful voice. "Why did you save me?" Fu Yuanshan replied, "Let us get him to the hospital first." Xiao Bei shook his head, saying, "He doesn't want to go. Let us take him home." This time, they rented an apartment in San Francisco again. The three returned home, and they found his ID in his pocket. He was 19 years old and named Kevin. All the way, Kevin acted like a soulless puppet, silently staring out the window, appearing to be at their mercy. When they returned home, they prepared a hot bath for him. Xiao Bei had a physique similar to his, and he offered his own clothes for him to wear. He remained calm and cooperative, showing no emotion, and did not speak, with a vacant expression in his eyes. Fu Yuanshan was also soaked through, but by this moment, he had dried off. Xiao Bei said, "You should take a hot shower too." Fu Yuanshan looked at him with melancholy and said, "You only care about me after I've dried off." Xiao Bei kissed him and said, "Be good. Hurry up. I'll keep an eye on him." Fu Yuanshan held his neck and kissed him back before picking up his clothes and heading to the bathroom. Xiao Bei looked at Kevin, feeling an indescribable sensation, as if he was seeing himself from years ago. He took Kevin's phone out of his backpack. The recent calls were all from the same number, with over a dozen missed calls from that one number. He glanced at Kevin and dialed the number. "Hello," an anxious male voice answered, speaking in fluent American English. "Where are you?" Xiao Bei replied in English. "Who are you to Kevin?" The man paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "He had a bit of an incident today. If you're close to him, could you come pick him up?" At that moment, Kevin suddenly spoke up, telling him to go to Pinole. Xiao Bei quickly noted down the location, and the man agreed, asking to speak to Kevin. Xiao Bei gestured, but Kevin did not respond. Xiao Bei took it as a silent agreement and held the phone to Kevin's ear. The person on the other end was speaking anxiously, but Xiao Bei couldn't hear clearly. He could only see Kevin's expression gradually shift from being emotionless to showing a complex mix of either sarcasm or pain. After hanging up, Fu Yuanshan emerged from the bathroom, and Xiao Bei explained the situation to him. Fu Yuanshan was drying his hair with a towel and said, "Okay, go with him. I guess they're speaking in Chinese, and Kevin can't understand. It's probably about love troubles." Xiao Bei put his hands in his pockets, thought for a moment, and said, "The person on the other end is a man. Are there few little gay guys in America? Xiao Bei poked him. You're a little gay too. I'm a charming gay. Fu Yuanshan could sense Xiao Bei's concern for this white boy and could roughly guess the reason. After all, even he felt that the first time he saw Kevin. There was something about him that reminded him of Xiao Bei when they first met, an indifference and coldness, a rejection that emanated from deep within, very similar to Xiao Bei back then. Now, Xiao Bei was able to care for someone who needed help, while the young man he loved still treated outsiders with coldness and reluctance to talk. However, he was no longer indifferent or uncaring, ready to withdraw at any moment. He had gradually integrated into society, no longer like a young beast that had been bullied, surrounded by layers of frost and thorns, but was starting to peek out, trying to experience and learn to love. Kevin's location was in the red light district of San Francisco, at a gay bar. Xiao Bei. It could be chaotic in such places, especially abroad. The two of them followed Kevin inside, and as soon as they entered, a boy in a bikini approached Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan shot him a cold glance, his expression devoid of warmth, conveying a clear warning, and the boy quickly turned away to hit on someone else. Xiao Bei felt uncomfortable, and Fu Yuanshan wrapped his arms around him, asserting his claim, saying, "Do we look like Tang Sung entering the spider lair?" When Kevin first entered, a man pinched his butt, but he seemed oblivious and led the two further inside, where there was a booth prepared by his man. They pushed the door open, and inside sat a tall, muscular white man, nearly 2 meters tall. As soon as Kevin entered, he hurried over and hugged him tightly. The room was lit with warm, clean lights, and the man thanked them, explaining the situation. His name was Hudson, a 38-year-old executive with a wife. Kevin had first come here with a friend when he was 18, and they had met that day. Hudson had taken him to a hotel. The two had intermittently kept in touch for over a year, but when Kevin learned that Hudson had gotten married 6 months later, he had given up an Ivy League offer in Boston for him, only to find out that Hudson had a wife and children younger than him. Kevin had been on a 6-month break from school and had just started attending classes normally again, when suddenly he felt the urge to jump off a cliff. Xiao Bei understood this feeling well. It was not sudden at all. It was a feeling that had been hidden and suppressed for too long, almost deceiving himself. And then, on an unknown day, that feeling resurfaced, unbearable, leading to a desire for farewell. If he couldn't say goodbye to this relationship, he wanted to say goodbye to his life. Hudson had complicated property disputes with his wife and custody issues regarding their 2 children. As the conversation progressed, Kevin's expression finally changed from being emotionless. He clung tightly to Hudson's shoulders and cried. Hudson was also in tears, unable to believe that Kevin would consider taking his own life over this matter. He was still so young, so beautiful. Finally, he cried out, "I will get a divorce. I will get a divorce. I will sue her. We will be together." Xiao Bei and Fu Yuanshan gave them space and stepped outside. They drove home, and in California, renting a car meant renting a supercar. The convertible Ferrari sped down the empty roads of rural America, and Fu Yuanshan was still reflecting on what had just happened. What do you think about that man? Should we call him an unfaithful husband or a married gay? Xiao Bei shrugged. That's pretty despicable. Will Kevin be happy with him? Fu Yuanshan rested his arm on the window, saying, "The most basic function of morality is love. It depends on whether he can love." Xiao Bei looked at him. Fu Yuanshan glanced at him, smiled, and continued. To be with someone, you need to love them and be loyal to them. I've given you both. I don't know if that kid will be happy, but look how happy you are. Xiao Bei smiled. Love and loyalty he had given to Fu Yuanshan, and he received the same in return. 2 people in love exchanged love and loyalty, loving him and being loyal to him. Most relationships do not have dramatic ups and downs. They are merely repetitive day after day. To lose to time means to grow weary of the daily routine. But what allows love to persist is that the other person is always attractive to you, and you maintain a vibrant love for that person. The mundane aspects of life become meaningful because of them. Life is no longer a simple routine, but a fresh experience every day. Love is a skill, and those who have it are happy. Fu Yuanshan taught him how to love. The endless stream of love within him is the confidence he faces the world with, and it is also the source of his happiness every day. Every time he saw Fu Yuanshan, every conversation with him, every close encounter, Every kiss that sought to intertwine their souls made his heart race. Xiao Bei covered his heart with his hand, looking silly as he felt the heartbeat that would forever quicken at every sweet word from Yuanshan. As Christmas approached, the two planned a trip to New York. They walked quickly to New York, and Yuanshan switched to another car, which was not rented, but was one he had auctioned off during a previous business trip. It was a collectible Chevrolet, designed by founder Louis Chevrolet, with only one in the world. Snowflakes are drifting in the sky of New York, and the windows of the shops on the street are already covered with Santas. Adults are pulling their children along the street, while little ones wear bright red Christmas hats, holding large candies and candy canes. Every Christmas tree by the roadside is extravagantly decorated, with golden five-pointed stars hanging at the top, making Yuanshan's heart flutter. The apartment they rented also has 2 Christmas trees set up by the landlord in the living room. They bought a bunch of decorations outside and started to tinker with the 2 trees as soon as they got home. It must be said that Yuanshan's artistic talent is quite strong. A clean Christmas tree was sprinkled with snowflakes using foam boards, adorned with colorful ribbons, and loosely wrapped with starlights from the top. Finally, Xiao Bei hung up items like bells, baubles, sleds, bows, and floral wreaths. After finishing, both of them were sweating, and Yuanshan looked at the stars on top of the trees and happily called Xiao Bei over for a photo. As the sun set, warm yellow light radiated from the fireplace, and they turned on the starlights, instantly illuminating the Christmas trees. Yuanshan held his phone, wrapped his arms around Xiao Bei, and both of them smiled brightly at the camera. After taking several pictures, Xiao Bei couldn't smile anymore and pushed him away, saying, "That's enough photos. Are you trying to take a photo shoot?" Yuanshan looked at the photos they just took and suddenly grinned at Xiao Bei, saying, "I think we need to take some of those kinds of photos." Xiao Bei also laughed. "How many of those kinds?" Without saying a word, Yuanshan lifted his shirt, but Xiao Bei quickly pressed it down, saying, "No way." Yuanshan pulled him into his arms and domineeringly said, No way. You promised me you'd let me record it. What kind of photos do you want to take?" Soon, Xiao Bei found out what kind of photos Yuanshan wanted to take. He was now leaning on the sofa, covering his body with his clothes, his hair messy, his lips a deep red, his eyes misty, and he had no strength left. Yuanshan sat on the sofa with his upper body bare, elbow resting on his leg, while flipping through the photos they just took. Xiao Bei finally regained his composure and hoarsely said, "Give me a cigarette." Yuanshan took the last puff of his cigarette, put down his phone, and came over. Xiao Bei thought he was going to do something else, but he had no strength to dodge. Yuanshan blew the smoke into his mouth, the smoke rolling around his insides before being exhaled. Xiao Bei looked through the hazy smoke at the tall and handsome man, tugging at the waistband of his sweatpants, saying, "When are we going to get serious?" Yuanshan held his hand down, saying, "Wait for me to come back, and we'll go at it for 3 days and nights." Joke! He was much more eager than Xiao Bei. On Christmas Eve, the atmosphere in New York reached its peak, with jingle bells playing in every street and alley, and cheerful people everywhere. At 10:30, they arrived at Times Square. New York's Times Square was packed with people, the bizarre skyscrapers flashing dazzling lights. In the center of the square stood the world's largest Christmas tree, beautifully adorned with lights, attracting people from all directions to gather here. The two held hands, squeezed into the bustling crowd, feeling the lively atmosphere of the grandest Western festival. They wrapped themselves in red scarves and wore thick clothes. Yuanshan looked at the Christmas cane in his hand and shouted, "It's too crowded. Hold it tight. Don't let it get squished. I'll buy not it." Gripping the Christmas cane tighter to protect the treasure that Yuanshan insisted on buying. Yuanshan hugged him tightly and shouted, "There will be fireworks soon. Remember to make a wish." Xiao Bei leaned close to his ear and said, "President Fu, you don't need to shout to talk like this." After saying that, he didn't move away, just looked at Yuanshan, his long eyelashes brushing against his profile. Yuanshan lowered his gaze to look at him and whispered in his ear, "What are you doing? In public, be mindful of the influence." Xiao Bei smiled and stood straight. Yuanshan gritted his teeth in frustration. At midnight, countless fireworks instantly rose into the vast night sky, and in the next moment, hundreds of fireworks exploded simultaneously, bursting forth dazzling brilliance that almost filled the entire night sky. That moment was as bright as day, illuminating the innocent and tender face of a little girl riding on her father's shoulders, her angelic blue eyes marveling at the beautiful moment. Surrounding people cheered, blessed, and prayed. Xiao Bei also closed his eyes. I wish for my loved one to be safe and sound for eternity. I wish for us to grow old together. I wish. Chapter 47. After Christmas, they left America, and the Rocky Mountains could be considered a test transfer location. Now, they have arrived at the Aegean Sea in Greece. Perhaps in the eyes of the residents living here, the Aegean Sea is blue and white. But in the eyes of lovers, it is purple. The purple sky and ocean, the gentle and romantic beach and air, make one feel as if they are immersed in honey. However, at this moment, some not-so-gentle things are unfolding. A few days ago, when they had just arrived here, Xiao Bei saw someone skydiving and was intrigued. He had signed up for extreme sports in college, mainly skydiving, so he was quite familiar with it. But Yuanshan had never jumped before, and when Xiao Bei asked him to jump with him, he firmly refused. Xiao Bei noticed that this person was very protective of his own life. Yuanshan proudly told him that when he was a child, adults would have his brother take him across the street, but his brother would say it was okay to go, and he would pull his brother back, insisting on waiting for the car that was 50 meters away to pass before crossing. That day, Xiao Bei really wanted to jump, but at that time, Yuanshan only had a pack of cigarettes and a lighter in his pocket and nothing else to pay with, so he conveniently had an excuse not to jump. As a result, 3 days later, they appeared fully equipped on a plane at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Yuanshan sat there with his eyes closed, looking very uneasy, and the instructor next to him kept explaining the rules. Xiao Bei was beside him, being a half-professional. He could take Yuanshan with him for high-altitude skydiving since he hadn't taken the expensive certification exam. The pilot in the front said, 3 minutes. Yuanshan pressed his lips together, swearing that those 3 minutes were the longest of his life. After 3 minutes, the cabin door opened, and the wild wind rushed in. Xiao Bei asked him, "Are you ready?" Yuanshan said, "Jump." The two leaned forward and jumped out, feeling an intense sensation of weightlessness enveloping their senses. Xiao Bei was controlling from behind, and after a few seconds, he regained his balance, the whistling wind and thin air in his ears, and the high-speed free fall made Xiao Bei feel exhilarated. Yuanshan was so scared he wanted to curse, shouting, "Open the parachute! Open the parachute!" He had spent 3 days preparing himself mentally to convince himself to jump with Xiao Bei. But in truth, Xiao Bei didn't insist that he jump. It was just that he couldn't let Xiao Bei jump alone. After 3 days of self-persuasion, the only thought in his mind was that if they were to die, they would die together. This thought seemed to have magic, making him fearless. Xiao Bei also shouted, "Open your eyes." Look, Yuanshan painfully opened his eyes, and what he saw was a vast expanse of land and ocean, the horizon faintly showing a spherical curvature, thin clouds scattered around him, and the wind slicing across his face, but his fingertips felt Xiao Bei's gentle warmth. In the next moment, the parachute opened, and the descent speed suddenly slowed. For a moment, Yuanshan even thought he had stopped moving. The blue and white roofs of the Aegean Sea, the streets arranged in a disorderly manner. Everything below him was materialized from 1,000 meters above. The two interlocked their necks and fingers, and Xiao Bei kissed Yuanshan's cheek, saying, "Let us kiss." "Fool!" Yuanshan smiled. "Do I really need to say this?" Xiao Bei gently kissed his lips, and Yuanshan reciprocated with the same tenderness and seriousness. They kissed twice before parting, and then admired the unparalleled beauty of the world through their goggles. After landing, Yuanshan spread his arms for the staff to help him out of his gear, saying, "I feel like my face has been blown skinny." Xiao Bei laughed and asked, "Is it refreshing?" Yuanshan replied with a straight face, "Refreshing, but definitely no next time." Xiao Bei pouted. In the evening, they strolled along the beach, where the sea was calm, without a ripple. The red glow of the sunset adorned the surface of the water. Yuanshan said, "This sea has another name, the Sea of Wine." "I miss Q City," Xiao Bei said. Perhaps it was the scenery that stirred emotions, as they saw many seas along the way. But none were like that of Q City. In Q City at night, when Yuanshan wasn't busy with work, they would go for walks by the sea after dinner. There were many people, couples, families, and children running around on the beach, with smoke wafting from barbecue stalls and delicious aromas filling the air. The waves lapped at the shore and then receded, while Yuanshan's warm palm enveloped Xiao Bei's. They had whispered sweet nothings under the moonlight countless times, a beauty that one could never forget in a lifetime. Yuanshan remained silent for a while, before smiling and asking, "Missing home?" Xiao Bei also smiled and nodded. A few days later, they went to Budapest. They had been out for 2 months, traveling to about a dozen places in America and Europe, staying longer in some places and just briefly in others. They confirmed experimental transfer locations like the Rocky Mountains and Bulgaria. The Danube, like a young girl, has beautiful long hair, winds between Buda and Pest, with lights reflecting on both banks, exuding an indescribable tenderness. By the time they arrived, it was already late at night. Yuanshan kept saying he was tired, and Xiao Bei, having heard him drone on, yawned repeatedly. Once they reached their accommodation, they rested briefly before going to sleep. Xiao Bei dreamed again. In the dream, it was night, and he stood alone on the rooftop, as if about to fall off the edge any second. Surrounding him were large single-story buildings that looked like warehouses, with a small door tightly shut. Where was Yuanshan? Where was he? He searched everywhere, but couldn't find him, suspecting he was inside one of the small houses. But how could he get down from the rooftop as high as a tree? Suddenly, a hand pushed him from behind, and a cold voice said, "Go down. Don't you want to die for him?" It was his own voice. Xiao Bei shuddered and abruptly woke up. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The panic of being unable to find someone felt so real that his heart seemed to hang in midair. He gasped and looked beside him, only to find the bed next to him empty, the warmth already dissipated. Xiao Bei's heart tightened. He looked up to see Yuanshan on the balcony. His heart instantly relaxed, replaced by a heavy sense of worry. He frowned, feeling suddenly very tired. Yuanshan was smoking, and in the moonlight, he could see that the ashtray next to him was nearly full. The man stood with his arms resting on the balcony, his muscular back appearing alluring in the moonlight. But he kept his head down, taking drag after drag of his cigarette. Xiao Bei knew he was far from as relaxed as he appeared. He felt an unnamed anger in his chest, but stronger than that was an unfathomable fatigue. He didn't approach him. Instead, he slowly lay back down on the bed, turned away, and closed his eyes, but he could no longer fall asleep. "Boss, no cilantro, no scallions, make the crispy bits a little scattered, and spread the sauce evenly." Yuanshan was in a great mood today. When they got up in the morning, they had a race to see who could get dressed faster, and the loser would treat the other to breakfast. Xiao Bei was a step slower, so he ended up paying. They went out to find breakfast, but unexpectedly discovered Chinatown, where there was a pancake shop run by someone from Shandong. They never expected to find food from home in a foreign land, so each ordered pancake. When it came time to pay, Xiao Bei saw the price list and was shocked to find that the pancake they ordered cost 350 forints. He exclaimed in surprise and showed Yuanshan. Yuanshan glanced at him and said, "What? Not buying it for your husband just because it's expensive?" Xiao Bei asked, "What's the exchange rate? How much is that in RMB?" They checked, and it was about 8 yuan. They added a tip and left with a hefty bill of 1,000 forints. Yuanshan sighed dramatically while holding the pancake, saying, "If you can't even afford this 8 yuan love game, how are you going to handle the millions in the future?" Xiao Bei nearly spat out his bite upon hearing this. Laughing and scolding, "You're crazy." Yuanshan laughed too, reaching over to pluck the scallions from the corner of Xiao Bei's mouth. The pleasant winter sun shone warmly down, and there were many street performers along the banks of the Danube, as well as vendors selling trinkets. Nearby, there was a couple. The girl, wrapped in a thick scarf, said she wanted cotton candy. The boy went to buy it for her, and the girl sweetly waited. When the boy returned, they held hands and walked off affectionately. Xiao Bei didn't know why, but seeing this scene, he asked Yuanshan, "Do you want cotton candy?" Yuanshan hadn't seen what just happened and thought Xiao Bei wanted some. So he said, "Let us go buy some." Normally, Xiao Bei wouldn't eat such sweet stuff, but at that moment, he really wanted to try it, wanted to do something ordinary couples do with Yuanshan. Yuanshan bought Xiao Bei the largest cotton candy, nearly the size of a pumpkin, and Xiao Bei was both amused and annoyed, asking, "Why buy such a big one?" Although asking for cotton candy seemed trivial, Fu Yuanshan knew that Xiao Bei had hardly made any requests in the past. But recently it was different. Sometimes he would even ask for childish things. It was as if he needed to fulfill these requests to confirm something, to confirm his existence, to confirm that he hadn't tea left. It also felt like a race against time, as if he had made a list of things to accomplish, one by one. But how could one rush to achieve a lifetime together? The two seemed trapped in a strange loop, both saying they would definitely succeed and believing it in their hearts. Yet, deep down in their subconscious, they were buried with fear, uncontrollably thinking about what would happen if they failed. That kind of worry was instinctual, beyond conscious control. Why buy such a big cotton candy? Because I like you, because I love you. I'll do anything for what you want. So, baby, don't worry. I want to leave it to fate. I don't believe in odds. I'll fight to come back. Pamper you? Fu Yuanshan asked with a smile. The sunlight fell on his handsome brows and eyes, and the Danube, which had flowed between Buddha and Pest for thousands of years, seemed to pale in comparison. Xiao Bei looked at the huge cotton candy and smiled, saying, "Pamper." As they walked hand in hand under the linden trees along Pest, the moonlight was gentle. They had just enjoyed a lavish meal on a cruise ship and were now taking a stroll to digest. Fu Yuanshan had just eaten too many spicy dishes, leaving his voice hoarse, and he rambled on excitedly. When men get together, it's all about sports and politics. Xiao Bei said, "They probably didn't intend for it to be this way when they started decades ago. Over time, they got immersed in it." Fu Yuanshan honestly replied, "Yeah. That's why there's a famous saying on the ancient Greek temple, 'Where do I come from?' or 'Know thyself,' which is all about positioning." Xiao Bei blinked and said, "I think your voice is very sexy." Fu Yuanshan gave him a charming smile. After staying in Europe for a while, they followed the instructions and returned to America. Vermont seemed to be the best place to visit in autumn, with rolling hills and vast expanses of red maple leaves, made famous by the film Forrest Gump, introducing this fairy tale-like place to the world. They stayed at a farm in the countryside this time. Fu Yuanshan had been talking on the phone with his mentor inside the house, while Xiao Bei was outside in the yard, watching the white clouds in the sky. Beyond the fence was the vast farm, where the owner had set up a chair and was lounging in it, with two sheepdogs lying beside him. The cattle were scattered in the high grass in the distance, a few here and a few there. With a cup of tea, a pack of cigarettes, and a newspaper, he spent half the day. Suddenly, a phrase popped into Xiao Bei's mind. After a while, Fu Yuanshan came out, still looking relaxed. Xiao Bei smiled and asked, "What did he say?" "Nothing much. The teacher said it was going smoothly. The strength of the magnetic field at each location is also related to time. And he asked us to try more. He is also calculating the patterns with the machine," Fu Yuanshan replied. "The sky is so blue," he said, touching Xiao Bei's clothes. "Are you cold?" "Not cold," Xiao Bei said, looking at the vastness in the distance. "Let's walk over there." Fu Yuanshan tightened his collar for him and said, "Okay." Xiao Bei took a step forward, and Fu Yuanshan lit a cigarette behind him, watching his silhouette with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Even in January and February, the grass on the farm was still very high, and they walked through it with their long legs. Xiao Bei caught a whiff of the smoke on Fu Yuanshan, and although he didn't have a craving for it, he had been almost inseparable from cigarettes during this time. Xiao Bei wanted to ask, but didn't know how. "Are you smoking again?" Fu Yuanshan looked at him and then teased, "What? Are you starting to care about my smoking? You didn't used to smoke like this." In the distance, cows and sheep dotted the pasture, and the winter in Vermont had shed its fiery red and golden colors, becoming extremely plain. Fu Yuanshan hugged him and said, "All right, I won't smoke anymore. My baby has spoken." Xiao Bei listened to him calmly, and after a moment, suddenly broke free from his embrace and returned inside without a word. Fu Yuanshan looked at the suddenly empty space in his arms. A sharp pain surged in his heart. He clenched his fist and let it drop, looking up at the boundless sky, letting out a long breath. He had said that he was more afraid than anyone of not being able to immigrate. The thought of not being able to be with Xiao Bei for the rest of his life filled him with deep fear. He couldn't even articulate how much he loved that man, as if that feeling had merged into his very bones, inseparable, unable to part in life or death. His mentor called, and said to continue searching, as the few locations they had confirmed had too low a compatibility with his body. He had no final trump card to reveal, and there was no established method of transportation in the world either. All there was continuous searching, constant searching. He had stood for too long, and now he was finally tired. He crouched down Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei. After Xiao Bei returned to the room, he slammed the door shut with a bang, didn't take off his clothes, and went straight to bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket and starting to sleep. He didn't know when the tears started to fall. He used the blanket to wipe them away, 1 drop, 2 drops, but they couldn't be stopped. The pillow quickly became soaked, and he tightly closed his eyes, as if opening them would confront him with a nightmare. Emotional breakdowns happen in an instant. No one knows which straw broke the camel's back, and Xiao Bei was close to his limit. His lips were bitten until they bled. A hint of metallic sweetness in his mouth, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yuanshan didn't know when he entered the room, but he got onto the bed, hugged Xiao Bei, who was shaking uncontrollably from behind, burying his face in his neck, slowly tightening his arms, as if trying to merge him into his body, as if this way no force could separate them. That night, Xiao Bei almost cried his eyes out. Yuanshan knew that although they hadn't found a method yet, he would never give up. He would keep searching. He wouldn't give up any possibility of returning here. The next day, while testing locations on the farm, a powerful magnetic force suddenly hit Yuanshan, and both of them were startled, quickly taking out a magnet to check. The magnet, which was originally black, was now emitting a buzzing electromagnetic force all over. This was the most intense reaction they had seen. It seemed that Vermont could also be counted as a location. The two were overjoyed. After spending half a month in America, they flashed to London. Yuanshan rented a top-floor apartment, suspended above the foggy city. On the day they arrived, it was raining, and looking out from the floor-to-ceiling windows, everything was a hazy white mist, making the interior exceptionally bright. Like an isolated fairy castle. They did everything they could to be close to each other on that big bed, the sheets wrinkled beyond recognition. And the room was filled with indistinct sounds. In the afternoon, the rain stopped and the rare sun came out, causing the small puddles on the ground to vanish in the sunlight. The city, existing since Roman times, had tall, sturdy buildings, narrow passageways, and a few charming little shops were open along the street, with hardly any pedestrians. The two each grabbed a bottle of liquor and ran downstairs in slippers, laughing and bending over, not knowing what they were talking about, holding hands happily. Yuanshan pulled Xiao Bei along, laughing as they ran forward, both unsure where they were heading. Eventually, they ran into a passageway with tall city walls on either side, leading to another not-so-wide street. Having run out of breath, they took a few swigs from the liquor bottles, and then Yuanshan pushed Xiao Bei against the wall. The smile at the corner of Xiao Bei's mouth hadn't faded, and he wrapped his arms around Yuanshan's neck and kissed him. The liquor bottles intertwined at the back of his neck. Yuanshan held his waist with one hand and pressed the bottle against the wall with the other. After separating, they both laughed and took a sip of liquor. The brandy in the narrow bottle was of moderate strength, and they both blushed as they held hands on their way back. After returning, Yuanshan warmed Xiao Bei's cold feet in his arms, and they watched half a football match on the sofa. After dinner in the evening, they cuddled up and fell asleep. London, a city that feels special just by name. The next day at noon, they went to Buckingham Palace to watch the changing of the guard. Xiao Bei was lazy, watching the tall horses and the cavalry with their tall hats. Yuanshan rubbed his palms and asked, "Do you want to go horseback riding?" Xiao Bei shook his head, "No." "Do you want to go to the museum?" "No." "Do you want to see Wilde's former residence?" "No." "Then what do you want to do?" "You say what to do, and we'll do it." "I say what to do." Horseback riding, museum, Wilde's former residence?" Yuanshan shook his head and laughed. "I'm not a proper person." In the evening, on the gently flowing Thames River, there was a cruise ship which was filled with floral scents, candlelight, and the melodious sound of violin, with two men eating oxtail. The moonlight was like silk, and the ancient buildings along the Thames lit up in neon, reflecting together with the moonlight on the river surface. Oxtail, pig kidneys, chive pancakes. Xiao Bei didn't know where Yuanshan got all this from, but it was exactly what they needed. "I feel like we're a bit of a buzzkill," Xiao Bei said while eating. Fu Yuanshan ate elegantly, saying, not at all, two heavenly beings eating. Whatever looks good. Xiao Bei felt a moment of uncertainty about what he meant by whatever, but he didn't want to know, no matter what it was. He had really been feeling overwhelmed lately. No one would believe that even now, he and Fu Yuanshan hadn't taken the final step together. How long have we been out? Since December. Now, it's the end of February, almost 3 months. Xiao Bei muttered to himself, the next stop is Africa, then Antarctica, and there is still half the time left. Fu Yuanshan had almost finished eating, wiped his mouth, and asked, Africa has giraffes, Antarctica has penguins. Which one are you looking forward to more? Xiao Bei smiled and said, can I say I'm looking forward to going back to Q City more? Fu Yuanshan sighed. This is difficult. How about? Fu Yuanshan suddenly smiled. Let's flash back tonight and come back tomorrow? Forget it. Xiao Bei took a sip of soup. Let's finish everything before we go back. We were mentally prepared for this. He was just saying it. The distance is too far, and it takes a lot of magnetic power to bring someone back once. Besides, he wanted to return to that city, not in this indecisive state, but at least to confirm some things to determine the experimental transfer location, so that he would have some confidence before going back. Fu Yuanshan's long legs under the table rubbed against Xiao Bei's calf and said, I miss home too. Let's speed up the progress and stay back for a few more days. Okay, see I will by Smeedit. Before going to bed that night, they unexpectedly received a call from Kevin. Since their last goodbye in the Americas, Xiao Bei had kept an occasional contact with Kevin. They also knew that the boy indeed had some tendencies toward depression, but it wasn't too serious. After Hudson divorced his estranged wife, he finally devoted himself wholeheartedly to Kevin. Kevin's state on the phone was that of an optimistic and cheerful young man, and this call was to tell them that he was going to marry Hudson. Fu Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Bei was also surprised. It had been less than 2 months, really? Really, we love each other very much. He said he wanted me to feel more secure. Kevin's tone sounded very happy. Xiao Bei smiled and said, congratulations, you are very lucky. Would you like to come to our wedding? In San Francisco. Kevin asked with a smile. Xiao Bei glanced at Fu Yuanshan, who mouthed, you decide. Xiao Bei agreed, and the other side happily hung up. Xiao Bei lay back on the pillow and sighed. They're all getting married. How wonderful. Fu Yuanshan held him, nuzzling with his nose, and said, no need to envy, we can too. In the world, you are my legal partner. Xiao Bei wrapped his arms around his neck, saying he was too hot from dinner. Fu Yuanshan looked at the fair neck, so close, lightly bit it, and said, little fairy. He flipped over and pressed on top of Xiao Bei, who was prepared and instantly rolled to the side, wrapping himself in a blanket, and said, let's sleep well tonight. Fu Yuanshan tugged at the blanket to pull him over, wanted to lift it, but found Xiao Bei holding it tightly. He let go. Xiao Bei heard his somewhat heavy breathing and swallowed. Thinking this person is too easy to tease, it must be the food tonight that was too nourishing. He held the blanket and said nothing, and for some reason, Fu Yuanshan didn't move again, as if waiting for him to loosen the blanket. After a while, he lay down and nudged Xiao Bei, saying, let me in. Xiao Bei replied, not tonight. He pouted and made a sound of disagreement. Xiao Bei lifted a corner of the blanket, and Fu Yuanshan came in. In the past, there was a saying about warm blankets in winter, but in recent years, the heating in the north has been very sufficient, so there is no feeling of cold at home. London is different. The temperature in the room is still quite low. So Fu Yuanshan hadn't experienced that feeling of being wrapped in warmth after entering the blanket in a long time. He skillfully wrapped his feet around Xiao Bei's icy feet and covered his hands over his, saying, sleep, we'll wake up naturally tomorrow. Xiao Bei closed his eyes peacefully in his arms. A week later, they arrived in San Francisco again. Kevin and Hudson's wedding was held on a large lawn, chosen on a sunny day. Hudson had not been on good terms with his ex-wife for many years, but they had not divorced due to children and property, and people in his company were somewhat aware of it. Therefore, there was no blame for him marrying a man shortly after his divorce. San Francisco's annual Pride Day gives this city a special tolerance and blessing for this community, so Hudson's employees all came to joyfully attend their wedding. Hudson is a senior executive at the company and knows many people, so Fu Yuanshan and Xiao Bei were not the only two Asians there and did not stand out too much. After they arrived, Kevin called them to the makeup room. Once they entered, they saw Kevin in a black suit, with golden hair and blue eyes, his youthful face breaking into a big smile upon seeing them. The two were also infected by this atmosphere and greeted him with smiles. Kevin walked up to them and awkwardly said in Chinese, "Xiao Bei ji, Yuanshan ji." "Thank you." Both were taken aback, and Kevin switched back to English, smiling and explaining, "I always wanted to thank you in person for saving me that day. If it weren't for you, I would be dead by now, and there wouldn't be such a wonderful moment." "Thank you," Kevin said sincerely. Perhaps it was only now that they realized they had truly saved a life that day, rather than just saving someone as a vague concept. The three chatted casually for a while, and finally, Kevin held their hands together and said, "Promise me you must go all the way, love each other well, and accompany each other through life. Okay?" "Of course. Definitely," they replied simultaneously, exchanging smiles. The wedding soon began, with a white grand piano emitting melodious tunes on the green lawn. The newlyweds walked hand in hand from the other end of the red carpet, followed by four little flower girls carrying bouquets like little angels. The pastor smiled and waited for them on stage. Then came the vows, which anyone could recite a couple of lines of. "I will marry you, love you, protect you, regardless of poverty or wealth, regardless of good or bad circumstances, regardless of sickness or health. I will be your loyal partner." The two sat quietly listening below. "Wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you dwell, I will dwell. Your country is my country. Your God is my God. Pastor, by the authority granted to me by the Holy Bible, I declare you as partners. What God has joined together, let no man separate. What God has joined together, let no man separate." Chapter 49. After leaving San Francisco, they went to Africa. Several targets in the Americas and Europe had been confirmed. After Fu Yuanshan returned, Xiao Bei took his magnets to those places for experiments. At that time, there were still 6 months left until the 10-year period expired. If they could summon Fu Yuanshan back within 6 months, they would have succeeded. Upon arriving in Tanzania, as soon as they got off the car, they were attracted by the tall snow-capped mountains standing in the sunlight in the distance. Xiao Bei exclaimed, "It's amazing that there are snow-capped mountains on the equator. It's hot all year round here." Fu Yuanshan wore a short-sleeved shirt and felt a bit hot as soon as he got off the car, shaking his collar and saying, "Yes, amazing." They found a local guide who spoke English, a native, and this time they stayed in a tribe around Mount Kilimanjaro. The people here are hospitable, so warm that Xiao Bei was a bit unaccustomed, relying entirely on Fu Yuanshan to negotiate. The guide was a young black man named Ram, very clever and lively, and could talk endlessly. He introduced to them that Kilimanjaro is an active volcano with an unclear height, about 6,000 meters, considered the highest mountain in Africa. The peak is cold, and it has snow all year round. The mountain is actually quite easy to climb, requiring no professional skills, and he can make a round trip in less than 2 days. Ram spoke in heavily accented English and too quickly, so Xiao Bei, who was only half listening, didn't understand. He looked at the distant snow-capped mountain and recalled a novel he read in school, Hemingway's The Snows of Kilimanjaro. This ancient, unchanging snow mountain stood tall, guarding the black-faced people for generations. Fu Yuanshan nudged him and asked, "Shall we go?" "Huh?" He couldn't understand what Ram was saying. He just asked if we wanted to climb the mountain, and Fu Yuanshan pointed his chin towards Kilimanjaro, that one. Xiao Bei asked, "Do you want to?" Fu Yuanshan casually replied, "I don't mind," and added, "It would be best if the two of us quickly went to see the magnet's reaction." He squinted his eyes. "Just the two of us?" Xiao Bei chuckled. "Then you tell him we're going." When Ram heard they wanted to climb the mountain by themselves, he didn't think much of it and happily returned to the tribe to prepare dinner. Fu Yuanshan gave them a large sum of money, and the dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. The people in the tribe were used to gathering for meals, so dinner was lively. The next morning, they set off to climb the mountain. The higher the altitude, the lower the temperature, so the peak was covered in snow year-round. They wore appropriate clothing and drove to the foot of the mountain. After parking the car, Fu Yuanshan finished a half bottle of milk that Xiao Bei couldn't drink, and then they got out of the car, still unsure whether to walk quickly up the mountain or climb it. Fu Yuanshan suggested, "Why don't we climb for a while, and when we get tired, we can speed walk." Their magnet needed precise calibration in this area, and they couldn't cover too large a distance by speed walking all at once. Xiao Bei looked at the snowy mountain and muttered to himself, I heard there's a leopard skeleton up there. Leopard? Fu Yuanshan looked up. What would it be doing up there? There's nothing to eat. Xiao Bei laughed. Hemingway asked the same question. The two of them started walking up the mountain. Fu Yuanshan put his arm around Xiao Bei's shoulder, knowing Xiao Bei liked reading, and casually said, Little assistant, you're talking about things the president doesn't understand again. How is that pyramid book going? Xiao Bei replied, It's still early, I'll take my time. Right, it's fine to read slowly. One can't waste too much time reading while lying in bed at night. Xiao Bei stifled a laugh, shook his head, and sighed, Your thinking is hopeless. Fu Yuanshan laughed. What did I say? Who was holding my hand last night and putting it on their waist? Xiao Bei shot him a glare and found himself speechless. Fu Yuanshan wouldn't let it go. Every night you either hug my neck, saying you're hot, or you directly provoke me. Who is it? Which little fairy? Xiao Bei was embarrassed by his words, and when he couldn't retort, he resorted to hitting him. Fu Yuanshan had already experienced Xiao Bei's strength. His punches were solid, not just playful. He darted away a good distance, and Xiao Bei chased after him. The two of them ran joyfully in the desolate snowy mountain, and Fu Yuanshan, in a playful mood, disappeared using speed, walking right under Xiao Bei's nose. When Xiao Bei realized he was gone, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted, Fu Yuanshan, come out. In the next moment, he was tightly enveloped from behind in a broad, warm embrace, the sound of the person's breathing from running tickling his ear, saying, Got you. Xiao Bei stepped on his foot, and Fu Yuanshan let go in pain, only to be punched in the back. He immediately started running again, shouting, still hitting, I am exhausted. Xiao Bei scooped up a snowball from the ground, aimed for his head, and threw it. Fu Yuanshan also began throwing snowballs, and they played merrily on the mountain. Suddenly, Xiao Bei dug out a piece of snow from the ground, and the texture felt different. He looked down and was surprised to find a dark object, stopping in shock and calling Fu Yuanshan over. Fu Yuanshan was still happily digging in the snow, thinking Xiao Bei was tricking him, and immediately threw a snowball at him. Damn! Xiao Bei got hit squarely, and Fu Yuanshan burst into laughter. Xiao Bei shook the snow off his collar, picked up the dark object, and exclaimed, Look at this! Huh? Fu Yuanshan walked over, took the dark object from his hand, and asked, What is this? Xiao Bei looked at it and said, It looks a bit like poop. Fu Yuanshan squeezed the object. It was hard and did resemble animal feces, but what animal would come up here? He broke it apart easily, expecting the inside to be dried out like the outside. But unexpectedly, it was... Fu Yuanshan was hit by a puff of smoke that came out and threw the object to the ground. Xiao Bei was gleeful. It really is poop. Is it that exaggerated? Damn, Fu Yuanshan almost gagged, pointing at it. Just take a whiff, and you want to be a god for the rest of your life. Xiao Bei chuckled, then thought about it. It's not even dried out. The temperature here is still quite low. Fu Yuanshan frowned. What kind of animal's feces is this? And it's still warm. How disgusting. Slowly, the relaxed expressions on their faces disappeared. The fact that feces hadn't dried in such low temperatures could only mean it was left not long ago. They recalled the leopard mentioned in the book. But that was basically impossible. There were vast grasslands below for it to hunt and roam. Why would it run up to the cold, barren snow mountain? But now it seemed clear that an animal had been here, and, judging by the size of the feces, it couldn't be small. The cold wind howled, swirling the snowflakes on the ground. Xiao Bei said, It couldn't have gone far, right? Fu Yuanshan pulled him along and said as they walked forward, Forget it, don't be afraid. We'll speed walk up there. It's cold up top, and ordinary animals can't reach that high. What if it's a snow leopard? Well, it would be a problem for us to speed walk away. They didn't linger any longer and directly walked up the mountain. It started to snow lightly, and Xiao Bei remembered that the day they were together was also like this, snowing on the snow mountain. The top was very cold, and Fu Yuanshan held Xiao Bei tightly. They took out the magnet, which lay quietly in their hands, showing no signs of activity. Fu Yuanshan lifted the magnet, letting it circle around, but when it returned to his hand, there were still no changes. Xiao Bei's heart sunk. Kilimanjaro was assessed as the most likely place in Africa to match Fu Yuanshan's body, if there was no reaction here. Wouldn't that mean there was little possibility anywhere in Africa? Fu Yuanshan shook it, saying no changes. Xiao Bei the mind it's silent. Fu Yuanshan casually said, maybe the peak isn't suitable. It's okay. He smiled at him. We'll try again when we go down. Xiao Bei knew he didn't want to see him disappointed or sad. So he could only say, then let's go down. Fu Yuanshan said, wait a minute. Saying that, he squatted down. The ground was covered with thick snow. He took off his gloves and began to draw in the snow like a child. Xiao Bei stood behind and watched. He saw Fu Yuanshan carefully write Xiao Bei in the snow, draw a heart next to it, write Fu Yuanshan, and finally draw a big heart surrounding the two names. After finishing, he squatted down to look at it for a while, then closed his eyes, stood up, and smiled at Xiao Bei, saying, leaving a mark, just like the day you promised to be with me on the snow mountain. Xiao Bei hugged Fu Yuanshan tightly, pressing his face against his shoulder, silently exerting his strength. Fu Yuanshan also held him tightly. On the way down, the miracle did not occur. The magnet still showed no reaction at all. They returned to the tribe in the evening. The black people lit a bonfire, and the aroma of roasted lamb wafted across the entire prairie. On the way, Fu Yuanshan said something that made Xiao Bei laugh so much that he still had stomachache. As soon as they saw them come back, it was like the Golden Master had returned. The black people greeted them warmly, and in front of the two of them lay a huge roasted leg of lamb, along with a jar of homemade wine. Xiao Bei tore off a piece of meat, took a sip of wine, which was spicy and pungent, and he downed a cup. A few of them sat at a small table, surrounded by a massive bonfire. The two of them sat at one table, while Fu Yuanshan sat at a nearby table, drinking with the black people. He never normally drank like this with others unless it was for business. But tonight he started downing strong liquor. Xiao Bei propped his head up, laughing as he watched him down cup after cup, surrounded by a bunch of drunks speaking their native language while he spoke Chinese. They cursed loudly, and none of it was pleasant to hear. Xiao Bei laughed so much that he felt a bit dazed, and when he grabbed a jug of wine to drink directly from it, Fu Yuanshan suddenly snatched it away, hurling a string of unsavory curses at the black people. Clearly, they were not saints either, shouting something back. Xiao Bei couldn't understand how they communicated, but it seemed like they understood each other. One person over there started drinking with Fu Yuanshan simultaneously, a large bottle of liquor, which tasted no better than the alcohol. Fu Yuanshan blew into the bottle, while the natives were already accustomed to such liquor, and although they were red-faced, they were much better off than Fu Yuanshan. Xiao Bei sat lazily on the ground watching, then with great effort stood up and kicked over the table. There was a moment of silence around them, followed by a commotion as people rushed to pull them apart. Fu Yuanshan, surrounded by 3 or 4 black people, showed no sign of weakness. Blood was on his face and fists, and the black people were in a worse state. The flickering bonfire illuminated their figures, and Fu Yuanshan looked like a demon from hell, completely devoid of the usual smile and gentleness he showed to Xiao Bei, his eyes red like a ghost. Soon, the situation tipped in one direction, and the crowd took the opportunity to separate them. The tribe's leader quickly arrived, and the black people had swollen faces and were scolded by the leader. Fu Yuanshan walked over to him, the alcohol nearly making him lose consciousness. He embraced Xiao Bei, reeking of blood, as if using up all his strength. The alcohol had numbed his nerves, and he could no longer pretend. He could no longer act relaxed. Africa is wasted. Kilimanjaro. It's actually silent. There are only 5 continents in the world, and Africa is wasted. He choked up, his voice cracking. And in fact, he no longer knew what he was saying. Baby, Xiao Bei, let us not separate. Don't separate. I don't want to be apart from you. They had no idea how they fell asleep that night. And when they woke up the next day, it was already noon. Looking in the mirror, Fu Yuanshan felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Who is this person in the mirror who resembles Marshal Tiampa? Xiao Bei got up a little earlier than him and saw him rolling in bed with his face wrapped up. He kicked his butt and teased, "What are you hiding from? I saw you long ago." Fu Yuanshan mumbled a response. Xiao Bei climbed up, kissed the blanket, and said, "I love you, not your money, nor your looks. Even if you have no money and aren't good looking, I will always like you for a lifetime. If 1 lifetime isn't enough, then 2 lifetimes. If 2 lifetimes aren't enough, then forever." Fu Yuanshan said he was really about to throw up, and urged him to get up, asking if he wanted to see a funny video. Who is causing trouble? Don't change the subject, keep going. What should I say? Say you love me. I love you. Who loves me? I love you. There was silence under the blanket, and after a while, Yuanshan said, I love you too. You're the one I love the most. Xiao Bei smiled and said, You should get up. The leader wants the people from yesterday to apologize to you. Huh? Yuanshan said, What is there to apologize for? It's just drinking and fighting, a very normal thing. But the leader didn't think so. They took so much of your money, and now they fought, afraid you'll want your money back. Where are those people? In the hospital. You beat them up pretty badly. They recorded a video to apologize to you. Is the funny video you mentioned this? Yeah. Their faces are swollen almost as much as yours. Xiao Bei couldn't help but laugh. Yuanshan rolled his eyes under the blanket, took a deep breath, and got out of bed. Wow, still very handsome, Xiao Bei exclaimed. Yuanshan leaned in and kissed him, saying, Your husband is so handsome even if turned to ashes. Damn, Xiao Bei punched him. Get your ass out of bed and make me breakfast. I don't know how to use this fire. Okay. Yuanshan threw off the blanket and got out of bed, disregarding the pain all over his body, happily going to cook for his wife. After lunch, it was almost time for dinner, so they took the opportunity to go horseback riding on the prairie. After a round of fun, Xiao Bei felt like his waist was about to break. Seeing his condition, Yuanshan said, Let us ride the same horse. Without waiting for Xiao Bei to respond, he swiftly jumped down and onto Xiao Bei's horse. He let Xiao Bei lean against him, relieving the strain on his waist, and it indeed felt much better. In the evening, the surroundings were filled with returning natives, and cooking smoke rose from the tribe in the distance. The horse that had been swapped followed behind them, and the two horses kept walking along the dirt road. A moment of tenderness felt peaceful and beautiful. The two chatted casually on horseback. What do you think they will serve us for dinner tonight? Xiao Bei asked. Since you've given so much money, we should be able to have a big meal. Yuanshan replied, squeezing his hand. What do you want to eat? Xiao Bei shook his head and said, I'm fine with anything, nothing in particular I want. The surroundings were wide, open grasslands, and in the distance, there were a few things resembling yurts. That was the tribe. The horses continued along the dirt road, and at the horizon was a breathtaking sunset. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside was, it couldn't compare to home. They had watched Kevin and Hudson S. wedding, which touched their hearts. At that moment, walking on this vast prairie, the sunset painted the sky and earth in crimson hues. Yuanshan looked at the grass beneath his feet and suddenly found it hard to control his emotions. Xiao Bei, I love you so much. Xiao Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he tightened his grip. Wait for me to come back, and we will get married. Xiao Bei looked at him. I will definitely come back. I will find a way over there. If I can't come back in 6 months, then a year, if not a year. Then 10 years. As long as you are here, I will definitely come back for you. He hugged Xiao Bei tightly, burying his head in his shoulder, saying, You can't fall in love with someone else. You have to wait for me. If I find out you're with someone else, I definitely want to spare you when I come back, understand? Then you better come back quickly, or I can't guarantee anything. Yuanshan turned Xiao Bei's chin towards him, and they kissed passionately. The afterglow of the setting sun filled the sky. Chapter 50. After leaving Africa, they went to Antarctica. The two were bundled up so much that they were almost unrecognizable, and they were lucky to see the emperor penguins that Yang had praised highly. And on the night before they left, they saw the aurora. The dazzling green light spread across the sky above the Earth's poles. The dome seemed boundless, and they watched from the platform as if the entire planet consisted only of each other. After being away for 6 months, it was summer again, and they returned to City Q. By now, they had visited all 5 continents and confirmed 16 experimental transfer locations. Back in their long-lost home, both collapsed on the sofa, looking at the familiar coffee table, TV wall, air conditioning, floor-to-ceiling windows, and the large chandelier. Xiao Bei blinked, feeling as if it was the end of summer vacation and time to go back to school. They scheduled the start of school for mid-July on an auspicious day. After Yuanshan returned, they needed to leave enough time for Xiao Bei to experiment at each location. Each place wasn't just a quick visit to see if it worked. They had to continuously look for the best timing and specific locations, averaging about a week and a half at each site. They hadn't even had time to change clothes. Feeling sluggish and neither spoke. After a while, Xiao Bei kicked Fu Yuanshan, saying, "Go pack the bag." Fu Yuanshan wrapped his arms around Xiao Bei's neck and hummed a few sounds, and the room fell silent again. Soon, the sounds of their even breathing filled the air. When Xiao Bei woke up, it was already dark outside. The warm yellow wall lamps were on, and a familiar aroma of food wafted through the air, giving Xiao Bei a feeling of being in another world. Fu Yuanshan had comfortably placed him on the sofa to sleep and covered him with a thin air conditioning blanket. He lifted the blanket and followed the smell to the kitchen, where he predictably saw the familiar figure cooking. Fu Yuanshan heard his footsteps and said, "Come here." Xiao Bei smiled and walked over, and Fu Yuanshan fed him a piece of beef, asking, "Is it good?" Xiao Bei chewed and swallowed, nodding, "It's good." Fu Yuanshan smiled and said while cooking, "We're going to the supermarket tomorrow. Today's ingredients were delivered, so we'll buy some tomorrow." Xiao Bei pressed his face against Fu Yuanshan's back. Fu Yuanshan sensed his mood and said with a faint smile, "Did you just have a dream?" Xiao Bei shook his head while rubbing against his back, took a breath, and said, "I slept well, didn't he dream?" "Did you notice anything different in the house?" "I tidied up a bit." Xiao Bei got up and turned to look, saying, "Yeah, it's clean and tidy." "When did you wake up?" "Around 4. You were snoring a bit." Xiao Bei laughed and unconsciously traced his hand over Fu Yuanshan's body. Fu Yuanshan said, "It's hot here. Let's wait outside for a bit. It'll be ready soon." Xiao Bei shook his head and stayed put. Fu Yuanshan turned off the fire, rolled over, and pressed Xiao Bei against the counter, kissing him in a rush, as if unable to control some emotion anymore. Xiao Bei felt as if his whole body had no bones, helplessly accepting the kiss. His tear ducts suddenly released, and a tear rolled down his cheek. At that same moment, he felt something equally hot fall onto his face, sliding down the tear track. He suddenly opened his eyes to see Fu Yuanshan kissing him with closed eyes and those moist eyelashes. It felt as if a sharp blade had pierced the softest part of his heart, causing a sharp pain. This man was always tall and strong, always protecting him, yet he repeatedly saw his vulnerable side. Fu Yuanshan couldn't be without him, just as he couldn't be without Fu Yuanshan. They both deeply feared the separation 2 weeks later, preparing as thoroughly as possible, knowing it might be a permanent farewell. A permanent farewell meant that this person would no longer appear in their lives. They would never see him again or hear his voice. Countless nights and mornings ahead would be spent alone, waking up without that person holding him and whispering sweet nothings, without that person warming his cold hands and feet, without that person to share meals, go to work together, and experience the most mundane yet heart-racing moments of life, without the one who supported him in life. This was a pain that dragged a person into the abyss, unbearable, like a toxin spreading and eroding every nerve over the past 6 months, until the day everything settled. Half an hour later, a pot of beef stew with potatoes, several plates of seafood, and 2 bottles of draft beer were served on the table. Fu Yuanshan clicked his tongue. Now this is what it means to be home. Xiao Bei skillfully tore off a crab leg and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "Hurry up till October. I want to eat big crab roe." Fu Yuanshan cracked open a crab, glanced at it, and said, "This one has more, this one has more." The two of them devoured the table as if they had never seen food before. You see, when they were abroad, they often had leftovers after every meal. Either there was too much oil or too little salt. One picky eater and one with a delicate stomach, they had rarely eaten satisfactory meals. The next day, after a good sleep, they went to the supermarket. The weekend supermarket was crowded, and in Fu Yuanshan's words, it felt like 2 handsome men like gods had descended to the mortal realm. He almost wanted to put on his pretentious mask again. Perhaps it was because the date was approaching. Fu Yuanshan had been a bit more electrically charged these past few days, and even holding Xiao Bei's hand for a long time became a problem. They filled a shopping cart with groceries and then went to the glove aisle. In summer, there were ice silk sun protection gloves, and they even had black styles for men. Fu Yuanshan kept calling out which pair looked good, while Xiao Bei tried to distance himself from him. In the end, he picked a rather tasteful pair of men's gloves. When they checked out, he didn't notice Xiao Bei had taken something from the counter and handed it over to be included in the bill. For the past few nights before bed, their bedtime reading consisted of Xiao Bei's endlessly unfinished book about the pyramids. Fu Yuanshan read line by line, growing sleepier as he went, while Xiao Bei became more alert. Eventually, Fu Yuanshan's voice grew quieter and quieter, and Xiao Bei turned to look at him, noticing he was holding the book at an awkward angle. He took the book from Fu Yuanshan's hands and set it aside, leaning close to his ear and said, "Time to sleep." "Huh?" Fu Yuanshan snapped back to awareness. "Aren't you going to read?" "It's time to sleep," Xiao Bei said, lying down and patting him sleep. Fu Yuanshan lay down, embracing him, saying, "All right, sleep." Tiny electric currents enveloped him, making his whole body tingle. Xiao Bei frowned as this reaction intensified. Fu Yuanshan clearly felt it too, sleepily wrapping Xiao Bei in the blanket and pulling him close. These past few days felt peaceful, as if they had entered into an early retirement life, just short of eating and then going out to dance in the square. Fu Yuanshan called his mentor every day to discuss progress. There was no good news, but no bad news either. They meticulously planned Xiao Bei's experimental routes to ensure nothing went wrong, optimizing for the shortest travel time. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and they used every moment to cherish each other. One day, Fu Yuanshan suddenly hesitated and said to Xiao Bei, "Baby, how about I let Su Bingbai accompany you to the experimental transfer locations?" Xiao Bei paused in his eating, then casually asked, "Why?" "I thought about it. It's not safe for you to go out alone for half a year. You should have someone to accompany you, and he is from the world, so he can take you instantly to the next transfer point, saving a lot of time." Xiao Bei chewed his rice and, after a while, said, "Aren't you afraid he might have other intentions towards me?" Fu Yuanshan had considered this suggestion for many days. He was always uneasy about letting Xiao Bei travel the world alone, but he couldn't hire a bodyguard to accompany him through these supernatural events. Other friends in the world were either not familiar or were busy with important matters, or they were unreliable. After thinking it over, it seemed that only Su Bingbai somewhat met the criteria. Of course, just based on the fact that he had once liked Xiao Bei, he should have been the first to be filtered out. However, a series of practical problems were in front of him, making it impossible for him to think about those things. He didn't dare to. Fu Yuanshan said domineeringly, "You dare not either." Xiao Bei snorted and said, "I won't go with him." "Why?" "It's awkward. Just being with anyone else feels awkward, and being with Su Bingbai is even more so." Fu Yuanshan said nothing, and Xiao Bei added, "You don't have to worry about me. No one can bully me." Fu Yuanshan pinched his face and murmured, "No matter how capable you are, I still can't rest assured. Xiao Bei smidet wieder iating." 2 weeks was too short for them to do anything. They didn't have time to finish this summer, to eat the crabs that just came out in October, or to see the first snow in Q City this year. At night, Xiao Bei found it increasingly hard to sleep, and every time he woke up in the middle of the night, Fu Yuanshan was on the balcony, smoking and lost in thought. The day after tomorrow was the 15th, the planned day for Fu Yuanshan to leave. That night, as usual, they read for a while, and then Xiao Bei said he didn't want to listen anymore. Fu Yuanshan put down the book and looked at him. Xiao Bei looked back at him, then turned and took something out from a nightstand. Fu Yuanshan took a glance and frowned. "What did you buy this?" Xiao Bei lowered his head and tore open the packaging of the box of condoms, saying, "Last time when we went to the supermarket. In Weibo." His voice was unusually hoarse. "What are you doing? You have to wait until I come back to have sex with you. Do you know?" Tears filled Xiao Bei's eyes, and his overly suppressed voice even changed pitch. "I want it now." Fu Yuanshan suddenly shouted, "If I go in now and move for 5 minutes, you'll fucking die." "Then die." Xiao Bei shouted back, his eyes red as he looked at him. "Do you think I want to live?" The electric current between the two had reached an undeniable level due to Fu Yuanshan's emotional fluctuation, yet neither of them let go. Fu Yuanshan stood up first, took off the condom and threw it aside, saying, "You won't die. I fucking said I will definitely come back, and I will. Remember that." Xiao Bei's tears had already streamed down his face as he said, "I waited for you for a year. If you don't come back in a year, I'll jump into the sea." Fu Yuanshan stared at him, a myriad of complex emotions suppressed by an overwhelming rage, and he gritted his teeth. "You dare. There's nothing I don't dare." After a moment, Fu Yuanshan suddenly forced a smile, saying, "You jump. You can't bear to wait for me. You will always wait for me." Xiao Bei asked with a tearful voice, You can bear to let me wait? He took a deep breath, lay back down, covered himself with a quilt, and held Xiao Bei's bare body, saying, "Of course I can't bear it, so I will come back early. Don't always think of the worst. I told you, my mentor has many ways. I will definitely find a chance to get back. Trust me, Xiao Bei, trust me." That night, they didn't know how they fell asleep or if they even fell asleep. The next day, the 14th, it was a day of mundane events. After getting up, no one mentioned what happened last night. They had breakfast together, and Yuanshan even said something like they had a great conversation. Then they went grocery shopping together, made lunch together, finished eating while watching the news, and in the afternoon, they chatted in bed for a while before taking a walk by the sea. They returned home, made dinner, ate, and then watched some TV before going to bed. Foreheads touching, noses brushing, hands clasped together. "Tomorrow I'll see my mom. Do you think she will cry?" "Probably not. She seems pretty strong." Yuanshan reached out and pinched his waist lightly. Xiao Bei lao kit, mum. Yuanshan asked again, "What time do you want to get up tomorrow?" "I don't know." Xiao Bei thought for a moment, maybe 8. "Okay." Yuanshan kissed him. The little assistant with explosive combat power is going to travel the world alone. Xiao Bei smiled and said, "You promised me to come back quickly." "I promise you. I will be back very soon." He added, "You have to eat well, take your medicine on time, and take good care of yourself while I'm not around. Okay? You two over there." That night, the two of them chatted until they didn't know what time it was, and finally, sleepiness came, and they fell asleep. On the 15th, when the morning sunlight shone on the bed, Xiao Bei opened his eyes. He didn't move, his face still low, in the position he fell asleep last night. He gently called out, "Yuanshan." No response. He called out again, "Yuanshan." Still no response. He closed his eyes and murmured, "Just sleep a little longer. Just sleep a little longer." Chapter 51. Xiao Bei slept for nearly a day and was awakened in the afternoon by a series of knocks on the door. When he opened his eyes, he lay there for a long time without coming to his senses until his phone started ringing insistently. He got out of bed to grab his phone. It was Su Bingbai. Xiao Bei opened the door. Su Bingbai said on the other end, "Relieved, I thought something happened to you." "Xiao Bei lao kit. What can happen to me?" He went downstairs to open the door for Su Bingbai. After opening the door, he turned to the fridge to grab a can of beer and asked, "Are you not coming in?" Su Bingbai was taken aback for a moment before realizing what he meant, saying, "I can't just walk into Fuji's house. Our world people have security measures set up in a world homes." Xiao Bei nodded. Didn't he say anything, nor did he ask why Su Bingbai was there. After a moment, Su Bingbai said, "You know why I'm here, right? Did Yuanshan ask you to come with me?" Su Bingbai said, "With me around, you will be much safer and faster. Thank you for the trouble." Su Bingbai smiled. "If you find it troublesome, should I tell you my true intentions?" Xiao Bei raised an eyebrow and finished the can of beer. "Is 6 months enough for you to forget him and fall in love with me? I'm quite interested in testing the waters of love over time." Xiao Bei smiled and said, "Don't joke around." Su Bingbai looked at him for a while, casually sat down, and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Looking at you like this, I seem to have no chance." Xiao Bei looked at the empty coffee table and thought it wasn't very hospitable, so he asked, "Do you drink beer?" Su Bingbai laughed, shaking his shoulders. "I didn't come here to drink with you." When he smiled, the whole room seemed to brighten up. He continued, "I know you probably don't want to go with me, and I want to put you in a difficult position, but since Fugu entrusted you to me, I still have to take responsibility. Don't you agree, Xiao Bei? What do you want to do?" Su Bingbai sighed, crossed his legs, and said, "If you don't look at me, I can only run errands and be cannon fodder. If you're cannon fodder like this, then what are the others?" Su Bingbai winked at him and asked, "Who is better looking, me or Yuanshan?" Before Xiao Bei could answer, he raised his hand to stop him. "All right, no need to answer. Let us continue." Xiao Bei smiled. "What do you mean by running errands? I know you've already planned the route, but whether by plane or anything else, nothing is faster than me coming to get you. So when you need to go to the next location, give me a call, and I'll pick you up. If you encounter any danger or something you can't solve, call me too." Xiao Bei was thinking. Su Bingbai continued, "I'm already this humble. Won't you agree?" Xiao Bei curved his lips. He knew Su Bingbai was busy and couldn't possibly accompany him for half a year. But to avoid putting himself in a difficult position, he made it sound like it was because he didn't want to go with him, so he could only run errands. He would never master the art of conversation like this in his lifetime. He said, "All right, I'll definitely treat you to a meal then." Su Bingbai looked at him, and Xiao Bei felt a bit unsure of what he was thinking. After a while, he said, "Xiao Bei, as long as you say it," but ultimately didn't continue. Xiao Bei laughed. "I won't keep you for a meal. You can go back. I'll call you tomorrow morning." Su Bingbai stood up and said, "Make sure to eat on time. Otherwise, when Brother Fu returns and sees you've lost weight, he'll blame me for not taking care of you." All right. After Fu Yuanshan returned, they couldn't waste a day. In the evening, Xiao Bei packed his things and waited on the sofa for dawn. After thinking for a moment, he went to the kitchen and made a bowl of noodles. The kitchen still bore traces of the two cooking together last night. Fu Yuanshan still hadn't learned to wash dishes. Every time he put the dishes in the machine, he would go find Xiao Bei on the sofa, often leaving the bowls in the machine overnight after their playful quarrels. He remembered one time when Fu Yuanshan insisted on learning to wash dishes. After they finished eating, they piled a bunch of bowls and plates next to the sink, turned on the big light, and had a live demonstration. Each took a cloth, and Fu Yuanshan learned by following Xiao Bei's example, looking quite serious. In the end, the bowl that Xiao Bei washed still had foam on it, and several others were the same. Xiao Bei found it strange. How could washing a bowl be something one couldn't learn? He got angry and stopped teaching. Fu Yuanshan then came over to kiss him and, as fate would have it, smeared the foam on his face. They ended up messing around in the kitchen, both soaked, and couldn't stop laughing when they entered the bathroom. It was the same yesterday. Fu Yuanshan forgot to take the dishes out of the machine again. Xiao Bei laughed helplessly, took the dishes out, washed them again, and finished his noodles. The next morning at 8, he and Su Bingbai went to the first location, Bulgaria. This just happened to be Su Bingbai's transfer location. That year, he managed to successfully test his transfer location with hardly any searching, partly because his body had a very high compatibility with area, and partly due to sheer luck. Xiao Bei didn't dare to hope for such luck. But after they spent a week in Bulgaria and the magnet showed no response, he still felt a great disappointment. Su Bingbai accompanied him throughout their time in Bulgaria. But after half a month, the magnet still showed no reaction, so they went to the second location, the northwest coast of England. This time, Xiao Bei insisted on sending Su Bingbai back, and Su Bingbai no longer insisted. After entrusting the matters, he left. Xiao Bei lay alone on the hotel bed, his mind blank. He got up, took 2 pills, and lay back down. He still remembered the last time he was here. The Lake District in England was bright and melodious. Every morning, he and Fu Yuanshan would run a big loop around the lake, exhausted before going for breakfast. One afternoon, they went fishing and were fined by the management. He took out the magnet, looked at its shiny black surface, and said, "Yuanshan, what are you doing? I miss you a bit." The next day, he followed the map to a magnetic gathering point. It was a pedestrian street in the city center. After getting out of the car, he began to walk along the street. Su Bingbai said that if the transfer location was found correctly, combined with the intertwining of time, space, and magnetic fields, the person would appear out of thin air in front of the person holding his body's magnet. Xiao Bei kept expecting that as he turned a corner, Fu Yuanshan would appear. He walked to the end of the street and to the west, but no miracle happened. He saw a restaurant at the end of the street and went in to order something to eat. During this time, Su Bingbai called, "Hello, Xiao Bei. Is it dark there?" "Yeah, it's getting dark. I'm having dinner." He heard Su Bingbai laugh and say, "I'm starving. What are you eating?" Xiao Bei looked down. "Rice. Pork chop. Sounds good. Eat more?" He asked again, "How's the weather there?" Xiao Bei chatted with him while eating. "It's okay, a bit sunny. You could buy a hat to wear. It's even better there than here. I have to carry an umbrella when I go out." Xiao Bei laughed. Su Bingbai was indeed a rather refined man. After chatting casually for a few sentences, Su Bingbai finally said, "The magnet hasn't reacted today, either?" "Yeah," Xiao Bei replied. "But this is just the first day." "Right," Su Bingbai laughed. "This is only the first day. Try a few more streets. Even if nothing works, don't be discouraged. It's very normal. Not many people can find the transfer location so early. It usually takes many trials before finding it." "Yeah," Xiao Bei said sincerely. "Bingbai, thank you." "No problem, Xiao Bei." Su Bingbai's voice always had a calming effect. "Brother Fu is surely working hard with you over there, so don't lose heart." "I won't." More than a week passed, and Su Bingbai sent him to the next location, Switzerland. The swans on Lake Zurich were still quietly and gracefully resting on the water, dotting the beautiful lake. Fu Yuanshan liked these creatures very much. When they touched their foreheads with their partner, the curve of their necks formed a heart shape. At this moment, Xiao Bei held a bottle of wine, sitting on a bench by the lake with the seemingly lifeless magnet in the other hand. Looking at the yellow lights of the hotel across the lake, he put the stone down and placed the wine in front of it. Feeling a bit tipsy, he said, "You bastard, if you finish this bottle of wine, I'll forgive you today." The stone remained unmoved. He let out a big sigh, really useless. Saying this, he knocked the wine bottle over. It didn't taste good at all, then curled up on a bench. The gentle summer breeze by the lake brushed against his face, and for a moment he couldn't tell. Yuanshan. Their next stop was the Rocky Mountains. This was the location where the magnet reacted most strongly during their travels, and Xiao Bei had high hopes for this place. He checked into the same apartment they stayed at last time, and after putting his things down, Xiao Bei couldn't wait to take a car to Banff National Park. He took out the magnet in the park, and it actually flashed very briefly, although it was just a moment. It was something that had never happened in the past 2 months, and Xiao Bei's heart skipped a beat. However, after half a day, there was no other reaction. Xiao Bei looked around. There were mountains and forests and a lake in front of him with a bunch of tourists, but he couldn't see Fu Yuanshan. He went over to look for him. It was all white people with only a few Asians, but none were him. Xiao Bei even thought about calling him out. In the end, he called Su Bingbai to ask what this meant, why the magnet flashed, and why there was no further response afterward, and whether Fu Yuanshan had already returned. Su Bingbai said it was likely that there was indeed a resonance between the two sides, but the magnetic force was still far from enough, so it only emitted a magnetic field for a very brief moment. But this also proved that this place still held great hope, and he advised Xiao Bei to stay here a few more days. Xiao Bei naturally would not let this opportunity pass. He was greatly encouraged by Su Bingbai's words and was full of fighting spirit for several days, getting up before dawn every day to run to the park with the magnet, arriving even earlier than the old man who would sing by the lakeside. However, no matter how hard he tried, the magnet never exhibited the same phenomenon as it had last time. Undeterred, he rented a car and drove along the Rocky Mountains. Eventually, he arrived at Wuyao Lake, where a miracle had occurred 6 months ago. It was summer, and the lake was swollen, lying quietly under the bright and beautiful sunshine of the Rockies, dazzlingly beautiful. Xiao Bei suddenly felt a bit hesitant to take out the magnet. He was afraid that if it showed no reaction this time, it would mean failure at their most promising location. Taking a deep breath, he took out the magnet. In his hand, it reflected a bit of sunlight, but remained quiet, showing no signs of change. Xiao Bei waited for a long time, but it remained still. He decided to sit down on the ground, holding the magnet, and started waiting for its reaction. After the last wave of tourists left Wuyao Lake, he stood up, brushed off his pants, and left nonchalantly. He had dinner, called Su Bingbai, and returned to his apartment, remaining calm throughout. He felt a bit disappointed and sad, but it wasn't a big deal. Fu Yuanshan had told him that every time he faced setbacks or failures, he would treat himself to a big meal as a reward. Failure was an unpleasant thing, but it was more precious than success. After all, one cannot always fail. Failure will not always accompany you. And if you do not give up halfway, the end of failure will surely be success. Xiao Bei ordered 2 servings of rice and 2 desserts. The waiter asked him, "Sir, can you finish this?" "1 for me, and 1 for my partner." "Oh, okay." The waiter smiled politely and left with the menu. That night, he finished both servings of food and ended up vomiting when he got back. He vomited until the world spun, with bile surging up. After vomiting, he wiped his mouth and lay back down on the bed. The magnet lay beside his pillow. He picked it up and examined it. The stone had been examined so many times by him that every edge and every line was painfully familiar. He thought about the next route, mentally sorting out his thoughts. His current progress was basically on track, without too many extra days added. The only unexpected delay was due to the unusual phenomenon of the magnet in the Rockies, which had caused him to stay an extra week. The Rockies were the 4th location. If he stayed for another 3 days without any response from the magnet, he would move on to the next place. He had just taken 2 pills and was waiting for drowsiness to hit when he put the stone down and noticed the book that had been pressed underneath it. The pyramid that Yuanshan read to him every night. He picked it up. The book was heavy. He had bought the entire set, and this was the third volume. He opened it and found the pages that Yuanshan had folded. He had carried this book with him since he left, but had never opened it. He didn't even know if he was interested in the book itself or in the countless nights when Yuanshan had read to him. He flipped to the folded page and began to read slowly from the first line. After that, they traveled to 4 more locations. Apart from the magnet flashing in a rock like it did last time, nothing else changed. Xiao Bei found a fortune teller in Prague Square, referred to locally as a diviner or a great witch, who spoke in an impressive manner. Xiao Bei looked at him disdainfully, sitting across from him, ready to teach him a lesson if he didn't say anything nice, although he didn't know if there were any city management officers around or if they would manage this. The old man with his face covered in black cloth mumbled a lot, and it took Xiao Bei a while to realize he wasn't chanting spells. He was speaking to himself in Czech. This was troublesome. He hadn't thought about the fact that local street elders like him generally wouldn't speak English. He sighed and stood up to leave. The great witch grabbed him and said, "Money, money." Xiao Bei shook him off and sat back down. "Then tell me when I will have good fortune and love." The great witch seemed to understand or not, and after some fuss, he pulled out a sterilized knife from the stove, rolled it in cold water, and then drew a small cut on Xiao Bei's arm. Xiao Bei frowned slightly, but did not pull away. Blood flowed from the dagger into a small bottle, which the great witch corked and placed in a wooden box. He then opened a large wooden barrel beside him, and Xiao Bei glanced in to find it filled with a deep blue liquid that shimmered like flowing sand, resembling something from a fairy tale involving witchcraft. The great witch floated the wooden box on top of the liquid, covered it, and began sticking a bunch of things Xiao Bei couldn't understand on top, while muttering to himself. A quarter of an hour passed, and the great witch opened the barrel and retrieved the wooden box. When he saw the small bottle containing blood inside, Xiao Bei couldn't see his face, but he instinctively felt that the great witch frowned at that moment. After a moment, the great witch set everything down, took out a piece of paper from his large cloth bag, wrote a line in Czech with a pen, handed it to Xiao Bei, and then shouted, "Money, money." Xiao Bei took the paper, furrowed his brow as he looked at the unfamiliar characters, paid the great witch, and left. He asked a young man on the street who seemed to understand English, and the man told him it was a very simple sentence in Czech, meaning where darkness and light merge, where death and rebirth coincide. Welcome hope. What does it mean? Darkness and light, death and rebirth. Death and rebirth? Xiao Bei went back to find the great witch, but couldn't locate him. He carefully tucked the note away, constantly thinking about that sentence in his mind. Death and rebirth. Death and rebirth. Welcome hope. Is there hope after death? Xiao Bei let out a breath and tiredly closed his eyes as he returned to his place of stay. When Yuanshan left, it was midsummer. Now, 3 months had passed, and it was autumn in the northern hemisphere. Xiao Bei was still the same, spending 10 days in each place. Occasionally, when the magnet responded, he would stay a few more days filled with hope, only to end up with no results and move on to the next place. Now he was in Rio, in the southern hemisphere, where the temperature was not low. After walking around the street for a day, he increasingly felt like a walking corpse, with the stone remaining calm in his hand as he kept walking, endlessly walking. This was a small street, with only a few people playing football and dim lights casting Xiao Bei's shadow. He carried a backpack, holding the stone in his hand. He had walked past here yesterday, and at the end of the street was a Chinese restaurant where the owner's fried rice somewhat resembled Yuanshan's cooking. He planned to try it again today. Suddenly, a football rolled to his feet, and he stopped, instinctively looking up. A few white people playing football yelled, "Hey, kick it over here." Just as he was about to kick it back, someone else shouted, "I really want to see you take off your pants." The group of white people burst into laughter. Xiao Bei was taken aback, momentarily unable to believe what he had just heard. The white people kicked the ball away and walked toward him. The leader was a tall man, his jersey soaked with sweat, his golden hair giving him a rather rogue appearance. "You've been passing through here for several days. Are you here to see us?" Xiao Bei looked up at him. His tone as cold as February ice. "Fuck you." The group didn't get angry. Instead, they laughed even harder, and one of the white men asked, "Who fucks who?" Xiao Bei punched him in the nose. They seemed unprepared for Xiao Bei to retaliate, viewing him merely as a frail, handsome Asian youth. Xiao Bei had accumulated too many negative emotions in his chest for too long, and the violent factor grew like a dark wind, sweeping everything in its path. He didn't care how many punches landed on him. He just vented his anger as if he had nothing to lose. Finally, he heard someone shout in English, "Stop hitting. How can we play if you break it?" Then he was pressed to the ground, his hands pulled apart. He struggled fiercely, only to receive a deafening slap that left his mind blank and half of his face swollen. The man he had initially punched spat out blood, unbuckling his belt while glaring at Xiao Bei. He hadn't expected this seemingly fragile Asian youth to possess such strong fighting power. The few punches he took felt almost like his insides were rupturing. Xiao Bei's face hung to one side, his bangs matted with sweat, and the people holding him down dared not ease their grip, remembering his earlier ferocity. Soon his face was grabbed, and he was confronted by that ugly, disgusting figure. Just as the man was about to make his next move, he heard Xiao Bei mumble a few words. He couldn't hear clearly and leaned in to ask what. Hearing Xiao Bei faintly say wait, he smiled almost dismissively, but Xiao Bei continued, "Go to my backpack." "For what?" Someone nearby called out, "Big brother." "Don't listen to him. He's stalling for time." Although the man felt frustrated, he thought he had plenty of time and patience to play with this pretty boy. "There are condoms inside. Listen to this brat. He even carries this around." Laughter erupted around them. Someone rummaged through his bag, but discovered the magnet, which was not an ordinary item. They had never seen anything like it before. The person searching the bag brought the stone over, looking at it skeptically and asking his companions, "What is this?" Taking advantage of the moment when those restraining him relaxed their grip, Xiao Bei suddenly broke free and ran out. He had too much of Fu Yuanshan's magnetic energy, and the magnet naturally attracted him. As several people were still slow to react, he swiftly snatched the magnet from the man's hand and dashed away. He finally escaped the street, and the others dared not pursue him, cursing loudly as they angrily returned. Leaning against the utility pole, Xiao Bei could no longer suppress the wave of nausea rising in his throat and violently threw up. He had multiple injuries and torn clothes, and with no food in his stomach, he couldn't produce much, but the urge to vomit felt as if it had rooted itself in his gut. He kept gagging, his whole body starting to tremble uncontrollably. Lying on the ground, convulsing, passers-by stared at him. It was utterly embarrassing, utterly miserable, and Xiao Bei felt like he was dying. Eventually, he was taken to the hospital by bystanders, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw Su Bingbai. "How do you feel?" Xiao Bei asked. "Where's the magnet?" "It's here." Su Bingbai pointed to the table and then said, "I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well." Xiao Bei seemed not to hear what he said, only noticing that the magnet was still on the table, which relieved him. Su Bingbai's usually smiling face was now deeply pained. The passerby who brought Xiao Bei to the hospital found Su Bingbai's number in his recent calls and immediately called him. He clearly understood what had happened. All those thugs were sent to the police station by him. He wanted to tell Xiao Bei, but Xiao Bei didn't care and simply shook his head in disgust. Xiao Bei hadn't had a health crisis in a long time. He had been gently protected and taken his medicine on time. He hadn't been sick in ages. He thought of the phrase about death and rebirth. Perhaps after dying, he could embrace hope. After this thought surfaced, he closed his eyes. A year ago, he might have felt that living or dying made little difference, but he was different now. He had been cherished and loved for a year. And for the first time in this world, he had someone he wanted to love. He was no longer the person he used to be. He had promised himself that he would live well and wait for him until the last day of his life. He didn't stay in the hospital long. The nauseous feeling lingered. Past experiences told him that only by venting those emotions would he feel better. For the next few days, Su Bingbai stayed with him, and during the day, they went out to experiment together. After a few days, while Su Bingbai was in the restroom, Xiao Bei took an iron rod and headed to that street. Chapter 53, those scumbags were indeed still playing football on that street. It was a common occurrence for them to end up in custody, but they had already found a way to get out. Xiao Bei glanced over, and there were 7 of them, not one less. The skills he honed from fighting in his youth, along with the inherent ruthlessness in him, meant he had rarely suffered losses in this area. Even if they were 7 rabid dogs, he didn't know how to write the word fear. When someone saw him approaching with a rod, the group stopped and stared at him. He walked briskly toward them, his expression calm, yet resembling a vengeful ghost, momentarily stunning them. Xiao Bei swung the rod hard at one man's calf, and the sound of bones shattering rang out clearly, rendering that man unable to move. The others reacted quickly, lunging at Xiao Bei, who ducked under one attack, elbowing another in the abdomen while simultaneously delivering a swift kick that brought that man to his knees. He swung the rod toward another man's head. If that hit, it would burst the man's brains, but he dodged just in time, reaching for the rod in Xiao Bei's hand. Xiao Bei would not let him succeed. He spun the rod in his hand, grazing another man's ear, making him feel like it was going to be scraped off. Suddenly, Xiao Bei felt a sharp pain in his back and fell forward as another person lunged at him, choking him. He brought his fingers together and struck the man's temple, causing him to cry out in pain and release him, but he received 2 kicks to his abdomen. The rod remained firmly in his grip. There were still 3 opponents left. Xiao Bei was struck on the forehead by someone using a knuckle duster, and now blood was streaming down his face. He shook his head, his gaze bloodthirsty as he looked at the 3 men. They were clearly enraged, rushing at Xiao Bei without hesitation. Xiao Bei swung the rod at the fastest one, who blocked it with his arm. Using the rod's rebound force, he swung it toward another man's chest, who, unable to dodge, fell onto the ground, likely breaking at least 2 ribs. The next moment, someone kicked Xiao Bei's wrist hard, finally forcing him to drop the rod. Without hesitation, he jumped onto that man's back, tightly wrapping his elbows around his neck. The man slammed him to the ground, but Xiao Bei managed to choke him, turning his face a deep shade of purple. There was still one companion left, holding a knife he had been wielding, trying to stab Xiao Bei, who was struggling to maneuver around the human shield. Suddenly, that man was thrown away with great force, leaving everyone stunned, followed by a shout, "Xiao Bei!" Su Bingbai had just come out of the restroom and found Xiao Bei missing. After asking around, he learned that Xiao Bei had taken a rod and left. Almost instantly, he knew what Xiao Bei intended to do, but he didn't know where that street was. He anxiously asked for directions along the way and finally arrived. Su Bingbai threw that man away and instantly reappeared in front of them. The man being choked was yanked up from the ground, and before he could act, Xiao Bei grabbed him. Xiao Bei forced himself to stand with his last bit of strength, his fists swollen and painful, and with one punch, he knocked out the man's front teeth. Blood dripped from Xiao Bei's mouth, and his vision was nearly obscured by blood from his forehead. He managed a smile. "It's this bastard, the most disgusting one. That day, he led the group to provoke me." Upon hearing this, Su Bingbai was about to strike again, but the man, holding a mouthful of blood, quickly stopped him, saying, I know you. You guys have superpowers." Both of them were taken aback by this statement. The man continued, "You're not normal people. And that stone you have, I've seen it too." Xiao Bei reacted and grabbed his collar, asking, "Have you seen a magnet? Where did you see it?" The man coughed and said, let go of me." They released him, and his front teeth were knocked out, causing him to speak with a slight lisp. "A few years ago, I worked in Africa and saw that stone, many of them." "Many?" Su Bingbai Fazawen Xiao Bei, ignoring his own pain, asked, "Are you sure it's the same kind of stone as mine? Is it the same?" The man scoffed, "It's that kind. How could I be wrong? Back then, I thought it was a treasure and wanted to bring it back to sell. But then people like him came to beat me up." He gestured to Su Bingbai. "Weirdos like him came to attack me, but in the end, I managed to bring one piece out." Xiao Bei insisted on being taken to see it, and without hesitation, the man demanded 5,000, claiming it was for his brother's medical expenses. Su Bingbai narrowed his eyes and said, "I could knock out your other front tooth too." He was sure Xiao Bei would pay him, smirking provocatively. Xiao Bei naturally didn't care about the money and said, "I'll give it to you. Stop talking nonsense. Just take us there." They followed him to his home, and he rummaged through a random basket to pull out the stone. When the two saw it, it was indeed a magnet. Xiao Bei was somewhat excited and asked Su Bingbai, "What does this mean? Could it be that the transfer point for Yuanshan is in Africa?" Su Bingbai's expression was difficult to read as he asked the man, "You said there are many such stones there?" "Yeah, at least more than this one." "Where exactly?" "Sudan." Su Bingbai fell silent, and after a moment, he said to Xiao Bei, "I've never heard of multiple magnets appearing in one place. When a person successfully immigrates, their magnet disappears from their transfer point, possibly buried somewhere or falling into a lake or mountain. But since he said this, we need to go check it out." That night, they arrived in Sudan. Xiao Bei was seriously injured, and the medical facilities were lacking, but he refused to see a doctor there before coming back. Once there, he insisted on taking the magnet to the streets to test it, which was the first time Su Bingbai lost his temper at Xiao Bei. He ran off to fight without a word, completely disregarding his own body, and after the fight, he didn't even want to bandage himself. If he was so eager to risk his life, he could wait until he confirmed that Fu Yuanshan wouldn't come back before causing trouble. But right now he needed to live well so that Fu Yuanshan would see him safe when he returned. Hearing this, Xiao Bei was led to a local hospital for treatment. With a new glimmer of hope, he felt good. They didn't find a place with many magnets as the man said, but in this location, Fu Yuanshan's magnet lit up once again. This time it shone longer than before. Xiao Bei excitedly held the magnet and went to the streets to experiment for 10 consecutive days. No miracle happened. Xiao Bei remained undeterred, staying there for 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, he and Su Bingbai left. When they departed, they drove to a less populated area to speed walk. Xiao Bei fell asleep in the back seat, tears streaming down his face unknowingly. Every location was pre-planned, but this time Sudan was unplanned. So they didn't have time to go to the next place originally scheduled after Rio and jump straight to it. Xiao Bei asked Su Bingbai why. When they confirmed the experimental locations 6 months ago, they excluded Africa due to the lack of response from Kilimanjaro, yet now Sudan was emerging. He said it was a 1 in 10,000 chance of error, and they unfortunately encountered it. Xiao Bei couldn't help but doubt whether other places in Africa should also be considered. Su Bingbai noticed his thoughts and said, even if there was an error in the process, the general direction is still correct. Africa should have the smallest probability. You can speed up your progress and save time to come back to Africa at the end. Okay, in the following 2 months, Xiao Bei visited 7 locations. He was like an unwearied machine, tirelessly taking the magnet to the streets every day for a month, 2 months, half a year. This was already the 6th month. He was now at the last location, Paris. Over these 6 months, he repeatedly oscillated between hope and despair, feeling he could barely hold on. He feared he would break down. Each failure pushed him further into the abyss of despair. By now, he was already in the abyss. He listened to Su Bingbai, staying for half a month, planning to tour Africa. Many things couldn't be thought about too much. Thinking too much felt like dying. He didn't want to consider the future. If Fu Yuanshan didn't come, there would be no future for him. He opened the book The Secrets of the Pyramid Kingdom, and the dog-eared corner was still there. He read it every day for the past 6 months, only the part before the dog-eared corner, falling asleep while reading, as if the person was soothing him. Today, when he opened it, a note he had saved in the book fell out, containing that sentence in Czech. In the fusion of darkness and light, at the intersection of death and rebirth, welcome hope. It was as if he were suddenly struck by lightning. A hidden message surged into his mind. Egypt, the pyramids, are a country with black faces, and the pyramids symbolize light. After their death, the emperors of ancient Egypt were mummified and placed in pyramids, beseeching for rebirth in the underworld. In the fusion of darkness and light, at the intersection of death and rebirth, was it referring to the pyramids? He could hardly bear it any longer. But the countless examples from these 6 months calmed him down. He had become so disillusioned that he was afraid of hope. Was that what the great sorcerer meant? He wasn't very sure and didn't know how much credibility the sorcerer, who only asked him for money, had. He followed his plan in Paris for 10 days. And after finding nothing, he went to Egypt. He saw the pyramids, those colossal structures standing between heaven and earth, towering in the vast golden desert. One of the 7 wonders of the world, like the final masterpieces of gods and Buddhas, so magnificent that it inspired an impulse to worship. But Xiao Bei felt nothing else. In his life, he knelt to no one and had no parents. Yet at this moment, he prostrated before this grand miracle of the world, begging the heavens to return his beloved to him. He had been unfortunate since birth, in these 20-some years. The only luck he had was meeting Fu Yuanshan, which made him feel alive. This was his only fortune, and he couldn't accept losing it. He couldn't afford to lose it. Suddenly, an embrace wrapped around him from behind. Xiao Bei almost instantly froze in place. "Baby, I'm late." Chapter 54. Xiao Bei stiffly turned around, and when he saw the face he had longed for, tears burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam, finally unleashing. He hugged Fu Yuanshan, unable to hold back his cries, unable to say a single word he had prepared. Fu Yuanshan was clearly also very moved, suppressing his breath. Holding Xiao Bei tightly. The knife that had hung over their heads for more than a year was finally taken away. They succeeded, and they could finally be together without reservations. Their deadline was no longer a year. They had a lifetime, just as they had vowed countless times before, to walk together through this life. From now on, unless death took them away, no external force could separate them. It felt like a century had passed. And when Xiao Bei cried himself out, he tried to lift his face to look at him, only to find Fu Yuanshan holding him tightly. Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan released him, and they both stood up from the ground. You've lost weight, baby. Fu Yuanshan cupped Xiao Bei's tear-streaked face, his heart aching unbearably. Xiao Bei knew that he had experienced complete exhaustion and fear just like himself over there. While he had searched everywhere here, he had also exhausted himself over there. They had both suffered for half a year, but now they finally saw the light. Xiao Bei no longer knew what he was saying. Did you miss me a lot? Did you miss me a lot? Fu Yuanshan lowered his head and kissed hard. Half an hour later, they were in a restaurant in Cairo, huddled together like perverts, whispering sweet nothings in each other's ears. Xiao Bei felt a bit embarrassed and asked Fu Yuanshan to sit back opposite him. But Fu Yuanshan adamantly refused. Both of them were particularly hungry, probably because the successful transfer had consumed a lot of their energy. They had planned to talk more back at the hotel, but when they saw the restaurant in the city, they couldn't resist going in. Fu Yuanshan held Xiao Bei's hand and asked, "Do you feel it?" Xiao Bei was enveloped by that warm palm, but the familiar electric current had vanished. What held his hand was a real human body, including the one he had just embraced. Fu Yuanshan in his true form, his real body. No words could express his feelings at that moment. He took a breath and said, "I feel like I'm dreaming. It's not a dream. I really came back." "We succeeded." Fu Yuanshan smiled and said, comfortably holding Xiao Bei. He hadn't had a moment of rest in the past 6 months. Constantly cooperating with Xiao Bei to test transfer locations while tirelessly traveling between various experimental bases, preparing for both possibilities. Even taking extreme measures to modify his body to make it stronger and more compatible. Those 6 months were like a hellish nightmare for him. He was someone who pursued efficiency and returns. But in this matter, he had unhesitatingly done a lot of useless work. He believed that effort should be proportional to reward. He would consider whether the effort was worth it before doing anything. Only in this matter would he try anything with even the slightest possibility. Asking his mentor if what he captured was feasible, he had to try it all. However, he wouldn't share this with Xiao Bei. Now that his wish had been fulfilled and he had returned to Xiao Bei's side, that was the most important thing. And all the suffering from the past 6 months didn't matter anymore. The food arrived, and the two of them devoured it like a whirlwind. This was the most delicious meal they had had in a long time. Xiao Bei said, "What is this dish? I want to eat it again tonight." Fu Yuanshan nodded in agreement while eating. "It's really good. If you want to eat it, we can bring the chef back, and he can cook for us anytime." Xiao Bei nodded. "President, when will we go home?" Fu Yuanshan smiled. "Once we finish eating, we'll go back, and I'll hold you to sleep well." Xiao Bei suddenly felt a longing, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said he didn't want to eat anymore and wanted to go home. After Fu Yuanshan settled the bill, he took him to the restroom, needing to hurry back. Xiao Bei realized that Su Bingbai would drive to a remote place when he needed to hurry, while Fu Yuanshan went straight to the restroom. Su Bingbai. Xiao Bei slowly recalled this person. "Wait a minute," Xiao Bei said. "Where's Su Bingbai? Did he come with you?" "Yeah, he was still there at the pyramids." "Did he go back by himself?" "Probably." Xiao Bei took out his phone to ask, only to find Su Bingbai had already sent a message saying he went back first and even transferred 999 yuan via WeChat. Xiao Bei didn't know this was probably the smallest amount Su Bingbai had ever transferred in his life, and also the most frustrating. At that time, he was admiring the pyramids when he turned around to see Fu Yuanshan had actually returned. The two of them embraced and cried. It was a touching scene. He planned to wait until their emotions calmed down before going over, but unexpectedly, a while later, the two disappeared together, completely forgetting about him. He ended up going back to Q City directly and transferred 999 yuan to them. They returned to Q City once again, but this time, their feelings were vastly different from before. Xiao Bei would occasionally glance at Fu Yuanshan, as if afraid he would run away at any moment. After not seeing him for half a year, Fu Yuanshan appeared to have matured a bit more, his gaze focused and affectionate when looking at Xiao Bei. The feeling of having lost and then regained something was probably the same for everyone. He wanted to look at him every moment, wanted to obey him, and wanted to make up for all the love and time he owed. Before going home, Fu Yuanshan asked Bai Yao to have the cleaners tidy up his place. At this moment, when they entered, the house was clean and refreshing, and since the cleaners hadn't moved anything, it looked just like it did when they left 6 months ago. Upon entering, the two of them changed their shoes and put down their things like they always did after work. Xiao Bei said, "Let's go to sleep." Fu Yuanshan reacted and realized he didn't mean what he initially thought, but rather the earlier suggestion to hold him while sleeping. Holding each other while sleeping was more important than anything else. They quickly took a shower. It was winter again in Q City, and the heating in the house was sufficient. They changed into comfortable pajamas and snuggled under the covers. Xiao Bei felt that body without any electric charge and said, "I'm still a bit unaccustomed to this. This way, I can hold you for as long as I want," Fu Yuanshan said, wrapping his arms around Xiao Bei's slim waist, burying his face in his neck. "Baby, I can't even bear to think about how long that road was for you." Xiao Bei smiled. "How you walked down it?" "I walked down it the same way." Both of them tacitly avoided asking each other about what had happened during that 6 months. Perhaps in the future, they could treat it as a joke, but for now, no one wanted to ask. They talked for a long time, and eventually, night fell, and they admitted they were tired. Fu Yuanshan asked, "Do you want to eat something?" "No." Xiao Bei nudged closer to him and said, "Sleep." After staying at home for a week, the two finally grew tired of each other. On Monday, Fu Yuanshan, the chairman and CEO of Rongxin who had been abroad for a year, returned. The headquarters lined up to welcome him, and employees spread the news, celebrating everywhere. As soon as Chun Yi saw Fu Yuanshan and Xiao Bei, he rushed to the office, sighing heavily. Fu Yuanshan was so busy he couldn't pay attention to him. Zochen yi focused solely on Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei couldn't understand how one person could talk so much. Chun Yi chattered from morning until lunch. Xiao Bei suspected he had nothing else to do. On the first day back at work, he listened to Chun Yi talk for ages while Fu Yuanshan handed over his work, and the day passed peacefully. That day, the business opportunity came from Wuhan, requiring Fu Yuanshan to go there personally for communication. So, the president took his little assistant on a business trip. At the dinner table, the boss of that company, in his 50s, laughed and spoke in a southern accent after drinking, praising Fu Yuanshan, General Manager Fu. "So handsome and just back from abroad. He has great potential." Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned by that remark about going abroad, biting his lip to keep from laughing. Looking at Fu Yuanshan, he was smiling just right, exuding an air of mystery. After dinner, they went to a club, and surprisingly, they had hired a few girls to perform stripteases in the private room. The alluring figures wrapped in tight dresses drew praise from the men present. "General Manager, what do you think? Did you find anyone you like?" A deputy manager from that company leaned in and asked with a smile. Xiao Bei was sitting right next to Fu Yuanshan. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could guess. Fu Yuanshan shook his head, chuckling. "The one at home is very strict." The man looked surprised and nodded. Xiao Bei scoffed. After returning to the hotel, Fu Yuanshan suddenly said to Xiao Bei, "Go, take a shower." "Why?" Fu Yuanshan, slightly tipsy, said, "To do what I've always wanted to do." Xiao Bei smirked. "But you're drunk today? It won't be fun." They had been back for half a month, and they had hardly mentioned this matter, mainly because life was easy and harmonious, almost like retirement, and Fu Yuanshan was planning a perfect first night between them. However, he hadn't anticipated that after seeing the pole dance today, memories of Xiao Bei in bed kept flashing through his mind, and his dress pants barely concealed his desire. "Can I have it?" Xiao Bei initially thought he was joking, but now he felt it was serious. Hearing this made his face feel like it was burned. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Fu Yuanshan's hot lips brushed against his ear. "Can I have it, baby?" In Weibo, Chapter 55. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Xiao Bei finally opened his eyes. Pain was his first thought. "Awake?" Fu Yuanshan asked softly. his voice filled with a sense of satisfaction that made Xiao Bei inexplicably want to hit him. After a moment's thought, Xiao Bei felt so sore all over that he couldn't even lift his hands. His waist felt like it was broken. "What time is it?" he muttered, sounding like a little monster. Fu Yuanshan turned his head and handed him the prepared water, saying, "Drink some water." Xiao Bei took a few sips and felt that besides the pain, he had no other discomfort. "It's past 1 in the afternoon. How do you feel?" he asked, rubbing his face against Xiao Bei's with a smile. After drinking water, Xiao Bei's throat felt a bit better. He dodged Fu Yuanshan's face, thought for a long time. And perhaps due to his cognitive function not fully recovering, he finally only said the words that left the deepest impression on him from last night. "Good. Awesome." Fu Yuanshan buried his face in Xiao Bei's neck and laughed. Xiao Bei weakly said, "Get off, it hurts." Fu Yuanshan got up and asked, "What does it hurt?" Xiao Bei looked at him like he was silly. "Everywhere hurts." Fu Yuanshan massaged his waist, mumbling some annoying words. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes. Fu Yuanshan then smiled slyly and said, "You seemed quite comfortable yesterday too, huh? You called out so nicely, asking me to go faster, and I even." "Fu Yuanshan, he replied with an ambiguous smile. "Aren't you supposed to meet those people this afternoon? Why aren't you going?" "I canceled it," he said, holding Xiao Bei and leaning against the bed. "You open your eyes. How can I leave?" Xiao Bei remembered that he had an important meeting with the Wuhan company this afternoon, which might finalize the contract. Xiao Bei said, "You should hurry up and go. I am awake." "No, I'll stay home with you." "This isn't home. Hurry and finish your business so we can go back," Xiao Bei insisted. "I remember seeing the weather forecast a few days ago that it's going to snow in Q City." Fu Yuanshan's heart stirred, and he asked, "When?" "In a few days, I think." "Okay, then I'll finish my business and we can go home." "Good." That said, Fu Yuanshan lingered in bed for a while before finally getting up to attend a meeting. After both sides signed the contract, he received a text from Xiao Bei when he left the company. "Is it over? I'm waiting for you downstairs." Fu Yuanshan quickly brushed off the people from Rongxin and went downstairs to find Xiao Bei. "Why didn't you lie in bed a little longer?" "Who brought you here?" "I came by myself. It was too stuffy inside, so I wanted to come out for a walk," Xiao Bei smiled. Fu Yuanshan took his hand and rubbed it, saying, "It's too cold in the south during winter. You should let me know when you come out. I'll have someone pick you up." Xiao Bei scoffed. "What do you take me for? Even little girls aren't that delicate. As my beloved, it doesn't matter whether you're male or female," he said, leaning in with a smile. "I have to pamper you." The two laughed as they walked towards a car, which was parked a bit far away. Fu Yuanshan tucked Xiao Bei's hand into the pocket of his black overcoat, genuinely feeling that the southern weather was damp and cold. Just a moment ago, in the upstairs conference room, that group of southerners didn't even turn on the air conditioning and almost froze him. He complained, "I'm a Siberian wolf. Yet I almost froze to death in Wuhan." Xiao Bei chuckled, just about to say something when Fu Yuanshan pulled his hand and continued, "Xiao Bei, let's go to the north together. The 4 seasons are distinct, perfect for lovers." They returned to Q City. The first snow fell on an evening after work. The two of them dressed warmly, walking on the sidewalk. The streets were wide, and the sturdy trees on both sides had become bare. They were two among many pedestrians on the sidewalk. Fu Yuanshan bought Xiao Bei a roasted sweet potato, and Xiao Bei held a fragrant, steaming sweet potato. Eating as they walked, snowflakes fell, covering the ground in white, and soon there would be thick snow, leaving footprints with every step. "Baby, how do you want to spend the new year?" Xiao Bei peeled the sweet potato skin. "How do you want to spend it?" "Do you want to spend it in Q City? Then where should we go?" "Xiao Bei Usket and Confusion. Do you want to go to a place you've never been and experience some things you've never experienced?" Xiao Bei took a bite of the sweet potato and said, "Why are you being so vague? Just say it." Fu Yuanshan smiled with his lips pressed together vague. Xiao Bei immediately understood, recalling last night. Ever since he had been intimate with Fu Yuanshan, they had been indulging nearly every night, which was simply against the morals. He glared at Fu Yuanshan, who smiled and continued, "Let's go to the world for the new year." Xiao Bei was taken aback. "Can I go?" Didn't I say that as long as we have a legal relationship in the world, you can stay there for a day or two?" Xiao Bei seemed to grasp the key point Fu Yuanshan was trying to express. Legal relationship. "Let's get married, Xiao Bei." Xiao Bei suddenly turned to look at him. The next second, As if the world had changed, Yuanshan actually used a quick walk. They appeared in a top-tier revolving restaurant on the top floor of a building in Q City. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, heavy snow fell, and the lights of vehicles gathered into a torrent. Inside, the decor was in dark red tones. Roses and champagne filled the long table, and a violin played melodiously. Yuanshan held a pair of diamond rings in his hand. He knelt on one knee and repeated, "Xiao Bei, let's get married." Xiao Bei looked at him in shock, a myriad of emotions surging within him. Yuanshan took out a ring, held his hand, and carefully placed it on his finger. "The moment you wear this, we become one. From now on, we will love each other until we grow old, and I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Your remaining days will be my responsibility. Xiao Bei, we will never part." Yuanshan stood up and handed the other ring to him, softly saying, "Put on me." Xiao Bei's hand trembled as he slid the ring onto Yuanshan's ring finger. Their hands clasped together, the sparkling diamond rings shimmering in the night. Yuanshan gently embraced him. "Promise me, let's get married." Xiao Bei replied, "Okay, let's get married." They endured a year of painful trials, but it was all worth it in the end. The courtship of animals is always irrational, risking their lives to make loud calls, possibly attracting mates or enemies. They do not retreat in the face of difficulties, but instead confront them head-on. They do not refrain from making loud calls for fear of attracting enemies. Because they are in love, they strive to be together. They enjoy being together and enjoy seeing each other. The rest of their lives are still long. In their 20s, they have countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters to entangle their lives, knowing, loving, and accompanying each other until death do them part. The end.